In the realm of the West, there exists a path to obtain the sacred scriptures. Albeit with considerable risks, the potential profits are indeed substantial. Naturally, I expect 70% of the returns. Unexpectedly transported to the world of journey to the West, Tang Sen has assumed the identity of the Sunto monk Xuanzang. Fortunately, he has awakened a system, although it appears rather dubious in nature. System? You're talking nonsense. Sun Wukong. My master always says, when one ventures forth, strength is essential. But background is paramount indeed. The most critical aspect remains the background. Zhu Beiji. Without strength at present, we must exercise restraint. Sha Wujing. Our master teaches us that harmony is of utmost importance. Should the other party disagree, we must eradicate the root of the problem. Indeed, we must eliminate evil completely. King of Inspiration. Tang Sanzang, how dare you? I am a servant of the Bodhisattva. Tang Sen. Ba. I am but a humble disciple of the Tang, my master being the Tathagata. Have you ever experienced the joy of Fa High? Have you ever seen a fist as large as a sandbag? With a law sniper rifle, causality missiles, striking from 1,000 miles away me approach is remarkably prudent. Tang Sen. In truth, I am a good person. Well, not in the traditional sense of a good-natured individual, but you would do well not to provoke me, for I am benevolent. When I attempt to reason with you, do not disregard my words. The great sage equal to heaven excels at winning hearts through virtue. As Tang Sen comes to realize his elevated status, formidable background, and the existence of the system, the narrative of Journey to the West begins to deviate. Chapter 1. Crossing into Journey to the West, the holy monk of the Tang dynasty. Master Xuanzang, Master Xuanzang. Gentlemen, keep drinking, none shall leave upright today. The monk, reclining, muttered in his dreams, while the young acolyte beside him was taken aback, hastily shaking the master and calling softly, Master Xuanzang, awaken, awaken. Ugh, who disturbs my slumber? Tang Sen reluctantly lifted his head, rubbing his bleary eyes, and grumbled. Upon opening his eyes, he intended to teach the ruffian a lesson for disrupting his peaceful dreams, but upon seeing the situation, he was startled awake. Tang Sen, an employee enjoying the benefits of a 996-work schedule, had spent New Year's Day with close friends, indulging in a feast and drinking at home. After a long-awaited reunion, they all became inebriated. Some slumped on tables, others sprawled on couches, and 2 had even crawled under the table. What is happening? He found himself seated on a high platform, surrounded by hundreds of monks clad in robes. The rows of bald heads gleamed under the sunlight, resembling an array of powerful light bulbs, radiating brilliance. Countless common folk gathered outside, gazing at him with reverence, as colorful banners fluttered, fragrant clouds wafted, and a grand flag emblazoned with dharma assembly billowed in the breeze nearby. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Tang Sen was bewildered, instinctively touching his head. Damn, the aftereffects of a hangover are severe, leading to hallucinations. Wait, the sensation feels off. Where's my hair? It must be that Master Xuanzang has collapsed from lecturing under the blazing sun. Let's assist him to a cool place to rest, said a young acolyte, calling for help to support Tang Sr. Suddenly, Tang Sen stood up. Smack! The sound was deafening. The young acolyte looked shocked, his face a picture of grievance, shielding his stung cheek, on the verge of tears, feeling weak and helpless. Master, do you not love me anymore? You have never struck me before, especially not on the face, boo-hoo. The crowd below was equally astounded, witnessing the shocking scene of shocking chant, virtuous monk Zinzang striking a young monk in public. Is this a degradation of humanity or a decline of morality? However, Tang Sen had no time to concern himself with the crowd's emotions. He was desperate to comprehend what had transpired. Given his pained expression, this does not seem like a dream. Tang Sen thought to himself, yet wore a warm smile as he gently inquired, Young monk, what place is this? This is the Huasheng Temple of the Tang dynasty. Despite feeling aggrieved, what could he do? He had been struck by none other than Master Xuanzang, a revered figure of the Buddhist community. Tang dynasty, Huasheng Temple, dharma assembly, Master Xuanzang bawled. Good heavens, is this not Journey to the West? Have I transformed into Tang Sen? Tang Sen was utterly astonished. Despite his shock, he maintained an outward calm. As someone well-versed in the modern genre of transmigration novels, Tang Sen often yearned to be whisked away to a new world, equipped with golden fingers to conquer all. Which man could resist the allure of commanded by heaven, to have eternal prosperity, or the desire for a life where one wakes to hold the world's power and reclines amidst beauty? Although he had become a monk, it was of no consequence. This monk has a solid backing. Who would dare question him after achieving enlightenment through the journey to the West? Being a monk is splendid, an illustrious figure of the West, the designated one for the journey, an opportunity for gilded experiences. And upon returning to Lingshan, he would undoubtedly be second in command, living a life of ease, beloved by the Tathagata. The more he pondered, the more satisfied he became. This was a divine beginning. He would not lead the same timid and mundane life as the original Tang Sen. Queen of the West, Buddhahood? Tang Sen declared, I desire them all. Ba. Just now the Buddha entrusted me with a dream, revealing that the teachings passed down are merely of the small vehicle. I am unaware of the great vehicle. The small vehicle serves only oneself, while the great vehicle can save all sentient beings. I was lost in the dream, as if enshrouded in clouds and mist, unaware of my location. Thanks to Huiming, Ba, my merits are boundless. The young acolyte, inexperienced in the ways of the world, was momentarily taken aback, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling. It dawned on him that Master Xuanzang's slap was of such significance, boundless merit. Come, strike me again, spare no effort. The crowd below, emerging from their astonishment at witnessing a revered monk strike someone, began to murmur upon hearing these words. They had never heard of a distinction between the great and small vehicles in Buddhist teachings. But what if there truly exists a great vehicle? Could they not all be saved from a mundane world and attain Buddhahood? Such fortune! The crowd's emotions surged. Such splendid words. Where can we find the great vehicle? Why have we never encountered it? Someone questioned. The true scriptures lie within the Lingshan of my Buddha. Lingshan is thousands of miles away from here. Fraught with peril, how shall we obtain them? Tang Sen smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. He awaited the confirmation of a certain matter. Beep, detecting that the host is within the journey to the West Calamity, the super holy monk system has been bound. Indeed, he had transmigrated. This system was all too familiar to him as an avid reader of countless transmigration tales. He understood that this was the essential golden finger for any traveler. System, what can you do? Despite his overwhelming excitement, he maintained a composed facade, engaging in dialogue with the system within his mind. The journey to the West Calamity is fraught with danger, with gods and Buddhas scheming, sentient beings entering the calamity, and countless plots laid out, all posing lethal threats. This system is dedicated to transforming the host into an exceptional holy monk, destined to ascend to the heavens. The system has established a holy monk cultivation plan. It will evaluate the host's actions along the journey to the West and reward varying amounts of cultivation. The system includes a scenic checkpoint plan for journey to the West. Checking in at the 81 tribulations will yield different rewards. Thinking of leaving after striking me? The journey to the West Calamity comprises 81 tribulations, with each trial overcome. The host may extract a skill or treasure from the architect of the tribulation. Everything provided by the system is to safeguard the host's life. It is hoped that the host will diligently learn and strive to become an exceptional holy monk, thus enhancing survival in this perilous calamity. How touching! Truly, the system cares for me. As the saying goes, the martial world is not merely about fighting, it encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. Beep, detecting that the host is at the starting point of the journey to the West Scenic Checkpoint Plan. Chang'an of the Tang Dynasty. Would you like a check-in? Check in. Now. I possess nothing and feel profoundly insecure. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the great might of the Celestial Dragon a.k.a. experience card. This grants you the ephemeral power of the legendary monk a.k.a., renowned for his prowess in vanquishing demons. a.k.a. Could it be that esteemed figure? Tang Sen was initially taken aback. Then elation illuminated his visage. That revered master, with a single strike of the great might of the Celestial Dragon, rendered himself unmatched across the realms, causing innumerable demons to rue their existence. His proclamation, a mere trifle, Dare you flaunt your skills before me? Epitomized the monk's grandeur, making him a paragon for all monks like myself. Now, I could transform into Fa high. Does this not render me invincible? With a fist raised against the heavens and a kick aimed at the sacred mountain. Well, perhaps I should reconsider. The celestial court holds no grudge against me, and the sacred mountain is my sanctuary. Moreover, what does ephemeral even signify? What if I arrive at the Lingxiao palace only to vanish? Will I utter, "How Ian, have you eaten?" I might as well be slapped back to the sacred mountain to meet Buddha. Before Tang Sen could indulge in further musings, the system's voice resonated once more. Acquired a boundless space can grow, cannot hold a person. A splendid acquisition. The journey to the west is fraught with challenges, but with this boundless space, I need not compromise on provisions. Reflecting upon the original Tang Sen, who traversed over 100,000 miles to the west, enduring the elements, hunger, and hardship, I find myself pained at the thought. It is evident he lacked foresight. The Buddhist mission is to spread the teachings, and the masses seek salvation. Why not bring along provisions? Who would dare criticize? In Tang Sen's eyes, this was sheer folly, a failure to adapt, to follow in such a manner. Unthinkable. Tang Sen struck a pose, acknowledging that the visage of Tang Sen was indeed impressive, embodying the essence of a revered monk. He observed the monks and devotees below, who were murmuring amongst themselves, and he offered a slight smile. The bait has been cast. It is time for the worthy to arrive. Suddenly, the crowd stirred as hundreds of armored guards, wielding halberds and adorned with Tang swords, surged forth, parting the masses like a blade. The crowd knelt, calling out "Your Majesty," as a majestic palanquin approached the high platform, accompanied by numerous officials. Tang Sen smiled faintly, feigning an intention to depart. The fish have taken bait. Chapter 2. My Master, Tathagata, Shakyamuni Tathagata. Master Xuanzang, please proceed slowly. His Majesty approaches. A palace attendant hurried forward to halt Tang Sen. Here he comes. Tang Sen paused, clasping his hands together, his expression neutral, awaiting the arrival. Master Xuanzang, I have heard of your fainting at the Dharma assembly, and I was most anxious. Thus I have come to inquire about your well-being. Are you unscathed? The visitor, adorned with a towering crown and a robe of ochre, cinched with a blue jade belt and clad in worry-free shoes, exuded majesty and authority with every step. The Emperor Tang. Tang Sen offered a respectful bow. I am grateful for your concern, Your Majesty. The humble monk is unharmed. The Dharma assembly has concluded, and I was just preparing to return to the temple for rest. Oh, the pretense. I shall not speak of it if you do not. I have heard of the depth of your Buddhist wisdom, that you received teachings from the Buddha in a dream, and possess knowledge of the Mahayana teachings, capable of enlightening all beings. Is there truth to this? It was not Li Shimon's impatience, but rather the gravity of the matter that compelled him to seek clarification. He had come specifically for this reason. Indeed, Your Majesty, this matter bears great significance. May I request a moment to speak privately? Tang Sen spoke in a low voice. You are overly cautious, Master. We are surrounded by loyal officials of the court. Very well, let us find a secluded place. Li Shimon initially intended to refuse, but seeing the earnestness and determination in Tang Sen's demeanor, he acquiesced. The two retreated to a quiet corner. The Mahayana teachings comprise the true scriptures of the three treasures. One is the Dharma, discussing the heavens. One is the Vinaya, concerning the earth, and one is the Sutra, guiding spirits. The three treasures can liberate souls, alleviate suffering, and cultivate an everlasting life. They enable one to transcend the cycle of existence. Your Majesty, I must confess, there is a route in the Western paradise where I can obtain the true scriptures. Though the journey is fraught with peril, the rewards are substantial. Upon success, we shall split the gains 70-30, a feat of immeasurable merit. Tang Sen wore a cheeky grin, completely shedding the guise of the venerable monk he had just embodied. Master, what is this? Li Shimon was momentarily taken aback, as the contrast in Tang Sen's demeanor was stark. Your Majesty, the world adores esteemed monks, whose noble presence inspires reverence. The one who enlightens the masses should indeed embody the visage of a great monk. As for one's true nature, it is of lesser importance. Master possesses great wisdom, Li Shimon chuckled. However, considering your arduous journey, 3 portions may indeed be too little. Should word get out, it may reflect poorly on the Tang as being stingy. Let us agree on a 50-50 split. Ah, I shall take 70%. Tang Sen replied, amused. You think you can play coy with me? The silence that followed was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shimin spoke slowly. I support Master Xuanzang, but this matter is of great consequence and requires the counsel of the officials. He then instructed an attendant to summon the officials. I decree that Master Xuanzang shall journey to the west to seek the scriptures, to enlighten the people of Tang. This undertaking bears immeasurable merit. Who supports this? Who opposes? Li Shimin proclaimed from the elevated platform, addressing the gathered civil and military officials. Tang Sen remained at the foot of the steps, hands clasped in silence. Upon hearing the prospect of immeasurable merit, the officials became animated. Merit is a universal currency, capable of enhancing spiritual power, dispelling karmic burdens, and even facilitating transactions with deities. It is a high-level hard currency, yet in the mundane world, merit is elusive. Your Majesty, the journey to the west is long, and I fear Master Xuanzang may be frail. I recommend Master Yuan Tong of the Great Xianghu Temple, whose profound knowledge of Buddhism empowers him to subdue tigers and surely secure the true scriptures, bringing blessings to the people. Your Majesty, I recommend the monk from the White Horse Temple. The officials eagerly recommended familiar high monks, hoping to secure this merit for themselves. While attaining true enlightenment may be challenging, many capable monks exist in the Tang dynasty, and those who recommend them will surely gain some merit, or at the very least, establish favorable ties with these esteemed monks for future endeavors. Though the monks you recommend are indeed esteemed and possess profound wisdom, the journey to the west is fraught with dangers, treacherous mountains, harsh winds, and the threat of demons. One misstep could lead to calamity. Tang Sen interjected unexpectedly. Some of the crowd scoffed, secretly mocking. Monks capable of subduing dragons and tigers cannot undertake this journey, while Master Xuanzang is as frail as a flower. How can he possibly succeed? Tang Sen turned and quietly replied, my master is Tathagata Shakyamuni. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Tathagata? Is he not the supreme figure in the Buddhist world, the ultimate destination of this scripture-seeking journey? Is your identity as Chun Xuanzang truly so exalted? If Master Xuanzang is indeed a disciple of Tathagata, then now is the perfect time to leverage such connections. Ever since the War of the Gods, humanity has faced decline, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have been forced into the fire cloud cave to suppress humanity's fortune. On the surface, humanity appears weak, having long been oppressed by demons. This time, a dragon soul even dared to breach the palace, nearly costing my life. If I can forge connections with the Buddhist realm through this matter, who would dare to easily oppress humanity in the future? With this thought, Li Shimin had already made his decision. Words alone are not enough. What proof do you have of your status as a disciple of Tathagata? Someone challenged. All eyes turned to Tang Sen, who remained unfazed. The humble monk possesses a clever scheme. With that, he directed his gaze towards 2 gray-robed, wandering monks among the crowd. Ah, Avalokiteshvara, I have noticed you. At this moment, Avalokiteshvara was in a state of shock. She had been present since the Water and Land Dharma assembly, listening to Tang Sen expound upon the Mahayana teachings and observing the Tang Emperor and officials discuss the candidates for the journey to the west. This should not be, why does Chun Xuanzang know of the Mahayana teachings? Why does he know about the journey to the west? Shouldn't it be me informing them? Could it be that Tang Sen drank the false Mangpa soup while crossing the Naya Bridge? Now what should I do? She was at a complete loss. Would it be awkward to reveal myself now? What would I say upon revealing myself? How should I present my robe and staff? Avalokiteshvara fell into deep contemplation. Amit Ba, Avalokiteshvara, please reveal yourself to us. Tang Sen descended the platform, approaching the gray-robed monk and bowed respectfully. The scene erupted in astonishment. What? The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara is actually by my side? There is no need for doubt. Avalokiteshvara has long been devoted to enhancing her reputation among mortals, and it seems her renown now surpasses even that of the Tathagata. To be appointed as the overseer of the journey to the west, a most lucrative position, is a testament to her considerable influence. Avalokiteshvara, she is the embodiment of great compassion, the savior of the suffering. Yet this old monk appears disheveled and clad in ragged garments, hardly resembling the benevolent bodhisattva. In an instant, countless scrutinizing and doubtful gazes converged upon the two gray-robed monks. Should this matter not be handled with care, the journey to the west may very well falter. And if another were to undertake this quest, would it still be the same? If anyone could simply return with the scriptures to the Tang dynasty, the Buddhist world would have done so long ago. There would be no need to wait for the destined Chan Xuanzang, the ordained pilgrim of fate. With no choice but to reveal her true form, Avalokiteshvara manifested. A flash of golden light enveloped the area, and the two gray-robed monks vanished, replaced by the radiant figure of a bodhisattva clad in white, holding a pure jade vase and standing upon a cloud. Attended by the youthful deity, the atmosphere was suffused with divine light and auspiciousness, with celestial sounds resonating as her majestic presence illuminated the surroundings. Upon seeing the true Avalokiteshvara, all present fell to their knees, exclaiming, "Namo Avalokiteshvara, the great compassionate one." Amitabha, the journey to the Western paradise is fraught with peril, accessible only to those of exceptional virtue. Chun Xuanzang possesses great wisdom, immense perseverance, and boundless fortune. He fears not the dangers ahead and is resolute in his quest to alleviate the suffering of all beings. He shall serve as a paragon among the disciples of the Buddha, for our compassion knows no bounds. As the strongest advocate among the Buddhas of the West, Avalokiteshvara displayed her remarkable adaptability, utilizing her vast reputation to swiftly quell any discontent. Thus, it seems the matter was predetermined. Even if one were to endure countless hardships to reach the Western paradise, should one's identification fail to match, entrance would be denied. Why then contend for such trivialities? Our compassion knows no bounds, echoed the crowd. Bodhisattva, the journey to the West is long and fraught with demons. Though I possess a heart inclined towards the Buddha, I lack the means of protection. While my life may be of little consequence, I fear it may jeopardize the quest for scriptures and the salvation of the people. I implore the Bodhisattva to bestow upon me a means of protection, so that I may swiftly obtain the true scriptures and deliver all beings to enlightenment. Thus fulfilling my merit, Tang Sen humbly approached, his face a mask of sincerity. Take this 9-ring staff and the brocade robe for your protection. The Bodhisattva granted him these precious gifts. The 9-ring staff, resplendent in gold, held the power to subdue dragons and tigers, meant only for those of great virtue. The brocade robe, woven from ice silkworm silk, was adorned with dragon and crane motifs, embedded with countless gems that radiated brilliance, warding off demons and divine beings alike. Sister Avalokiteshvara, there are also 3 hoops, Tang Sen whispered closely. What hoops? She inquired. I have heard that the Buddha bestowed 3 hoops for the purpose of acquiring the scriptures. Tang Sen, noticing the crowd's prostration, boldly revealed. Avalokiteshvara, how does he know everything? Very well, I shall bestow these 3 hoops upon you, complete with incantations. Avalokiteshvara's expression darkened, yet she refrained from showing annoyance, recognizing Tang Sen's obstinate determination. Reluctantly, she tossed the 3 golden hoops to him. Do not be angry, the paramount task of the journey to the West takes precedence. There will be ample opportunities to address him along the way. Having calmed her spirit through this mental victory, Avalokiteshvara noticed Tang Sen preparing to speak again and hurriedly ascended upon her cloud, fearing that she might lose her precious jade vase if she delayed. Humph, what is this? I am, after all, an accomplished monk. Surely, Sister Avalokiteshvara has misunderstood me, Tang Sen mused, vowing to make a favorable impression next time. The crowd watched as the Bodhisattva departed, witnessing her endorsement of Tang Sen, ensuring that there would be no further dissent regarding the selection of the scripture seeker for the journey to the West. They turned and shouted, Holy monk, the master possesses profound blessings, seeking fortune for the people, willing to brave dangers, his merit immeasurable. I wish to forge a brotherly bond with the master, sharing all fortunes. What say you, Master Xuanzang? Li Shimin, recognizing the esteemed disciple of Fa Hai, sought to bind Fa Hai to the Tang dynasty for mutual benefit. It is indeed my desire, Tang Sen replied. The journey to the west was imperative, and having the identity of a royal brother from the Tang dynasty would only confer advantages. Why refuse such an opportunity? Both harbored ulterior motives. I, your humble brother, am willing to traverse mountains to the west in search of the true scriptures, praying for your everlasting reign, that the people of the Tang dynasty may flourish. Today, I take the surname of the nation and adopt the name Sanzong, as a testament to my unwavering gratitude and determination to procure the true scriptures, Tang Sen proclaimed, seizing the moment to affirm his resolve before the heavens. Master Sanzong is immensely virtuous. Master Sanzong is compassionate. All present were filled with gratitude. Ding detected that the host has garnered public support, acquiring a significant amount of cultivation power. The holy monk requires no action by leveraging the prevailing sentiments. He can navigate his path effortlessly. Boom. Chapter 3. The Night Banquet in the Tang Palace, sending off at dawn. A surge of pure spiritual energy flooded in, most of which was used to transform his mortal form, allowing him to step onto the path of cultivation. The remaining energy propelled his cultivation to new heights, enhancing his physical strength. Ultimately, he reached the state of refining the spirit and returning to the void, while his body entered the realm of bone refinement, his physique glowing, capable of withstanding iron without injury. The sensation of transformation was intoxicating. Tang Sen reveled in his ascension and the admiration of the crowd, unable to regain his composure. The onlookers noted the ethereal aura emanating from Master Sanzong, deepening their reverence. Brother, in light of your grand aspirations, I shall host a banquet in the palace tonight to honor you, Li Shimin insisted, pulling the dazed Tang Sen back to the palace. In the Tang Palace. Call forth the attendants. Prepare a vegetarian feast tonight. I shall honor my brother, Li Shimin commanded upon his return. No. Noted him why brother need not be so formal. This banquet shall be a family gathering to celebrate you. Li Shimin interrupted as he noticed Tang Sen's intent to decline. No. Note him why, dear brother. Should you persist in such formality, I shall be displeased. Li Shimin's face flushed with embarrassment, his tone tinged with irritation. No. I do not want a vegetarian feast. I was a bit rushed earlier and could not catch my breath. I do not enjoy vegetarian meals. Please do not misunderstand, brother. It would be best to prepare a full Manchu Han banquet, Tang Sen said with a hint of anticipation. Having never experienced such a feast, this was a rare opportunity. Li Shimin. Is this a monk? My brother is indeed extraordinary, unconcerned with trifles. Very well, tonight we shall have a full Manchu Han banquet. After a moment of surprise, Li Shimin quickly realized that he need not worry about his brother's dietary restrictions, feeling delighted as he instructed the servants to prepare the food. Wine and meat pass through the body, yet the heart remains with the Buddha. My resolve towards the Buddha is unwavering. I can disregard these mundane precepts. Tang Sen offered a gesture of reverence, providing a brief explanation. Oh, you also enjoy wine? Excellent. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated, Li Shimin exclaimed, particularly pleased. At such lofty heights, he found it rare to indulge freely with old friends and brothers, and his spirits soared. Drinking? In my previous life, none of my brothers could outdrink me, and you hardly ever indulge with this ancient low-alcohol brew. I shall have you flat on your back tonight, or all my practice would be in vain. Tang Sen chuckled inwardly. Was a fine banquet without music and dance. Why not arrange for entertainment, brother, to enhance our enjoyment? Li Shimin paused at this suggestion. My dear brother, do you, as a monk, also relish music and dance? Are you not afraid of incurring the Buddha's wrath? Indeed, the scriptures say, facilitate the success of others. If the palace maidens are joyful, the emperor is joyful, and I am joyful, then all is well. This maximizes human happiness. What offense is there in that? Tang Sen replied unflinchingly. Li Shimin burst into laughter. Indeed, my dear brother possesses a genuine temperament. I regret my lack of foresight. He commanded the palace attendants to summon performers. Soon, the palace was filled with orchestral melodies and enchanting songs as dancers twirled gracefully. And amidst this vibrant scene, the two men savored the performances while engaging in cheerful banter, raising their cups in joyous laughter. Before long, a sumptuous feast was prepared, a lavish banquet showcasing exquisite delicacies and fragrant wines. Come, come, dear brother, take your seat, the Tang Emperor said with a beaming face, pulling Tang Sen to sit beside him. Stop. Such a meager portion is hardly sufficient. One might assume the Tang dynasty cannot afford more. By this standard, bring me another 100 servings. Precisely 100. Tang Sen frowned, halting the serving attendants. The attendants trembled in fear, casting pleading glances at Li Shimin. Do as my brother commands, let them go. Li Shimin waved dismissively at the servants, unconcerned about a few meals after all. It was not a matter of scarcity. Brother, you cannot fathom my plight. To venture to the west is a journey of 10,000 miles, fraught with trials and perils. I shall endure hardship, forsaking comfort for the sake of the common folk of our great Tang. Even if it cost me my life, Tang Sen lamented dramatically. What ist? The journey to the west, filled with hardships and dangers, could easily be likened to begging on one's knees. I, the imperial younger brother of the Tang dynasty, the second in command of the Western Paradise. How could I endure such indignities? Today, I, Tang Sen, shall earn my keep standing tall. Preparing 100 lavish banquets for the journey seems quite reasonable, does it not? My dear brother, your virtue is commendable. Come, let us raise our glasses high. The music resumed, and the dance unfolded anew, creating a picturesque scene of merriment. On the ancient road to Chang'an. Royal brother, please pause. As I escort you 1,000 miles, we must part ways. I shall return with the sacred scriptures to benefit the people and ensure our kingdom flourishes for generations. Tang Sen said, bidding farewell to the emperor, while two attendants waited in the distance, one carrying a burden and the other holding a horse. Dear brother, the journey to the west is perilous and fraught with dangers. You must exercise utmost caution. I shall await your return in Chang'an. Thinking of you daily, Li Shimin grasped Tang Sen's hands tightly, visibly reluctant to part. I have little to offer you, but please accept this golden alms bowl for your journey. And this travel document may serve you well across many realms. One attendant presented the items on a wooden tray. Tang Sen accepted the bowl, exquisitely crafted and exuding a noble aura, both antiquated and grand. To be honest, using this for alms feels somewhat demeaning. How is it different from begging with a golden bowl in hand? Is this not an affront to the honest? Fortunately, gold is rare, and my acquaintances are few. The travel document was a small booklet with bold letters on the first page stating, either let him pass, or I shall come. Signed by Tang Emperor Li Shimin, with the imperial seal stamped on the second page. Tang Sen glanced up, surprised at Li Shimin's boldness. His humble brother certainly had a commanding presence. Observing the emperor pick up 2 cups of wine, he tossed a handful of earth into one. Tang Sen's face filled with exasperation as he glanced at Li Shimin, signaling furiously. Surely not, brother. Must we drink again? Last night was a blur, and I'm still recovering. Now another round? Will we ever make it to the west? He recalled the previous night with trepidation, having misjudged his brother's drinking capacity. The two had indulged, reveling until they lost consciousness. Awoken in the soft embrace of a luxurious bed by palace maids, Tang Sen had frantically checked his attire, relieved to find no discomfort, narrowly escaping disgrace. They lingered nearly at noon and still had not set off. Tang Sen felt weary. Fortunately, he had gained much with 100 lavish banquets and countless imperial wines in his spatial storage. His spirits lifted. Drunkenly Shimin was most generous, nearly emptying the wine cellar for him. My brother has no choice, everyone is watching, and this toast must be made as a matter of ritual. Li Shimin subtly gestured. Tang Sen, resigned, nodded slightly. Let us drink and then depart swiftly. Dear brother, the journey will be long and arduous. Cherish a handful of soil from home rather than gold from foreign lands. Li Shimin said, holding Tang Sen's hands with heartfelt sincerity. With such theatrics, Tang Sen felt it was worthy of an award. He quickly accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Your Majesty, take care, I shall set off now, he declared, swiftly mounting his horse and urging his attendants to hasten their departure. Nightfall was approaching. Finally, freedom. My beloved disciples, your dear master has arrived. It seems the journey to the west is filled with enchanting female demons. He This journey promises to be far more exhilarating than the monotonous life I once led. How fortunate I am to be reborn into this adventure. A man must seize the day, aiming for the pinnacle of greatness. To revel in the pleasures of this world would be a shame. In this life, I shall wield power and indulge in the beauty that surrounds me. Let the tribulations begin. Chapter 4. The Scheme of the Western Journey and the Heavenly Court. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Tang Sen rode forth with unwavering determination. The name of the journey to the west resounded like thunder in the world of my past life now. The narrative is in my hands. How could I not be exhilarated? The elder monk ahead seemed to fly, while the two attendants struggled to keep pace, panting heavily. "Saintly monk, please slow down." A faint voice called from behind. Tang Sen reined in his horse and turned to see his two attendants trailing far behind. "Saintly monk, we just passed the famous temple. Should we not stop to pay our respects? Does the Buddha need your trifling offerings?" Tang Sen scoffed at the speaker. "The journey to the west is of utmost importance. Should we delay it for incense offerings, the Buddha would indeed be the one to hold us in reproach." Noticing the exhaustion etched on their faces, he offered comfort. "The city of Guangzhou is not far ahead. Let us quicken our pace to rest sooner, lest we find ourselves spending the night in the wilderness." With that, the attendants disregarded their fatigue, wiped their brows, and soon they reached Guangzhou city. "Stop! Who are you?" the guards at the gate demanded. Tang Sen dismounted. "Ba, I am the imperial younger brother of the Tang dynasty, journeying to the west to seek the scriptures." "Please wait. Master, I shall inform my superiors," the soldier replied. Upon hearing this, the soldier hurried to report. Realizing the significance of the imperial younger brother's presence, this was not a responsibility he could bear. Before long, the governor, accompanied by officials, came out to greet Tang Sen. "Ha ha! I have long heard of His Majesty dispatching eminent monks to the west for enlightenment and to benefit the populace. I did not anticipate the speed of your journey. Forgive my lack of proper reception," he said with a broad smile, even before Tang Sen arrived. "I come at the behest of my royal brother. The governor's duties at the border are weighty, and yet you took time to welcome. Might truly humbles me," Tang Sen replied, understanding the unspoken camaraderie among them. That night, Tang Sen was invited into the governor's residence, where a grand feast and entertainment awaited. The two attendants were left astounded. Was this still a monk? What a display of grandeur! As dawn broke beneath the majestic walls of Guangzhou, "I bear a mission. You two should not accompany me and risk your lives unnecessarily," Tang Sen stated, casually stowing away his belongings. "The waters along the journey to the west are treacherous. You mortals cannot navigate them. The expedition to the west concerns the interests of many, intertwining the celestial beings of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sects of Ling Mountain. Such endeavors are destined to remain beyond the reach of these two mortals, who would inevitably fall victim to unforeseen calamities. Two individuals bear the imperial decree. Even in the face of certain death, we shall not falter." Zhang Long and Li Hu exchanged a glance, responding without a flicker of hesitation. They were aware that the journey westward was fraught with peril, beset by demons. Yet, as valiant sons of the Tang dynasty, when had they ever feared death? Tang Sen regarded them with admiration and nodded, genuinely impressed by their loyalty and courage, but reiterated, "You may go, though it is unnecessary." A glimmer of authority flickered in his eyes. "Zhang Long, Li Hu, heed my command. I, in the name of the royal brother of the Tang emperor, order you to return." The two exchanged a resigned glance and instinctively stood at attention, replying, "Yes, we shall obey the command of the revered monk." For soldiers, obedience to orders is paramount. Since departing from the Tang, their loyalty was owed solely to Tang Sen, and this command was non-negotiable. "Upon your return, convey to His Majesty that this humble monk shall certainly return soon, having obtained the true scriptures to bless our great Tang." Tang Sen instructed, satisfaction evident in his nod. "Indeed, we shall relay your words, revered monk," Zhang Long and Li Hu replied, their eyes glistening with tears, understanding that this was Tang Sen's care for them. After all, they were mere mortals, and this journey westward was destined to be fraught with peril. "Go forth, gentlemen. A true man bleeds, but does not weep. Do not give them cause to mock you. I too must set forth. Take the white steed back with you. It is a noble horse, yet it is ill-suited to accompany me." Tang Sen said, patting the horse's head before turning to depart. Master, take care and return safely. The two, holding the reins, could no longer suppress their tears as they watched Tang Sen fade into the distance. That slender figure gradually receded in the setting sun until it vanished. In the heavenly court at the Lingxiao Palace. The Milky Way hung inverted, stars twinkled brilliantly, spirit beasts darted about, and fragrant aromas wafted through the air. Within a majestic hall, a figure clad in a yellow robe and adorned with a crown sat regally upon a high seat. Your Majesty, the Buddha from the West requests an audience. A messenger hastened in, bowing respectfully. He kept his head lowered, afraid to meet the gaze of divine authority. Why does the Buddha leave his lotus throne in the West to come to my heavenly court? Hao Qian's brow furrowed slightly. Then he waved his hand dismissively. Announce, let the Buddha from the West enter the hall. A celestial official proclaimed loudly, the words echoing outside. Soon, a figure entered, adorned with a topknot, large earlobes, a compassionate gaze, and hands pressed together, exuding reverence. I pay my respects to the great celestial venerable. May I inquire what brings you to my heavenly palace, Buddha? Hao Qian replied with a smile, his tone imbued with warmth. Great celestial venerable, the tribulations of the journey to the West are about to commence, the Buddha stated, pausing briefly before continuing. Oh, what does the Buddha mean by this? The journey to the West is your Buddhist affair. Whether it begins or not seems of little concern to my heavenly court, Hao Qian inquired with a hint of amusement, his words laced with icy undertones. The journey to the West was predestined by the heavenly mandate, heralding the rise of Buddhism. The heavenly court, aligned with Taoism, found little joy in such developments. Though the heavenly mandate was immutable, was it not absurd for you to snatch the cake and flaunt it before the rightful owner? Hao Qian had already resolved that if the Buddha were to pursue such trivialities, he would not be sparing any feelings. Despite the current peace among the three realms, where Buddhism and Taoism coexisted harmoniously, beneath the surface, tensions brewed. Ideally, the Buddha should not have acted so foolishly. Sensing the chill in Hao Qian's tone, the Buddha quickly clarified, Great Celestial Venerable, I have come to present a gift. A gift? A smile crept across Hao Qian's lips as he straightened in his seat, regarding the Buddha with a keen gaze, his imperial aura crashing over the Buddha like a tidal wave. This was Hao Qian, the supreme being of the three realms, at least on the surface. The Buddha took a half step back in deference, hands pressed together, treating the immense pressure as a gentle breeze, unperturbed. The Buddha's powers have surely advanced, however. Pray tell, what does this gift entail? Hao Qian observed the Buddha's retreat with a chuckle, pleased that he still acknowledged his authority, reclining back upon his throne. Ba, one cannot achieve success without enduring trials. The journey to the West must traverse through 81 tribulations. And I hope the great celestial venerable will lend his mighty support, the Buddha said respectfully, maintaining a lowly posture. Oh, your Buddhist sect possesses great strength. Cannot even the 81 tribulations be managed? Hao Qian's languid voice drifted into the Buddha's ears. Great celestial venerable, yes, our Buddhist sect is but a small teaching at the western fringes. How could we dare claim to be formidable? In this three realms, the heavenly court is the true orthodoxy, the Buddha replied with utmost respect. Intriguing. Indeed, Hao Qian was quite pleased. Though Buddhism had rapidly expanded in influence over the past few millennia, causing concern regarding its potential threat to the heavenly court, Hao Qian had harbored some apprehensions. However, with the Buddha himself seeking assistance and acknowledging the heavenly court's supremacy, ready to share a substantial portion of the grand opportunity presented by the journey to the West, it was a clear concession of superiority. Ha! The Buddha has a request, naturally. My heavenly court has no reason to refuse. Our friendship shall endure, and we ought to assist one another. I shall grant this matter. With that thought, Hao Qian erupted into laughter, acquiescing. Thank you, great celestial venerable, for your assistance. Though my Buddhist sect is humble and weak, whatever you command, we shall not dare disobey. The Buddha smiled in response. In that moment, the two cunning old foxes forged a mutual alliance of interests. As for the journey to the West, both would share the spoils, profits earned together, and dangers faced collectively. And where would those dangers arise? Did one truly believe the heavenly court was a monolithic entity? Within the heavenly court, factions abounded, and Guanyin was merely one among many, with each harboring their own alliances. Then I must trouble the great celestial venerable to arrange the remaining positions for the scripture seekers. The Buddha cast the first bait, for those who embarked on the journey to the west would gain heavenly merit, significantly benefiting their cultivation. Very well, very well. Guanyin's laughter echoed throughout the grand hall. Yet, as change loomed, the two remained unaware calamity loomed, and their strategies would soon prove ineffective. Chapter 5. Encountering Demons at Shuangcha Ridge, the Anomaly of King Yin. Damn it, without a horse, this mountain path is truly arduous. Throughout the journey, Tang Sen had lamented countless times. Wishing he had not acted on a whim had he not taken this rugged path himself, he would not have suffered so. After all, it was merely a white horse if it were to be lost. So be it. Yet, it had accompanied him for several days, and a bond had formed. Alas, I must proceed. Slowly at least I have embarked upon the path of cultivation. My current skills may not be lofty, but my body is robust enough to traverse dozens of miles without fatigue. However, I am slow, and it is rather dull. Traveling alone means conversing only with oneself. With thoughts of soon meeting his foremost disciple, son Wukong, Tang Sen invigorated himself and quickened his pace. Though a monkey, he would be far better company than solitude at this rate. He would soon drive himself mad. The ancient woods loomed tall, the mountain path rugged, yet the forest was eerily tranquil, devoid of even birdsong. Upon reaching this point, Tang Sen halted. There is a presence of demons. This must be Shuangcha Ridge. I have traveled so far and am utterly exhausted. System awaken. It's time to work. Check-in. Tang Sen's expression grew vigilant as he communicated with the system mentally. Remaining on guard, prepared to summon the great might heavenly dragon Law C card from his spatial pocket. With his meager cultivation, encountering a demon would leave him at their mercy. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had successfully checked in at the location of the Twin Forks Ridge. He received a tie by jinxing summoning card and a self-cultivation of the holy monk. What is this tie by jinxing summoning card? Is it the kind that can be summoned at will? And what on earth is this self-cultivation of the holy monk? Little system, are you trying to instruct me on what to do? Tang Sen was still immersed in his lamentations about the system when he suddenly sensed a gathering of demonic energy around him. The sunlight was obscured by dark clouds, and a chilling wind howled, carrying eerie wails. A group of lesser demons emerged from the surrounding woods, each more grotesque than the last. Some stood tall as werewolves wielding clubs, while others were half-transformed rabbit demons, retaining small tails. Regardless of their appearances, all of them exuded a bloodthirsty glow in their eyes, revealing their hunger for flesh, effectively surrounding Tang Sr. Which of you is in charge? Please step forward to speak. After a brief moment of panic, Tang Sen quickly regained his composure. He understood that while the Twin Forks Ridge was indeed home to demons, the atmosphere and their bizarre forms were terrifying, catching him off guard despite his prior knowledge. As a well-read youth familiar with the classic journey to the west, Tang Sen recognized that this trial at the Twin Forks Ridge was a ploy devised by the old Tai Bai to eliminate extraneous personnel. However, he never anticipated that he would now be left without his entourage. Yet, the fate of his companions was inconsequential as long as the objective of clearing extraneous personnel was achieved. That sufficed. This trial posed no mortal danger to Tang Sen at the right moment. Assistance would surely arrive. You are quite the peculiar monk. Most passers-by would already be on their knees begging for mercy by now. Why do you not fear us? 3 imposing men emerged from the throng of demons. Indeed, my 2 brothers, we are fortunate. We have stumbled upon this plump monk. Just look at his delicate skin and tender flesh. He would surely be delectable when cooked. Allow me to capture him, and we shall share a feast in our lair. The leader of the trio, his face fierce, advanced towards Tang Sr. Seeing the demons did not faze Tang Sen in the slightest, he was confident that the arrangements made by Tai Bai jinxing meant these creatures would not dare to harm him. The monk had already seen through it all. If the situation were to spiral out of control, he could unleash his formidable power and sweep everything away, returning to his true self. Hold on, my king. I am a monk from the East Land of Tang, traveling to the West to seek the Buddha and the scriptures. Tang Sen emphasized the terms East Land of Tang and going to the West. Upon hearing this, the Demon King's expression wavered, and he withdrew his hand. He recalled a white-bearded elder who had visited him in a dream the previous night, warning him that a monk from the East Land of Tang, destined for the West, would be passing through the Twin Forks Ridge today. He was instructed to devour the two attendants accompanying the monk, but to avoid harming the monk himself, for he possessed a unique essence. The elder's overwhelming presence had left the Demon King trembling in compliance, and he never imagined that intercepting a few passing mortals would attract such attention from a being of great power. How can you prove that you are from the East Land of Tang and are heading to the West? Do not deceive me clearly. 3 individuals and a horse are traveling to the West, he said, scanning the area around Tang Sen, but finding no sign of anyone else. Though it was a dream, in this realm of celestial deities, one had to tread carefully. The Demon King had survived thus far by being cautious, avoiding any offense against those with backgrounds. The little bit of magical power he possessed was insignificant in comparison to the might of the celestial beings. This matter concerned a great power, and a single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. He could not afford to be careless. Do I really need to explain that I sent them back this morning? Tang Sen thought to himself, secretly lamenting. Why, Brother Tiger, is it necessary to make such a fuss? A mere mortal is just food. We have devoured countless like him in the past. Let me capture him. I believe that this tender monk would taste best sliced for hot pot. The impatient demon beside him, a special envoy, could hardly wait to make his move, dismissing any need for further discussion about the monk and expressing his culinary intentions. Wait, esteemed kings, my master is the Tathagata, and my brother is the Tang King. Could you grant me some face? Tang Sen, noticing that the special envoy was serious about capturing him, quickly intervened. Those with backgrounds were wary of reckless fools who disregarded all decorum. Upon hearing this, the Demon King promptly halted the special envoy. Having already reached a high degree of certainty that this was indeed the monk mentioned by the celestial being in his dream, he realized that this monk was anything but ordinary. As for the idea of consuming the monk, he had abandoned it. The risk was too great, and the reward was merely the fleeting satisfaction of taste. As a cautious demon, this was akin to gambling with one's life. Why risk everything for a mere meal? But how would he fulfill the Celestial's command without any attendance? Should he try to frighten him? Ha ha ha! You monk, you spin tales that lack credibility. The Buddha is a figure of immense stature. How could he possibly be your master? If the Buddha were your teacher, then would we not be akin to the Jade Emperor? Ha ha ha! In that moment, the Demon King seemed to embody the spirit of a dramatic actor. Minions, seize this monk. Leave him alive. Dead flesh is not as palatable. With a single command, he ensured that Tang Sen would not be harmed, specifically instructing them to capture him alive. The bloodthirsty lesser demons, having been given the order, immediately surged forward with wild cries. Ha ha ha! Do not fight this monk's heart and liver or mine. I want his 2 kidneys. I have been overworked these past few days and need to replenish. As the swarm of demons rushed towards him, Tang Sen felt as though he would soon be picked apart. The most absurd of all was a demon clamoring for his kidneys. What on earth did they wish to replenish? Terrifying indeed. Furthermore, 3 powerful demons were leading the charge, engaging them heat-in with his current abilities, which had yet to attain immortality. That would be sheer folly. He needed reinforcements. In an instant, Tang Sen discerned the strengths and weaknesses of his adversaries and made a decidedly prudent choice. System, activate the Tai Bai Jinxing summoning card. Whoever started this mess should resolve it. Old Tai Bai, it is your turn. With a flash of white light, a figure suddenly appeared before Tang Sr. As the demonic fog swirled around, the newcomer did not even glance back, seemingly oblivious to the imminent threat posed by the approaching demons. The blade of a lesser demon was about to strike the newcomer's white robes when suddenly, everything froze as if time itself had halted. Swish! A sharp wave of sword energy swept through, and the demon's grotesque expression was forever etched on its face, mingled with the joy of impending feasting only for its lower half to be severed. Thud! The upper half collapsed to the ground, reverting to its original form. It was a wolf demon cleaved in 2 at the waist. The sword energy was swift and razor-sharp, none of the lesser demons could escape its path. The dark clouds and demonic mist were torn apart, allowing brilliant sunlight to illuminate the forest once more, sweeping away the demonic aura. Limbs and severed body parts were strewn about, blood carving channels into the earth. While at the center of this horrifying scene stood a compassionate monk alongside an ethereal elder clad in white. The sight was undeniably bizarre, yet possessed an inexplicable harmony. Chapter 6. The encounter of Tai by the one watching from a distance was none other than Tai by Jin Xing. Although he was concealed at a considerable distance from Tang Sen, he was acutely aware of everything transpiring. Upon observing Tang Sen's calm demeanor, he felt a flicker of confusion. Was it not said that the cycle of 10 lifetimes had cleansed Tang Sen of all true spiritual memories? How could a mere mortal face a monster without an ounce of fear? Is this truly what you call a mortal? Which mortal would dare to be so audacious? As the king of the tigers had ordered his minions to capture Tang Sen, Tai Bai refrained from intervening, seizing the opportunity to test the authenticity of Tang Sen's aura. As the foremost little demon charged towards Tang Sen, weapon poised to strike, Tang Sen stood motionless, as if paralyzed by fear, neither fleeing nor fighting back. Despite his lingering doubts, Tai Bai Jin Xing could not allow harm to befall this revered pilgrim, and thus readied himself for action. Just as he was about to intervene, an overwhelming pressure unexpectedly descended, altering the very fabric of the surrounding space. When Tai Bai Jin Xing regained his composure, he found himself standing directly before Tang Sen. Despite the menacing demons encircling him, Tai Bai remained unperturbed, his eyes filled with astonishment. The power of the laws. It was undoubtedly the force of spatial laws, not merely a rudimentary application of such laws. He realized he was utterly incapable of wielding spatial laws in such a manner, and he possessed no means of resistance. He was a Deluo, after all. Though he had not revealed his divinity among mortals, he was well aware of his own capabilities. In this realm, few could contend with a Deluo Jinxian. Yet, the power he had just experienced was imperceptible to him, and even in retrospect, he felt utterly defenseless. Was it the power of a quasi-saint? Perhaps even that of a true saint. This Tang Sen harbored a profound secret. Curiosity enveloped Tai Bai Jin Xing, causing him to disregard the little demons surrounding him, mere creatures whose forms were barely complete, incapable of breaching his protective celestial aura. After dealing with these minions, he approached Tang Sen, seemingly unfazed by the gruesome scene before him. Is the holy monk unharmed? This humble celestial was patrolling the mortal realm and chanced upon your peril. I hurried to offer assistance. Observing Tang Sen's composed demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, Tai Bai Jin Xing could not help but admire the saintly monk, greeting him with a warm smile. The Jade Emperor had tasked him with overseeing the pilgrim, delegating this challenge to him, while simultaneously accumulating merit. Yet now, he had uncovered something remarkable. Tang Sen bore a significant secret. The power of the laws associated with the sacred. What value did mere merit hold in comparison? Thank you, Star King, for your timely intervention, Tang Sen replied with calm gratitude, though he was inwardly astonished. He had known for years that Tai Bai Jin Xing had been concealing his true strength, yet he had not anticipated the depth of that concealment. While Tai Bai presented himself as a benevolent figure, a diplomat of the heavenly court, that previous display of sword energy revealed him to be a true sword immortal. It was only natural. As the Jade Emperor's most trusted confidant, how could Tai Bai's power be lacking? Moreover, being associated with the Western element of metal, he was inherently lethal. It seemed that his amiable facade was merely a guise. Contemplating this, Tang Sen regarded Tai Bai Jin Xing with newfound insight, recognizing him as a master of disguise. What a formidable sword energy. What extraordinary prowess you possess, great immortal. Tang Sen's remark startled Tai Bai, who had been so taken aback that he forgot to temper his own power, causing his protective sword energy to activate instinctively. Oh no! Would the benevolent image he had cultivated over countless years be shattered? Maintaining a low profile was paramount. Sword energy? What sword energy? This humble celestial is merely from Buji Island, he stammered, perplexed, as he had yet to make a move and could not fathom why the others had fallen. He nodded slightly, as if confirming his own answer. Observing Tai Bai Jin Xing's blatant deception, Tang Sen felt a sense of resignation. What could be done? This old man was a master of feigned ignorance, with a heart as dark as his intentions, yet he wore a kind and gentle visage. Reflecting on this, Tang Sen resolved to exercise caution. One must always tread carefully when dealing with such individuals. The holy monk was indeed a high-ranking figure of the Buddhist order, and yet he remained unflappable in the face of monsters. Tai Bai had never explicitly introduced himself as Tai Bai Jinxing, so how could the monk have known? Had the spatial laws that brought Tai Bai here any connection to Tang Sen? Tai Bai turned the tables. A secret must be mutual to be deemed a secret. The air grew suddenly still as the two men exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Holy monk, how shall we deal with these audacious demons? Tai Bai Jinxing, drawing upon his years of experience as a heavenly diplomat, decisively shifted the conversation to the trembling trio of demons nearby. Under the weight of that sword energy, none of the little demons had escaped unscathed. The king of the tigers, having barely withstood the onslaught alongside special agents and the Bear Mountain monarch, lay gravely wounded and unable to fight back. The three demon kings now appeared utterly wretched, their bodies marred by gashes of sword energy, blood staining their fur, and they huddled together, shivering. As a seasoned survivor of the wilderness, the king of the tigers, known for his adaptability, sensed the monk's apparent compassion and seized the opportunity for mercy. Holy monk, this lowly demon failed to recognize your greatness and has offended you. I implore you to show compassion for my arduous path to cultivation and grant me a chance at life. I vow to retreat into the mountains and devote myself to sincere worship. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded with Tang Sr. Regardless of his motives, admitting fault was paramount. After all, one could not blame Tai Bai Jinxing's influence. Humbly seeking forgiveness from Tang Sen offered a glimmer of hope, while betraying Tai Bai would surely lead to his demise. The king of the tigers understood this clearly. In light of his grim fate, his pleas grew increasingly desperate. Do you now regret your actions? When I implored you for mercy earlier, did you ever consider granting me a reprieve? When the mortals you devoured begged for mercy, did you show them any compassion? What wrongs had those mortals committed? You beasts have committed countless atrocities and yet dare to plead for mercy. Upon hearing the king of the tigers' tearful pleas, Tang Sen nearly softened. But recalling the years these demons had obstructed travelers and devoured countless innocents, the horrific images of those lost souls ignited his fury, and he rebuked them with righteous indignation. Holy monk, the Buddhist teachings speak of relinquishing the sword to attain Buddhahood, and heaven bestows benevolence upon all living beings. This tiger demon seeks to reform. Perhaps we might grant him a chance? Tai Bai chimed in, attempting to intercede on behalf of the demon. Originally, the fates of these demons were inconsequential, yet upon witnessing a trace of white tiger blood within the creature, Tai Bai felt a surge of affection and desired to recruit the tiger as a steed. He had advised the demon to avoid harming Tang Sen, with the intention of later taking him to the heavens, sparing him the need to run errands. However, it seemed Tang Sen had no intention of sparing the tiger demon. Complicating matters, Tai Bai Jinxing's reasoning was flawed. Could one truly expect to relinquish their sword and attain Buddhahood? The sins committed were indelible, and their pleas fell upon deaf ears. What of the vengeful spirits of the innocents who had perished? If they were not dealt with, how many more would suffer at their hands? What we do today makes us accomplices. Tang Sen cast aside pretense, laying everything bare. This was a master of deception. It was best to speak plainly. Indeed, they previously remarked that if your master were the Buddha, then I must be the Jade Emperor. But my master truly is the Tathagata. Faced with someone seasoned in the celestial court's intrigue, Tang Sen unleashed his trump card, fixing Tai Bai Jinxing with a knowing gaze, as if to say, you know what to do. The three demons, upon hearing the unfolding events, were rendered utterly dumbfounded, paralyzed with fear as they collapsed onto the ground. How dare they impersonate the supreme authority of the heaven? Surely, they would find no refuge in this world. This was akin to a haircut during the first month of the lunar year, utterly hopeless. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing remarked, impersonating His Majesty, you possess quite the audacity. It has been years since I have encountered such brazen individuals. The immense pressure of the Deluo was no longer restrained, bearing down upon the three demon kings with a thunderous roar, compelling them to prostrate themselves on the ground, utterly silenced. These three miscreants could not be spared. To offend the heavenly authority warranted their complete annihilation. Tai Bai Jinxing found the situation laughable in its absurdity. If he were to let them go, it would not only be a failure to report to the Buddha, but also to his superior, the Jade Emperor. Alas, the steed he had just acquired would be lost, and he could only blame the tiger demon for its own demise. With a flick of his dust whisk, he prepared to take action. Although his identity as a sword immortal could no longer be concealed, there were certain matters best left unspoken, and the FAA must continue. Tai-Bai Jinxing believed that Tang Sen was not one to speak frivolously, as it would serve him no purpose and would only alienate others. Wait, leave me the bear paws, the beef steak, and the tiger whip. Tang Sen interjected urgently. Tai-Bai Jinxing was taken aback. What does a monk need with such items? And a tiger whip? You are a monk. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Indeed, these three demons have devoured countless lives. Today, it is fitting that they themselves be consumed. The cycle of cause and effect in this universe demands retribution, Tang Sen declared with righteous fervor. I shall keep these for my disciple Wukong, who has been confined for far too long and is in a weakened state. With an unflinching demeanor, he shifted the responsibility onto his disciple, who was still trapped beneath the Five Fingers Mountain. How could it possibly be for my own gain? I am a humble monk of great virtue. Surely I would not covet such things. It is all for my unfortunate disciple. Tai-Bai Jinxing, too weary to contest further, relinquished the matter, as the items were of little import, especially since he held leverage over Tang Sen. With a wave of his whisk, a flash of white light enveloped the area, and the three demons vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a substantial beefsteak, a pair of bear paws, and a tiger whip. After securing these ingredients into his boundless space, he turned, only to find that Tai-Bai Jinxing had already disappeared. The Buddha's disciple, the brother of the Tang dynasty, possessed a personal space, quite reasonable, indeed. For Tai-Bai Jinxing, today was filled with surprises. Firstly, it appeared that Tang Sen's spirit had not yet perished, suggesting that the Western paradise would soon be bustling with activity. In recent years, the influence of Buddhism had been expanding, even posing a threat to the celestial realm's dominion. If Tang Sen were to engage with the Tathagata in the West, it would undoubtedly benefit the heavenly court. Secondly, it was evident that Tang Sen had powerful backing, potentially a quasi-saint or even a saint himself, making it prudent to cultivate goodwill rather than enmity. This news needed to reach the Grand Celestial Lord without delay. Thirdly, forging a connection with Tang Sen could also present Tai-Bai Jinxing with an opportunity to ascend to the quasi-saint realm himself, at which point disguise and trepidation would be unnecessary. He could confront injustices openly with a single stroke of his sword. As he contemplated the lofty realm of saints, Tai-Bai's heart ignited with fervor. To not attain sainthood was to remain as mere insects. Chapter 7. The Shattering of the Sword Immortal Dream and Wukong's serene days after passing through Shuangchao Ridge. Tang Sen felt elated. His companions had survived, and he had rid the borders of the Tang dynasty of a menace. Not only had he incurred no losses, but he had also acquired a bounty of rare ingredients. The meat of the transformed demons should be exquisite, he mused. Most importantly, he had established a connection with the heavenly court. Surely, Tai-Bai Jinxing would be reporting the events to the Jade Emperor by now. And Tang Sen was curious about the Emperor's stance. It was crucial to note that a devout Buddhist like Tang Sen, who retained memories of his true spirit, along with the possible involvement of a saintly figure behind him, held vastly different value than an ordinary mortal. Thus, the approach toward him would differ greatly. With his spirits high, even his pace quickened. Along the way, no brazen beasts dared to attack, thwarting Tang Sen's desire to test his skills. Having witnessed Tai-Bai Jinxing's formidable prowess, he felt an itch to engage in combat. If he could not defeat three demon kings, could he not handle mere beasts? In his past life, he had been an ordinary, law-abiding citizen. He had always been obedient, attending school diligently, and then working dutifully. He lived a life of compliance, far removed from rebellion, and fighting was an impossibility. He existed as a cog in the steel and concrete of urban life, merely a contributor to the so-called demographic dividend. Until the once ambitious dreams were worn away by the harshness of reality and time, leaving him to fade into obscurity, ultimately passing away as quietly as most ordinary people do. He had once boldly declared his aspirations to become a scientist. What a farce. This life, however, was entirely different. His cultivation of the divine was genuine. Feeling the surging power within him, Tang Sen was invigorated. This time, he would reclaim everything he had lost: unfought battles, unromanced encounters, unbullied individuals, and unspent indulgences. Beep. The calamity of Shuangchao Ridge has been overcome. Would you like to claim your reward? The sudden voice of the system snapped Tang Sen out of his reverie. A reward? Who was the true benefactor behind this challenge? Tai-Bai Jinxing or the Jade Emperor? If it were the latter, he would be in for a windfall. He envisioned the Haotian mirror and other innate spiritual treasures, as well as countless supreme mystical arts, causing him to salivate with anticipation. Yet, such fortune seemed improbable. Such good fortune was merely a dream. Tai-Bai Jinxing was commendable, too. Recalling the indomitable sword aura, Tang Sen felt a surge of excitement. A sword immortal. This was the dream of nearly every man. Claim it. Hurry and claim it. As thoughts of becoming a sword immortal consumed him, he urged the system with barely contained enthusiasm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Tai-Bai Jinxing's technique. Transformation of the rainbow. Tang Sen. System, come forth. I promise not to harm you. Why is it not a sword technique, but this transformation of the rainbow? Has my dream of becoming a sword immortal been shattered? Can it be exchanged? I am destined to be a sword immortal. No matter how much Tang Sen called out in his heart, the system remained unresponsive. Clearly, the system ignored him. After calming himself and reflecting, he realized that the transformation of the rainbow was not without merit. Though it paled in comparison to the swift flight of the Guanyin, the Great Rock, or even the Sacred Ground's earth-shattering light technique, he had no choice. They offered no exchanges. At least it was considerably superior to the mundane techniques available. As a distinguished figure like Tai-Bai Jinxing, a trusted aide of the Jade Emperor and a rare de luo golden immortal, his evasion techniques could not be subpar. With this perspective, Tang Sen's frustration waned. The initial expectations had been too lofty, and a reality check was inevitable. As he walked, he unknowingly reached the end of the road. Before him lay a precipice. Not particularly high, perhaps 300 or 400 meters. Below, the main road continued onward. Upon this cliff, the scenery was breathtaking. The sun was setting, a solitary goose flying south. Although the clouds were thick, rays of golden light pierced through, illuminating the path westward, contrasting beautifully with the surrounding peaks shrouded in shadow. The road appeared radiant with divine brilliance. Not far off stood a massive mountain, resembling 5 fingers, soaring into the clouds as though it were a divine marvel. This was Wuji Mountain, also known as Liangjia Mountain. This marked the border of the Tang dynasty. Beyond this mountain lay danger 1,000-fold. The Tang dynasty flourished, characterized by national prosperity and peace among its citizens, where monsters were a rare sight. However, the outside world was far from tranquil. As city-slaying demons and nation-obliterating fiends were not uncommon, these were the true, brutal tribulations. Yet, why should one cower in fear? If one does not dare to fight with all their might when aware of their safety, what then is the talk of transcending fate? What of claiming supremacy in life? It is merely a trifling matter of wind and frost. At that moment, Tang Sen's heart surged with boundless ambition. Since there was a path below, there must surely be a route down the precipice. Impatient, Tang Sen activated his agility and leaped down, landing gracefully, filled with exhilaration. Wukong, your master has arrived. Beneath the massive 5-finger mountain, a faintly gray, round head emerged from the crevices, idly blowing at the ants scuttling about. For centuries, he had once roared at the heavens daily, expressing his anger and resentment, but such fervor had long since faded. This colossal mountain not only suppressed his godlike form and powers, but also subdued his rebellious spirit. In the early years, he cursed the deities ceaselessly, day and night, through storms and under the blazing sun, yet no one heeded his cries. Sun Wukong understood that everything happening here was visible to the heavens. No matter how vehemently he cursed or pleaded, he remained ignored, as if he were merely a forgotten jester in a remote corner of existence. Eventually, when his anger waned, he was fed copper essence and iron pellets, but the attendants offered not a word, their disdain and mockery evident on their faces. Sun Wukong tried various methods to provoke them, yearning for a single acknowledgement, yet they appeared to see through his intentions, responding only with sustenance before departing. He felt akin to a prisoner, worse off than a pig, for at least pigs had their pens to roam, while he was utterly immobilized, save for his head's slight movement. What he could not endure was the overwhelming sensation of being overlooked. He feared not the blade nor the thunderous wrath of heaven. But this dismissal, who was he? He was the renowned great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who once wreaked havoc in the celestial palace. How could anyone dare to disregard him? Yet now, even minor deities treated him with disdain, no longer affording him the respect they once did. This was an indignity he could not bear, yet he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Time flowed swiftly, and 500 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. This duration was enough to transform many individuals and alter numerous events. As the world shifted and stars realigned, the current son Wukong no longer exhibited the fury and rage of his past. Time had imparted a sense of calm and optimism, teaching him to navigate the constraints of his existence. After all, this was an arduous passage. For the cosmos, 500 years might be but a fleeting moment. But for one so suppressed, it felt interminable. Initially, he counted every second as an eternity, tormented by myriad emotions, feeling as though he might explode from the pent-up anger that surged within him, unable to release it. Chapter 8. Wukong's Liberation, the System Awakens. Even now, time remained a trial. Not long ago, the Bodhisattva Guanyin had passed by, instructing him to protect a monk destined for the West to seek scriptures. Son Wukong eagerly awaited that familiar bald figure, unaware of the identity of the visitor, but he was willing to accept any condition, 100 or more, if it meant his freedom from this tormenting prison. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, and Son Wukong looked up, puzzled. A monk clad in snow-white robes bent slightly, smiling down at him. What manner of monk is this? With eyebrows like swords and eyes like polished ebony, his gaze was piercing, and his complexion exuded a jade-like warmth. An exceptionally handsome monk. Even Son Wukong, who had seen much of the world, could only liken his appearance to that of Erlang Shun from the heavenly court. Both possessed striking charisma, yet this monk emanated a gentle aura, warm yet unassuming, like soothing water. You are the monk destined to journey westward for scriptures, are you not? Someone has spoken of you to me. If you can rescue me, I shall protect you on your quest. The trials of 5 centuries had deepened Son Wukong's shrewdness. Although excitement coursed through him, he maintained a composed demeanor. Wukong, it has been long since we last met. Tang Sen's voice resonated, ethereal and distant, as if conversing with Son Wukong, or perhaps with the self of his past. In his previous life, Tang Sen had admired Son Wukong, the one who stirred chaos in the heavenly palace, unafraid of authority and courageous in defiance. He had once fantasized about a day when he too could reshape the cosmos and bring tranquility to the world. Yet, upon maturing, he realized that tales are merely tales. The great sage was but a monkey, manipulated by others, while the victorious Buddha was merely a tool of training. The cunning of Buddhism, which could turn foes into allies, sent shivers down his spine. Rather than causing turmoil in the heavenly palace or indulging in unrealistic dreams, Son Wukong might have preferred the carefree life of the Monkey King on Flower Fruit Mountain. At least there, he enjoyed freedom and the joy of companionship. Meeting you for the first time feels like returning home, Tang Sen mused, finding a profound familiarity in the sight of Son Wukong. Do you know me, old son? Son Wukong momentarily appeared taken aback. The name Wukong was bestowed upon him by the Bodhi Patriarch, and he had never mentioned it in the presence of this monk. The name Great Sage equal to heaven is legendary. How could I not be aware? Tang Sen replied with a hint of nostalgia, reflecting on how the once great sage had fallen into such a wretched state. Do you know my story? Son Wukong questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. For it had been ages since anyone had referred to him as the great sage, causing him to forget his former rebellious self. You need not be told. Your visage speaks volumes of your tale. Tang Sen gently lowered himself, brushing away the leaves and debris that had settled on Son Wukong's head. Say no more. The former great sage has perished, Son Wukong said wryly. I am unworthy. I am but a prisoner beneath the celestial court and Buddhist domain, unable to even control my own freedom. His tone was laced with desolation, and his eyes reflected an inescapable haze of confusion. Wukong, the great sage must possess not only strength, but also courage. In this realm, you alone dared to stand against the heavenly court. That is true courage. It is the very reason why all acknowledge you as the great sage, Tang Sen expressed with profound admiration, marveling at how the young monkey had truly earned the title of great sage. Such a lofty title was unmatched even in the heavenly court. Son Wukong's confusion began to dissipate as he gazed at Tang Sen with renewed excitement. Are you saying that I, old son, am still the great sage? Indeed, you are the great sage, Tang Sen affirmed confidently. The spark returned to Son Wukong's eyes, and he felt as if he had been reborn, murmuring, I am the great sage. Witnessing Son Wukong regain his confidence brought Tang Sen immense relief. He could not bear the thought of his destined disciple remaining in such a state of despair. Straightening up, Tang Sen turned his gaze toward the towering peaks of the Five-Finger Mountain. Now, it was time to confront the external challenges that lay ahead. As the name suggests, the Five-Finger Mountain comprises 5 peaks resembling fingers, and legend has it that the Buddha severed his fingers to suppress Sun Wukong. Whether this tale holds any truth, Tang Sen could not say, but he was certain that the mountain held deeper mysteries. The 5 peaks soar into the heavens, each radiating a distinct hue: crimson, golden, azure, obsidian, and earthy brown. Surrounding them, the essence of the 5 elements converges, gathering atop these majestic summits, where the cycles of creation and regeneration are endless. At the pinnacle of the main peak, a golden plaque flutters in the breeze, inscribed with 6 gilded characters: Om Mani Padme Hum. Focusing his mystical energy, one can perceive a serene golden light emanating from the plaque, as if it envelopes the entire realm, while the 6 characters shine like radiant suns, forbidding any gaze to linger upon them. Truly, the Tathagata's methods are ruthless. He harnesses the power of faith from countless beings to firmly suppress all that is Sun Wukong, his flesh, his divine abilities, and even his true spirit. The only reason he has endured 5 centuries is due to the unconsumed golden elixirs and peaches within him. Otherwise, he would have long since turned to dust. Tang Sen lamented. The Tathagata's prowess is indeed formidable. When he strikes, it is with fatal intent, leaving Sun Wukong no room for resistance. Wukong, wait for me. You are my disciple, and I shall claim you, Tang Sen declared confidently. With that, he leaped, using the steep rocks to propel himself upward, a white figure weaving through the clouds above the precipice. Sun Wukong strained to peak, his limited movement allowing only the faintest sounds of the wind to reach him. While Tang Sen climbed higher, gradually feeling the strain, as the mountain proved more formidable than anticipated. His current realm was still low, and his magical reserves were dwindling fast. Glancing upward with trepidation, he was relieved to finally see the peak within reach. Resolutely, he gathered all his remaining energy and surged upward. At such a towering cliff, one could either ascend or concede defeat. Hesitation would only hasten demise. Soon, Tang Sen found himself atop the summit, which offered little space to stand. To stand on the pinnacle, surveying the lesser peaks, he finally comprehended this sentiment. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could hardly grasp the vastness of such a perspective. Now, it was time to address the matter at hand. Bending down, he effortlessly removed the 6-character plaque. The golden plaque trembled in his grasp, the Buddha's light intensifying as if yearning to break free from his hold. Do you think you can reclaim what is now in my possession? The Tathagata is my master. His belongings are rightfully mine. Quite reasonable, I believe. System, suppress it. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified. The plaque's struggles diminished, its radiant glow waning until it lay still in Tang Sen's palm. Next time you undertake such laborious tasks, ensure a proper agreement beforehand. Working without compensation, you scoundrel. The system's voice chimed in unexpectedly. System, you little rascal. You've returned to life? Tang Sen expressed his surprise, noting how the previous system had been a cold, mechanical entity, now seemingly imbued with a sense of humanity. What nonsense. I have always been alive. Previously hidden, now that calamity has begun, chaos abounds, and even the sages cannot predict it. Therefore, I have no need to remain concealed. Just in time for the Five-Finger Mountain, it's time to check in. I was so excited when I first encountered Wukong that I forgot to log in. Let me rectify that now. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received a brand new animus suit, 1 pair of generic sunglasses, and the Buddha's divine ability, the Heavenly Eye. Tang Sen tossed the suit and sunglasses into his spatial pocket and hurriedly focused on the divine ability he had fortuitously acquired. The Heavenly Eye? One of the most renowned of the 6 divine abilities in Buddhism. It is said that when perfected, one can perceive the suffering and joys of all beings across the 6 realms, witnessing all forms and shapes in the world without obstruction. Of course, Tang Sen knew he could not achieve that yet, but it did not hinder his aspirations for the future. Activating the divine ability, his eyes radiated with the Buddha's light, imposing and profound. Gazing westward, he beheld a resplendent golden light, serene and divine. Looking upward, a blinding white light revealed the ethereal outlines of the heavenly realms. Casting his gaze downward, he could discern the minutiae of nature within 100 miles, while below, a thick, ominous mist loomed. However, after a brief moment, Tang Sen had to retract his divine sight. Though useful, it consumed far too much energy. Before long, he found himself nearly drained. Remembering Sun Wukong still trapped below, he ceased his exploration. With the little magic he had left, he executed the transformation into a rainbow technique, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong felt the once oppressive mountain now weakened considerably, his powers returning as his physical form slowly began to recover. The energy of his true spirit surged forth like a prisoner freed from shackles, invigorated and overwhelming. Sun Wukong easily spotted the figure descending rapidly from the sky. It was indeed him, the monk who had rescued him. After 5 centuries of suppression, his body had reached its limits, now desperately absorbing the celestial essence to replenish his vitality. The boundless energy of the heavens spiraled into a whirlwind, scattering the surrounding flora. As Sun Wukong's once dry meridians welcomed the long-awaited energy, it felt as though a parched field was graced with a torrential spring rain. His body rejuvenated, Sun Wukong sensed his strength returning, filling him with exhilaration. Just then, a beam of white light descended, revealing Tang Sen's figure. Still unfamiliar with his powers, Tang Sen stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He had not anticipated that while the divine ability was indeed effective, it drained his magic entirely. He was utterly depleted. "Hey, monk, step back. I am about to emerge. Lest I harm you." Sun Wukong's voice called from below. "I am not He. I am Tang Sanzang." Tang Sen retorted, somewhat vexed. "Do I not have a name? Do I not have any pride?" All right, Tang Sanzang, just keep your distance. Falling rocks are indiscriminate," Sun Wukong urged eagerly. He was finally saved. Sun Wukong's heart raced with elation. How many times had he envisioned this moment in dreams, only to awaken still trapped beneath the mountain? Now, he was truly on the brink of freedom, feeling the surging power within him. Although he had yet to regain his full strength, he could hardly contain himself. Without waiting for Tang Sen to step back, he unleashed his indomitable form and immense strength, combining it with one of the 72 transformations, mountain lifting. The earth groaned. The mountains wept, stones tumbled, and the ground cracked open. Chapter 9. Taking on a disciple, Wukong, winning hearts through virtue. "Wow, that monkey," Tang Sen cursed under his breath, hastily seeking shelter from the impending storm of falling rocks, yet feeling utterly powerless without his magical abilities. Fleeing was futile, the devastation of the landslide was too vast. And without magic to employ the transformation into a rainbow technique, escape was impossible. Given the lack of options, he had no choice but to find cover. Tang Sen crouched behind a stone, but the debris poured down like rain, large and small alike, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Just as he felt utterly helpless, a figure appeared before him. Though small and slender, the figure shielded Tang Sen from the onslaught of stones, which shattered upon contact with him as if they were mere tofu. Tang Sen stared in astonishment as the hail of debris subsided. Sun Wukong shook off the dust from his back and stood tall. Tang Sen quickly emerged from his hiding place. The surroundings were in disarray. A massive fissure split the ground, and the debris from the landslide had obliterated the flora and trees. Towering trees were snapped in half, and the flowers and grasses were nowhere to be found. The earth now littered with rubble of all sizes, raising the ground considerably. "Monk, are you all right?" Sun Wukong quietly inquired, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards the monk who had bravely rescued him from peril. "Hey, you should call me master," Tang Sen said eagerly. Was this monkey considering to renege on his promise? While he was indeed thankful for the rescue, the thought of serving as a dog to the Tathagata was utterly unacceptable to him. Sun Wukong's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet the chilling aura he exuded was enough to freeze one's heart. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen refrained from further persuasion. "What do you intend to do?" he asked. "Me? I." Sun Wukong wore a look of confusion. It was evident he was at a loss for a plan. However, his profound hatred for the Tathagata and the Buddhist order compelled him to refuse compliance, even at the cost of breaking his promise. "I suppose I shall return to Flower Fruit Mountain," he mused, seemingly reminiscing about the flora and fauna of his homeland and the joyful monkeys that inhabited it. His tone softened, and a gentle smile graced his face. "Then you should absolutely not return," Tang Sen sighed. Sun Wukong looked at him, puzzled. "Do you think that if you do not accompany me to the west, the Tathagata and the Heavenly Court will spare Flower Fruit Mountain?" "No, they will not." Tang Sen shook his head in sorrow. "They dare. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with murderous intent, glaring fiercely at Tang. Senator Tang Sen did not counter, merely watching him silently. A hint of mockery in his gaze. In the past, when I wreaked havoc in heaven, stormed the underworld, and seized the Dragon Palace, not even 100,000 heavenly soldiers could subdue me. The 9-Yao-star officer was merely a defeated foe, while Prince Neza fled in disgrace. Yang Jian was nothing more than a cowardly sneak who unleashed his hounds upon me. In the heavens and the earth, aside from the Tathagata, who could possibly be my match? Unable to withstand Tang Sen's gaze any longer, Sun Wukong began recounting his past glories to bolster his confidence. Tang Sen remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with derision and sympathy. What a naive monkey he was. The heavenly court and the Buddhist order truly lacked humanity, having thoroughly deceived him. Perhaps, spurred by Tang Sen's gaze, Sun Wukong erupted in anger. You don't believe me? This is known throughout the 3 realms. My exploits are verifiable. His tone grew increasingly agitated. Do you truly believe it yourself? Think carefully. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and countless deities with their formidable traps should have decimated Flower Fruit Mountain. Yet only you and your kin have survived. Furthermore, when you attacked the heavenly court, did you truly encounter the Jade Emperor? Did you ever step into the Lingxiao Palace? During your rampage in heaven, how many celestial beings intervened? The 3 purities, the 6 heavenly lords, the 5 directions, the thunder, the war, and the fire deities. Did you ever lay eyes on any of them? Tang Sen's tone was steady, yet his words pierced Sun Wukong's heart like daggers. Are you suggesting that all of this is a fabrication? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why would they do such a thing? It makes no sense. Sun Wukong's voice trembled, his tone turning vehement as he fixated on Tang Sen, seemingly awaiting his affirmation. Journey to the west, Tang Sen slowly uttered. Journey to the west? Sun Wukong appeared momentarily taken aback. Is the journey to the west truly that significant? Isn't it merely a quest to retrieve a few tattered scriptures? I could accomplish that with a single somersault. It is not so simple. The intricacies involved are profound, beyond your grasp, Tang Sen replied solemnly, though he could not divulge the full truth. In the grand world of the journey to the west, formidable powers abound, and caution is paramount. Should one mishandle the journey to the west, the Tathagata could directly obliterate them with a wave of his hand, leaving no room for mercy, regardless of his discipleship. This matter was of utmost importance. Should it go awry, neither heaven nor earth could save you. This time, the Tathagata would not merely impose light restraint. Fearing that Sun Wukong might act impulsively, Tang Sen disclosed the grave consequences of failure. A heavy silence ensued, with Sun Wukong bowing his head in contemplation. What do you want me to do? What can I do? 500 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 500 years? Suddenly, Sun Wukong roared, his emotions spiraling out of control. The golden staff appeared in his hand, and he soared forward, striking a massive mountain with a tremendous blow. Boom! The colossal peak erupted, shattering into countless fragments that shot in all directions. One mountain after another collapsed in a cacophony. Tang Sen employed his transformation technique to evade the flying debris, following Sun Wukong from a safe distance. Fearful that a moment's impulsiveness might lead to an assault on the Spirit Mountain, the repercussions of which could result in mind control. After a quarter of an hour, the tumult gradually subsided. You came to find me for a reason. Surely you have a plan. Speak, the now composed Sun Wukong said as he hovered before Tang Sr. Join me, Tang Sen stated plainly, revealing his intentions without hesitation. Although Sun Wukong did not voice a response, his scrutinizing gaze spoke volumes. Tang Sen remained unfazed, retrieving a lavish banquet from his spatial storage, accompanied by several jars of imperial wine. Come, sit down and savor the culinary delights of the great Tang imperial chefs. While we converse, as he laid out the sumptuous feast, Sun Wukong's appetite surged. After 500 years without a morsel, how could he withstand such a temptation? He hurriedly sat down, devouring the food ravenously. Observing Sun Wukong's gluttonous consumption, Tang Sen smiled faintly, empathizing with the feeling of hunger. In a past life, he had once faced financial hardship, enduring a month on the barest rations while working grueling hours. Pouring a cup of wine for Sun Wukong and himself, he raised his cup and drank heartily. I am Tang Sen, also known as Tripitaka, a disciple of the Tathagata and the brother of the Emperor of Tang. He introduced himself slowly. However, I am not like other Buddhist practitioners. Sun Wukong, having paused his feast at some point, listened intently to Tang Sen's murmurs, observing the slightly intoxicated monk with newfound contemplation. Reflecting on Tang Sen's actions, his exquisite appearance, gentle smile, and the affectionate gesture of head patting, perhaps he truly was different. In other words, I am the Prince of Spirit Mountain. Once the Tathagata abdicates, I shall become the Buddha. Your assistance will not merely benefit the Tathagata. I will not compel you to perform any tasks against your will, and I shall serve as your support. I believe in myself. I sense we are cut from the same cloth. Do you wish to assist me? At this moment, Tang Sen exhibited no trace of intoxication. His gaze fixed intently on Wukong. Sun Wukong grinned broadly, planting his golden staff firmly in the ground, his meaning clear. Tang Sen chuckled. What a coincidence. For I too excel in winning hearts through virtue. Among the demon clan, strength is revered. The weak possess no agency, only the fate of being chosen. With a wave of his hand, Tang Sen stowed away the remnants of the feast and discreetly produced a card for the great demon, the Dragon of the Sea. The atmosphere grew tense as a fierce confrontation loomed. Sun Wukong stepped forward, swinging his golden staff. The monk was indeed a good monk, but regrettably too weak. Even a savior must not strike with full force. He retained 99% of his strength, aiming for a peaceful resolution. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Although Sun Wukong had restrained his strength significantly, the Rui Jingu Bang was not something an ordinary mortal could withstand, even with a fraction of its might. Sun Wukong was astonished. Looking up, he saw that the monk remained unchanged, yet garbed in a magnificently luxurious robe. Unmistakably not of this world, wielding a 9-ringed staff that deflected the golden staff. His body radiated a powerful aura, matching Sun Wukong's prowess. Sun Wukong boiled with excitement. The violent essence within him ignited. His earlier exploits in the Heavenly Palace felt like mere theatrics, devoid of any genuine experience or impact. Challenging the Tathagata had been a one-sided bloodbath. Rarely does one encounter such a formidable opponent, and thus the fighting spirit of Sun Wukong surged fiercely. Tang Sen, delighted to engage, activated the experience card of Fa High, feeling a similar surge of battle intent coursing through him. Coupled with the divine attire of the Jinlan Kasaya and the enhancement of the 9-ringed scepter, Tang Sen was now no less formidable than Sun Wukong. The two engaged in a vigorous exchange, their weapons clashing, metal striking against metal, as their magical energies surged. You swung your staff, and I countered with my scepter. You possess an indestructible body, while I wield a golden Buddha-esque form. The skies darkened as their battle reached a frenzied peak. Eventually, both combatants discarded their weapons and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. As the intensity escalated, they unleashed their full powers. Sun Wukong invoked the technique of transforming heaven and earth. Becoming a colossal giant, poised to stomp down upon Tang's senator, the force of the impact stirred the Kasaya, prompting Tang Sen to release it into the air. Great Luo Kasaya, go! The Kasaya unfurled like a vast net, enveloping Sun Wukong. Such trivial skills dare to challenge the great. Tang Sen's back bore the intricate dragon tattoo that seemed to come alive, his muscles rippling and forming the character for virtue. The overwhelming Buddhist power morphed into a grand dragon, soaring through the heavens, and it charged directly at Sun Wukong, who had just broken free from the Kasaya's grasp. The greatest respect one can show to an opponent is to defeat them without mercy. Come at me. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, transforming into his true form as the magical ape, unleashing his full might. With a powerful punch, he declared, no matter your myriad of divine techniques, I shall shatter them all. Boom. Silence enveloped the world as the clash resounded. The aftermath of their battle extended for miles, leaving devastation in its wake. Tang Sen, having exhausted his strength after employing the great might heavenly dragon, felt the experience card fade away, and he fell to the ground, reverting to his frail form. At that moment, he gazed intently at the dust-covered center of the battlefield, eagerly awaiting the outcome. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong lay exhausted in a deep pit. The victor and the vanquished clearly defined. Tang Sen rushed over to assist Wukong. Master. Sun Wukong struggled to rise, kneeling in respect. At that moment, a solitary white cloud drifted from the horizon, and the Bodhisattva Guanyin, arriving late, happened to witness this act of homage. Chapter 10. To survive in the world, one must have strength and background. What is going on here? Guanyin observed the utterly devastated battlefield, her countenance darkening as she turned her gaze to Tang Sen, clearly awaiting an explanation. Holding the jade bottle of pure essence, her immense power concealed yet palpable, her attention was fixed upon the severely injured Sun Wukong. Having sensed an intense surge of magical energy from miles away, she had rushed to the scene, fearing an incident involving Tang Sen. Unfortunately, she had arrived just after the battle's conclusion. Thankfully, Tang Sen was unharmed. Sister Guanyin, Wukong just broke free and needed to vent his frustrations. But I didn't expect him to exert such force. Tang Sen provided a somewhat plausible explanation. Guanyin raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Observing the hills turned valleys, with rubble scattered and deep gorges carved into the earth, Guanyin's agitation grew. Am I to be made a fool? This is merely a slight venting of frustrations? Such an excuse is an affront to my intelligence. Yet, she found herself unable to take action against Tang Sen, for the journey to the west had already commenced. Regardless of whether Tang Sen's words held truth, the overwhelming demonic aura unmistakably belonged to Sun Wukong. Was this monkey considering turning against the pilgrim? If he succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Realizing this, Guanyin broke into a cold sweat. It seemed that the monkey's ferocity had not waned. He must be taken back to Lingshan to report to the Buddha and await a decree. With the intention of bringing Wukong back to Lingshan to face the Buddha, Guanyin summoned her power, ready to suppress Sun Wukong with the jade bottle. Sun Wukong, struggling to rise, felt a surge of rage as old grudges resurfaced, threatening to drive him to madness. The Buddhist path has gone too far in its oppression of monkeys. If I must perish here today, I will not be taken back to Lingshan. With blood boiling, his eyes glowed red, and the shadow of the demonic ape began to emerge. Sun Wukong prepared to unleash a desperate attack. At that moment, a pair of hands rested gently upon his head. Sun Wukong looked up with a fierce expression, only to meet a warm smile. Leave this to me. The soothing words carried a resolute confidence that inspired trust and reassurance. The crimson glow in his eyes gradually faded, and the shadow of the demon dissipated. Sun Wukong chose to place his faith in this newly acknowledged master. Everything returned to normal. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, appearing even more weakened. Withdrawing his hand from Wukong's head, Tang Sen donned the Jinlan Kasaya once more, wielding the nine-ringed scepter, and positioned himself protectively in front of Sun Wukong. He stood resolute as the jade bottle charged towards him, showing no intention of retreating. As the bottle neared its target, Guanyin, seeing Tang Sen's unwavering stance, reluctantly retracted her divine artifact. Tang Sen, what is the meaning of this? Guanyin inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. If you wish to take Wukong, should you not consult me, his master? Tang Sen faced Guanyin directly, his expression indifferent and his tone calm. Wukong's ferocity has not been quelled. He is unruly, and I fear for your safety. This matter does not concern you, Sister Bodhisattva. I shall guide my disciple, and any issues that arise will be my responsibility. As Guanyin opened her mouth to respond, Tang Sen preemptively continued. If you are concerned that I lack the virtue or capability to teach my disciple, then I shall relinquish Wukong to you. However, I am unfit for the monumental task of the pilgrimage to the west. I implore you to select someone more capable. With that, he removed the Kasaya and set down the scepter, revealing his simple white robes. Are you threatening me, Tang Sen? Do you realize what you are saying? Do you comprehend to whom you are speaking? As a bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm, Guanyin held a position of great power, and no one had dared to treat her with such disrespect in a long time, much less threaten her. Guanyin's frustration was palpable, her words laced with anger. Amitabha, my master is the Tathagata, Tang Sen replied, joining his palms in prayer and settling into a meditative position. This was reminiscent of their previous encounter in Chang'an. Why did Tang Sen remember himself as a disciple of the Buddha? Could it be that the memories of the golden cicada had not faded? He would need to inquire further upon his return. For now, however, seeing that Tang Sen was impervious to persuasion, Guanyin found herself at an impasse. If she forcibly took Sun Wukong, it could alienate Tang Sen, jeopardizing their journey to the west. For the sake of a monkey, it was not worth it. Contemplating this, Guanyin smiled. Tang Sen, the organization has faith in your abilities. Since you insist, I shall not force you. Work diligently, and upon reaching the Western Paradise, you shall surely earn the merit of becoming Buddhas and ancestors. Sister Guanyin, your compassion is appreciated. I shall endeavor to guide my unruly disciple well. With Guanyin conceding, Tang Sen followed suit, and the tension dissipated as if it had never existed. By the way, those 3 restraining bands may be of assistance to you, Guanyin recalled, offering a reminder. The 3 bands had originally been bestowed by the Buddha for Guanyin's journey westward, but unexpectedly, they had been claimed by Tang Sen in Chang'an. This monkey would certainly find them useful. Once the incantation was uttered, regardless of his ferocity or unruliness, he would be compelled to submit and comply. I understand. As Tang Sen expressed his gratitude, Guanyin nodded in satisfaction and departed on her cloud, returning to Lingshan to report. Master, son Wukong, lying on the ground, witnessed Tang Sen standing against Guanyin to protect him, even threatening her, and could not help but feel a lump in his throat. Disciple, thank you. Master, he expressed sincerely, performing 3 respectful bows. There is no need for such formalities between us, Tang Sen replied with a smile, helping him up with reassurance. The great sage equal to heaven should not let others see you in such a state. With the moment of vulnerability passing, Wukong's eyes remained red-rimmed. Observing the youthful naivety in Wukong's demeanor, Tang Sen decided it was time to impart a lesson on navigating the world. Wukong, please share your story with me. Tang Sen, accompanied by son Wukong, sought out a picturesque spot where the two sat upon a verdant lawn, engaging in a profound discussion on the essence of life. If we are to delve into this topic, I am all in, Wukong exclaimed with fervor. Although the tale of the great heavenly uprising may bear some embellishments, it undeniably represents a glorious chapter of his past, prompting Wukong to recount his adventures with exuberance. From his birth of Spirit Stone, to his quest for wisdom atop the sacred mountain, where he became a disciple of the venerable Master Subhuti. He spoke of his return to the mountains, his daring raid on the Dragon Palace, his tumultuous escapades in the underworld, rallying demon kings, and how he roamed the wilderness with vigor. He recounted his 2 ascents to the heavenly court, his audacious theft of the peaches of immortality, and the chaos he unleashed during the peach banquet, culminating in his grand rebellion against the celestial forces. He vividly recalled the siege of 100,000 heavenly soldiers, the fierce battles against the deities, and how he fell victim to treachery, ultimately being subdued and imprisoned beneath the 5-Finger Mountain for 5 centuries. In those days, armed with 2 melon knives, I cleaved my way from the southern gate to the eastern road of Penglai, unwavering in my resolve. As Wukong became increasingly animated, he threw his head back and roared with laughter, his heroic demeanor on full display as he indulged in rich wine and sang with abandon, recounting the magnificent, tumultuous life of a demon. Tang Sen, seated beside him, occasionally raised his cup in camaraderie, yet remained ever vigilant, analyzing the inconsistencies in Wukong's tales. The proud flower-fruit mountain of the Ally Kingdom, nestled in the Eastern Sea, was heralded as the ancestral root of the 10 continents and the auspicious dragon of the 3 islands. Yet, in this realm filled with countless paradises, no celestial being claimed dominion over it, ultimately falling into Wukong's grasp. How many have sought the path of immortality, unable to find the door to enlightenment? Yet here stands a mere monkey, gifted though he may be, who, upon venturing into the sea, encountered a master of the craft and learned the secrets to eternal life and boundless powers? Why did Subhuti impart the path of cultivation yet withhold the way of humanity? Had Wukong possessed even a modicum of understanding of the greater world and human affairs, he would not have been so audacious as to provoke the heavens with the meager cultivation of a Tai immortal. Though the Dragon Clan may have waned in influence, they still command respect across the seas. Their heritage remains intact, and no mere Tai immortal could dare to insult them with impunity. What? You mentioned Neza? He is a disciple of the 3 generations of the Chan sect, a paragon of the saintly lineage. Would you dare to send a mere child to confront him? Do you truly believe the Dragon Clan is so easily trifled with? As for the underworld, to think a Tai could wreak havoc there and alter the book of life and death is laughable. In the heavenly court, assigning a monkey to guard the peach orchard? That is akin to placing a thief in charge of a treasure vault. What a splendid drama this is, with all parties taking their turn on stage, each playing their part, while the actors themselves remain blissfully unaware of their roles. Alas, the heavenly court cares not, nor does the Buddhist realm. In the presence of the strong, there exists no place for the weak. As Tang Sen meticulously unraveled the entire narrative, his tone remained calm and measured. Wukong's expression shifted from delight to shock, then to pallor, ultimately settling into a mask of fury. His face flushed crimson with indignation, but thankfully, This time he refrained from brandishing his golden staff. How dare they? They are utterly intolerable, Wukong exclaimed, overwhelmed by the multitude of forces involved. Unable to specify whom he meant. Master, do you not feel anger? They are egregiously overstepping. He turned to Tang Sen, who remained composed and continued sipping his drink. Anger? Why should I be angered? The weak must accept their position. To be used is not tragic, but to lack even the value of being used is truly pitiful. Whether you choose to humbly beg or to express your indignation, in the end, it amounts to a futile resistance. As a pawn, you may yet leap from the board to become a player. However, if you fail to recognize your own strength and the prevailing circumstances, stubbornly pursuing your own path, you risk becoming a discarded piece, and your demise would elicit no sorrow. Wukong listened, somewhat bewildered, scratching his head in frustration. He sensed the importance of his master's words, recognizing the knowledge he lacked, yet the meaning eluded him. Ultimately, to navigate the world, one must possess not only strength but also connections. Indeed, the latter is of paramount importance. Observing Wukong's evident confusion, Tang Sen encapsulated his thoughts in a simple, accessible manner. Look at me, your master, even without my formidable powers. Who would dare to challenge me among the myriad celestial beings? In the lands we traverse, who would dare to confront me? Among the monsters scattered across the earth, who could stand against me? I am backed by the great Tang dynasty and the Buddhist realm. That is my foundation. Wukong, though still struggling to grasp the full meaning, felt an instinctive admiration and began to clap, acknowledging his master's prowess. Though he still did not fully comprehend, he firmly remembered the phrase, to navigate the world. One must possess strength, but more importantly, one must have connections. Noting Wukong's bewildered expression, Tang Sen sighed. Education must begin from a young age. It becomes difficult to change once one matures. Fear not, the journey is long, and I shall teach you gradually. In time, I will become your foundation. Tang Sen smiled, affectionately ruffling Wukong's hair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow upon them, their shadows stretched long across the ground. Let us embark on our journey. The path westward continues. Mere connections are insufficient. One must also possess strength. Chapter 11. 9 Turned Intestines, Bearpaw fishing for dragons just as they prepared to rise. The familiar voice of the system chimed in. Typically, it was the system's intelligent management, rather lackadaisical in its duties. A hero requires 3 companions. As a holy monk, one cannot handle every situation personally. Ding. The system has detected that the host has taken on Sun Wukong as a disciple. The heavenly ordained task of accepting a disciple is complete. 13. Rewarding the host with a certain amount of cultivation. A gentle aura enveloped Tang Sen's limbs, an exquisite sensation that nearly drew a sigh of pleasure from him. Ah, splendid. Feeling the transformation within him, his powers now resonating with the realm of Tao integration. Tang Sen nodded in satisfaction. Though he had lost his hair, he had gained strength. Wukong, try on the new attire I have for you. Tang Sen retrieved a suit and sunglasses bestowed upon him by the system and handed them to Sun Wukong. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have forgotten about these garments, which, though not artifacts, paled in comparison to his own splendid robe. Wukong, seeing the unfamiliar black attire, felt a twinge of curiosity but promptly donned it. Although his fur covered him adequately, he felt a sense of discomfort at being unclothed, having learned human etiquette. The tailored black suit accentuated Wukong's tall and slender figure, its fit impeccable, exuding an air of sophistication and mystery. Once he donned the sunglasses, his aloof and melancholic aura became even more pronounced, capturing the attention of all who beheld him. Observing Wukong's transformation, Tang Sen nodded approvingly. Indeed, a person is often judged by their attire, akin to a horse by its saddle. A change in clothing can yield a striking difference. However, the tie posed a challenge for Wukong, who held it in confusion, unsure how to wear it. Tang Sen approached him, gently assisting him in fastening it, patting his shoulder. In the past, you donned armor and wielded a metal staff, engaging in battles. Now, you wear a suit and tie, embodying civility. This is what we call progress. Wukong, perplexed, responded with a furrowed brow. Huh. Suddenly, Tang Sen burst into laughter without warning. What? Wukong stood motionless, his face darkening as he awaited the end of Tang Sen's amusement. Wukong, I just recalled a humorous incident. Once, a chubby lad entered a cooking competition, and a judge relentlessly critiqued his every flaw, From his culinary skills to claiming he mastered the essence of the ingredients. He faced numerous challenges. What would you do? Wukong, empathizing with the situation, recalled how the Jade Emperor had humiliated him with the title of stable master, his grip on the golden staff tightening in indignation. The answer was evident. Tang Sen, noticing Wukong's clenched fist, encouraged him to relax and continued. The chubby lad was indeed furious. But he chose not to hurl the pot at the judge's face. Instead, he persevered and continued to cook, ultimately presenting his 9-turned intestines. Master, why would he endure such bullying? Does that mean he allows himself to be humiliated? Wukong's emotions were clearly stirred. Tang Sen remained undeterred, continuing his tale. When the 9-turned intestines were presented, the scene was spectacular. The chubby lad candidly stated that he deliberately preserved the essence of the ingredients, having washed them but not excessively, allowing the natural flavors to shine. Upon hearing these words, the judges displayed a remarkable array of expressions, but ultimately, with a clenched jaw. One cautiously sliced a small piece and placed it in his mouth, eliciting a joyful smile from the rotund young man. If you were in the judge's position, what choice would you make? If you set aside the defense, you could not eliminate me. Yet if you engage in the defense, you shall never forget me. What would I do? Tang Sen observed the pensive son Wukong and nodded appreciatively. Should the young man directly assault the judge, it would be a clear violation of the rules, placing the blame solely on him, while the judge would remain unscathed and face no repercussions. However, in this instance, the young man avenged himself in a manner compliant with the rules, compelling the judge to consume the spiced intestines, thus becoming a subject of ridicule. The price paid here was far graver than a mere punch. Matters cannot always be resolved through brute force. At times, an alternative approach yields superior results. Sun Wukong articulated his newfound insight slowly, yet the brightness in his eyes grew ever more intense, revealing that not all issues could be settled through violence. Fortunately, they were not of one mind, and clarity finally dawned. Tang Sen sighed with relief. What I wish to impart to you is this. Whether in the operation of the world or the governance of a faction, there exist immutable rules. It is impossible for one to act as they please. Just as in a culinary competition, the rule necessitates that judges must taste the dishes before having the authority to eliminate contestants. The young man cleverly exploited this rule, forcing the judge to pay an unimaginable price. And what of you? To create chaos in heaven is akin to overturning the table, attempting to shatter the rules. And the outcome would be a suppression lasting 5 centuries. But what if one adheres to the rules? Could the Buddha arbitrarily suppress a great sage equal to heaven? Would the heavenly court permit such an affront? Absolutely not. If the heavenly court allowed the Buddhist order to humiliate them, what dignity would remain? Should the Buddhist order dominate the celestial beings of the heavenly court, how would the denizens of the 3 realms perceive this? In other words, had one remained peacefully in their position, they would still be the great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King, and would never have faced the fate of 5 centuries of imprisonment and humiliation. It seems I was simply too young. His speech quickened, and his logic sharpened. At last, Sun Wukong attained enlightenment, recognizing the folly of his previous actions. With gratitude, he gazed at Tang Sen, realizing that without this individual, he would still be in the dark, foolishly harboring hatred for the Buddha and the heavenly court. The most contemptible figure was, in fact, his former self. This is the essence of imparting wisdom, the path to standing tall, the key to survival, and the awakening of intellect. At that moment, his appreciation for Tang Sen deepened. Ha! Do you not find this story amusing? Seeing Sun Wukong finally enlightened, no longer the Na'vi fool easily manipulated, Tang Sen laughed heartily. Ha! Indeed, it is quite humorous. Utterly ridiculous. Sun Wukong joined in the laughter, tears of mirth spilling from his eyes, unsure whether he was laughing at the judge who had to consume the defense or at his own former foolishness. Yet it mattered not. All would fade away, and such folly would not be repeated. The man and the monkey, sharing laughter, journeyed westward. Gazing at the horizon, one might envision the magnificent 9 heavens. Jade Emperor. Next time I, Sun Wukong, come to wreak havoc in heaven, it shall not be scripted. The two continued their westward journey. When hunger struck, they plucked wild fruits from the mountains. At times, they conjured steaming dishes from thin air. When thirst beckoned, they drank from the clear mountain springs, occasionally indulging in fine wine. The journey was one of leisure and joy, surpassing even that of young lords enjoying the beauty of nature. Until one day, The master and disciple traversed lofty mountains, hearing the sound of rushing water. Tang Sen calculated their pace, realizing they were nearing the small white dragon. He then smiled brightly. A dragon. As one who has always claimed to be a descendant of dragons, I have yet to encounter a true dragon. Ahead lies Eagle Cry Gorge. Wukong, quicken your pace, we shall rest ahead. With that, he strode forward. Son Wukong hurried to keep up. The two found a spacious spot by the stream to start a fire. Tang Sen produced a pair of plump bear paws, plucking the fur and skinning them, then washed them thoroughly before placing them over the fire to roast. With the white horse gone, how could they lure out the small white dragon? Tang Sen's answer was barbecuing. A thin layer of oil was brushed on, followed by a sprinkle of salt and a dash of cumin, preserving the bear paw's natural flavor to the utmost. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the gorge, awakening a slumbering behemoth beneath the water. Its eyes suddenly alight like two brilliant lanterns. Observing Son Wukong's eyes gleaming with hunger, drooling in anticipation, Tang Sen chuckled softly. It will be ready soon, just wait. Fortunately, the bear paws were massive, weighing around 100 pounds each, ample for both of them with plenty to spare. Finally, a layer of honey was brushed on, and the masterpiece was complete. Slicing into the bear paw revealed a crispy exterior and tender interior, the rich meat flavor mingling with the floral sweetness of honey, utterly intoxicating. The increasingly intense aroma continued to lure the mysterious creature from the depths below. Sensing the swift currents in the nearby pool and the faint presence of the colossal being, Tang Sen's lips curled into a smile. The small white dragon is hooked. Come to the monk's bowl. Observing Son Wukong, who was fixated solely on the delicious food, Tang Sen playfully swatted his sneaky outstretched hand. Wukong, we have an unexpected guest. Retracting his hand, Son Wukong chuckled sheepishly. An unexpected guest? Anyone interrupting my meal deserves a beating. He then extended his senses to gauge the surroundings and the distance. No trace of demons. Just then, a massive whirlpool appeared in the center of the pond. With a tremendous splash, a giant white figure surged from the water, darting towards the bear paws with lightning speed. Tang Sen, too close for comfort, found himself within the attack's range. Beast, how dare you? Son Wukong's fury ignited. Having scanned the skies, he had not anticipated the danger would arise from the depths. His master had shown him immense kindness, akin to rebirth, if his negligence led to his master's demise. He could never forgive himself. Filled with rage, he struck with all his might, the end of his golden staff extending and enlarging, delivering a powerful blow aimed at the white figure's midsection. Like a baseball being hit, the massive white figure was struck head-on and propelled backward at a speed exceeding that of its approach. Bingo, a home run. Boom. The enormous white figure collided with the mountains, sending rocks tumbling down, the resounding crash echoing through the gorge like thunder. There, upon the sheer cliff, the massive white figure was pressed against the rock face, upon closer inspection revealing it to be a white dragon, albeit in a rather pitiful state. Its horn was broken, its scales shattered, and a deep blue blood seeped from the edges of the damaged scales, dripping into the pool below. The dragon seemed to be affixed to the mountain wall like a mural, unable to dislodge itself. A flash of white light occurred, and in an instant, the white dragon transformed into a white-clad man, descending to the ground. He was handsome and possessed an extraordinary aura, yet he appeared quite disheveled. One horn had broken off. His left arm dangled limply, clearly severed. His right hand pressed against his waist where a wound oozed with streaks of blue blood, and he limped towards Tang Sen and Son Wukong. It was evident he had come seeking retribution. Chapter 12. The gluttonous small white dragon, an unscripted disciple. Upon witnessing the small white dragon's woeful state, Tang Sen could not suppress a laugh. Son Wukong, who had initially stood protectively before Tang Sen to safeguard him from the monster, turned in confusion at the sound of laughter, unsure of what amused Tang Sr. Hearing the laughter from across, the small white dragon became even more incensed, hopping faster despite his limp. Monk, have I wronged you in any way that you would treat me with such malice? Approaching closer, he noticed Son Wukong brandishing the golden staff in defense, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. This monkey possesses great strength. That blow nearly cost me my life. But seeing Tang Sen doubled over in laughter, the small white dragon's grievances surged forth like a dam bursting, and he exclaimed indignantly, "All I sought was to snatch a morsel to eat. Must you be so ruthless? Who could resist such a delightful aroma? I apologize. I have undergone professional training and typically refrain from laughter, unless I cannot help it. Observing the aggrieved expression on the little white dragon's face, Tang Sen found himself laughing even harder. The little white dragon was utterly helpless, with son Wukong nearby, brandishing his staff and glaring at him menacingly, seemingly ready to strike again at any moment. He was immobilized, unable to move or escape, forced to endure Tang Sen's amusement until it subsided. The wait was excruciating, especially in the presence of someone who was mocking him. The little white dragon felt as though time was stretching endlessly. Eventually, the laughter began to fade. Tang Sen struggled to regain control of his expressions, striving to maintain a facade of calmness befitting a venerable monk. Yet the exaggerated curve of his lips betrayed his inner thoughts. "Forgive me. I was merely reminded of something joyous," he said, almost losing his composure again. His lips twitched, clearly struggling to suppress his mirth. The little white dragon gazed at him with a sorrowful glare. "Enough. You are merely pretending. You are clearly laughing at me." However, he could only swallow his indignation, enduring it like a wronged little bride. All right. I understand your earlier ferocity when you suddenly charged at me." Wukong's heavy-handedness was merely out of concern for his master's safety, Tang Sen remarked, hoping to pacify the little white dragon before he truly lost his composure. He also took the opportunity to commend Wukong, praising him as a devoted disciple. The little white dragon thought to himself, "I just wanted to snatch some meat to eat. Being exiled to this desolate place, where not even a bird lays eggs, I have not savored such delicious roasted meat in ages." As for eating humans, the little white dragon had never entertained that thought. After all, he was a legitimate dragon of the celestial hierarchy, endowed with ancestral practices. Unlike mere wild beasts who succumbed to primal instincts and strayed into the path of evil through bloodshed. Casting a glance at son Wukong, the little white dragon swallowed his words. Turning to Tang's son, he inquired, "Was I truly that fierce just now?" "Indeed, a bit fierce," Tang's son replied earnestly. Nodding his head, the little white dragon pondered for a moment, realizing that his dragon form had indeed been rather intimidating. No wonder others perceived him as a villain. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry. I haven't eaten in days and was a bit too eager to grab some of your roasted meat. But I had no intention of harming anyone." He even bowed slightly to Tang's son in penance. In that fleeting moment, he felt something was amiss. Yet he could not quite place it. He had attacked another, yet the other remained unharmed while he was left in a sorry state. Where could he seek justice? How impressive it was that someone from such a powerful background possessed such decorum. Truly an outstanding youth of the new era. Feeling slightly guilty for deceiving such an exceptional young man, Tang Sen thought, if he were to discover that this was all a deliberate setup, then it would be best if he remained unaware. With a chuckle, he stepped forward to assist the little white dragon to his feet, explaining that it was all a misunderstanding and that they could move past it now. Upon regaining his footing, the little white dragon's eyes fixated on the roasted bear paw over the fire, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, and a hint of glistening liquid appeared at the corners of his mouth. The perfectly cooked bear paw sizzled with oil. Its rich meat combined with the sweetness of honey and the fragrant aroma of cumin, creating an increasingly irresistible scent. "How about we sit down and enjoy a bite together?" Tang's son suggested tentatively. Without hesitation, the little white dragon plopped down beside the fire, his gaze never straying from the meal. He beckoned son Wukong to take a seat, and Tang's son, eager to indulge, joined in the feast. In his previous life, he had never had the chance to taste such a rare delicacy as bear paw. After all, black bears were a protected species, and hunting them would lead to severe consequences. He expertly sliced off a thin piece with his small knife. "Ah, just right. The bear paw is neither too fatty nor too greasy, translucent and tender, melting in the mouth," he savored. A sprinkle of cumin completed the dish. Exceptional ingredients require little embellishment. The inherent flavors are what leave a lasting impression. His space contained an assortment of spices, which he had prepared adequately before departing from the Tang dynasty. Given the mountainous journey ahead, he anticipated many opportunities for barbecuing. Each time he grilled, Tang's son relished in the process, a joy too profound to share. The little dragon and the monkey stared wide-eyed as he devoured the food, their envy almost spilling from their mouths. "Go ahead and eat," Tang's son remarked, a mix of exasperation and delight in his voice. While it was unfortunate that both his disciples were gluttons, he was pleased that his culinary skills were acknowledged. Indeed, Tang Sen intended to accept the little white dragon as a disciple rather than a mere mount. He prided himself on being a descendant of dragons, harboring a special sentiment towards the divine dragon, even if this dragon differed from the one he revered. Moreover, the little white dragon was a pitiful soul. On his wedding night, his bride had betrayed him, and he soon discovered that, after a decade of romance, the princess had been unfaithful for 8 years, dragging the entire dragon clan's reputation into disrepute. In a fit of rage, the little white dragon shattered the precious pearl bestowed by the Jade Emperor, incurring heavenly wrath and being exiled to this barren ravine. While there were undoubtedly schemes at play within the dragon clan and the machinations of Buddhism, the humiliation endured by the little white dragon was all too real. Tang Sen could not bear to make him a mere mount. Although he found it curious that the monk before him regarded him with such sympathy, the allure of the food before him left no room for hesitation. Seeing son Wukong immediately seize a bare paw to gnaw on, the little white dragon produced a white jade plate and a silver knife from seemingly nowhere, eagerly requesting to join the feast. As the bare paw vanished at an astonishing rate, Tang Sen could no longer afford to feel sympathy for the little white dragon. He tossed aside his knife and rolled up his sleeves, diving into the fray. It is well known that barbecues pair wonderfully with beer, and stronger spirits only elevate the experience. Tang Sen retrieved dozens of jars of imperial liquor from his space, indulging in food and drink. After feasting to their heart's content, the trio reclined, too full to move. They laughed and chatted, creating a harmonious atmosphere. "Little monk, from whence do you hail?" At that moment, the little white dragon recalled his curiosity about Tang Sen's origins. Realizing that he had just eaten someone else's food, he quickly corrected himself. "I meant to ask, where does the elder come from?" Tang Sen, not taking offense at the young one's rudeness. After all, who would quibble with a child? Indeed, do not be deceived by the little white dragon's several thousand years of existence. In comparison to the dragon clan's members who often live for millions of years, he is merely an immature youth, akin to a child bride in marriage. The dragon clan, born with extraordinary abilities, achieves celestial cultivation upon maturity, truly a favored lineage of heaven. I am the humble Tang Sen, hailing from the eastern land of the Tang dynasty, on a pilgrimage to the west to seek the Buddhist scriptures. Tang Sen could not be bothered to clarify his name further, as it was all too easy to confuse Tang Sen with Tang Monk. Having eaten to his fill, he leaned back against the little white dragon, and the latter, unable to maintain his balance, collapsed onto the ground. "You are the one from the eastern Tang dynasty destined to journey to the west for the scriptures?" the little white dragon asked eagerly upon standing. "Indeed, I am the beloved and charming Tang Sen, known for my amiable nature, profound Buddhist wisdom, and compassion for all beings," he declared, unashamedly listing a string of flattering adjectives. "Master, I have awaited your arrival," the little white dragon exclaimed. "I am originally from the West Sea Dragon clan. However, I incurred the wrath of the Jade Emperor and was punished. Thankfully, the Bodhisattva Guanyin interceded on my behalf, allowing me to wait here for a monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty to come westward to seek scriptures, and I was to serve as his mount. Do you know how I have spent this time? I have struggled with hunger and discomfort, tormented in my heart. At last, I have awaited your arrival, master. This hopeless existence has finally come to an end." With a thud, the little white dragon knelt before Tang Sen, clutching his leg and weeping, his sorrowful cries tugging at the heartstrings of all who heard. Yet, Tang Sen could not shake the feeling that this was merely the result of prolonged hunger. Tang Sen gently caressed the head of the little white dragon before discreetly pushing it away, wiping the tears from his eyes onto his pristine white robe. "Since you have called me master, we are now master and disciple. Let us not speak of mounts henceforth. If this was ordained by Guanyin Bodhisattva, we shall greet her the next time we meet. For now, let us consider you a formally recognized disciple." Although the little white dragon was taken aback, he understood that being a disciple was entirely different from being a mount. What a delightful turn of events. He promptly bowed to accept the apprenticeship. After 3 respectful bows, their relationship as master and disciple was established. "Allow me to introduce your elder brother, son Wukong," Tang Sen said as he helped the little white dragon to his feet. "Surely you are not the legendary Monkey King who caused such a ruckus in heaven 500 years ago. Your name is renowned," the little white dragon exclaimed in astonishment, quickly offering his respects. No wonder he possessed such strength. It was indeed the great sage equal to heaven. This explained why he could nearly incapacitate me with a single blow. Back in those days, when son Wukong caused chaos in heaven. The little white dragon often heard his father and uncle speak of the Monkey King's formidable prowess. At that youthful age, he admired such a powerful figure above all. Too kind, son Wukong replied, feeling a bit flustered under the little white dragon's admiring gaze. He would have relished such praise in the past. But after Tang Sen enlightened him, he realized that the so-called chaos in heaven was merely a farcical event. Yet, how could he admit this in front of his young disciple? He could not confess to being foolish. With an awkward smile, he sought the comforting gaze of Tang Sen, who quickly intervened to prevent the little white dragon from continuing his praises. Perceiving the young one's bewilderment, Tang Sen swiftly changed the subject. Once we finish our meal and tidy up, we must prepare for our journey. This child is too naive. He may encounter significant troubles in the future. Chapter 13. The Generous System, Trouble Arising from Greed. Ding. Host has taken the little white dragon as a disciple, altering the course of events. Reward, Dragon Token. Creation Pill X1. The system encourages the host to actively pursue new endeavors and strive to change their fate. The Dragon Token is a relic of the Dragon Clan, said to be left by the ancestor dragon, now lost to history. It contains a fragment of the ancestor dragon's might, capable of purifying the dragon bloodline and intimidating the demon clan. The creation pill mends the damage to one's essence, repairing the foundation and restoring creation. Tang Sen was astounded. Such treasures, unparalleled in their value. The system had proven remarkably generous. The Dragon Token and the Creation Pill, each a rare gem in its own right. If the Dragon Clan were to discover that the Dragon Token was in his possession, they would likely spare no effort to acquire it, even at the cost of their own heritage, resorting to unscrupulous means. This item held immense significance for the current Dragon Clan. Purifying the dragon bloodline and returning to their roots might not fully restore the might of the ancestor dragon, but it would offer hope of becoming a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint. Such a being could safeguard an entire clan. The Dragon Clan's current position was precarious. Distrusted by the heavenly court, seeking to align themselves with Buddhism by offering their dragon offspring to Tang Sen as a mount. However, with the Dragon Token in hand, they need not rely on others for survival. As for the Creation Pill, it was even more extraordinary. While it could not repair the damage to the Great Tao, it could slowly mend injuries below the quasi-saint level, nourishing one's essence and solidifying their foundation, a treasure sought after by countless celestial beings stuck at the threshold of Taiji and Deluo, striving to change one's fate. Why would the system make such a statement? Could there be unforeseen events in the journey to the west? Tang Sen had always succeeded effortlessly. Was there some twist in the tale? Tang Sen pondered, lacking the necessary information. He decided not to dwell on it. He was typically quite easygoing, preferring to see how things unfolded. System, check in at the Eagle Cry Gorge. Seizing the momentum, Tang Sen hoped to draw forth more valuable items. Ding. Checked in at Eagle Cry Gorge. Congratulations, host has acquired the Tory motorcycle. A stunning motorcycle appeared in his spatial realm, entirely silver white, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. The handlebars curved slightly backward like bull horns, perfectly positioned for gripping. The elongated, streamlined body flowed beautifully, the design subtly undulating. Powered by magical energy, it was akin to an otherworldly, modified version of a Triumph. Tang Sen fell in love at first sight and named it Silver Dot. Casually tossing the recently acquired creation pill to son Wukong, he quickly summoned Silver Dot. Mounting the motorcycle, he steadied himself, channeled his energy, pressed the throttle, and with a roar, sped away, leaving only a silver in his wake. Son Wukong caught the creation pill Tang Sen had tossed his way, initially indifferent. His expression shifted dramatically upon holding it. The power of creation. It was indeed the power of creation. Son Wukong was no stranger to valuable items, having spent considerable time in the heavens and consumed many pills from the Taoist Lord. Yet, he had never encountered a pill of such caliber. Infused with the power of creation, it could very well represent a life itself. His eyes moistened slightly as he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Noting the increased dust in the air today, he understood the significance of the pill gifted to him by his master. But how could he repay such a profound kindness? He could only strengthen his resolve within. Brother, what are you doing? Hurry up. The master has already disappeared. The little white dragon called out. Observing the master who had vanished from sight ahead and the elder brother still lost in thought behind him. I'm coming. With the pill consumed, Wukong's face brightened, and he summoned his energy to chase after the master. "Master, my eternal master." Tang Sen, joyfully riding his motorcycle, reveled in the experience as trees flashed by and the roaring wind rushed past his ears. The motorcycle glided over the steep mountain paths as if they were level ground, racing with unparalleled speed and power. This was the romance that belonged to a man. After a considerable distance, a Zen temple gradually came into view, the Guanyin Zen temple. Unfaltering, he barreled into the temple grounds, executing a drift to halt gracefully in the courtyard. Tang Sen smiled slightly, retrieving a splendid kasaya from his space and donning it, instantly enhancing his noble presence as he awaited his two disciples. The little white dragon and son Wukong, who were employing their magical powers to catch up, gradually approached. Observing their master, impeccably dressed and exuding formality, they exchanged puzzled glances. As monks, we must perform the duties expected of us. This is a Zen temple. We should approach to offer incense and pay our respects without presumption, Tang Sen said with an air of seriousness. The little white dragon was momentarily taken aback, while son Wukong felt a slight unease, sensing something amiss. It did not align with his master's humble demeanor. Ignoring their reactions, Tang Sen clasped his hands together and stood patiently, awaiting the door to open. Creak. The wooden door of the temple slowly swung inward, revealing a young acolyte peeking out cautiously. Seeing no man-eating demons, only a resplendent monk, a peculiarly dressed figure, and a refined young gentleman in white, he promptly opened the door and approached to pay his respects. Amipa. This humble monk hails from the Eastern Tang dynasty, seeking to journey westward to acquire the scriptures. These two are my disciples, passing through this holy site, wishing to enter for incense offerings. May we be granted this convenience? Tang Sen elegantly stepped forward. The young acolyte returned the greeting respectfully, opened the main door, and welcomed the three inside. Tang Sen entered first, followed closely by son Wukong, with the little white dragon trailing behind. Take care of the vehicle, otherwise you may break your legs. Tang Sen casually tossed a silver ingot to the acolyte, delivering a fierce warning. Such a trivial yellow-white object. It is as common as dirt in the Dragon Palace. The young acolyte recoiled slightly, hands clutching the silver ingot, unsure whether to take it or leave it. Hastily closing the door, I caught up with Tang Sen, guiding the three of them to the grand hall to meet the abbot. In the majestic hall of great heroism, I proclaimed, Amit Ba, I am a humble disciple of the Tang dynasty, leading my apprentices to the west to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures. We happened to pass by this sacred temple and wished to offer incense and worship, thus causing this interruption. Upon hearing we were not here to make a donation, the abbot let out a sigh of relief. In these times, even the landlords have little left to spare. A disciple of the Tang dynasty? Quite an impressive background, indeed, suggesting he is not one to lack for funds. At that moment, the young monk who had been leading us approached the old monk and recounted the events, presenting the silver ingot given by the little white dragon. After accepting the silver, the old monk waved the young monk away, a smile spreading across his face, his wrinkles gathering like the petals of a blooming chrysanthemum. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to a magnificent robe before him, a truly sacred and resplendent garment. Crafted entirely from heavenly silkworm silk and imbued with the essence of Buddhist teachings, it was adorned with countless rare jewels, dazzling and extraordinarily opulent. In the eyes of Elder Jin Qi, who had spent a lifetime collecting treasures, this was no mere robe, it was a symbol of faith. Who could withstand such a temptation? To possess this robe would render one's life complete, even in death. The monk had traveled a great distance and endured much hardship. Thus, offering incense and worship was only fitting. Please, stay the night in our humble abode. I shall extend the hospitality of a landlord. Someone, prepare a meal. With that, the abbot instructed the young monk to prepare food. They were to remain for the night, and a plan could be devised later. Reluctantly accepting the generous invitation, the humble monk complied, as this was expected. The other monks were astonished. The usually miserly and avaricious abbot was treating guests to a meal. Yet, out of respect for his authority, no one dared voice their thoughts. After all matters concluded, that night, Tang Sen and his disciples rested in the meditation room. Tang Sen was aware that a grand spectacle was yet to unfold, rendering sleep elusive. Simultaneously, Elder Jin Qi, in the abbot's chamber, was unable to rest. The image of that robe lingered in his mind, an obsession he could not shake off, desperately contemplating how he might acquire it. As night fell, he summoned a few trusted disciples to discuss their plans. Why not offer something in exchange? The abbot has gathered hundreds, if not thousands, of robes. Surely he would trade for just one? Suggested one disciple. That likely won't work. That robe is clearly a treasure, and ordinary people value such items highly. How could they part with it? Moreover, given Tang Sen's noble status, he is undoubtedly knowledgeable and unlikely to accept a trade, another disciple countered. Realizing the futility of that plan, Elder Jinqi's expression grew more troubled. What if we simply steal the robe? Just as the others were racking their brains for a solution, a light, airy voice emerged. A hush fell over the room as all eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Emerging from the shadowy corner of the room was a figure with a shifty appearance. Master Guanyin, a monk often disliked for his penchant for petty theft and dubious behavior. Yet he had ingratiated himself with the abbot and remained in the temple. This suggestion ignited the greed within Elder Jinqi, who could no longer contain his avarice. No. Stealing another robe? Who would consent to such a deed? Once word spreads, the reputation of our temple would be irreparably damaged, protested a more principled disciple. Then let us go further. We could eliminate the monk to ensure silence. We could stage it as an accident, perhaps a fire. No one would suspect. Guangxi continued. Absolutely not. What would you do to my Guanyin temple? How could one who practices Buddhism harbor such thieving thoughts and murderous intentions? What kind of Buddha are you all cultivating? The disciple continued to vehemently oppose. But what if we set fire to the place and burn the robe? Elder Jinqi interjected suddenly. All present were taken aback. The abbot was resolute, and there was no room for debate. I may not recognize all the rare treasures, but I can identify the robe itself. Made of heavenly silkworm silk, it is impervious to fire and water and difficult to damage. If we wish to seize the robe, we must act while Tang Sen sleeps. Once he dons it, our opportunity will be lost. These words completely swayed Elder Jinqi standing. He surveyed the group. I have decided. Tonight we will set fire to the meditation room to obtain the robe. Who is in favor? Who opposes? Under his piercing gaze, 6 of the 9 present lowered their heads, while only 3 monks continued to vehemently object. Guang Fa, take those 3 and lock them in a room. Do not let them out until our plan is accomplished to avoid any leaks that could jeopardize our scheme. Guangxi, gather the rest and prepare the kindling and oil for the fire. Brothers, our success hinges on this moment. Should anyone dare to hinder our progress, let them not blame Elder Jinqi for his ruthlessness. The monks assented and dispersed to prepare. None noticed the glint of dark ambition in Guangxi's eyes or the fleeting, sinister smile that crossed his lips. Chapter 14. Evil begets evil. The terrified black bear spirit. The long night stretched on, the moon concealed by clouds and the wind howling. Within the Guanyin temple, the monks, under Elder Jinqi's command, stacked firewood outside Tang Sen's meditation room and doused it with oil. Holding a torch, Elder Jinqi gazed at the temple as if envisioning the unparalleled robe, flames igniting in his eyes as he turned to the neatly lined up monks behind him. Today, I thank you all for your efforts. Elder Jinqi will not be ungrateful. I desire only that robe. Once we succeed, the collection of robes in my chamber will be yours to divide. Elder Jinqi generously promised a hefty reward. With the Jinlan robe, what need do we have for those tattered remnants? They are an eyesore. The gathered monks felt their hearts race at the thought. They knew how many exquisite robes the abbot had amassed over the years, each one invaluable, and usually they were forbidden to even touch them. Now, they would have the chance to claim them all. Although a twinge of guilt lingered for the unfortunate monk from the Tang dynasty, it was easily dismissed. He should have kept his wealth hidden. It is only fair he was robbed. With that thought, the guilt vanished, replaced by exhilaration at the prospect of immense treasure. Meanwhile, Tang Sen and his 2 companions witnessed the unfolding events from the loft of the meditation room. Sun Wukong, seething with rage, brandished his staff, ready to descend and exact vengeance upon these callous, audacious mortals. The little white dragon was equally furious, appalled at such malice. To threaten lives for a mere sum of silver was beyond comprehension. Tang Sen raised his hand to stop Sun Wukong. You impetuous monkey, you are always so hasty. I have told you before, violence is not a solution. His tone conveyed a mix of disappointment and reproach. Sun Wukong reluctantly lowered his staff, suppressing his fury, knowing he must heed his master's words. Are we to just let them burn us alive? He asked, his tone still brimming with agitation. Wukong, do not let your anger blind you. Tang Sen admonished, his brow furrowed in disapproval. It was not that he objected to Sun Wukong's desire for retribution, but rather his tendency to resort to violence without thought, a reckless behavior that could lead to his downfall. Seeing Tang Sen genuinely upset, Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure. "Brother, do not act impulsively. I believe Master has a better plan." The little white dragon chimed in support. "I acknowledge my fault, Master. Please do not be angry." Sun Wukong admitted directly, showing humility before his teacher. Recognizing one's mistakes is not shameful. Think before you act, consider the consequences, and do not let your temper lead you into battle. "You must learn to control your impulses," Tang Sen advised, observing Sun Wukong's contrition. Fortunately, he was still willing to acknowledge his faults and heed counsel. Turning, Tang Sen directed his attention back to the little white dragon. "Little Bai, can you summon rain?" "Little Bai Long." "Little Bai? What a ridiculous name." "Master, my name is a.k.a. "All right, Little Bai, understood, Little Bai." Seeing that the name could not be changed, the Little Bai Long sighed in resignation. "I'm tired, let it be destroyed." "Master, calling forth wind and rain. Manipulating clouds and mist is our dragon clan's innate divine ability. I naturally possess such skills." "That's good. Then let us await the spectacle." Sun Wukong and the Little Bai Long exchanged glances at their enigmatic master, unable to conceal their bewilderment. Below, Elder Jin Chi tossed the torch in his hand into the oil-soaked firewood. Boom! The dry timber ignited upon contact with the oil. As the flames surged higher, thick smoke billowed, and the fire gradually spread to the attic of the meditation hall. Elder Jin Chi laughed joyfully. The monks joined in merriment, and Guanyin smiled. Meanwhile, above in the attic, Tang Sen also chuckled. "You reap what you sow." Soon, the laughter of the monks below faded. They beheld the meditation hall unscathed amidst the inferno, while the flames encroached upon them. Just then, a strong wind arose, intensifying the blaze. The monks fled in panic, yet felt ensnared, unable to escape the confines of the fire. "Help! Help! The water is rising." Some cried out in despair, others pleaded for rescue, while some, in their final moments, recalled past grievances with fellow disciples, casting others into the flames to exact revenge. Their true natures were revealed, and their disgraceful postures emerged. Yet, Elder Jin Chi appeared transformed. Sitting calmly, neither crying nor shouting, a smile gracing his face as the flames consumed him. Witnessing the tragic scene below, the Little Bai Long felt compassion stirring within, wishing to plead for mercy. However, Tang Sen remained unmoved. The killer shall always be killed. Ultimately, the Little Bai Long could not voice his thoughts, letting out a long, sorrowful sigh instead. Sun Wukong seemed to grasp something profound. "Just a few wicked souls. If they must die, so be it. I recall the countless beings I vanquished while roaring through Flower Fruit Mountain." My master's words carry a certain depth. The towering flames continued to blaze, and the wind grew fiercer, filling every inch of space below. Everyone within the circle had nowhere to flee, destined to perish in the inferno. The wails gradually diminished until, eventually, the fire consumed the last soul, leaving the attic below in utter silence. Only the crackling of the flames remained. As the last of the souls perished in the inferno, Sun Wukong retracted the spell he had cast upon the meditation hall, lifting the confines of the earth. Turning stone into gold, the attic stood impervious to the raging fire. Drawing boundaries, the monks could not escape their fateful enclosure. None noticed that. At the moment Wukong's magic was withdrawn, a wisp of dark energy stealthily slipped away from the edge, heading westward. The Little Bai Long altered his incantation, causing the fierce winds to subside as ominous clouds gathered overhead. Before long, torrential rain poured down, extinguishing the flames, seemingly quenching the fervent greed that had ignited within the hearts of the monks. Once the fire was entirely doused, the horizon began to lighten, marking the passage of an entire night. The darkness buried all sins, and the rain washed away all impurities without a trace. A new day dawned, bathed in sunlight, rendering the world beautiful once more. Uninformed of the previous night's calamity, the other monks gradually congregated before the attic, buzzing with speculation. They discussed the fire that had consumed the meditation hall, tragically claiming the lives of the abbot and several disciples. Curiously, they noted that the flames had not spread throughout the entire temple. The fire remained contained, and the meditation hall itself was untouched, as if it were a miracle. Upon seeing the assembled crowd, Tang Sen leapt from the window, with his two disciples hastily following. Harnessing his mystical powers, he stepped through the air, each step blossoming with lotus flowers. Draped in a brocade robe and stepping on golden lotuses, a rainbow appeared behind him after the rain, casting Tang Sen in an ethereal light, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. The monks below had never witnessed such a figure, and, recalling the miracle from the previous night, they fell to their knees, calling him a true Buddha. Amitabha, Elder Jin Chi, tragically perished last night. This humble monk is deeply saddened and asks all to bear their grief. Elder Jin Chi's scheme had not been revealed, and Tang Sen chose not to dwell on it, attributing Jin Chi's fate to the whims of destiny. Had he restrained his greed and refrained from murder and plunder, he would not have met such an end. Had he possessed even a shred of compassion and prepared some water to extinguish the flames, he could have avoided being consumed entirely. It could only be said that fate had decreed it. The trials of the journey westward, even if it was Tang Sen's tribulation, were also the tribulations of all beings, from which none could escape. With the primary villain dead, and the Buddha's compassion prevailing, Tang Sen wished not to pursue the matter any further. It should conclude here. Everyone understood that the previous night's fire was likely not a simple affair, but with the true Buddha present, any doubts had to be temporarily suppressed. Moreover, with the abbot and several key disciples deceased, positions had opened, the power structure collapsed, and the influence of the Guanyin Zen temple was set to be reshuffled. The leading monks exchanged glances, the tension in the air thickening. Only the little novices seemed oblivious to the brewing conflict, still kneeling on the ground, tears flowing as they mourned the abbot's death. Tang Sen disregarded the eager crowd, leading son Wukong and the little by long toward the southeastern mountains. He had not forgotten that in the southeastern direction of the Guanyin Zen temple lurked a black bear spirit. He was curious to see if it would recognize the situation. The taste of barbecued bear paws was something Tang Sen still reminisced about. The black bear spirit was feeling particularly vexed. Upon witnessing the raging fire at the Guanyin Zen temple, it initially intended to rush to aid its partner. Indeed, a partner. Here, Elder Jin Chi had utilized the temple to attract devotees, only to inform the bear of when they would descend the mountain and by which route. The black bear spirit carried out unsavory deeds, committing murder and thievery, amassing hundreds of robes for Elder Jin Chi in this manner. In exchange, Elder Jin Chi periodically delivered sermons to the bear spirit. However, this arrangement was conducted discreetly, executed cleanly, and occasionally sparing certain individuals, thus remaining undetected until now. But soon, a fierce wind swept through, strange and ominous. The black bear spirit, recognizing the potential danger, deemed that Elder Jin Chi had offended some formidable entity. It extinguished any thoughts of rescue. After all, they were merely casual acquaintances. Though they had collaborated harmoniously on several occasions, the bear spirit was ultimately just a mortal, and offending a celestial being was unwise. It opted to remain on the cliffside and watch the unfolding drama. Afterward, torrential rain fell, prompting the black bear spirit to hastily retreat into its cave. To summon wind and rain, who possesses such might? This spell was not something an ordinary celestial being could wield. Though the cave door was tightly shut, an overwhelming sense of impending doom loomed, with nowhere to evade, nowhere to escape. Lying in the cave's bed, sleep eluded him as he pondered his two brothers. Coincidentally, tomorrow marked his birthday. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, as dawn broke, the black bear spirit, sporting two prominent panda eyes, dispatched its minions to summon its brothers for a banquet. It was the perfect opportunity to host a feast and alleviate its fears. Chapter 15. Annihilating the Demons. New recruits' laughter and cheer echoed within the cave, goblets clinking, candlelight flickering, marking a joyous banquet. Tang Sen, riding silver and accompanied by his two disciples, arrived precisely at the cave entrance. Black Wind Mountain, Black Wind Cave. Yes, this is the place. Tang Sen nodded in satisfaction at the cave's name inscribed on the stone tablet. This navigation truly proved useful. Previously, Tang Sen had struggled to find the path from the mountain base, and now that he had yet to attain immortality, his divine sense could not extend far enough to discern directions. The primary confusion lay in the direction. Recalling that this motorcycle seemed to possess a navigation feature, and inspired by a sense of trial and error, Tang Sen instructed Wukong to scan the surroundings with his divine sense and integrate the information into the motorcycle. Do not question why he did not utilize the heavenly eye. The answer is simple: laziness. Why not employ an available disciple? After a brief attempt, it proved to be remarkably effective. Henceforth, he would no longer fear becoming lost. Wukong, approach and knock. Tang Sen stowed away the motorcycle, rolled up his sleeves, and assumed an imposing demeanor. Upon witnessing his master's readiness for confrontation, Sun Wukong responded with delight. He stepped forward, seized the golden cudgel, and delivered a mighty blow, causing the cave to tremble and echoes to reverberate. This sudden commotion startled the reveling demons within the cave. Who dares to intrude upon my domain with such impudence? Gather your weapons, my minions, and seize this insolent interloper. He shall make for a fine meal. Turning to the Taoist and the scholar in white garments beside him, the black bear spirit smiled amiably. Dear brothers, please wait. Allow me to capture that ruffian at the entrance and procure his heart for our feast. The scholar replied, such brashness cannot go unpunished. We shall witness our Lord's prowess together. With a snap, the scholar opened his folding fan, exuding elegance. The Taoist, stroking his long beard, nodded in agreement. When the demons reached the cave entrance and opened the door, they beheld Sun Wukong poised for another strike. The lesser demons rushed out, encircling Tang Sen and his companions. You rogue, why do you assault my door? Do you think my spear lacks merit? The black bear's spirit demanded, brandishing his long spear. Tang Sen called Wukong back, clasping his hands together. Ba, I am a monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty, seeking the scriptures of the West. I took refuge at Guanyin Zen temple last night, and now a malevolent aura has arisen from Black Wind Mountain. Surely, it is you who intend to harm me, is it not? The initial calm of his words dissipated as he concluded, his brows furrowing in anger, hands no longer clasped, ready to strike. Wukong and the white dragon hurriedly restrained him. Enough, master, temper your wrath. What accusations cannot be fabricated? The black bear spirit, now infuriated, chuckled in disbelief. Wait, last night, Guanyin Zen temple? The recollection of impending doom from the previous night washed over the black bear spirit, sending cold sweat cascading down his brow, rendering him momentarily speechless. Such a small thief need not trouble the king. I shall capture him and deliver him as tribute. The white scholar, with a charming smile, closed his fan with a snap and volunteered. Very well, let us see how this scholar fares against the foe. The black bear spirit pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Stepping into the fray, the white scholar scoffed, placing his hands behind his back, gazing skyward. You all, come at me together. The atmosphere was heavy with bravado. Sun Wukong, eager for action, kept his gaze fixed upon Tang Sen, seemingly waiting for his approval. This is a trivial matter. Let me handle it, master. The white dragon leapt forward, charging towards the ostentatious white scholar. He too had been itching for action. He dared not engage with Wukong, as he still felt pain coursing through him. And confronting Tang Sen was even less an option. Encountering this show-off was an opportunity too good to miss. To pass it up would be a disservice to his own intelligence. Opportunities must be seized. What an impudent lad, devoid of martial virtue. Sun Wukong thought with irritation. Do not fret, you shall have your chance. Focus on that formidable figure, do not let him escape. Tang Sen calmed the impatient Wukong and assigned him a task. Wukong nodded eagerly, keeping a vigilant eye on the black bear spirit. In the arena, two figures clad in white stood opposed, exuding an air of nonchalance and grace. The white scholar maintained his disdainful demeanor, while the white dragon found it amusing. You think you deserve to wear white? With a resounding dragon roar that could shatter stone, he transformed into his true form, launching himself at the white scholar. The moment the dragon's roar echoed, the white scholar recognized the peril and attempted to flee. However, the sound left him dizzy and drained. By the time he regained his senses, the white dragon was upon him, claws glinting with menace, eyes gleaming with authority, and whiskers billowing, exuding majesty. A flash of white light enveloped the area, and the white scholar vanished, leaving behind only a lengthy, fleeing white-patterned serpent. With eyes locked, the white dragon pursued, intermittently appearing and disappearing among the clouds. Suddenly, the divine dragon struck, seizing the serpent. Following a thunderous crash, dust billowed forth, and the white dragon emerged, clutching the now lifeless serpent. He discarded the serpent's corpse before the crowd, raising a cloud of dust, transforming back into human form. The white dragon retreated to Tang Sen's side. Sensing the dire situation, the black bear spirit, witnessing the demise of the white scholar, turned to flee into the cave. But Wukong intercepted him. Where do you think you're going, big guy? Taste my staff. Wukong, unable to contain himself, swung his staff with fervor. With a thud, the black bear spirit, armed with his spear, struggled to block the incoming blow, pushed back several paces, and found his escape route obstructed. Monkey, do not test my patience. The black bear's spirit seethed, his eyes ablaze. You bully bears. You falsely accuse good bears and seek to strike me down. This is intolerable. Why should I not bully you? Wukong quipped, resting his hands upon his staff with a smirk. This is delightful. So this is the thrill of wielding power. I shall retaliate. The black bear spirit, consumed by indignation, charged forward to engage. This old bear possesses some spirit. His skills are passable. He would make a decent subordinate, Tang Sen mused with satisfaction. The two combatants exchanged blows, spear clashing against staff in a chaotic dance, each seeking to gain the upper hand. Splendid. Come at me again. Wukong shouted with exhilaration, battling with a fervor that seemed to unleash the pent-up rage within him, growing increasingly vigorous as the fight progressed. The elixirs he had consumed were steadily mending his foundations, and this exhilarating battle appeared to accelerate the absorption of their potency, rapidly restoring his lost strength. Meanwhile, the black bear's spirit lamented, "This monkey fights like a madman. What is this madness?" Just as another strike was about to land, Wukong, brimming with fighting spirit, unleashed all his might. With a resounding clash, the black bear's spirit's grip faltered, and his spear slipped from his grasp, sending him hurtling backward, unconscious upon the ground. Meanwhile, the white dragon returned on a cloud, clutching the Taoist in hand. As the white scholar met his demise, both the Taoist and the black bear spirit recognized the precarious situation. However, the Taoist, ever cunning, merely concealed his presence and retreated quietly, waiting for the distraction of the black bear spirit to make his escape. Had he not been vigilant, he might have succeeded, but Tang Sen observed the entire scene. Tang Sen gestured for the white dragon to pursue and apprehend him. The white dragon complied and returned only after the tumultuous battle had subsided. Master, this Taoist does not appear to be a good man. He is brimming with malevolence. Along the way, he employed various escape techniques and set numerous traps. Had I not possessed keen eyesight, he would have evaded capture. After much effort, I managed to corner him, but he resorted to the celestial demon disengagement technique. Fortunately, I was clever enough to avoid his trickery. He tossed the Taoist, resembling a lifeless dog, upon the ground, relishing in his accomplishment. Tang Sen employed the heavenly eye to inspect the Taoist, who was enveloped in the energy of vengeful spirits. His blood aura thick as though he had just emerged from a bloodbath, revealing a history steeped in violence and treachery. Indeed, he is not a good person. Let him be buried, Tang Sen commanded, turning his gaze away as he approached the black bear spirit. Buried? The little white dragon was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, he summoned his magical powers, causing a violent tremor that severed the heart's pulse and extinguished all life. Flames erupted from his hands, and the corpse of the Taoist disintegrated into ash, bit by bit. Such villainy deserved to be reduced to nothingness. His death was hardly regrettable. After completing this grim task, the little white dragon conjured a sphere of water to cleanse his hands, wary of soiling them. He then hastened to catch up with Tang Senator. Meanwhile, the black bear's spirit lay on the ground, feigning death, carefully releasing his consciousness to observe his surroundings, hoping to evade detection. Witnessing the Taoist being dragged back like a dead dog and then reduced to dust filled him with dread, rendering him even more immobile. Tang Sen looked at the curled-up, frightened black bear spirit with amusement. Clearly, this creature was doomed. Skinning it for fur, boiling its bones for broth, and using its tendons for a belt would be splendid. As for the bear paw, after having enjoyed it barbecued last time, this time he craved it salted, and the bear meat and blood were reputed to have invigorating properties. While the bear gallbladder was a prized possession, the little white dragon recognized that his master was intimidating the black bear spirit and delightedly played along. And I truly enjoyed the bear paw last time. When it came to food, Sun Wukong was always eager, genuinely yearning for the bear paw. The black bear spirit, hearing the three demons discuss how to consume him, realized each part had its utility, and not a single detail was overlooked, even the most intimate. Panic gripped him. This time, he was truly terrified. He hastily rolled over and knelt down. "O great master, compassionate and benevolent, grant this little demon a chance for survival." With that, he began to bow fervently, each knock resounding as if the earth itself trembled. No longer feigning death? Tang Sen teased. Still pretending? If you do, you'll lose your life. Without responding, the black bear spirit continued to bow. Do you wish to live or die? Tang Sen cut to the chase. I wish to live. Tang Sen tossed him a tight hoop. If you wish to live, wear this. Since acquiring the 3 golden tightening hoops from Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tang Sen had entrusted them to the system for modification, altering the lock mechanism, so only he possessed the incantation. The black bear spirit, left with no choice, picked up the hoop and donned it. The hoop nestled into his head, constricting tightly. Tang Sen began to chant the incantation, and immediately, the black bear spirit was seized by excruciating pain, rolling on the ground, suffering immensely. Finally, after he collapsed from exhaustion, the incantation ceased. Over the years, you have colluded with the Golden Pool to commit numerous heinous acts. Now that you are under my command, consider this a chance for reformation. Today's small punishment serves as a great warning. May you remember this pain and never transgress again, for the incantation shall not cease. Remembering that unbearable sensation, the black bear spirit shivered involuntarily. I shall obey the master's command, he quickly replied. Do not call me master. Refer to me as holy monk. Understood. I shall heed the teachings of the holy monk. The black bear spirit, recognizing his errors, promptly amended his ways. Tang Sen nodded in satisfaction. The child was indeed teachable. This journey had yielded abundant rewards. It was once again time for joyful adventures on the journey to the west, as the 4 companions resumed their travels. Chapter 16. The 9-tiered Demon Tower, Lantern Festival. Descending from Black Wind Mountain, Tang Sen moved with light steps, a smile lingering on his face. He had profited immensely. This black bear had originally been appointed by Guanyin Bodhisattva as the guardian deity of the mountain, possessing formidable powers, though slightly inferior to Wukong. As for the matters concerning the Guanyin Zen Temple and the Taoists' malevolent deeds, Tang Sen had seen through it all. In this world of demons and the strong prevailing, humanity was at a disadvantage and often bullied. Having witnessed it frequently, he had grown accustomed to it, naturally slaying demons and purging evil when encountered. Ding! The system has detected that the calamities of Guanyin Zen Temple and Black Wind Mountain have passed. Would you like to receive a reward? Kind reminder. The 2 calamities are complementary. You may choose to merge the rewards. Merge rewards? The system possesses such a function? Merged rewards must surely be superior to singular ones. Perhaps? Tang Sen hesitated, yet ultimately chose to merge the rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate spiritual treasure, the 9-tiered Demon Tower. 9-tiered Demon Tower suppresses demons and expels evil, nurturing demon spirits, all in an instant. The reward has been issued. Please check, host. Tang Sen stared in astonishment at the suddenly materialized, dilapidated 9-tiered treasure tower in his hands. An innate spiritual treasure? This is quite grand. I admit there was an element of gamble involved. However, I gambled correctly, channeling his magical energy into the tower. He left a mark of his essence, completing the bond. Dust settled from the tower, revealing 9 tiers, each adorned in a different hue: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black, each color blossoming in harmony, exuding an extraordinary aura. A subtle yet profound pressure emerged, not heavy but elevated, akin to the distinction between the divine and the mortal. This sudden phenomenon captivated the attention of the 3 behind him, who also sensed the gentle pressure. The black bear spirit remarked, "This tower even glows. It's quite beautiful." Wukong possessed some knowledge, recognizing it as a treasure, likely not inferior to his golden staff. Only the little white dragon was profoundly astonished. An innate spiritual treasure. Indeed, it was unquestionably an innate spiritual treasure. The brilliance of its aura. That supreme pressure, there could be no mistake. He had once felt this pressure in the Dragon Clan's treasury, during which he had asked his ancestors, "What is this?" "This is heritage, child. It is the innate spiritual treasure left by the ancestor dragon, the foundation of the entire Dragon Clan." Indeed, an innate spiritual treasure, sufficient to become a treasured heirloom of a grand clan. Later, the little white dragon learned that there were very few innate spiritual treasures in the entire Dragon Clan, and those in existence were limited in the world. Every one that emerged was held by powerful beings, though most now remained hidden, not revealed to the world. The publicly known possessors of innate spiritual treasures were immensely powerful, such as the Jade Emperor's Haoyan Mirror, Guanyin Bodhisattva's Jade Bottle, and the Buddha's 9-petaled Golden Lotus. How could my master suddenly possess an innate spiritual treasure? What if others found out? Just the thought sent shivers down the little white dragon's spine. Unlike Tang Sen's flesh, which, although reputed to grant immortality, was well known among those of status. This innate spiritual treasure was coveted even by great Luo Jingxian, if others learned of it. The challenges in the journey to the West would not merely be the 81 tribulations. Though these individuals might not dare to openly offend the Buddhist sect, they could certainly engage in covert actions, and the Buddhist sect could not afford to offend too many powerful immortals at once. The wrath of the masses is not to be trifled with. The pressure vanished as quickly as it had appeared, prompting Tang Sen to hurriedly stow away the 9-tiered demon tower. Wow, system, you didn't mention it would cause such a commotion. If someone sees this, I'll truly become Tang Sen's flesh. Hee, that's merely the phenomenon when an innate spiritual treasure recognizes its master. It's normal. In the future, you will be able to control the treasure independently, and such occurrences will not arise again. The long-absent system suddenly responded, no longer the cold, emotionless program it once was. System, where have you been all this time? Why have you been absent? Tang Sen, pleased to see his old friend, eagerly inquired about his lingering doubts. Since emerging from beneath the 5 Elements mountain, the system had remained dormant, not showing itself at all. This time, seizing the opportunity, Tang Sen sought to uncover the reason. Me? I was sleeping. Tang Sen, you sleep a long time. The power of the heavenly Tao in the journey to the West is immense. Bringing you here cost me a considerable amount of my essence, necessitating a state of slumber to gradually recover. Soon, I shall fall asleep again. So if you have any questions, ask quickly. With that, the system finally adopted a formal tone, setting aside its previously languid demeanor. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen recalled the previous vague notification he had received. The system previously urged me to strengthen myself swiftly to alter my predetermined fate. What does that imply? Is my original fate truly unfavorable? The tone was quite urgent. The secrets of the universe are not to be divulged. I can only say that the tribulations are not as simplistic as you might envision, and it transcends mere tales of the journey to the West. In any case, hasten to become powerful enough to seize your own destiny. The system's tone was exceedingly solemn. Tang Sen pondered deeply. Indeed, something seemed amiss with this journey to the West. I thought as much. All tribulations seem to draw comparisons with epic battles, like the clash of dragons and phoenixes or the war of gods, each accompanied by cataclysmic upheavals and countless casualties. Yet this journey to the West merely narrates a monk traversing a path to retrieve 2 scriptures, casually battling small demons, with the renowned and formidable monsters merely acting under the guise of heavenly beings or Buddhist disciples. The total number of demons vanquished barely exceeds 100, which seems utterly implausible. If this is the nature of the tribulation, who would still fear it? If memory serves, the tribulations are often dubbed the celestial slaughter, wherein all but the truly virtuous immortals fall prey. As for the legendary infinite tribulation, even saints cannot evade it, leading to the cosmos returning to nothingness and all beings being extinguished. Noticing the system preparing to vanish, Tang Sen hurriedly called out, "System, we haven't checked in at the scenic spots yet. You can discuss that with Xiao Ruo," the system retorted before disappearing. Ding. Detected that the host is at the Guanyin Zen temple in the journey to the West. Would you like to check in? Xiao Ruo? Xiao Ruo? Yes. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts, the response was devoid of hesitation. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a revolver. Tang Sen. That's it. There's the Guanyin Zen temple. But what about Blackwind Mountain? Upon reflection, Blackwind Mountain is merely a desolate hill, hardly worthy of being called a scenic spot. Just look at its casual name. It hardly deserves the title. Holding the revolver, Tang Sen felt an overwhelming sense of attachment. A gun. This was indeed a firearm. In his previous life, he had never touched a real gun, though this one was a modified version, powered by magic and capable of firing magical bullets. Its effective range was limited to just 300 meters. How shall I put this? It's rather impractical, tasteless to use, yet too precious to discard. For demons, 300 meters is merely a blink away. He might not even have time to aim. But it mattered not, for looking stylish is a lifelong pursuit. After all, it is a gun. What man wouldn't adore it? He quickly secured it close and wore an unrestrained grin. Ha ha. He burst into laughter, reveling in the splendid fortune of this journey. A primordial spiritual treasure, a gun, and a capable companion on the level of a Tai loose immortal. How could one not feel ecstatic? Unable to contain his elation, he gazed skyward, just about to let out a long howl. There, a full moon hung solitary in the tranquil night sky, shedding its cool luminescence. Calculating the time, he realized it was the 15th day of the first lunar month, marking the Lantern Festival. It had been over 10 days since he departed from Chang'an. Thoughts of his family and his past life filled him with profound loneliness and sorrow, contemplating the impact of his abrupt departure on his elderly parents, who were already in frail health. In an instant, the torrent of joy dissipated, replaced by a tinge of melancholy. Alone in a foreign land, every festive occasion deepens the yearning for kin. Meanwhile, the little white dragon and the black bear spirit were embroiled in a raucous dispute, each unwilling to yield, clamoring to compete against one another. Their excitement was theirs alone. He had nothing. Son Wukong, sensing Tang Sen's disquiet, approached with a concerned expression, yet dared not voice his worries. Observing Wukong's anxious face, Tang's son smiled gently. I still have them. Turning to son Wukong, the little white dragon, and the black bear spirit nearby, he reassured himself that he was not alone. As for his family, there was no recourse but to pray for their safety and longevity, hoping one day to return and offer his apologies when he possessed the ability to traverse time and space. Xiaobai and Wukong, go gather some straw and wood. We shall remain here for the night, Tang's son instructed, having gathered his thoughts. Such a splendid time and scenery must not be squandered. What can alleviate worries but the pairing of fine wine and barbecue? The black bear spirit, initially resistant, ultimately yielded to Tang Sen's insistence. What could he do? He couldn't change it, nor could he fight back. Feeling pressed, he reluctantly accepted the name. Watching the trio venture forth, still bickering and bantering, Tang Sen settled down, igniting a campfire, contemplating the path ahead. This journey to the west seemed far more complex than he had initially envisioned. The black bear spirit also needed to enter the 9-tiered demon tower for training. While his current level as a Tai Loose Immortal appeared commendable, he might struggle to keep pace in the future. With the primordial spiritual treasure in hand, he must utilize it. Otherwise, it would be no different from having none. Furthermore, Wukong's golden staff seemed somewhat outdated. It was still a postnatal merit treasure, and he needed to devise a means to upgrade it. As for his cultivation, he was not overly concerned. The elixirs were gradually replenishing his depleted essence and nurturing his foundation, coupled with his innate advantages and monstrous talents. Once his essence was fully restored, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. As for the little white dragon, he required further honing. Once matured, the dragon command would also need to be arranged. Oh, how busy I am! The flickering firelight illuminated Tang Sen's contemplative visage, unnoticed by the returning trio. When he regained his focus, he found Wukong, the little white dragon, and the black bear spirit gathered around the campfire, gazing at him quietly. Oh dear, have I grown even more handsome? Alas, it is a natural gift, Tang Sen thought shamelessly, even touching his own face. What are you waiting for? Let us build a shelter. Do you wish to sleep under the stars tonight? After indulging in his vanity, he noticed the trio still staring at him and promptly instructed them. They quickly busied themselves, and soon, a grass hut was erected. Tang Sen then retrieved a large steak from his space, but mere steak lacked ambience. He also conjured a sumptuous feast and an array of exquisite wines. As for the tiger whip, Tang Sen had soaked it in wine for extra potency. The four gathered around the campfire, barbecuing one moment and feasting at the table the next, laughter and merriment filling the air. Midway through the revelry, Tang Sen had the little white dragon perform the water mirror technique to view the Lantern Festival festivities in Chang'an. The flower market was aglow, bright as day. With dazzling lights, fiery trees, and a sky full of stars, everyone wore smiles like blooming flowers. In this moment, one could only lament that such beauty should not be marred by separation. Truly, what a splendid lantern festival. Yet, the revelry belonged solely to them. He had nothing. The iron tree of silver flowers blooms all night, while the river's maple and fishermen's fires accompany the sorrowful sleeper. The wandering traveler was left with only the radiant moon as company. Tang Sen took another hearty drink, feeling poetic inspiration surge within him, and approached the cliff to sing freely. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my glass to ask the azure sky. I know not in the celestial palace what year it is tonight. Chapter 17. The Moon Goddess, a Discontented Scholar. The clear and resonant verses floated up with the wind, directed towards the heavens and the full moon, reaching the depths of the moon palace. Within that palace, a breathtaking beauty sat alone, cradling a pure white jade rabbit. She exuded an ethereal chill, embodying the essence of the moon palace's mistress, the moon goddess, Chang'e. each 15th day of the lunar month. As the power of the moon got heightened, she could always hear and see the stirrings from the mortal realm, particularly the exuberant Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival. This anticipation was why she longed for the full moon to arrive. The moon palace felt too desolate. The melodic poetry wafted from afar, entering the ears of this cool and divine maiden and resonating within her heart. What year is it tonight? She had resided in this deep palace for countless ages, long forgetting what year it was. Hastily, she gathered her skirts and rose, rushing toward the moon laurel. The innate spiritual root of the laurel tree, a direct manifestation of the moon, serves to amplify the power of the master of the moon palace. I must uncover his identity. After all these years, I have finally encountered a kindred spirit. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Chang'e mused inwardly, quickening her pace. Upon reaching the laurel tree, she found Wukong still diligently chopping away at it. Without a word, she brushed him aside with a flick of her sleeve, sending him tumbling far away. Chang'e extended her delicate hand to caress the laurel, as a surge of formidable energy flowed into her enchanting gaze. The mist before her seemed to dissipate, traversing the infinite distance between heaven and earth, and she beheld him. Upon that lofty mountain, a remarkably handsome monk clad in white was reciting poetry to the moon. A subtle loneliness and sorrow etched upon his face, yet his tone exuded a carefree spirit. Tang Sen, I shall remember you. You cannot escape. A faint smile graced Chang'e's lips as she withdrew her spell. Initially, she had no desire to partake in the journey to the west. The struggles for fame and fortune had never piqued her interest. However, now, she found herself somewhat intrigued. Observing Wukong hastily approaching from afar, a hint of disdain crossed her features, and a flicker of contempt glimmered in her eyes. How foolish to think he could sever the laurel. With a graceful sweep of her flowing sleeves, she drifted away, leaving Wukong, who was slowly making his way, lost in thought at the sight of the departing beauty. Did she smile at me? She must have feelings for me. Yet, she is too shy to admit it and can only secretly observe me. Chang'e, wait for me. I shall fell this laurel and take you away from this desolate and lonely moon palace. No one can thwart my quest to bring you happiness. With this thought, Wukong regained his confidence, raising his axe with renewed vigor. However, the laurel remained unscathed, even after countless attempts over the ages. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Wukong seemed to glimpse a fleeting silhouette within the bright moonlight. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, yet the enchanting figure remained elusive. Surely, there could be no one within the moon. Wukong chuckled at the absurdity of his own romantic delusions and returned to his humble abode for rest. A night passed without incident, and at dawn, they set forth. Old Hay, I have arranged a splendid place for you, Wukong said as he summoned the 9-tiered demon tower and beckoned the black bear spirit to approach with a kindly tone. The black bear scratched its head. Looking utterly perplexed, Wukong pointed to the tower, explaining that it possessed its own space, rich in spiritual energy, ideal for tranquil cultivation, far surpassing the efficacy of practicing outside. Currently, Wukong could only unlock the first layer of the tower, providing a 20% enhancement to cultivation. Upon hearing of the accelerated training, the black bear spirit was naturally eager, but when it considered the prospect of quiet meditation, it quickly shook its head in refusal. You expect a bear to sit still for centuries? That would be more torturous than death. Think about it. After a period of serene cultivation, you will significantly enhance your skills, allowing you to confront Wukong and avenge previous grievances. Wukong enticed, casting a knowing glance at son Wukong. Indeed, if not for my obligation to protect my master, such fortune would never have fallen upon you. Wukong chimed in, supporting Wukong's argument. Nonsense. I am still recovering from my injuries. Once my primordial essence is restored with the elixir, my innate talent will ensure my cultivation speed far exceeds that of a mere wild bear. Catching up to me? Not in this lifetime. Hearing Wukong's words, the black bear spirit was visibly tempted. Defeating Wukong had become an obsession. Very well, holy monk, I, Old Hay, am willing, it finally resolved. Wukong performed a hand gesture, channeling his energy, causing the 9-tiered demon tower to enlarge until its first layer reached the height of a person. The tower's door swung open, emitting a brilliant white light, and a wave of dense spiritual energy surged forth. The black bear spirit, invigorated, entered the tower with great delight. After retracting the tower, the trio continued their journey. Wukong produced his sleek motorcycle, revving the engine and speeding away, leaving his 2 disciples in hot pursuit. The motorcycle accelerated rapidly, and before long, they arrived at a village. Wukong noticed a figure standing frozen in the middle of the road, looking utterly stunned. He hastily honked the horn, but the figure remained unmoved. Frustrated, Wukong released the throttle, engaged the front brake, and executed a graceful skid to halt right before the figure. Dismounting, he approached angrily. "Are you trying to court death?" he demanded sharply. The startled figure, Gao Kai, was unaware of the vehicle's nature, assuming it to be nothing more than a cart of sorts, and thus felt no fear. "You, monk, appear rather handsome. Yet your manner is utterly unreasonable. I was walking peacefully, and you sped by recklessly, only to confront me now. What sense does that make?" Gao Kai retorted boldly. Wukong laughed in disbelief. "Even if I am at fault, do you not bear any responsibility? This is not a civilized society. Life holds little value here. One careless moment could lead to a fatal accident." It was clear that Gao Kai was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Finding reason futile, Wukong rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a flurry of punches. Although he occasionally preached reason, he was ultimately a monk who believed in the power of virtue. At that moment, his 2 disciples arrived. Witnessing Wukong's altercation with Gao Kai, they rushed forward to intervene. "Master, stop. This is unnecessary," they implored, despite not knowing the full context of the dispute. Sensing that he had gained the upper hand, Wukong relented. "Do not act so arrogantly in the future, otherwise I shall strike you whenever we meet." Though he resumed his benevolent monk persona, his tone remained stern. Gao Kai shielded his eyes and shrank away, trembling, still nursing the bruise from Wukong's earlier punch. "This man is utterly unreasonable." As the tension eased, the white dragon hurriedly approached with a smile to mediate. "My good sir, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. We hail from the Tang dynasty in the east, on a pilgrimage to the west to gather sacred scriptures." He spoke in an exceedingly gentle tone, fearing that he might frighten the poor mortal. "The Tang dynasty? That sounds like a powerful empire to the east. The west? That must be an incredibly distant place." Gao Kai, a humble servant who had never ventured beyond a 100-mile radius, could only dream of the prosperous Tang dynasty through the tales of travelers. The idea of the West seemed even more unattainable. They had journeyed such a long distance. "How impressive!" Gao Kai gazed at the trio with admiration. "I am but a humble monk from the Tang dynasty," Wukong declared, relishing in Gao Kai's odd expression. "I am a sworn brother to the emperor of the Tang." To ensure Gao Kai understood, Wukong elaborated. The admiration in Gao Kai's eyes intensified, sparkling like stars. After a moment, he seemed to recall his purpose for being there and bowed respectfully. "I beg your pardon, esteemed ones. Ahead lies Gao family village, the residence of my master, Gao Yuanwei. Please, allow me to extend my hospitality for a brief respite, though I must attend to urgent matters and cannot accompany you further." After apologizing, he gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. Wukong gestured for the white dragon to stop him. "You think you can leave after offending me? Speak. What is the matter? Perhaps I can assist." Although his tone was fierce, there was no malice in his words. His earlier anger had dissipated. He had been enraged by Gao Kai's reckless disregard for life. "Master does not know, but there is a pig demon in Gao family village. I was sent by my master to seek a monk to subdue the demon," Gao Kai explained with evident distress. "This is easily resolved. We are experts in demon subjugation, merely a trivial task. Having traveled all the way from the Tang, one must possess some skill to reach this place. Do not worry. Lead us there." As Gao Kai cast a doubtful glance, Tang's son added a remark. Upon reflection, Gao Kai felt reassured and his expression turned joyful. "Please, esteemed masters, follow me." He led the way, and the 4 of them proceeded into Gao family village. "This is where the 3 masters will be. Please wait here while I fetch the master to greet you." As Gao Kai pushed open the grand door and entered the courtyard, Tang's son raised his gaze. The entrance was guarded by 2 large stone lions, 6 steps high, with a lofty threshold. The vermilion gate, adorned with a peppered dragon entwined in a ring, displayed a grand red plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Gao Mansion, exuding an air of opulence. Before long, Gao Kai returned, accompanied by Master Gao and a retinue of servants. "I was unaware of the arrival of esteemed guests and did not extend a warm welcome. I beg your forgiveness." Upon seeing Gao Kai's swift return, Gao Yuanwei, who had initially been displeased, suspected that the servant had been idling away, wondering how he could return so quickly after being sent to summon the masters. However, When he heard that the masters were from the Tang dynasty, he was so astonished that he spilled tea all over himself. Without pausing to clean up, he promptly instructed Gao Kai to gather everyone in the household, except for the women, to come out and receive the guests. Gao Kai, unaware of the significance, was well aware of the immense strength and prosperity of the empire to the east. I am just a humble monk passing through your esteemed land. Upon seeing the anxious Gao Kai, I inquired and learned of the emergence of a demon. With compassion for the suffering, I offered my services. Tang Sen interjected. Master Gao regarded Gao Kai with newfound appreciation. Well done, Gao Kai. You have proven worthy of my trust. Hearing Tang Sen refer to himself as a humble monk with the intent to subdue demons, Master Gao was filled with elation. Nonsense. Please, this way. Servants, serve tea. And quickly summon the ladies. Master Gao hastily welcomed Tang Sen and his disciples into the mansion. Once the ladies had gathered and everyone had taken their seats, Master Gao began to recount the circumstances. Chapter 18. The Pig of Gao Family Village and the Extraordinary Lady Gao Tsulan. Alas, esteemed elder, I have no sons. Only 3 daughters. The eldest, Xianglan, the second, Yulan, and the youngest, Tsulan. The elder 2 have been promised to families in the village, but the youngest remains unmarried. With no sons to inherit, my intention was to find a son-in-law to support us in our old age. However, 3 years ago, a stout black man arrived. Master Gao recounted the tale in detail, and Tang Sen and his companions grasped the situation. Initially, the stout man appeared ordinary, working diligently and impressively, often outperforming 10 strong men. The villagers praised him, envying the old man for having found a good son-in-law, and he had accumulated some wealth over the years. Master Gao's expression remained cheerful at first, but soon shifted to one of fear. However, one day, the old man inadvertently discovered that he was a demon. If he were truly a demon, how could he allow mere mortals to uncover his identity? Why not eliminate you to silence you? Son Wukong chimed in. Ah, esteemed elder. The truth is that the black man's appetite grew insatiable. He would consume 3 to 5 dough of rice in a single meal and dozens of steamed buns for breakfast. A few months ago, during a banquet, he got drunk and revealed his true form. A long snout, ears like fans, and a head full of bristles, looking grotesque, akin to a pig. Master Gao glanced nervously at Sun Wukong, clad in black attire and sunglasses, with a somewhat absurd style, and anxiously explained. Recalling the pig demon's terrifying appearance, Master Gao trembled in his seat, taking a long while to regain his composure. Strangely enough, this demon has not harmed anyone. He merely fled into the mountains upon being discovered. However, just a few days ago, he demanded we fulfill our promise to marry Tsulan to him. As parents, how could we bear to give our daughter to a demon? It would be endangering her life. Lady Gao wept silently nearby. The demon, seeing our refusal, locked Tsulan in her room and cast a spell, making it impossible for us to open the door. He has since returned repeatedly to torment her, and we are powerless to stop him. As Master Gao recounted this sorrowful tale, he couldn't help but shed tears. Have you not sought help from anyone to subdue the demon? Bai Long asked from the side. Of course we have. We summoned 3 or 4 masters. But the pig demon's magic is profound, conjuring storms and swallowing clouds. The masters we called upon were unable to contend with him and fled in disgrace. Thus, we sent Gao Kai to find a more powerful practitioner. After all those attempts, the demon has yet to harm you? This pig demon seems to be rather sentimental and loyal. Sun Wukong mused, intrigued. I've seen many demons that kill for sustenance, but one that shows loyalty to mortals is indeed rare. Elder, do not jest. This is a demon. Master Gao retorted angrily. I would never allow my daughter to marry a demon, even if it means her death. What will become of my reputation? As Sun Wukong was about to interject, Tang Sen raised a hand to stop him. Ba, I have understood the situation. When the demon returns, I shall take action to compel him to write an annulment document, ensuring he no longer disturbs your family. The annulment document is unnecessary. It would be better to eliminate the root of the problem. I implore you, esteemed elder, for the safety of our village, please rid us of this demon. It would be an immeasurable act of virtue. Master Gao insisted on eradicating the demon entirely. What if, after we subdue it, the demon returns? It is better to eliminate it completely. What need is there for trust? Every time he saw the pig demon, Master Gao recalled his past desire to have him as a son-in-law and envisioned the scornful faces of those who would mock him, causing him to lose his lifelong reputation. The only way to rid himself of this torment was to eliminate the demon, ensuring his own honor remained intact. As for the pig demon, humph. A demon is a demon. It deserves to die. Amitba. Tang Sen remained silent, hands clasped in prayer, quietly uttering a Buddhist chant. Tang Sen was fully aware that the pig demon was Zhu Beiji, one of the companions in the journey to the west and his second disciple. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was eager to take action. Elder, when will this pig demon come? I, Sun Wukong, am ready to help you eliminate him. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Master Gao, not minding the rudeness of Sun Wukong's address, was simply eager to rid himself of the pig demon, even if it meant being called an old fool. The elder, unaware, noted that the pig demon would come every few days to torment Solan, typically appearing at midnight and leaving by the early morning, arriving and departing silently like a wisp of cloud. Realizing the timing, he anticipated the demon's arrival that very night. He looked at Sun Wukong with hope. Master, what do you think? Sun Wukong was about to readily agree, but paused to seek Tang Sen's approval first. I implore you, show mercy, and save my unfortunate daughter, Solan. Our family will be eternally grateful. Master Gao, fearing that Tang's son might hesitate due to the demon's formidable powers, pleaded earnestly. Finally, with a thud, he knelt before Tang's senator. The women and servants followed suit, kneeling in earnest supplication. For a moment, only Tang's son and his two disciples stood. Do not despair. Esteemed elder, it is my duty as a monk to subdue demons and alleviate the suffering of the people. Let us first check on Miss Zuolan in the back courtyard. Tang Sen quickly helped Master Gao to his feet. Since you have not refused, I shall take it as your agreement. Master Gao, elated, led the three of them toward the back courtyard, followed closely by Lady Gao and the other servants. Hurry, bring the key to open the door, Sun Wukong urged, eyeing the tightly shut door before them. The elder remarked, if I had the key, we would have opened it long ago. Moreover, I instructed my servants to dismantle the side door, yet the loft remains impervious. Even with a blade, we have made no progress. It seems we are truly at a loss, unaware of the sorcery this demon has employed. The elder replied with a chuckle, Old man, do you truly believe I cannot breach this loft? Asking for the key merely serves to prevent you from seeking compensation for the door repairs later. Step back. I shall commence my display of prowess, declared Sun Wukong, waving away the crowd. He retrieved the golden staff from his ear and gently tapped the door. With a resounding thud, a gray mist enveloped the entrance, obstructing the staff's advance. The staff's contact with the barrier sent ripples through the mist, producing a series of sounds, but failing to penetrate further. Assessing the strength of the protective shield, Wukong felt reassured. He immediately summoned his 7 layers of magic and struck with great force. The sound resonated like a grand bell, shattering the barrier, yet the wooden door remained unscathed. Truly remarkable skills, praised the wealthy man, Gao Yuanwei, from the side. Indeed, it is only fitting given my master, Wukong replied with a proud smile. Master Tang instructs with great efficacy. His prowess is commendable. Gao Yuanwei turned to laud Tang's senator. Too kind. Tang's son feigned modesty, though he felt a tinge of disdain for this Gao Yuanwei, suspecting him of betraying his disciple. With a casual flick of his wrist, Wukong struck the door lock, sending it crashing to the ground. Daddy! A figure burst forth from the door, leaping into Gao Yuanwei's embrace. My daughter, you have suffered. Gao Yuanwei tenderly stroked her hair, tears streaming down his face. Since the pig demon's unsuccessful proposal, he had sealed the loft in anger, and he had not held his daughter for months, merely able to gaze up at her from below. My poor daughter, Mrs. Gao wept quietly from behind. Tang's son observed Gao Zuolan, curious about the woman capable of captivating Zhu Beiji so completely. Before him stood a beauty with hair cascading like green clouds, unkempt and weary, her lips devoid of color, appearing sickly and delicate. She wept like a pear blossom drenched in rain, a begonia holding dew. What a delicately beautiful maiden, Tang Sen exclaimed, finding her far more alluring than the artificially enhanced faces of the modern era. My daughter, you have grown thin, surely you have gone hungry. Gao Yuanwei expressed his concern upon seeing her frail form. I am not hungry. The demon brings ample food each time, but I miss my parents dearly, Gao Zuolan lamented, tears spilling anew. My dear daughter, you need not fear any longer. I have summoned a great monk from the Tang dynasty to vanquish this demon. He will have nowhere to flee, and you shall be freed from its grasp. In time, I shall find you a suitable home to marry into. Gao Yuanwei assuredly introduced Tang Sen and his disciples to Zuolan, outlining her future. Greetings, venerable monk, Zuolan greeted softly. There is no need for formality, fair maiden. Tang Sen replied with a smile, recognizing her as a gentle soul, deserving of compassion. No wonder Zhu Beiji was infatuated with her. Zuolan hesitated to speak, constrained by her father's presence, ultimately remaining silent. Tang Sen noticed, but refrained from inquiring further. At that moment, a servant announced that the meal was ready. Gao Yuanwei eagerly invited everyone to the dining hall, leading the way with a beaming expression. Tang Sen intentionally lagged behind. As expected, Gao Zuolan gradually approached, her demeanor hesitant, as if she wished to speak. Miss Gao, do you have any further requests? Tang Sen inquired, intrigued. Could the monk spare the pig demon a reprieve? Just drive him away, Zuolan implored with a sorrowful countenance. Why is that? Tang Sen asked with a smile. The pig demon has not treated me harshly these past months. He has been courteous and has never forced me against my will, regardless of my tears, Zuolan revealed, seemingly resolute in her decision. Is the pig demon truly so benevolent? Tang Sen inquired with a bemused expression. Zuolan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she gracefully bowed, stating, I entrust this to the monk. With that, she departed. Tang Sen admired her retreating figure, musing, what an extraordinary woman. Perhaps Zhu Beiji truly has a chance. The meal was delightful. Having grown weary of barbecued bear paws and steaks, Tang Sen relished the chance to enjoy the vegetarian fare befitting a monk. He sought to learn more about Miss Gao and Zhu Beiji, while Gao Yuanwei's family reunion imbued the atmosphere with joy and laughter. As the night deepened, Tang Sen rose to take his leave. Venerable monk, we are preparing to wait in Miss Gao's chamber for the demon. He was asked if he required any tools or assistance. Gao Yuanwei's tone reflected his concern for a decisive victory. He feared the demon's retaliation if they failed this time. Knowing the monks could not remain indefinitely, rest assured, the demon shall not escape. I need not intervene. My esteemed disciple shall suffice, Tang Sen confidently declared, signaling to Wukong. Wukong instantly understood, brandishing the golden staff, exuding an aura of menace. Gao Yuanwei felt reassured. The group ascended to the loft, where Sun Wukong transformed into a likeness of Gao Zuolan. Do I resemble her well? Wukong asked proudly, though his rugged words seemed incongruous from such a delicate form. Indeed, it is uncanny. The elder possesses remarkable abilities. Gao Yuanwei exclaimed, elated at the prospect of success. Gao Zuolan, standing behind, gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Seeing no flaws in their plan, Tang Sen instructed Wukong to remain hidden inside, ensuring the demon would not be alarmed. The group retreated to conceal themselves in the shadows of the courtyard. The white dragon looked on, recognizing the scene, momentarily stunned. Are we fishing for pigs? As the dark night unfolded, they awaited in silence, the flickering candlelight casting the silhouette of the maiden upon the papered window. Soon, the midnight hour approached. A dark cloud drifted lazily across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. A gust of wind swept through, blinding the group momentarily. In the blink of an eye, the cloud dissipated, and the wind stilled, the moonlight cascading down once more, revealing a mighty figure within the loft. Zhu Ganglai had arrived. My dear, have you missed me during these past few days? Zhu Ganglai began with his customary flirtation. It seems someone once said that girls need to be coaxed. And it appears to have become true, he mused, though the source of the saying eluded him. My husband, you have not visited. Could it be that you have become enchanted by some other little demon? Wukong, reveling in mischief, teased the fool. Zhu Ganglai blinked in surprise, his expression shifting to one of delight. My dear, you have never called me husband before. Before Wukong could retort, Zhu Ganglai continued, I, the pig, have been steadfast in my affection. I have never sought another little demon, only you. He leaned in with a playful grin. Wukong pushed him away with a disdainful gesture, feigning delicacy. Then why have you not visited me for days? The monk from Tang is approaching. I must keep my distance from him for now, Zhu Ganglai replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Why must you avoid him? Are you afraid he will vanquish you? Wukong inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhu Ganglai scoffed. Fear him? I would never fear a mere monk. Yet, this encounter inevitably leads one to traverse the path to the west, which leaves you, my dear, to endure the solitude of an empty abode. A hint of sorrow lingers in the air. It is said that the monk, Tang Sen, has a formidable disciple, endowed with extraordinary powers, none other than the legendary Sun Wukong, who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly court 5 centuries ago. Are you not afraid? Sun Wukong, intrigued, wonders if the pig demon fears him. Are you referring to that pig of the stable? The monkey indeed possesses some skill, but it is not excessive. To say I fear him would be an exaggeration. After all, I am the illustrious marshal of the heavenly canopy. Why would I fear him? There is a slight gravity in his tone, yet overall, it reeks of disdain. Sun Wukong, unable to tolerate being called pig of the stable, regards this chapter of history as his greatest shame. The mere recollection of it ignites a fierce hatred for the Jade Emperor, causing his teeth to grind in resentment. The pig demon is audaciously pouring salt into his wounds. The marshal of the heavenly canopy? Is that truly impressive? Sun Wukong's anger begins to simmer. Were it not for the Jade Emperor and the Buddha realizing they had let something slip, the pig would have remained silent. A story? Perhaps one about myself. What transpired back then? Sun Wukong presses eagerly. Nothing of consequence. Nothing at all. The pig demon brushes off the inquiry, clearly apprehensive about the high-ranking figures involved. Faced with this impasse, Sun Wukong's frustration mounts. Recalling how this pig dared to insult him, his wrath ignites. My lord, come here. I have a treasure to show you. Straining to suppress his anger, Sun Wukong lures the pig demon closer. The pig, under the impression that his lady has had a change of heart, approaches with a silly grin, closing his eyes to lean towards Sun Wukong. With a sinister grin, Sun Wukong reverts to his true form, swinging his palm in a wide arc smack. The sound resonates loudly, leaving the pig demon in a stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with the visage of a fierce monkey, causing him to recoil in shock. Glancing around, he finds no one else and anxiously inquires, "Monkey, what have you done with my lady? You ought to worry more about yourself. I have been summoned by your father-in-law to subdue you." Sun Wukong's eyes gleam with mischief, appreciating the pig demon's loyalty. "Weren't you the one who called me pig of the stable? Quite bold, aren't you?" The memory of his recent humiliation fuels Sun Wukong's wicked smile. "Summoned by my father-in-law? Then Hai Chui Lan should be safe." The pig demon exhales in relief. Yet, as he observes the wicked grin on Sun Wukong's face, his anger flares anew. He cannot forgive the deceit of having transformed into his lady's likeness. With a flash of azure light, the 9-toothed rake appears in his grasp. "Monkey, do not presume I fear you. The victor shall only be determined through combat." Sun Wukong, equally exhilarated, brandishes his golden staff. They soar through the window, engaging in a clamor of battle, the sounds of clashing resonating through the air. From below, Tang Sen witnesses the duel and promptly emerges from his hiding place. He notices Hai Chui Lan's worried expression and offers her a reassuring glance before taking to the skies to follow the two combatants. The White Dragon, concerned for his master's safety, hastens to join as well. "You dare call yourself the marshal of the heavenly canopy, huh? Very well, I shall contend with you." Sun Wukong, feeling liberated as they reach the desolate mountains, leaps high into the air, swinging his staff down upon the pig demon while cursing under his breath. The full force of his blow is too much for the pig to withstand, causing him to plummet from the heavens. Sun Wukong pursues, but is taken aback as the pig demon suddenly reveals his true form, a colossal wild boar, with sharp tusks and bloodshot eyes. The creature charges at Sun Wukong in a fit of rage. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong is violently knocked away. The pig demon bellows, releasing his pent-up fury, and descends upon Sun Wukong's landing spot. As the massive boar bears down upon him, Sun Wukong feels a surge of exhilaration. "You wish to play? Very well, the great sage, shall engage you in this game. You, swine, have no sense of honor. I was careless before, but now the true battle begins." With that, he transforms back into his true form, a towering, fierce ape, comparable in size to the wild boar, and they both beat their chests, letting out triumphant roars before charging at one another. Crash! The impact resembles a meteor striking the earth, sending tremors through the surroundings, shattering trees, and scattering stones. They exchange blows ferociously, attacks to the abdomen, strikes to the head, bites to the shoulder, knee thrusts to the gut, creating a scene of brutal combat. "Oh, do not stab my kidneys." Sun Wukong suddenly cries out, straining to lift the wild boar and hurl it away, sending it crashing against the mountainside. A flash of white light envelopes the pig demon, who transforms back into human form upon landing. Sun Wukong also resumes his human guise and approaches. "Monkey, I refuse to submit." The pig demon grunts defiantly as he struggles to rise, his expression fierce. Refuse? Hearing that, I am compelled to strike. Sun Wukong clenches his fists, ready to unleash his fury. Refuse? Then I shall beat you until you comply. Wukong cease. Tang Sen, having observed the altercation from a distance, finally arrives. Witnessing Sun Wukong poised to strike at the pig demon, he quickly intervenes. Ba, I am Tang Sen from the eastern land of Great Tang, traveling westward to seek the scriptures. Recognizing the pig demon's underlying goodness, Tang Sen resolves to accept him as a disciple. I understand, the pig demon replies nonchalantly. Tang Sen, perplexed, responds, you understand? You should be bowing before me as Tang Sen and obediently following me to the west to acquire the scriptures. I have received guidance from the Bodhisattva Guanyin to journey to the west for the scriptures. Fearing the pig demon has not grasped the gravity of the situation, Tang Sen reiterates, emphasizing the Bodhisattva's influence. Oh, Guanyin Bodhisattva? I am aware. The pig demon remains unfazed. Tang Sen's curiosity piques. The Bodhisattva mentioned that there is a pig demon in Gao Laozhuang, whom she has chosen as my second disciple. Though the Bodhisattva has said nothing explicitly, Tang Sen seizes the opportunity to test him. Seeing that he can no longer maintain his facade, the pig demon's expression shifts from indifference to sorrow. Holy monk, please show mercy. Just pretend you have not seen me and walk away. Why? Tang Sen queries. Accompany me to the west for the scriptures and attain a righteous outcome. This is a coveted opportunity for any demon. Why would you refuse? Master, I know he fears parting from Miss Hai Chui Lan. Sun Wukong interjects, adding insight. Oh, Tang Sen gazes at the pig demon with keen interest, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Realizing there is no escaping this inquiry, the pig demon exhales deeply, a nostalgic smile gracing his features as he begins to recount his tale. Chapter 20. The Past of the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy. Accepting Zhu Beiji as a disciple, I was once the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy, commanding the 10,000 celestial waters, a figure of some renown, until I encountered her. At this juncture, a softness graces the pig demon's otherwise grotesque visage, his gaze drifting as if reminiscing about cherished memories. On that fateful day at the Peach Blossom Banquet, the weather was fair and the deities gathered in jubilation. She, accompanied by the flower fairy, stepped forward to dance. Among the many celestial maidens, she may not have been the most beautiful, yet I was inexplicably drawn to her. After the banquet, I struggled to contain myself, for the heavenly laws forbade deities from engaging in love. Yet, I found myself unable to forget her figure, languishing in melancholy and longing. Eventually, I could no longer suppress my yearning and began to inquire about her whereabouts. It turned out she was the Peony Fairy, an enchanting name. I devised countless ways to approach her, to assist her, and ultimately, through my relentless pursuit, she, too, succumbed to love. From that moment forth, we fell deeply and irrevocably in love. Due to the stringent heavenly decrees, we could only meet in secret. However, paper cannot contain fire forever, and the truth eventually comes to light. At this juncture, the expression on Zhu Ganglie's face grew grotesque, radiating an intense aura of murderous intent. The Jade Emperor, showing no mercy, banished Haitang to the mortal realm despite my desperate pleas. The Jade Emperor spared you? At this moment, the White Dragon hurriedly interjected, aware of the Jade Emperor's cold-heartedness. He had experienced it himself, after inadvertently breaking a precious pearl. His father had imprisoned him in the desolate Eagle's Cry Gorge to avoid the Jade Emperor's wrath. He certainly did not intend to spare me. Zhu Ganglie's face revealed a hint of mockery and scorn. But he could do nothing to me. I am a disciple of the human teaching for 3 generations. Though our connection is tenuous, he would not dare impose an excessive punishment upon me. Ultimately, he seized the command of the 100,000 celestial water troops and ordered me to meditate in reflection. After this incident, I had long since lost heart, caring for nothing but drowning my sorrows in drink. Remaining shut in the heavenly palace, I was aware of the chaos caused by the Monkey King in the heavenly court, but I dismissed it. As did most of the deities, it was merely a farce. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who remained expressionless. With the vast power of the heavenly court, after so many years, I was well aware. Let alone a mere monkey of the Tai, celestial, immortal realm. Even a quasi-saint would think twice before storming the heavenly palace, lest they lose their life. Hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled to himself, realizing it was indeed a farce. I had intended to descend to the mortal realm to search for Haitang, but my master's order commanded me to wait. I could only bide my time, spending each day in the heavenly palace, drowning my sorrows in wine, making the days feel like years. Finally, the moment arrived. The Jade Emperor brought forth my master's decree, instructing me to descend to accompany the pilgrim on his journey to the west to accrue merit, and upon completion, I would return to the heavenly court and reclaim the 100,000 water troops. What about the rumor that you flirted with the moon goddess after drinking? The curiosity of the three present ignited. Tang Sen listened with great interest, for these secrets were not meant to be disclosed. Without a pretext. How could the Jade Emperor brazenly banish me to the mortal realm? I, Zhu, am no insignificant figure, without a legitimate reason. The Jade Emperor would not dare to act against me. It was all a performance, the night before the peach banquet. The Jade Emperor personally approached me to discuss the script, ultimately settling on the tale of the drunken Zhu Ganglai, flirting with Chang'e, and subsequently being banished. At that time, I was indifferent, eager only to descend and search for Haitang, paying little heed to the matter of reputation. What a loyal and righteous pig demon. The three present marveled, captivated by this touching tale of love and the steadfastness of the marshal of the heavenly canopy. According to your words, you descended to seek the moon goddess. Yet now you are entangled with Miss Gao Zuelan. Is that not true? The white dragon, pondering, posed his inquiry. Indeed, Miss Gao Zuelan is the reincarnation of the moon goddess. Zhu Ganglai finally revealed a shocking revelation. No wonder, Tang Sen suddenly understood. It all made sense. Zhu Ganglai descended to search for the reincarnation of the moon goddess and found her in Gao Zuelan of Gao village. Thus, he transformed and infiltrated the Gao household, becoming a son-in-law for 3 years, hoping to marry the fair maiden. Alas, due to drunkenness, his true form was revealed, leading to unforeseen complications. Gao Yuanwei regretted the engagement and sought out a sorcerer to pursue him. Zhu Ganglai, for the sake of Gao Zuelan, spared her father's feelings, until Gao Yuanwei invited them over. The situation became clear. How infuriating the Jade Emperor, petty and vindictive, took the opportunity to retaliate, commanding that I be cast into the womb of a pig. Zhu Ganglai seethed at the thought. Once a valiant and distinguished general, he had been transformed into an ugly pig demon. Who could bear that? So you do not wish to journey to the west, but to remain with Miss Gao Zuelan, the reincarnation of the moon goddess, living a mundane life in Gao village? Tang Sen inquired. Yes, after this incident. I have no desire to be a marshal in the heavenly court or to engage in the conflicts of Buddhism and Taoism. I simply wish to live a peaceful life with Zuelan in Gao village. Simple meals are enough. A glimmer of yearning shone on Zhu Ganglai's face. Yet can one escape? Tang Sen spoke calmly. Zhu Ganglai's expression shifted. Tang Sen articulated his concerns. Once one enters the game, it is not so easy to extricate oneself. Where would you flee? These unremarkable words struck Zhu Ganglai's heart like a bolt from the blue. He had been evading reality, deceiving himself with fantasies that the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm would spare him and Haitang. But was that possible? What more do they want? I have already become a pig demon. Why do they still refuse to let me go? Zhu Ganglai's face contorted in anguish as he howled in despair. The weak always fantasize and plead for the strong to show mercy. Tang Sen remained unfazed, delivering his observations with casual indifference. Zhu Ganglai suddenly looked up, his crimson eyes fixed on Tang Senator. If the Jade Emperor wishes to take a consort, or if the Tathagata desires to court someone, who would dare oppose? This statement resonated like a morning bell, awakening profound truths. The weak cannot seize their destiny, while the strong can, even controlling the fates of others. The Jade Emperor does not touch you because you are backed by the human teaching lineage, by the Taiji Patriarch, the mightiest in the universe. And you, lacking strength, cannot protect the moon goddess, forced to watch her banished to the mortal realm. If you possessed the Jade Emperor's prowess, you could easily gather not just the moon goddess, but even all the flower goddesses into your court. Tang Sen spoke eloquently, continuously imparting his worldview. This is the nature of the world, particularly in the realm of journey to the west, where the strong feast while the weak have no voice. Zhu Ganglai stood in a daze, rooted in place. Indeed, it is because I am not strong enough, but what can I do? That is the Jade Emperor, the Tathagata. Currently, the leaders of the two mightiest factions in the 3 realms. What can I compare to them? How could I possibly win? As he pondered, Despair enveloped Zhu Ganglai. To contend with the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata? Just the thought was enough to plunge one into hopelessness. The weak have no recourse, yet you are different, Zhu Ganglai. Now you have a chance to alter your fate. Tang Sen's tone remained calm, yet his words brimmed with conviction, confident that he would entice him. What can I do? Zhu Ganglia's gaze lifted suddenly, bewilderment giving way to renewed hope. Become my disciple. Accompany me to the West for scriptures. Upon success, I will be your backing. Leveraging the merit gained to beseech the Buddha for a personal favor, allowing the Jade Emperor to grant clemency for you and the Moon Goddess. Would that not be simple? Indeed, the journey to the West is of great importance, Zhu Ganglai understood, for not only the Jade Emperor, but also the Tathagata is involved. And even his own master commanded his participation. With so many formidable beings scheming, how could it be simple? After success, requesting a favor would be effortless. But the nature of the favor depends on who is petitioning. How could a pig demon like him expect the Buddha to acknowledge him? This monk, does he have that kind of influence? Noticing Zhu Ganglia's skeptical gaze, Tang Sen smiled calmly and introduced himself. I am a humble monk, a disciple of the Tathagata from the Tang dynasty. His unassuming tone belied an undeniable aura of authority. Sun Wukong had known this earlier and was no longer surprised. However, the white dragon beside him was astonished. Guanyin Bodhisattva had only informed him that the pilgrim was a highly accomplished monk, a virtuous being of 10 lives, but had not mentioned that he was also a disciple of the Tathagata. Such a formidable ally. Master, unable to contain himself, he called out. Tang Sen smiled and gently patted his head. Master. Turning, he saw Zhu Ganglai kneeling heavily on the ground, banging his head 3 times in quick succession. As if fearing a delay, Zhu Ganglai realized he could not escape. The world was vast, and if the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm sought someone, there was nowhere to hide. Tang Sen's words indeed held merit. As long as one grows stronger, no one can snatch Gao Zuolan away from oneself. Even if one is not exceptionally powerful, if a disciple of the Buddha, Tang Sanzang is willing to plead on one's behalf, the Jade Emperor and the Buddha would likely show some consideration, provided that no mishaps occurred during the journey to the West, which is of utmost importance. Regardless, one stands to gain. Tang Sen chuckled, thinking that anyone who dares to call him foolish in the future will have to reckon with him. Isn't this quite clever? From now on, you shall be my second disciple, and I shall bestow upon you a dharma name, Beiji. Tang Sen said solemnly to Zhu Beiji, who was kneeling on the ground. Beiji, I hope you understand the significance of this name I have given you. Before you possess strength, you must embrace humility. Once you attain power, whether to embrace or relinquish it shall be entirely your own decision. Beiji, thank you, Master, for the name. I shall remember it well. With 3 resounding bows, the ground seemed to tremble, showcasing Zhu Beiji's sincerity. From this point onward, we are family. Come, let me introduce you. This is your senior brother, Sun Wukong, and this is your junior brother, the little white dragon. Tang Sen helped Zhu Beiji to his feet and introduced Sun Wukong and the little white dragon standing nearby. Henceforth, if you require assistance, seek us out. We shall be your steadfast support, Tang Sen said warmly, with Sun Wukong and the little white dragon nodding in agreement. Senior brother, I hope you can forgive my previous rudeness. Zhu Beiji turned to Wukong to apologize. No worries, no worries. I merely vented my frustration on you. And now we are even. Sun Wukong waved his hand generously, indicating that he held no grudges. Beiji, I have delightful news to share with you, Tang Sen said with a mysterious smile. Zhu Beiji looked on with curiosity. It seems that Miss Gao Zuolan does not harbor any aversion towards you. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji was filled with ecstatic joy and eagerly pressed Tang Sen for more information. When I ventured forth to subdue demons, she instructed me to ensure your safety. At this, a gentle smile illuminated Zhu Beiji's pig-like face. Just then, the dawn broke, heralding a new day. Chapter 21, Confrontation in Court. Misunderstandings clarified. The brilliant sunlight bathed the earth, casting its rays upon the anxious inhabitants of Gao family village. The assembled crowd had spent a sleepless night, anxiously awaiting news. Tang Sen and his disciples had yet to return, intensifying the collective unease. Master, do you think the esteemed monk from the Great Tang will return safely? One servant ventured to ask, though the latter half of his inquiry remained unspoken. Could something unfortunate have occurred? Could he have been overpowered by the demon and devoured? Could he have been chased away by the demon? Do not speak such nonsense. The monk possesses formidable powers and extraordinary abilities. He will surely vanquish the pig demon. Though Gao Yuanwei harbored his own worries, he maintained a facade of composure. Yet, anyone observing his furrowed brows and the restless pacing could discern his inner turmoil. Master, master, the monk has returned. A servant burst into the hall, his face alight with joy. This was one of the servants stationed outside the village. They were to immediately report back upon receiving any news. The collective anxiety that had gripped the crowd throughout the night finally began to dissipate, and Gao Yuanwei ceased his pacing, clapping his hands in delight. Excellent. The esteemed monk from the great Tang indeed possesses profound abilities. Come, let us go out and welcome the triumphant monk. With a beaming smile, he swiftly organized everyone to join him in receiving Tang Sen and his disciples. However, Miss Gao felt a pang in her heart. Had the pig demon met its demise? Why did she feel such sorrow? Master, master, the monk is followed by that pig demon. Before Gao Yuanwei and the others could exit the hall, another servant rushed in, panic-stricken and hasty. Gao Yuanwei's heart, which had just settled, surged once more. His legs felt weak, and he collapsed into the grand chair. The demon has returned with them. Has the monk captured the demon? Or has the demon brought the monk back to seek vengeance upon our household? Gao Yuanwei clung to the last glimmer of hope. Miss Gao's heart, however, felt a wave of relief. The monk had indeed not deceived her, for the pig demon's life had been spared. Meanwhile, the other servants were all a bundle of nerves. Some even contemplating fleeing, but the fear of Gao Yuanwei's usual authority and strict household rules kept them from scattering in panic. The emotions of those present varied, each harboring their own thoughts, until, at last, Tang Sen and his disciples entered through the main door, leading Zhu Beiji into the hall. Benefactor, this humble monk has returned. Looking at Gao Yuanwei seated in the hall, Tang Sen pressed his palms together and bowed. Master, what is this? Gao Yuanwei exclaimed, quickly rising and descending the hall. Casting a wary glance at Zhu Beiji behind Tang's senator, the pig demon has been subdued by this humble monk. There is no need for the benefactor to fear. Tang Sen reassured him upon noticing Gao Yuanwei's apprehension. Upon hearing that the pig demon had been subdued, Gao Yuanwei let out a long sigh of relief. If it has been subdued, then why bring it back to the village? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. The demon could have been killed. Why bring it back? This pig demon's nature is not inherently evil. I have taken him as my disciple, and he shall accompany me westward, Amitabha. Despite still feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Gao Yuanwei was generally placated upon learning that the pig demon would embark on the journey west and likely would not return to wreak havoc. The monk has worked hard. I have prepared a feast to celebrate the monk's triumphant return. Please wait a moment. Although the preparations had yet to be made, it was essential to convey that everything was ready. Gao Yuanwei instructed the servants to hastily prepare the banquet. Today is a joyous occasion. We must raise a glass. As for the monk, a simple vegetarian meal will suffice. There is no need for a banquet. I must soon journey west. My purpose here is twofold: to reassure the benefactor and to request a favor. Whatever the monk wishes, please feel free to speak. Gao Yuanwei replied enthusiastically, readily agreeing. I dare to request a union between my second disciple, Zhu Beiji, and Miss Gao Zuolan. Why does the monk make such a request? He is a demon. A pig demon. Gao Yuanwei's previously joyous demeanor plummeted into despair, his face contorted with anger as he pointed at Zhu Beiji, momentarily speechless. At the same time, Miss Gao was taken aback by this abrupt declaration, her complexion paling in an instant. She understood that her parents would never consent to such a union. She had never considered it, only wishing for his safety. The surrounding servants began to murmur, questioning how Miss Gao could marry a demon. It was utterly unacceptable. Amitabha. With a single invocation, silence fell upon the crowd, all eyes fixed on Tang Sen, awaiting his response. This disciple of mine possesses a kind heart. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. Beiji, step forward and clarify with the benefactor. Tang Sen beckoned Beiji to come forth and explain. Father-in-law, Zhu Beiji began, only to be cut off by Gao Yuanwei's furious interruption. Do not call me father-in-law. I, Gao, have no son-in-law who is a demon. Never have, do not now, and shall not in the future. This statement was delivered with unwavering finality, leaving no room for negotiation. Very well, benefactor. Observing Gao Yuanwei's irate demeanor, Zhu Beiji sought to avoid further provocation and altered his address. Benefactor, I, Zhu, have been in your household for 3 years, and I have not been idle, have I? I have toiled from dawn till dusk, and much of the Gao family's wealth has been earned through my efforts. Without me, would the Gao family enjoy the comforts they do today? Initially, it was agreed that I would join the Gao family, and that Miss Gao Tsulan would be wed to me. Now that I have worked hard and earned money, you wish to deny your promises and cast me aside. Tell me, where is the justice in this? Zhu Beiji articulated his grievances clearly, laying out his arguments. But you are a heartless demon, Gao Yuanwei countered, seemingly realizing the weight of his own arguments. However, he quickly recalled that reason is not to be argued with a demon, and his confidence returned. I am indeed a demon, but when have I ever been heartless? At the banquet, when I revealed my true form, did anyone strike back at me? Did anyone dare to harm me? If I had retaliated, would any of you still be alive to tell the tale? This is all well and good. Yet when I later approached the Gao residence to demand the fulfillment of your promise to marry Miss Gao to me, what did you do? You betrayed your word and plotted to silence me. Time and again, you summoned 3 waves of mages to capture me. Had I not possessed some degree of skill, I would have long since become the pork on your table. And as for me, I repeatedly eluded your grasp, even managing to scare off those mages you summoned without taking their lives. Yet you remain oblivious, continuing to hire mages to hunt me down. In a fit of rage, Zhu Beiji's face flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot. With a thunderous roar, his wild boar visage emerged, revealing long tusks and a gaping maw, terrifying Master Gao into retreat. In the face of such overwhelming ferocity, he appeared like a tiny boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. His meager schemes and laughable dignity crushed beneath the weight of absolute power. Beiji, upon hearing his master's admonition from behind, Zhu Beiji quelled his fury and continued. And let us not forget the wild wolf spirit that descended upon the back mountain years ago. Had I not intervened to eliminate it, your village would have surely perished. And those ruffians in the front mountain, had I not chased them away, would you have been able to live in peace? One incident after another lay clearly before them, leaving Master Gao momentarily speechless. He had no knowledge of the wolf spirit and would not have survived to this day had he encountered it. However, he was well aware of the bandits from the front mountain, who had plagued the village for years, committing heinous acts of arson and robbery, instilling fear among the villagers who dared not voice their anger. Then, for reasons unknown, those bandits had suddenly vanished, prompting joyous celebrations in the village. It turned out it was because of him. Do you believe you have received the love of a deity? It is the love of a celestial being. He forsook everything to love you. Zhu Beiji suddenly turned to Gao Tsulan, his voice raised. Gao Tsulan was taken aback, rendered speechless. But you are ultimately a monster. The enmity between humans and demons is irreconcilable. This village indeed owes you a debt, and I have also broken my promise regarding Tsulan. You may demand anything: gold, silver, jewels, grain, livestock. Whatever I possess, I shall not haggle. If that does not suffice to quell your rage, then take my life as you wish, and I shall harbor no grievances. But please spare my daughter. She is innocent. Master Gao cried, pulling Gao Tsulan behind him, tears streaming down his face. Tang Sen could not help but regard Master Gao with newfound respect. Initially, he had thought him a treacherous man, driven by greed. But it now appeared that while he may have erred in small matters, his greater virtues remained intact. He was indeed a man of iron will. Master Gao, might there be a misunderstanding in all this? Tang Sen interjected, unwilling to let the misunderstanding persist. He had assumed Master Gao to be a petty, avaricious man, and had it not been for recent events, he would have likely abducted Gao Tsulan and utilized underhanded tactics to vent his frustrations. Yet now, having witnessed Master Gao's steadfastness and sense of righteousness, he could not help but express his admiration. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Master Gao replied, bewildered. This pig demon was once the marshal of the heavenly canopy. He descended to earth to become my disciple during my pilgrimage, but mistakenly took on the form of a pig. Yet upon the completion of my journey, he shall return to his true self and ascend back to the celestial realm. Are you saying this pig demon was once a celestial being, and that he can become one again? Master Gao asked, astonished. Indeed, he is not just any celestial being, but a marshal of the heavens, commanding 10,000 heavenly soldiers, akin to a general among men. Good heavens, a general! I have never encountered such a high official in my life, let alone one from the celestial realm. Master Gao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I have heard that when one achieves enlightenment, Even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If Tsuilon were to marry this Zhu Beiji, would I not become the father-in-law of a celestial being? With that thought, Master Gao could not help but beam with delight. However, this matter required his daughter's input. He turned to his little girl, only to find Tsuilon equally stunned by the revelation. Tsuilon, what do you think of this marriage? He asked with a smile. Upon hearing her father's question, Gao Tsuilon's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly hid behind her mother, clutching her sleeve and daring not to face anyone. Her voice timidly emerging, I will leave it to father's decision. Understood, understood. Master Gao laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. In this light-hearted atmosphere, even Zhu Beiji's appearance seemed less grotesque, becoming quite endearing. A good son-in-law indeed. His laughter rang out, joyous and unrestrained. Is the banquet not ready yet? I wish to enjoy a drink with the elders and my son-in-law today. Master Gao turned to the servants with urgency. Sir, the banquet is prepared, but as the elder is a monk, should we not prepare a vegetarian feast? Gao Kai replied respectfully from the side. Ah, my oversight. Quickly arrange a vegetarian feast for the elders, and bring out the fine wine and dishes for my son-in-law and me to enjoy. Master Gao commanded. Hearing him refer to Zhu Beiji as his son-in-law brought smiles to everyone's faces, and Zhu Beiji was so overjoyed he scarcely knew what to do with himself. Finally, his wishes had been fulfilled. Yet Gao Tsuilon remained shy, like an ostrich hiding behind her mother, unwilling to show her face. There is no need for such trouble. We, as master and disciple, can partake in the banquet. Guests should follow the customs of the host, Tang Sen said with a faint smile, exuding an air of a great and virtuous monk. Will this not disrupt your cultivation, elder? Master Gao hesitated, now viewing Tang Sen as a benefactor. Had it not been for him, he might not have survived, let alone found a celestial son-in-law. If a mere banquet were to jeopardize Tang Sen's cultivation, the guilt would be immense. Not at all. Wine and meat pass through the belly, but the Buddha resides in the heart. Such trivial matters do not impede me. Tang Sen replied, Old man, you are quite clueless. What level of cultivation does my master possess that he would be bound by the precepts regarding wine and meat? On our journey, we have grown tired of delicacies like bear paws and steaks. If my cultivation were to be harmed, it would not be due to this. Son Wukong interjected impatiently from the side, irritated by the old man's prattling. Father-in-law, let us do as master says. He is a high monk and will not encounter any issues, Zhu Beiji chimed in. Over the years, in order to leave a good impression of frugality on the Gao family, he had seldom indulged in wine and meat. Now, with a banquet on the horizon to mend his relationship with his father-in-law, he could hardly contain his anticipation. Wukong Tang Sen felt slightly embarrassed, realizing that the monkey had a tendency to speak candidly. What will others think of me? He mused, resolving to teach Wukong a lesson moving forward. Ah, indeed. The elder is truly an enlightened monk, unique and unconcerned with trifles. Master Gao quickly interjected, trying to smooth over the moment. But you, Beiji, today is your day of fulfillment and great joy. You may indulge, but in the future, you must adhere to the precepts. Tang Sen turned to the joyfully grinning Zhu Beiji and earnestly advised him. The delight on Zhu Beiji's face visibly faded, replaced by a worried expression. He turned to plead for leniency, but upon meeting Tang Sen's stern gaze, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Without capability, one must adhere. The reminder echoed in his mind, and Zhu Beiji shivered. Disciple shall remember the master's teachings, he replied respectfully, his expression becoming serious. Tang Sen nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Zhu Beiji's potential for growth. As everyone took their seats, exquisite dishes and fine wine were served, and the atmosphere filled with laughter and camaraderie. After the banquet, Tang Sen addressed Master Gao. Master Gao, what do you think of my two disciples? If there are no objections, let us finalize this marriage today. As Tang Sen indulged in the revelry of wine, he proposed to the esteemed Master Gao. Haha, with such a virtuous son-in-law, I naturally harbor no objections. Master Gao, eager to finalize the marriage, thought that delaying would invite unforeseen complications. The union with a celestial being was a splendid affair that many could only dream of. Why not? Then, there's no time like the present. Shall we arrange their wedding today? Tang Sen inquired tentatively. Isn't that a bit hasty? Although the formalities can be overlooked, we should at least select an auspicious day. Master Gao was taken aback by Tang Sen's urgency. Such a swift marriage felt almost absurd, akin to a lightning speed union. It is merely a matter of trifles. As for the auspicious timing, I have discerned that today is indeed one of the rare propitious days, Tang Sen replied. His insistence stemmed not from mere haste, but from a desire to alleviate the concerns of his newly accepted disciple, Zhu Beiji. With the journey to the west stretching a staggering distance, it was prudent to resolve such matters without delay. Seeing Master Gao still hesitating, Tang Sen encouraged him. We must not procrastinate. Our pilgrimage to the west commences by dawn. If we miss this opportunity, the journey will be fraught with uncertainties. At last, Master Gao resolved. Very well, since today is indeed auspicious, let us proceed with the marriage. With the decision made, urgency filled the air as Master Gao hastily instructed his servants to send out invitations and prepare the ceremonial hall. He also urged his wife to adorn the bridal chamber and assist their shy daughter, who was reluctant to reveal herself. Zhu Beiji stood by, utterly dumbfounded. As if struck by an overwhelming surprise, he had envisioned that his master would assist in arranging his betrothal with Miss Gao after their journey to the west, once he had been pardoned by the heavenly court. Yet, he never anticipated such a swift resolution that they would wed today. The entire scenario felt dreamlike, and the immense joy overwhelmed him with a sense of unreality. Overcome with gratitude, he knelt before Tang Sen, bowing reverently 3 times without uttering a word. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Understanding his disciple's emotions, Tang Sen helped him rise. As master and disciple, there is no need for thanks. Go now and lend a hand. We appear to be short on helpers today, for this is your joyous occasion. Zhu Beiji departed respectfully to join in the preparations. Son Wukong, by long, let us also assist. Today is a momentous day for our brother, Tang Sen called to the side, inviting them to join in the efforts. The urgency of time was palpable, and it wasn't until dusk that the arrangements were finally completed, leaving everyone quite exhausted. However, the hall was ready, and guests began to arrive. Rumors about Zhu Beiji's true identity, a celestial being rather than a mere monster, spread rapidly, attracting many eager to partake in the festivities of this divine wedding. Did you hear? Master Gao's son-in-law is not a monster, but a heavenly being. Your information is outdated. I have a nephew working at Gao's residence who claims that this celestial son-in-law is a great general from the heavens. Quite remarkable. I heard that this groom is not even afraid of the Jade Emperor himself. His background is impressive. Indeed, when he first arrived, he seemed such an earnest young man, diligent and polite. How could he possibly be a monster? Who could say otherwise? It is baffling to think that a celestial being could be misrepresented as a monster. If I find out who spread such lies, they will not go unpunished. I heard this celestial being helped eradicate the monsters from the back mountain and drove away the bandits from the front mountain. Is that true? It seems plausible. Those bandits had often terrorized our village, but suddenly they vanished without a trace. My poor child fell victim to them, those wretched bandits. I must express my gratitude to the Gao family for avenging my dear child. Could it be that the entire Gao family has become celestial beings? What great fortune for Master Gao to have a celestial son-in-law. As the crowd buzzed with admiration for Master Gao and praises for Zhu Beiji, the atmosphere sharply contrasted with the earlier days of conflict. In the elevated position, Master Gao beamed with pride, relishing the envy in the eyes of his guests and the compliments that flowed from their lips. Ladies and gentlemen, today I rejoice in the union of my beloved son-in-law and invite you all to witness this momentous occasion. Please indulge in the feast and refrain from formality. Unable to contain his joy, Master Gao rose, his words laced with an unmistakable air of boastfulness. Congratulations to Master Gao on acquiring such a fine son-in-law. This will surely bring glory to your family. The guests echoed their blessings, acknowledging that this union was not merely a matter of prestige, but a monumental achievement that would resonate through generations. After accepting a wave of compliments, Master Gao settled back into his seat, while Tang Sen beside him wore a resigned expression. Unable to resist the pleas of Zhu Beiji and the crowd, he found himself occupying the position of honor. However, he could find no fault in this arrangement, as a mentor is forever akin to a father. As his disciple wed, it seemed only fitting for him to assume the role of a paternal figure at this occasion. Yet, it felt somewhat incongruous for a monk to occupy such a prominent place during a wedding. However, the guests had no objections. They had heard tales of this eminent monk from the distant Great Tang, renowned for his profound abilities and wisdom. If the Gao family's celestial son-in-law was indeed a formidable being, surely the monk was as well. Finally, the moment had arrived as the auspicious hour approached. Dressed in resplendent red, Zhu Beiji led the equally adorned Gao Zuolan into the ceremonial hall. He transformed back into his majestic form as the heavenly marshal, exuding an aura of grandeur that garnered admiration from all. This appearance, reminiscent of his initial encounter with Haitang, was the true visage he wished to present to Gao Zuolan, leaving no room for regrets. Though his magical prowess was insufficient to maintain this form unaided, Sun Wukong and by long lent their assistance, ensuring he could sustain this guise for the night. Yet, as dawn approached, he would inevitably revert to his less appealing pig form. They bowed to the heavens, then to the ancestral hall. Instead of the customary bow, Zhu Beiji knelt with Gao Zuolan, respectfully offering a profound bow. The couple exchanged vows, sealing their union. As the ceremony concluded, Tang Sen exhaled in relief. Having been a lifelong bachelor, he found the proceedings quite uncomfortable. Now, at least, it was over. Following Master Gao, he greeted the guests as merriment filled the hall, while the bridal chamber remained shrouded in silence. Their hearts raced in mutual stillness, the only sound being their synchronized heartbeats. "My dear, beloved," they whispered, acknowledging the reality of their marriage. Finally, they lay together on the bed, the flickering candlelight casting shadows. As the night unfolded in its own romantic tale. Chapter 23, Master Wu Chao Crisis. The following morning, as dawn broke, the guests arose early to tidy up. Suddenly, Tang Sen recalled why the reward for accepting Zhu Beiji as a disciple had not yet arrived. System, why did I receive a reward for accepting Sun Wukong, yet none for Zhu Beiji? He pondered silently. Host, taking on disciples is a formal matter, the system replied. Formal? Tang Sen mused, halting the hurried Master Gao. Might you assist me in preparing an incense table? Despite the confusion in Lord Gao's heart, he said nothing and turned to instruct his servants to prepare the incense altar. Tang Sen returned to his room, hastily bathing and cleansing himself. He had not anticipated that taking on a disciple would be such a hassle. Finally, with the incense altar ready, Tang Sen stepped out of his room and purified his hands, lighting the incense. Today, I, Tang Sanzang, take Zhu Ganglai as my disciple, with heaven and earth as witness. The fragrant smoke curled upwards, reaching the heavens. Ding! The system has detected the host has accepted Zhu Beiji as a disciple. The heavenly task of accepting a disciple is completed. 23. Reward. Cultivation increase. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him like a sauna. Heat radiating from every part of his body, and his cultivation soared, refining the void and merging with the Tao, reaching the level of an earth immortal. This is what it means to be an earth immortal? Achieving immortality is so simple. At this moment, Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes. He seemed to have caught a fleeting glimpse of a faint shadow appearing behind his master, so subtle that one would not notice it if not paying close attention. It was only due to the continuous digestion of the medicinal power from the elixir of creation that he was able to perceive it, as his original fiery eyes were gradually transforming into the golden eyes of clarity. Had it been before, he would have been completely oblivious. However, the shadow was merely a fleeting apparition, vanishing without a trace. He could not discern its nature, and thus buried the question deep within his heart. All right, Beiji. Take your time to bid farewell. We shall depart shortly. Tang Sen, now an immortal, appeared quite pleased, his tone lighthearted. There was no denying it. The monsters encountered on the journey to the west were all at least immortal, and he was unable to defeat any of them. Although he still could not match them. He was no longer the weak mortal he once was. He had gained some measure of strength. All right, master. As the moment of parting approached, Zhu Beiji's voice was tinged with melancholy. The three of them waited outside, allowing Beiji a final moment alone with his beloved. My dear, I am leaving. Take good care of yourself. I will surely return in 3 to 5 years. Zhu Beiji urged, holding Gao Zuolan's hand with reluctance. Her eyes brimmed with affection, yet she said nothing to keep him from going. Last night, Zhu Beiji had shared everything with her, including the journey to the west and the revelation of her being the reincarnation of the Peony Fairy, along with their shared memories. She could not hold him back. His departure was for their future. Father-in-law, please look after my beloved. I will return as soon as I can. Despite his reluctance, Zhu Beiji could only implore his father-in-law to care for Gao Zuolan. Fool, it is time to go. The road ahead is still long. Came Sun Wukong's urging voice from outside. Coming. Zhu Beiji took one last look at Gao Zuolan before resolutely stepping out the door. only to hear the faint sounds of weeping behind him. Ultimately, Gao Zuolan could not contain her emotions and fell into Madame Gao's embrace, sobbing. Parting always brings sorrow. Yet the journey must continue. This farewell is but a prelude to a long-awaited reunion. With an additional companion, the four of them set forth on their journey westward. While waiting for Zhu Beiji to say his farewells, Tang Sen had checked in at Gao Laozhuang. Apart from acquiring a large golden chain and a pair of stylish sunglasses, he received a striking black combat coat that exuded an air of dominance. However, compared to these bold garments, Tang Sen preferred his own white attire, layered with a cassock, for a subtly elegant appearance. As for the combat coat, he promptly tossed it, along with the golden chain and sunglasses, to Zhu Beiji. At this moment, he was already wearing them. Riding into the morning sun, Tang Sen led the way on a motorcycle. Zhu Beiji, watching from behind, was left dumbfounded. Could one truly embark on a pilgrimage in such a manner? A monk riding a motorcycle, what an eye-opening experience. Sun Wukong and the White Dragon had long since grown accustomed to such antics. After giving a gentle pat to the astonished Zhu Beiji, the three of them closely followed Tang Sen. Days later, the four of them arrived at a lofty mountain. Tang Sen halted his motorcycle, waiting for his disciples. "Master, why have we stopped? Is something amiss?" Sun Wukong inquired, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing unusual. There were no monsters, no traces of demonic energy. Not even a single fierce beast in sight. A sense of perplexity washed over him. Turning to Tang Sen, he noticed his serious demeanor and a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. To Tang Sen, what appeared to be merely a mountain was something far more significant. Through his celestial vision, he clearly perceived a colossal Buddha statue engulfed in flames, its radiant light saturating the entire realm, the overwhelming presence nearly suffocating him. He could not even spare a response. "Brother, I know that within this mountain resides a Zen master named Wu Chao, who lives atop a tall tree, devoting himself to solitary cultivation. What makes this Wu Chao Zen master so special? Nothing extraordinary, really. He possesses considerable skill and once invited me to cultivate alongside him. But my heart was set on Zuolan, so I declined. I had thought him to be just another reclusive practitioner, nothing to be concerned about," Sun Wukong said dismissively. "Those who isolate themselves are either divine beings or wild beasts. Both are not to be trifled with," came Tang Sen's serious interjection. Sun Wukong had never heard Tang Sen speak with such gravity before, which made him uneasy. He heightened his vigilance, gripping his golden staff tightly as he prepared for any potential threat. "Beiji, are there any other paths nearby?" Tang Sen inquired, genuinely wishing to avoid provoking the formidable presence dwelling within the mountain. Despite the imposing Buddha image, Tang Sen could sense a deeply concealed malevolence. If this entity were truly a member of the Buddhist order, he would have no fear. It was the hidden schemers that posed the real danger. "There is a narrow path, but it would require several hundred miles of detours," Zhu Beiji said after pondering for a moment, visibly conflicted. "Why forego the shorter route for a longer one? I feel you are being overly cautious," he added. Zhu Beiji had encountered Wu Chao's Zen master before and found him quite amiable. "Lead the way. We shall take that narrow path and bypass here." Tang Sen decisively chose to take the longer route rather than risk danger. Zhu Beiji wore an unwilling expression but stepped forward to guide them nonetheless. Just as the four were preparing to leave, a voice, ethereal and distant, resonated from all directions. "Why not enter and share a moment, instead of waiting outside?" Sun Wukong's expression shifted. He realized the reason for his master's unusual behavior. This was no mere ascetic but a formidable being. "I wonder if I can match him?" he thought, tightening his grip on the golden staff, preparing for confrontation. Upon seeing his senior brother in such a state, the White Dragon and Zhu Beiji also sensed something was amiss. Generally, those with slightly weaker cultivation and no special abilities could not detect the enormous threat before them. Tang Sen's expression grew solemn as he exhaled deeply. Initially intending to take a detour before being noticed, he now understood that there was no escape. What is destined to be cannot be avoided, he thought, straightening his robes, donning his kasaya, and grasping his nine-ringed staff with a serious demeanor as he stepped forward. Sun Wukong followed closely behind, and the White Dragon and Zhu Beiji quickly trailed after them. The mountain was adorned with wondrous flowers and fruits, cranes soaring above, and the sounds of birds and beasts conversing could be heard, devoid of any demonic energy, presenting a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. Tang Sen paid no heed to the extraordinary sights along the path, fixated on a towering ancient tree ahead, its height seemingly insurmountable, surrounded by a throng of spiritual creatures, and radiant with the light of Buddha, emanating tranquility and harmony. A holy monk has come from afar. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. An old Zen master, clad in coarse robes and wearing straw sandals, descended from the tree. Master, I pay my respects, Tang Sen replied courteously, adopting an unchanging demeanor in the face of unpredictability. You are Zhu Ganglai from Fulling Mountain, are you not? Why have you left the Yunjian cave to come here, and with a holy monk no less? The old Zen master appeared genuinely surprised. However, to Tang Sen, this reaction felt utterly feigned. I have taken the holy monk as my master and journeyed westward. Upon passing this mountain, I specifically came to pay my respects to the venerable old Zen master. It is evident that Zhu Beiji holds this old master in high regard. You simpleton, what great fortune you possess. However, Beiji merely chuckled foolishly, offering no reply. And who are these two beside you? Master Wu Cao inquired, directing his gaze at Sun Wukong and the White Dragon. This is my senior brother, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and this is my junior brother, the White Dragon of the West Sea, Beiji introduced. We have come to pay our respects to the venerable master. The White Dragon bowed respectfully. Sun Wukong, however, remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Master Wu Cao, gripping his golden staff ever more tightly. Master Wu Cao smiled faintly. The journey to the west is long, and the demonic obstacles are formidable. I possess a copy of the Heart Sutra, which I shall bestow upon the holy monk. Speaking thus, he did not wait for a response, but sat down cross-legged, chanting softly. When the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara practiced deep prajnaparamita, he clearly saw that all five aggregates are empty, thus transcending all suffering. At that moment, Tang Sen felt a jolt of alarm within. This was not good. The scripture being recited was indeed the solemn Heart Sutra. But within the rhythm of the chanting lay not merely the transmission of teachings, but also an overwhelming surge of divine thought that swept towards him. How dare he? Tang Sen was filled with a mix of surprise and anger, unable to fathom how Master Wu Cao could dare to take such direct action. Although he had been on guard since the moment the old monk began to speak, the disparity in their levels was too vast to defend against. To Tang Sen's eyes, the picturesque scenery of mountains and rivers before him appeared to be engulfed in flames, as if the realm of demons, an abyss of endless darkness and countless bloodthirsty fiends, was slowly closing in on him. The flames licked at his feet. Tang Sen sank to the ground, palms pressed together, striving to maintain the last vestiges of clarity amidst the chaos, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 24. Entrapped in despair, seeing that Tang Sen had become a turtle in a jar, Master Wu Cao smiled faintly and gestured, summoning the protectors from the Buddhist order, Piety and the guardian Jialan, who promptly appeared yet fell unconscious. Master Wu Cao seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the Buddhist arrangements, aware not only of the hidden protectors of Tang Sanzang, but also their identities and locations. This all transpired in an instant. From the amiable old monk to his sudden change in demeanor, by the time they heard the recitation of the scriptures, it was already too late to escape. Not only did Tang Sen and his disciples fail to react, but even Piety and Jialan were taken aback by the monk's swift and ruthless attack, which invoked a power that sealed the heavens and the earth, leaving them with no avenues of escape. In an instant, they were all ensnared, with none able to flee and alert others. From an external viewpoint, a radiant array appeared like an inverted glass bowl, enveloping the mountains within a radius of several dozen miles, trapping all living beings within. Master Wu Cao, wielding great magical power, sealed the entire mountain, ensuring that the chaotic upheaval of this era would go unnoticed by the outside world. At present, Tang Sen's situation was indeed dire. The demonic flames scorched his primordial spirit, while the phantoms of demons gnawed at his consciousness. He could only muster all his strength to resist with his primordial energy. Fortunately, having attained the realm of immortality, his primordial spirit retained a glimmer of indestructibility. Otherwise, the moment Master Wu Cao acted, his consciousness would have been obliterated without a chance for resistance. Now, relying on the Jinlan Kasaya, though his defense was arduous, it was still holding, though not for long. The demonic flames blazed brighter, and within their glow, the ferocity of the demons intensified. Tang Sen's thoughts raced. What options remained? External assistance? The demons were cunning. No doubt this place had already been sealed off, and news could not escape. Avalokiteshvara, elusive as ever, who could predict her appearance? He could only rely on those near him. Wukong. Tang Sen called upon his most reliable disciple, son Wukong, only to turn and find that Zhu Beiji and the white dragon lay unconscious on the ground, leaving only Wukong, who struggled to support himself with his staff, clearly lacking the strength to resist. Alas, they are like clay idols crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. Relying on them is less effective than depending on my own system. System, do not slumber, awaken quickly and save me. Tang Sen cried out in his heart. Yet, there was no response. With the system unreliable, Tang Sen could only contemplate a means of self-rescue. What did he still possess? A motorcycle? Useless. A grand banquet? Would offering this old demon a drink foster goodwill? The Eye of Insight. Merely an auxiliary divine ability, not a combat skill, thus of no use now. The Art of Transformation? Similar to the above. Moreover, the area within several dozen miles had likely been sealed, making escape impossible. Then he recalled the experience card of the eminent monk Fahai. While he may not be able to defeat the enemy, he would at least possess some capacity for resistance. Rather than being reduced to waiting passively for death, a flash of inspiration struck. He still had that innate spiritual treasure, the 9-tiered demon tower. Without hesitation, he retrieved the small tower, disregarding the potential for exposure, prioritizing the immediate crisis. As the 9-tiered demon tower appeared, a radiant spectrum of 9 colors swirled forth, with red and white luminescence surging prominently, while the other hues dimmed slightly. Now a true immortal, Tang Sen could activate the 2nd tier of the tower. The small tower erected a protective barrier, shielding Tang Sen from the onslaught of primordial spirit attacks. In this perilous situation, it managed to safeguard the small patch of ground beneath Tang Sen and provide refuge for his 4 disciples. The black bear spirit, cultivating within the tower, was awakened, emerging from the 1st tier, bewildered by the surroundings. Innate spiritual treasure? Tang Sanzang possesses such a remarkable artifact? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the tower, Master Wu Cao was momentarily taken aback. As for the black bear spirit, once the task was accomplished, it could be taken as well. Good seedlings of the demon race were scarce and worth cultivating. Should it prove obstinate, a mere gesture could extinguish it. Just a small character. He was fully aware of the entire script of the journey to the west. Tang Sanzang was originally immortal. Now, not only did he possess the cultivation of an earth immortal, but he had also unexpectedly unveiled an unnamed innate spiritual treasure. It is known that there are only so many innate spiritual treasures across the 3 realms, and everyone is aware of who possesses them. When did this unfamiliar innate treasure emerge? Interesting indeed. It appears that Tang Sanzang is an unexpected variable as well. However, even as a variable, today he shall be mine to command. Master Wu Cao smirked wickedly. What of the innate spiritual treasure? In the hands of an earth immortal, its full power could not be exerted. What could he use to resist? Were it not for the need to conceal his identity, he could unleash his full might. Not to mention an earth immortal, even a great Luo wielding an innate treasure would taste defeat. With this thought, he resolved to drop the pretense. After all, this space had already been sealed. He needed to subdue Tang Sen swiftly, for delay could lead to unforeseen changes, and the Buddhist order could not be concealed for long. As this thought crossed his mind, Master Wu Cao radiated an intense and overwhelming demonic aura. Where the pitch-black demonic energy spread, trees withered, and spiritual beasts turned to bones, extinguishing all life. The demonic energy spread rapidly, and soon the mountain was shrouded in black mist, annihilating all but a flickering red light. The barrier created by the 9-tiered demon tower blocked Master Wu Cao's continuous primordial spirit attacks, allowing son Wukong to awaken first. Turning to the location of Master Wu Cao, he intended to strike with his golden staff, but there was no trace of Master Wu Cao amidst the pervasive black mist. Master, he called out in concern, observing the dire situation. Do not ask, come and assist me. Large beads of sweat dripped from Tang Sen's forehead, soaking into the earth beneath his feet. At this moment, his complexion reddened, veins bulging, as he bore unimaginable pressure. Son Wukong, not daring to be negligent, hurried to Tang Sen's side, channeling his immense spiritual power into Tang Sen's body, which then flowed into the tower before them. The once precarious protective barrier stabilized instantly, as son Wukong's profound power far exceeded Tang Sen's own cultivation. Lao He stood helplessly by, realizing they were ensnared in a perilous situation. If anything happened to Tang Sen, he too would face the wrath of the Buddha's domain. Holy monk, what can I do? The black bear spirit asked, his tone tinged with urgency. Keep watch for us, came the reply. Unlike son Wukong, who had cultivated orthodox celestial arts since childhood, the black bear spirit was merely a wild demon. Having cobbled together a smattering of practices over millennia, attaining the level of an immortal purely through innate talent, offering little aid in the current predicament. Before long, Zhu Beiji and the White Dragon awakened, grasping the situation and rushing to assist. In no time, the protective barrier became ever more radiant and stable, standing resolutely amidst the overwhelming demonic energy. It was then that Tang Sen finally found a moment to contemplate a way out. Although he was temporarily safe, the initiative lay with the enemy. He was unable to fight back or flee. If the Buddha's domain did not arrive in time, he would surely be trapped by this demon. He could not fathom why this demon sought his life. He had never caused trouble, always acted kindly, and had no enemies. Most likely, he was merely a pawn for the Buddha's enemies to vent their frustrations upon. Yet, if one sought revenge, why target him, a mere insignificant figure? As Tang Sen's mind raced with countless thoughts, he sensed he had overlooked a crucial piece of information, but it eluded him, filling him with anxiety. He was left with only the dragon command as a last resort. If he could not escape, he would have to await a miracle. Do you truly believe I possess only these meager abilities? A light laugh echoed from the swirling black mist. From the depths of the dark fog, a figure slowly emerged, stepping into their midst. It was Master Wu Chao, though he had undergone a remarkable transformation. He now appeared as a youthful man, his long hair adorned with a crown, a fiery mark on his forehead that seemed to deepen, clad in resplendent robes, with demonic patterns occasionally visible on his arms, exuding an exceptionally sinister charm. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, the White Dragon, and the Black Bear's spirit glared at the newcomer with fury. Benefactor, have we had any enmity in the past? Tang Sen asked, striving to suppress his anger. Never, the man replied with a smile that held no warmth. Then why torment this poor monk? Tang Sen's ire began to boil over. No, it is not torment. I have a plan that requires your assistance, the young man said, lightly shaking his index finger with a chuckle. If the benefactor needs anything from me, I shall not delay. When one is under the eaves, one must bow their head. No, you will surely refuse. So I shall handle it myself, he said, shaking his head slightly, his tone tinged with regret. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding demonic energy ignited into raging infernos, its richness akin to gasoline, the flames surging like wildfires across the desolate landscape, transforming the entire area into a hellish blaze. As they beheld the figure laughing maniacally amidst the inferno, Sun Wukong and the others found themselves momentarily dazed. Could they truly survive this? With a resounding dragon's roar, the spirit of the dragon surged forth, bringing winds and rain to extinguish the flames. The divine dragon appeared vividly, its eyes gleaming with divine light. Though its form was somewhat ethereal, yet the dragon's might was palpable, carrying an ancient pressure of divine beings. Turning to look, Tang Sen held the dragon command, activating it. The command radiated dazzling light and an overwhelming aura. The white dragon trembled with excitement. He recognized this power and presence. The ancestral dragon. The young man gasped in terror. The ancestral dragon had perished in the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. How could it appear here now? Yet, the dragon's might was unmistakably genuine, exuding an unparalleled sovereign presence, along with an ancient and mysterious aura. Could it be that the ancestral dragon did not perish? The young man thought, his instinct prompting him to flee. However, he quickly realized that the heavenly Tao would not allow the ancestral dragon's resurrection. Moreover, if the ancestral dragon truly returned, the powers of the three realms would have already been reshuffled. The dragon clan would not remain so low-key. The ancestral dragon's supreme cultivation had once withstood both the Phoenix ancestor and the Qilin king, standing firm against two opponents. Now, the Tathagata Buddha could at most match the ancestral dragon in its prime, with a greater likelihood of being outmatched. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the truth. Not so fast. I almost fell for your ruse. This is merely a remnant of its power, he contemptuously remarked. Yet, you, young one, possess great fortune. To acquire such a treasure as the ancestral dragon's token is truly remarkable. However, it matters not. Soon, these objects will belong to me. The divine dragon seemed to sense the young man's disdain. letting out a thunderous roar as its colossal form charged towards him, bringing forth winds and rain, thunder and lightning. Its might overwhelming. Humph, merely an illusion, the young man scoffed, smirking derisively. He slowly raised his right hand, extending it towards the oncoming dragon, then curled his fingers into a tight grip. The space before him appeared to warp under an unseen force, rippling like a stone cast into a pond, expanding into a vortex. A massive claw emerged from the swirling abyss, its 3 fingers sharp as if forged from primordial black iron, glistening with a chilling light. Even from a distance, Tang Sen felt a wave of cold wash over him. Unlike the dragon's ethereal form, this claw was sharply defined, as though it were a solid entity. The claw descended violently upon the dragon's form. With an enraged roar from the dragon, the 1,000-foot-tall illusion gradually dissipated. Below, Tang Sen felt as though he had been struck squarely in the chest, propelled backward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood tinged with golden light, his complexion pale as he was grievously injured. The dragon command in his hand dimmed, losing its previous brilliance, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary token. The ancient aura vanished, and the might of the ancestral dragon was gone. Only the ability to cleanse bloodlines remained. Were it not for the sealing of this space, isolating it from the world and limiting spiritual energy, the dragon's illusion would not have been so easily shattered. Tang Sen's mind raced with thoughts of fire, claws, and Wu Chao. Chao, a bird's nest? Wu, could it be? Connecting the dots, a sudden realization struck him. Luya, you are the prince of the demon clan. Luya, Tang Sen exclaimed in shock. Master, who is Luya? When did the demon clan have a prince? His younger disciples asked, bewildered. It was no wonder. These individuals were too young to grasp the ancient tales. In ancient times, the Wu ruled the earth, and the demons ruled the skies, each vying to be the sole sovereign of the world, leading to constant warfare. The demon emperor Dijuan had 10 sons, dwelling atop the primordial spirit tree, Fusong, nurturing their essence, wielding the formidable innate divine power of the true fire of the sun. One day, all 10 sons emerged simultaneously, scorching the earth with their fierce flames, claiming countless lives from the Wu clan, including the mighty shaman Quafu. In the end, the Wu archer forged a divine bow and shot down 9 sons, leaving only the last golden crow, Luya. Subsequently, the Lich War erupted, resulting in mutual devastation. The Witch clan retreated, and the remnants of the demon clan withdrew to the miasma-filled North Julu continent, ensnared in their domain. However, the sole prince of the demon clan, Luya, was nowhere to be found. Until now, unexpectedly, he appeared here. Faced with despair, Tang Sen surprisingly found tranquility, recounting this ancient tale to his disciples in a calm tone. Now, there was no escape. Attempting to flee before the winged, 3-legged golden crow would be futile. Moreover, Luya had likely ascended to the status of a quasi-saint, his speed further enhanced, rendering them utterly powerless. The only hope lay in whether the Buddha could detect the situation in time. Otherwise, it seemed they were destined to perish here. Unexpectedly, this little fellow knows of me. Luya. Approaching from a distance, Luya walked toward the crowd, clapping his hands with an expression of admiration. Clearly astonished that Tang Sen was aware of such ancient secrets, events that transpired thousands of years ago. It had been millennia since anyone had called me Luya. His tone carried a sense of nostalgia. However, he quickly shifted gears, stating, but I cannot let you go. Tang Sen could not help but silently chuckle. He realized he could only leave his fate to chance now. Who would have thought that at the onset of this journey to the west, he would encounter the prince of the demon clan, a quasi-saint, in such a dire situation? It was indeed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, feeling a tinge of reluctance, Tang Sen still wished to struggle. Prince Luya, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Could you possibly spare me for the sake of my master, the Tathagata, the Buddha? What a formidable background. Yet, do you believe I am here to trouble you for any reason? Luya maintained a half-smile, his expression inscrutable. Enough with the pleasantries. Time is of the essence. As the demonic flames reignited, the power of the primordial spirit surged once more, now significantly stronger than before. Initially, he had only utilized less than 10% of his primordial spirit's power, fearing that employing too much would obliterate Tang Sen's essence. That would have been an utter failure. He intended to gradually erode Tang Sen's spirit and then employ a secret method to implant his own spirit seed, ensuring that Tang Sen's essence continued to weaken while his own spirit seed grew, ultimately replacing the original persona. This was a flawless scheme of substitution. However, deceiving a top-tier being like the Tathagata was no simple feat. Now, Tang Sen remained cocooned within the protective barrier of the innate spiritual treasure, and without expending considerable effort. Luya could not breach it. Luya was growing anxious. Time had elapsed significantly. The sermon at the Great Thunder Sound Temple could conclude at any moment, and the Buddhist sect could detect the disturbance at any time. He needed to act swiftly. The light shield formed by the ninefold demon tower rippled, quivering as if it might collapse at any moment. Tang Sen and his companions turned pale, powerless to do anything but watch. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed from various points of the light shield. In the next moment, the shield abruptly shattered, vanishing into thin air, while the ninefold demon tower crumbled into fragments, retracting into Tang Sen's body. The demonic flames surged forth, and Tang Sen's spirit felt a sharp pain, a signal that his essence could no longer withstand the onslaught. The others beside him remained unharmed, merely succumbing to unconsciousness. A smile graced Tang Sen's lips. He had not anticipated that his second life was nearing its end. He had thought the journey to the West was merely a performance, but it had transformed into a genuine tribulation. He wondered if he could be reborn in a new world, hoping not to face such a hellish beginning again. As he felt his essence about to be extinguished, Tang Sen could only find solace in the thought that there was nothing he could do. What could he do? Being targeted by a quasi-saint right from the start was unbearable for any Tang Sanzang. Just as Tang Sen's soul was on the verge of fading, a glimmer of golden light emanated from his chest, instantly warding off all attacks. However, Tang Sen could no longer perceive it. He had already lost consciousness. It was the golden talisman, which had once been used by the Buddha to suppress Sun Wukong. Now, this golden talisman floated above Tang Sen, radiating boundless Buddhist light and benevolent energy. In an instant, the dark demonic realm was illuminated by the Buddhist radiance, resonating with celestial sounds. As numerous ethereal monks appeared around Tang Sen, protecting him, together, they formed a circle of shimmering golden light. Witnessing this spectacle, the expression of triumph that had adorned Lu Ya's face finally shifted to one of shock and anger. He unleashed all his power, attempting to break through the golden light. However, regardless of his efforts, he could not swiftly penetrate the combined forces of Buddhist power and benevolent intention. In the western heavenly mountain, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Tathagata sat serenely upon the precious lotus, a gentle smile gracing his lips, remaining unfazed. The grand sound of his teachings resonated within the hall, enduring and ceaseless, akin to thunder in the ears, awakening profound insights. Below, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats listened intently, enraptured, their faces adorned with smiles. Ethereal golden lotuses formed from spiritual energy appeared and vanished in thin air, as colorful clouds danced and rainbows arched across the sky. Suddenly, the teachings came to an abrupt halt. Audacious, a voice, tinged with anger, reverberated through the western heavens, shattering the ethereal clouds and rainbows. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats opened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? Had the Buddha truly become enraged? In their eyes, the Tathagata was always composed, possessing wisdom that transcended distance, maintaining a calm demeanor. They had never witnessed him lose his composure before. What could have transpired to provoke such a reaction from the Buddha? The Tathagata had not anticipated that someone would dare to lay a hand on Tang Sanzang. Did they not realize who was protecting Tang Sanzang? It was a quasi-saint powerhouse. Had he not felt the stirring of his primordial essence within the golden talisman, he might have remained oblivious. The Tathagata's expression grew serious. Although he had received assurances from the heavenly court, and the Jade Emperor had consented, the heavenly realm would not intervene. As he mentally reviewed potential contenders among the scattered cultivators, he still found no clues. Could it be the three doctrines? The Tathagata's expression darkened. If those figures were indeed behind this, it would be troublesome. However, the immediate priority was to rescue Tang Sanzang. If anything were to happen, the journey to the West would become futile, and the Buddhist sect's aspirations, cultivated over millennia, would dissolve into a fleeting dream. The entire Buddhist community would become a laughingstock in the three realms, an outcome the Buddhist sect could never permit. It was also unacceptable for the Tathagata, as the journey to the West was closely tied to his path to sanctification, and he could not afford any setbacks. If it truly was a plot from the Xianmen lineage, he would not hesitate to confront them. The Tathagata's expression hardened, and he resolved firmly, without waiting for further inquiries. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and both he and the lotus platform vanished from sight. In the formation's confinement, Luya sensed something amiss the moment the golden talisman activated. Although he was reluctant to see his plans unravel, realizing that his elaborate scheme had come to naught, he knew he had to flee before it was too late. After spending so long as a monk within the Western Buddhist realm, Luya understood the formidable strength of those monks, particularly the Tathagata. Though he had never witnessed the Buddha in action, he knew he could not contend with him. As he prepared to escape, a bright light flickered beneath his feet, but he abruptly halted, his expression turning grave. It was too late. Shakyamuni had arrived. The western clouds swirled, golden lights spanning 80,000 miles, illuminating the path from the spiritual mountain to this very place. The saint's presence could only be matched by the expansive aura of purple chi. Shakyamuni was perilously close to attaining the status of a saint, undoubtedly the foremost being beneath the saints. In this era devoid of saints, he was indeed the veritable first among the three realms. Luya inhaled sharply. Shakyamuni had concealed his strength exceptionally well. However, as he felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down from all directions, Luya could no longer maintain his facade. To continue feigning ignorance could very well lead to his demise. He released his primordial essence to counter the oncoming force, summoning forth a radiant sun. A colossal golden crow manifestation flickering within. With a resounding cry, the sun's true fire erupted, repelling the encroaching golden light. The sun blazed fiercely across the sky, its scorching flames igniting half the heavens, contesting with the serene golden light. In that moment, the world was rendered in hues of gold and crimson. The western sky aglow with gold, while the east was suffused with red, distinctly separated. Chapter 26. The Great Battle at this Ridge. A colossal phantom of a Buddha slowly materialized, its head, as massive as a small mountain, gradually lifted, eyes seemingly swirling with the movement of stars, embodying the cycle of life and death. At this moment, the enormous eyes of the Buddha coldly scrutinized Luya. Luya's countenance darkened, heavy with gravity, as if it could drip with water. How infuriating! He had come so close to success. Just a moment longer, and he would have accomplished the ploy of Li Dai Tao Jiang, rendering Tang Sen subservient to him, which would not only thwart the efforts of the Buddhist sect, but could potentially revive the demon clan. Yet, just a fraction short. Now that Shakyamuni had arrived, his chances were vanquished. He recognized this phantom. It was the Dharma form of the Buddha. This manifestation had not appeared before the public for a long time, and its presence here signified the true wrath of the Buddha. With a snap, the concealed great array Luya had set around the mountains was effortlessly shattered. This space re-emerged before the world, drawing the gaze of numerous powerful beings from the three realms, eager to witness the event that had compelled the Buddhist Lord, the Buddha, to intervene personally. Upon seeing Luya manifesting the Golden Crow's Dharma form, they displayed expressions of keen interest. Even the supreme heavenly palace above the 9 heavens cast a glance, intrigued by the unfolding events. The Buddha's phantom did not delay, its right hand raised, descending upon Luya as if the heavens were collapsing. Luya's feet shimmered with escaping light, narrowly evading the edge of the Buddha's palm at the last moment. Boom! The immense Buddha's palm left a deep pit in its wake, yet the figures of Tang Sen and his disciples were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, a grand will descended, and the surrounding time and space seemed to pause for an instant before resuming its flow. Yet Luya could clearly feel that he had been deceived. The Buddha's unwavering strike had startled him. Aware of the Buddha's might, he instinctively sought to evade, only to realize it was a feint, deliberately forcing him to retreat. Had he held Tang Sen in his grasp moments ago, Shakyamuni would not have dared to act rashly. Understanding Tang Sen's significant role within the Buddhist sect, he could not believe they would truly abandon the journey to the West. However, as this realization dawned upon him, a wave of frustration surged within him. Momentarily paralyzed by fear, he had instinctively dodged and forgotten about Tang Sen. Now, with Tang Sen rescued by Shakyamuni, his sole hostage was lost, and sensing the alterations in the surrounding space-time, he understood he was ensnared within the Buddha's realm, a domain he found difficult to escape. Luya, or should I call you the Great Sun Buddha, why did you strike at Tang Sen? Though the Great Buddha did not speak, his majestic voice resonated like thunder in Luya's ears. Indeed, Luya, after the war between the witch and the demon, had entered the Buddhist path. leveraging his innate solar fire talent and status as the prince of the demon clan to attain the title of Buddha, known as the Great Sun, or the Great Sun Tathagata. At this moment, the surrounding area had entirely fallen into the Buddha's realm, with time and space under his control. Shakyamuni was unperturbed by the prospect of his identity being revealed, directly exposing Liu Ya's title. "It's nothing. I simply found him displeasing and wished to teach him a lesson." Realizing he could not escape, Liu Ya resumed his nonchalant demeanor, even jesting. "Come with me to the Spirit Mountain to face the judgment of the Buddhas." "Impossible." Liu Ya's tone was resolute. Returning to Spirit Mountain meant either suppression or brainwashing. "Unless you hand over Tang Sen to me." Aware that this was an unacceptable condition for the Buddhist sect, Liu Ya's proposal was as good as futile. "Are you intentionally betraying the Buddhist sect and opposing it?" A rare hint of anger tinged Shakyamuni's voice. No tradition could tolerate betrayal, especially that of a high-ranking figure. Liu Ya's potential defection as a quasi-saint and Buddha would be a tremendous blow to the Buddhist sect in terms of both power and faith. Shakyamuni did not wish to lose a quasi-saint so easily and spoke with a tone of persuasion. "Though you are formidable, Shakyamuni, I, Liu Ya, am no pushover. While I may not match you in strength, if you wish to easily subdue me, you are merely dreaming. The world knows of your divine powers, yet they remain unaware of my esteemed name as the Tao Lord." Seeing Liu Ya's obstinacy and refusal to relent, Shakyamuni chose not to speak further. Raising his arm once again, the divine palm of the Tathagata. This was the true divine palm of the Tathagata. This strike had once obliterated the rebellious son Wukong, suppressing him for 5 centuries. It was a remedy for insubordination. As the palm descended, the heavens shifted color, storms brewed, and the 5 elemental powers converged at its 5 fingertips, bearing down upon Liu Ya. With this single strike, it was an ultimate technique. The might of this blow was magnitude stronger than the one that had subdued Sun Wukong. Yet, it did not intimidate Liu Ya. "Caw!" The golden crow's dharma form behind him emitted a brilliant cry, flames of solar true fire blazing fiercely, surrounding him in a sea of fire. With a flap of its wings, the solar true fire surged even more violently, the inferno boiling and the intense flames rendering the space hazy. The 3-legged golden crow soared upward, guiding the raging heavenly fire to counter the descending Buddha's palm. The colossal palm shimmered with 5 colors: white, blue, red, yellow, and gold, its radiant hues swirling as the palm's center displayed these 5 colors, a continuous cycle of creation. It collided perfectly with the golden crow, engulfed in flames. Boom! The force reverberated through the air, scattering the clouds, as mountains seemed to vanish beneath a sharp blade. The 5 elemental divine palm of the Tathagata clashed with the solar true fire of the golden crow, both sides momentarily at a stalemate. With golden and crimson light illuminating the sky, as if heaven and earth had collided. Seeing that he could not easily subdue the golden crow's dharma form, Shakyamuni furrowed his brow. With a thought, the spiritual energy in this space converged toward the Buddha's palm, while the golden crow appeared to be suppressed. Its raging solar true fire momentarily faltering, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. Within this realm of the Tathagata, his domain, the spiritual energy was manipulated, and even the laws of heaven and earth could be subtly altered. Combating here was exceedingly disadvantageous, Liu Ya mused. However, with no other options available and the battle intensifying, should the golden crow fall, the Buddha's palm would crush him, and his fate would likely mirror that of the foolhardy monkey from 5 centuries ago. In this domain, Shakyamuni would only grow stronger. No more time to waste. Dark energy flickered in Liu Ya's eyes, as demonic patterns glimmered across his body, enveloping him in an aura of pitch-black demonic energy. Behind him, a colossal, pitch-black Buddha statue suddenly emerged, exuding an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. The Buddha's eyes opened, revealing crimson irises, a sight that radiated bloodlust. With a leap, the dark giant struck out, shattering the overwhelming palm into 5-colored brilliance, liberating the immobilized golden crow. The giant did not pursue, but landed gracefully, with the golden crow settling upon its shoulder. The surrounding solar true fire coalesced into a ring of black flames around the giant. The golden crow's form gradually faded, yet the giant's power surged exponentially. The ultimate combat form. What is this? Demonic energy. Shakyamuni's tone lost its calmness, filled with shock and rage. You have allied with the demon realm. This is my newly fused Buddha demon form. I seek your guidance, Buddha. Liu Ye's voice brimmed with pride, for he had amalgamated the powers of the demon, Buddha, and magic, rendering him immensely powerful. In this moment, Liu Ye was adorned with black, demonic patterns, the fiery mark on his forehead glimmering ominously, exuding an aura of malevolence. As Buddha ceased to speak, the demon realm emerged as the adversary of the entire Taoist sect, as well as a foe to his Buddhist teachings. Since ancient times, Buddhism and demons have been irreconcilable. At this juncture, there was no need for persuasion. A quasi-saint who had allied with the demon realm, no matter how reluctant one might feel, simply could not be spared. The most prudent course of action was to eliminate him. This was the utmost measure to mitigate losses. Contemplating this, Buddha's murderous intent began to rise. Just moments ago, he had harbored hopes of bringing Liu Ye back to the righteous path. But now he could not afford to keep him alive. Across the 3 realms and the 4 great continents, countless golden specks of light began to converge upon this location, transforming the western Bulhujo into a veritable ocean of golden light. This was the fortune of Buddhism and the collective faith of innumerable Buddhist disciples. The golden light gradually coalesced into a once ethereal Buddha statue, which began to take on solidity. There was no time to wait. Sensing the immense power contained within the gradually solidifying Buddha figure, Liu Ye gritted his teeth. He transformed into a streak of black fire, merging into the demon Buddha. The previously sluggish demon Buddha instantly became animated. He charged forth. The colossal figure thundered across the ground, each footfall causing the earth to tremble. With countless chasms opening where his feet landed, the demon Buddha raced towards the golden Buddha, intent on striking first to interrupt Buddha's incantation. As the golden Buddha loomed before him, the demon Buddha leaped into the air and delivered a horizontal punch aimed directly at the golden Buddha's chest. The golden Buddha merely extended a hand, conjuring a protective barrier that effortlessly blocked the blow. Buzz. At last, the golden points had fully coalesced, revealing not a mere illusion, but a magnificent golden Buddha, seemingly forged of gold, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, radiating an aura of sanctity. The 6-span golden body, crafted from the faith of sentient beings and the very essence of fortune, it far surpassed any mere physical manifestation. Liu Ye gazed upon the towering golden Buddha, whose formidable presence distorted the surrounding space, creating ripples that suggested an unbearable weight. Come, a serene voice reverberated. The golden Buddha stepped forward, transcending space to appear before the demon Buddha. With a single punch, the demon Buddha was sent flying 1,000 miles, crashing into countless mountain peaks with a deafening roar. Rising to his feet, the demon Buddha wiped the black substance from the corner of his mouth, evidence of his Taoist body sustaining damage, leaking the principles of demonic law. With a forceful push of his right foot, he surged forward, delivering an elbow strike to the golden Buddha's neck, yet it caused no harm whatsoever. Though both titans were suffused with the power of the laws, they engaged in primal hand-to-hand combat, exchanging blows with brute force. Soon, however, the demon Buddha began to falter. His attacks, even infused with the force of the laws, struck the golden Buddha like a mere mortal striking iron, failing to inflict any damage while he himself sustained grievous injuries, his laws fracturing. This cannot continue. I must flee. It is clear I cannot prevail. In this state, Buddha had absorbed the faith of sentient beings and the fortune of Buddhism. And Liu Ye even felt that he could engage in a few exchanges with the legendary saints without succumbing. Do not mistake the notion that engaging in a few exchanges is weak. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. The disparity between quasi-saints and saints is as vast as the abyss, rendering numbers completely irrelevant. Only another saint can defeat a saint. A quasi-saint, regardless of how many there are, is utterly powerless before a true saint. The notion of a quasi-saint being able to spar with a saint without defeat is, quite simply, implausible. Such tales have never been heard. Only a figure like Buddha, the master of this lineage, possessing unparalleled cultivation, could possibly achieve such a miracle through the amalgamation of his lineage's fortune and the power of sentient beings. Such a person could only be Buddha himself. Yet, perhaps there was another. Liu Ye glanced upward at the heavens. Hao Yin, the elusive sovereign of the celestial realm, the nominal ruler of the 3 realms. The deeper one hides, the grander the schemes. Chapter 27. The demon realm emerges before him. Buddha's most formidable manifestation stood, radiating an intense aura of murderous intent. If he did not flee now, he would surely perish. Luya immediately produced a yellow gourd, resembling an ordinary vessel for wine from the mortal realm. However, at the moment the gourd was unveiled, Buddha's expression shifted. He recognized it instantly. This was the famed severing immortal flying knife, feared by all deities across the three realms, which had annihilated countless witch clans during the war of witches and demons, absorbing their essence and growing ever more powerful. Now, merely producing it caused the space of this palm-sized world to destabilize, showing signs of fracturing under the overwhelming aura of killing intent and sharpness. After all, it was merely a microcosm, lacking the stability of the primordial world, when subjected to the assault of such a supreme innate spiritual treasure designed for slaughter. Fragmentation was nearly inevitable. The abundant magical power within Luya flowed into the gourd, causing its brilliance to intensify as it floated before him. "Please, my treasure, turn around." Luya bowed deeply. The malevolent energy in the air thickened, ultimately converging at the mouth of the gourd. As Luya bowed, a beam of white light emanated from the gourd, manifesting eyes and brows. The white light turned to face the colossal golden Buddha, its eyes flashing with brilliance. In an instant, the malevolent energy surged skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of killing intent, painting the heavens crimson. A razor-sharp white sword aura, seemingly capable of severing all, surged forth towards the six-span golden body, arriving before the great Buddha in the blink of an eye. Long before the malevolent energy dissipated within the space, Buddha had sensed impending peril and gathered all his magical power around the six-span golden body, producing the golden lotus of merit to sit beneath him, with golden radiance coalescing within a 3-foot radius, rendering him indestructible and unyielding. What transpires when the sharpest spear meets the most formidable shield? Luya could no longer afford to witness the outcome. His magical power exhausted, his divine body injured, he needed to escape to a safe place to recuperate. Should Buddha endure this assault and subsequently regain his composure, Luya would be utterly defenseless. Channeling the last vestiges of his magical power, Luya combined the principles of demonic and Buddhist law, along with the essence of solar fire, into a flaming blade, raising it to cleave through the solidified space around him. Crack! The sound resembled shattering crystal, although the surroundings remained unchanged. It felt as though a layer of crystal had fractured, the sound ringing clearly. Time and space returned to normal, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was restored. Luya, disregarding any sense of awe, hastily activated his escape light and fled into the distance. That sword, which seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens and the earth, was the culmination of thousands of years of accumulation, infused with countless metal attributes spiritual objects. It had originally served as his ultimate trump card for survival. Now, it had indeed become a means of preserving his life, yet he was filled with frustration, as it was an act he had hoped to avoid. That single strike could have potentially vanquished the majority of quasi-saints, wielding immense power. Yet now, it had been expended with no reward, and he found himself gravely injured. Luya was so incensed he felt like spitting blood. This time, he had truly incurred a grievous loss. Not only had he betrayed Buddhism, but he had also revealed his alliance with the demonic path, making himself a target for all. In the face of the celestial court, the Buddhist sect, and the Taoist pursuit, he had nowhere to hide in heaven or earth, and could only retreat into the demon realm to recuperate. Truly, he had never made such a disastrous investment in his life. It was a loss that felt as if he had given his all for naught. Luya cursed his ill fate. Moreover, revealing the existence of the demon realm would inevitably lead to retribution. That great figure, though often amiable and approachable, could be utterly merciless when one committed a significant error. Thoughts raced through his mind as his feet never slowed. Soon, he vanished into the horizon. The great powers of the three realms were all intently observing this fierce battle, a confrontation between top quasi-saints, one of whom was Buddha himself, subtly revered as the foremost figure in the three realms. Ever since the great sage son Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, Guanyin had chosen to retreat into the shadows. Following that, the Buddhist sect had been thrust into the limelight, with Buddha being hailed as the preeminent figure of the three realms. Now, as the influence of Buddhism continues to expand, many mortals are aware of the Buddha but remain oblivious to the Jade Emperor. The Buddhist sect subtly surpasses the celestial court, emerging as the preeminent force of the present day. Naturally, it is understood that there still exists a certain disparity in strength between the two, albeit a minor one. Following the events of the journey to the West, Buddhism is poised for a flourishing era, potentially developing over the next few millennia to challenge the supreme status of the celestial court. Many powerful beings contemplate this in silence. Suddenly, a dark light streaks from the battlefield, vanishing into thin air. Sensing the overwhelming demonic energy, the expressions of all present change dramatically, prompting them to employ their divination techniques. It soon becomes clear that the former prince of the demon race, Luya, has succumbed to the demonic path, and the demon realm has manifested in the mortal world. During this calamity of the journey to the West, the emergence of the demon realm could inadvertently transform this minor tribulation into a cataclysm involving celestial beings, gods, demons, and monsters across the three realms. The last great calamity was the battle between the Wu and the Liao, a conflict that shattered heaven and earth, causing turmoil across the realms, resulting in countless deaths. Those celestial beings, demons, and witches involved suffered heavy casualties, with many fortunate enough to survive left grievously wounded. The level of cultivation in the primordial realm has regressed by at least 3,000 years since then, reflecting on the brutality of the Wu-Liao War. Many powerful beings shudder involuntarily. In the face of the heavenly calamity, no one can escape except for the saints of heaven. Currently, most of the powerful beings are at the Daluo Jinxian level, with very few at the quasi-saint level, placing them all within the impending tribulation. The only solution lies in the early detection of the demon realm and taking preventive measures. As this thought crosses their minds, their expressions shift dramatically. However, the minor heavenly tribulation is evolving into a greater catastrophe, and the heavenly secrets become increasingly chaotic. In this state, it is impossible to discern the time and place of the demon realm's emergence. Unanimously, they turn their gazes toward the Nine Heavens Palace. Only the celestial court can unite everyone to identify the demon realm and avert the impending catastrophe. Many from the Western Buddhist sect harbor indifference, even slight aversion, as the sect has grown too rapidly in recent years, displaying an unsightly demeanor and adopting increasingly aggressive methods, offending numerous individuals. Contemplating this, the powerful beings can no longer remain idle and hasten toward the celestial court, which possesses the innate spiritual treasure, the Haotian mirror, an artifact capable of observing nearly every corner of the three realms. Of course, it cannot see through places cloaked in certain laws, such as the sanctuaries of saints or the territories covered by innate great formations. On the ground, the duel between the immortal-slaying flying blade and the six-span golden body has reached a conclusion. As the dust settles and the laws calm, the golden body Buddha stands tall, though now marked by a wound on its chest that refuses to heal. Observing the absence of Luya, the Tathagata retracts the golden body and his divine powers. Amitba, the golden wheel of merit appears behind his head, and the war-torn battlefield begins to visibly recover. The demonic energy is dispelled by golden light, clouds gather, and heavenly rain descends, nurturing tender green sprouts that quickly emerge from the earth, while the shattered mountains are restored to their former glory. Everything returns to normal, with verdant mountains and ancient trees, save for those souls lost forever, unable to be revived. Matters of life and death follow their own cycle of reincarnation. The injury sustained by the golden body from the immortal-slaying flying blade requires 100 years to heal, yet fortunately, the fortunes of the Buddhist sect remain intact. The Tathagata feels a tinge of frustration. Luya's strength surpasses expectations. Merging the paths of demons, Buddhas, and fiends is akin to achieving quasi-saint status thrice. The fusion of these three powers is even stronger than typical late-stage quasi-saints. The possession of the immortal-slaying flying blade, a treasure of slaughter, is capable of injuring the golden body, which harbors a fragment of the Buddha's immortal trait and embodies the collective fortune and aspirations of the Buddhist sect. Could it be that succumbing to demonic influences truly enhances strength? The Tathagata quickly dismisses these chaotic thoughts. The immediate concern is the journey to the West. Should the journey proceed smoothly, the already formidable fortunes of the Buddhist sect may surge once more, potentially allowing him to glimpse the realm of saints. With that thought, the Tathagata regains his smile and promptly releases Tang Sen and his disciples from the Buddhist realm, for they are treasures, his hope. Uncertain how much time has passed, Tang Sen gradually awakens. He had a dream where he was killed and then traversed back, promptly avenging himself against those vile individuals. Upon opening his eyes, he sees the Tathagata seated upon a lotus platform, smiling at him. A glance at himself reveals no injuries. His clothing shines as new, and even his internal power has increased. What is happening? I distinctly recall being slain by Luya. Could this be an illusion? Or perhaps the Tathagata is a manifestation of Luya? Tang Sen hastily rubs his eyes and instinctively activates his heavenly eye. Before him stands a colossal Buddha, radiant in gold, illuminating the heavens with an aura of tranquility and peace. It becomes clear that this is the true Tathagata, and he promptly bows in reverence. Disciple pays respects to master. Upon hearing this address, the Tathagata's eyes gleam with golden light as he scrutinizes Tang Sen closely. As the Tathagata gazes upon him, Tang Sen feels a flutter of unease, hoping his system will not falter and expose any flaws. Everything appears normal. There is no possession or soul transference, and their spirits resonate perfectly. Instantly, he feels relief, recalling that Guanyin had previously mentioned this issue, suggesting it is likely a revival of true essence, with this cultivation being a re-establishment. Tripitaka, this calamity has passed. The demon has returned, and the demon realm has resurfaced. There may be unforeseen changes on your journey westward. Exercise utmost caution. Disciple will heed your words. Tang Sen replies respectfully. Since he was not immediately unmasked, it seems no issues have been detected. And Tang Sen breathes a sigh of relief. I possess 3 talismans, sealing my 3 divine powers. In times of dire need, they can preserve my life, so they must not be used lightly. The Tathagata hands Tang Sen 3 talismans, 1 for the Tathagata's divine palm, and 2 for the diamond unbreakable. He fears such incidents may recur. Had it not been for the timely activation of the golden talisman, Tang Sen would have truly perished, and the journey to the west would have ceased, jeopardizing his aspirations of attaining sainthood. Such occurrences must not happen again. He then bestows upon Tang Sen 2 talismans for diamond unbreakable, which represent the standard state of the 6-span golden body, devoid of the enhancement from fortune and aspirations. Thus Tang Sen cannot wield the Buddhist fortunes. The diamond unbreakable talisman is impervious even to the assaults of mid-stage quasi-saints, allowing sufficient time for him to sense and arrive at the scene. The Tathagata's divine palm serves as a precaution, ensuring readiness for any eventualities. After imparting his instructions, the Tathagata transforms into a beam of golden light, vanishing from sight, and the brilliant spectacle dissipates. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the white dragon horse slowly awaken. Reflection of Tang Sen upon regaining consciousness. He sees Tang Sen standing silently nearby. This time, he truly underestimated the situation. Knowing full well that Master Wu Chao harbored ulterior motives, he hesitated and did not flee. He had grown too complacent, believing that as a pivotal figure in the journey to the west, backed by the Buddha, no powerful being would dare to act against him. He forgot that wealth stirs the hearts of men. His identity as a seeker of the scriptures serves as both a protective charm and a tempting morsel. He is akin to a naive child traversing a great road, carrying a fortune, while everyone knows of his formidable background, should a robber appear and seize the treasure. What can be done? He realizes he has been mistaken all along, thinking that his status as a disciple of the Tathagata would allow him to traverse the journey to the west with ease. However, should someone of equal stature to the Tathagata act against him, he could only wait to be rescued, unable to do anything else. For a fleeting moment, Tang Sen feels as if he has become the Tang Sen of the original tale, perpetually captured by demons, awaiting Sun Wukong's rescue. Though the demons have transformed into Luya and Sun Wukong into the Tathagata, the outcome remains unchanged. Indeed, he is a weak and inept individual, self-satisfied and deluded. When did it begin? It was perhaps during the journey to Chang'an that I first crossed over. Upon arrival, I was revered as the esteemed monk Xuanzang, a disciple of the Buddha, and soon forged a brotherhood with the Tang Emperor, basking in temporary glory. The demons I encountered along the way were woefully inadequate. Even the Bodhisattva Guanyin hesitated to admonish me, mindful of my role as a seeker of enlightenment. Gradually, I became arrogant and dismissive, once believing that my background was paramount. Only now do I realize that true strength is everything. Status is merely an appendage to power. Was the Buddha revered solely for his divine identity? Perhaps it played a role, but this identity was undoubtedly earned through his unparalleled strength. Strength is the foundation. With it, power, status, and treasures will naturally follow. Without strength, even the most abundant gifts will eventually slip away. In the past, I lacked ambition, I merely sought to complete this pilgrimage under the auspices of Buddhism, to attain a position as a Buddha, and then return to the mundane world to indulge in fleeting pleasures. This reflected a lack of purpose, as my powerful background led me to believe that further effort was unnecessary. Yet now, I have a goal: to grow stronger, to become the strongest as swiftly as possible. I never wish to experience again the feeling of being utterly powerless, at the mercy of others. The haze of confusion in Tang Sen's eyes dissipated, replaced by a newfound resolve. Strength is indeed everything. Once a person has a goal, their gaze becomes imbued with vitality. Turning back, I saw that Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the white dragon had awakened, waiting not far off. They remembered nothing, for the Buddha had erased this segment of their memories before departing. After all, the association between Luya and the great Sun Buddha was a scandal for the Buddhist community. The Buddha was once a prince of the demon clan, who had now renounced Buddhism and embraced the path of the demonic. If this were to spread, it would obliterate the reputation that the Buddhist community had painstakingly cultivated over millennia. Hence, erasing their memories was a trivial matter in comparison. Tang Sen had no time for lamentation. Every step now had to be taken toward strength. His current celestial cultivation was insufficient, far from adequate. He needed greater power. Resolutely, Tang Sen shook off his lethargy and led his disciples westward. This time, he refrained from summoning that motorcycle, opting instead to follow the path of Tang Sanzang, measuring the journey to the west one step at a time. Each step was a meditation. Each step nurtured his spirit. Perhaps this was the reason the Bodhisattva Guanyin urged them to tread steadily toward the west. This journey was not merely a pilgrimage for scriptures. It was also Tang Sen's quest for self-discovery and enlightenment. In his heart, Tang Sen silently called upon the system. System. Host, I apologize. I was unable to intervene in that situation, but I will ensure your true essence remains safe, the system replied, its tone filled with regret. It's all right. I bear no blame. Had you intervened, the situation might have been far worse. I was careless, Tang Sen replied with a sense of relief. He was not merely comforting the system. In a battle at the quasi-saint level, intervention would have been impossible to conceal. If the system were discovered, it would not escape unscathed. Even the Buddha could not shield it, and it would likely be eradicated as an external evil, erased from existence. Fortunately, the worst did not come to pass. Everything had settled, but such luck could not be relied upon indefinitely. Thus, it became imperative for him to possess strength, absolute strength. At that moment, Tang Sen comprehended the system's initial warning. The journey to the west was not as straightforward as it seemed. The urgency to enhance one's strength and alter fate was paramount. Therefore, upon reaching the western paradise, was Tang Sen truly the same Xuanzang? It was difficult to ascertain. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of the perils that lay ahead on this journey. Fortunately, he still had the system and a chance. System, how can I swiftly enhance my strength? Tang Sen's desire for power had never been more intense. Ding. The system has detected that the host has overcome the trials of Master Wu Chao, orchestrated by the demon Prince Luya. Reward, true sunfire. True sunfire? A splendid gift. Tang Sen gazed in delight at the golden flame in his hand. This was the innate fire of the Golden Crow clan, renowned as one of the 4 most potent flames in the world. The other 3 were the Southern Ming fire, the innate flame of the Phoenix clan, the Samadhi true fire, a divine fire that ignites all, and the Luding divine fire, used by the Old Lord for alchemical purposes, possessing the power of creation. The Golden Crow was born of the Sun Star, a spirit of fire nurtured by the celestial body, and thus, the true sunfire inherently radiated a noble and majestic aura. With a flick of his hand, he stored the true sunfire away. Gazing ahead, the mountains loomed endlessly. Upon reaching the flowing sand river, he would summon Sha Wujing, and the system would reward him with enhanced cultivation. Tang Sen's mind was consumed with this thought, fueling his determination. Disciples, quicken your pace. He strode ahead, leading the way. Uncertain of how long they traveled, they arrived at a dense forest. Master, hold on. Sun Wukong, who had been following closely, furrowed his brow and leaped in front of Tang Senator. There's demonic energy. Demon? Tang Sen quickly retreated to the side of Zhu Beiji and the White Dragon. After his encounter with Luya, he had grown sensitive to demons, fear coursing through him. Luya had nearly brought him to his demise. And now Tang Sen was on high alert, overly cautious. Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, carefully probing ahead. Meanwhile, the White Dragon and Zhu Beiji stood guard. weapons at the ready. Forming a protective circle around Tang's senator, a gust of wind swept through the trees, rustling the leaves, when suddenly, a fierce striped tiger lunged from the underbrush, charging at them. Before it could reach them, Sun Wukong struck it with his staff, sending it crashing into a tree, lifeless. As they were still processing this, a more potent demonic wind surged forth, carrying with it swirling yellow sand that stung their eyes. Sun Wukong and the others quickly shielded Tang's son, seeking refuge from the onslaught. Ha ha! How formidable is my Samadhi divine wind! Monk, after slaying my tiger vanguard, do you think you can simply walk away? Amidst the howling wind, a figure clad in a yellow robe, somewhat disheveled, emerged. You two stay here to protect the master. I will deal with that demon, Sun Wukong commanded, brandishing his iron staff as he charged toward the yellow-robed demon. A commotion ensued, and soon, Sun Wukong returned. Disheveled, and with his eyes tightly shut, a look of torment etched on his face. Brother, what happened? The white dragon rushed to inquire. The demon's skill was mediocre, and after a few exchanges, I had the upper hand. Just as I was about to subdue it, it unleashed a blast of yellow wind that blinded me, forcing me to retreat in disgrace, Sun Wukong recounted. That yellow wind is indeed powerful. Even my glasses could not shield me, and I was caught off guard, he added, visibly shaken. What should we do, brother? Perhaps we should face the demon together, Zhu Beiji suggested anxiously. With such a foe, we need not adhere to the rules of one-on-one combat. No, if you both accompany me, who will protect the master? Besides, that yellow wind is exceedingly dangerous. I have faced gale winds in the heavens that cut like blades, yet they could not harm me. This yellow wind, however, is peculiar and treacherous, Sun Wukong cautioned. Still rattled. Yellow wind? Could we have entered the territory of the yellow wind demon? Tang Sen pondered. Indeed, he recalled that in the original story, the yellow wind demon appeared shortly after Tang Sanzang encountered Master Wu Chao. Originally, the yellow wind demon was a yellow-furred weasel who had attained immortality by stealing lamp oil from the Buddha's crystal lamp. Fearing retribution, he fled to the mortal realm and established dominion over Yellow Wind Ridge, regularly sending his tiger vanguard to capture travelers for his feasts. Little did he know, today he would encounter Tang's son and his disciples. The formidable demon summoned the Samadhi divine wind, an extraordinary power that ordinary means could scarcely withstand. Tang's son cautioned his disciples, noting that the entirety of the yellow wind demon's prowess lay within that very wind. Once it was restrained, he would be merely a common monster. The wind-restraining pearl, capable of subduing the Samadhi divine wind, happened to be in his possession. With a mysterious smile, Tang's son rose to his feet, declaring, I shall accompany you. I have a way to bind that wind. He promptly followed his disciples outside. That monkey, a defeated foe, retreats in disgrace. How dare he show himself again? The yellow wind demon mocked, inciting a furious reaction from Sun Wukong. Hey, you two. Are you the reinforcements summoned by the monkey? The demon taunted Pigsy and the white dragon. Tang's son regarded the audacious demon with admiration, hoping he would retain his arrogance a while longer. He donned the brocade robe, recalling that it bore a wind-restraining pearl. What are you waiting for? Charge. He can no longer wield his wind, he urged his three disciples. Unable to contain himself, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff and charged forward. Pigsy followed suit with his nine-toothed rake, while the white dragon transformed into his true form, a 100-foot-long dragon, circling in preparation for a precise strike. The trio's onslaught soon proved overwhelming for the yellow wind demon. As he attempted to unleash the Samadhi divine wind once more to turn the tide, he blew out only a single fallen leaf. The forest fell silent, devoid of any wind. Tang's son, clad in his brocade robe from a distance, emanated a gentle glow that subdued the Samadhi divine wind. Seizing the opportunity, the three brothers attacked in unison. Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of chaotic staff techniques, followed by Pigsy's relentless assault, leaving 9 transparent holes in the demon's body. Finally, the white dragon delivered a devastating strike, his dragon breath combined with a powerful tail sweep, culminating in a decisive blow that crushed the demon to death. Alas, the yellow wind demon perished, never comprehending why his Samadhi divine wind had faltered. Chapter 29. The Great Battle against Sha Wujing. In the midst of auspicious clouds and radiant mist at the foothills of the small Sumer mountain, sunlight shone down, dispersing the fog to reveal a Zen monastery. The melodic chime of bells resonated within, and fragrant smoke wafted into the air. At that moment, An elderly monk paced anxiously within the hall, glancing occasionally towards the horizon as though awaiting someone's arrival. By now, Tang Sen and his disciples should have reached Yellow Wind Ridge. Why hasn't Sun Wukong come to seek my aid in subduing the demon? He muttered repeatedly. This man was Lingji Bodhisattva, the ruler of the small Sumer mountain. Under the Buddha's guidance, having learned that the true scripture was difficult to procure, Tang Sen was destined to face 81 trials on his pilgrimage. Thus, he had sent his beloved pet, the yellow-haired weasel, down to the mortal realm, hoping to accrue some merit and contribute to the trials. Many bodhisattvas of the Lingshan had done similarly, dispatching their steeds or pets to gather merit. Even Guanyin, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra had participated, with Maitreya Buddha likely involved as well. All were aware that the journey to the west was a grand feast for the sharing of merit. Yet now, this monkey had yet to arrive to summon him, leaving Lingji Bodhisattva anxious about his own merit. Could they have found a way to counter the Samadhi divine wind? Lingji pondered, growing doubtful. Impossible. The Samadhi divine wind can only be subdued by the wind-restraining pearl, and only I possess such a pearl from the Buddhist realm. They would have to seek it from me. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. However, remaining idle was not an option, so he decided to visit Yellow Wind Ridge. Grasping the wind-restraining pearl and taking up his flying dragon Zen staff, Lingji Bodhisattva prepared to head to Yellow Wind Ridge. Before departing, he entrusted a communication talisman to the gatekeeper, instructing him to inform him immediately should anyone seek him. With that, he confidently rode the clouds towards Yellow Wind Ridge. At Yellow Wind Ridge, the four disciples gazed upon the lifeless yellow wind demon, now reverted to his true form of a yellow-haired weasel. This demon was far too fragile. It seems we accidentally killed him, the white dragon expressed with regret. I'm not boasting, but I could take on 10 such demons. Master brother, how could you struggle against such a foe? Pigsy taunted Sun Wukong, recalling the time he had been soundly defeated in Gao Lao village. Although they had reconciled, he seized this rare opportunity to provoke Wukong further. In a swift retort, Sun Wukong struck Pigsy with his staff, sending him flying. This demon was utterly worthless. Had it not been for that wind, I could have dispatched him in an instant. He exclaimed, fuming at the indignity of being mocked by a pig. Enough. It's just a minor demon. We must prepare to set off, Tang's son urged. Eager to continue their journey, before them lay the river of sand, and his grand reward for cultivation was within reach. How could they afford to delay? Sandy, wait for your master. I shall finally advance my cultivation, he thought, recalling that his last upgrade had been quite some time ago. The four of them quickly resumed their journey westward, brushing off the earlier incident as a mere footnote. Beep. Congratulations, host, for overcoming the trials of Yellow Wind Ridge. The mastermind behind the scheme is Lingji Bodhisattva. Reward, Flying Dragon Cloud Staff. As the Flying Dragon Cloud Staff materialized in his hand, Tang Sen smiled. Lingji Bodhisattva was, after all, rather impoverished, possessing few extraordinary abilities. The only truly precious items he had were the wind-restraining pearl and the Flying Dragon Cloud Staff bestowed upon him by the Buddha. Since he already possessed a wind-restraining pearl, it was of little consequence. But the Flying Dragon Cloud Staff was a remarkable postnatal spiritual treasure, capable of transforming into a dragon to vanquish foes. Stowing the staff away, Tang Sen reflected on his growing arsenal. However, the 9-tiered demon tower wasn't suitable for combat, and using the 9-section staff would detract from his monkly demeanor. Thus, the Flying Dragon Cloud Staff was ideal, useful both as a walking stick and a weapon in battle. Oh, and the last time I used the dragon token, the ancestral dragon's might was diminished, rendering the treasure ordinary and forgotten in the corner. Handing the dragon token to the white dragon, he watched as the moment it was grasped, the dragon felt a surge of ancestral blood connection, his own dragon blood stirring with anticipation. Little white. This is the dragon token, a relic left behind by the ancestral dragon. After being schemed against by that meddlesome bird, the ancestral might dissipated, leaving it only capable of purifying the dragon lineage. Now I entrust it to you. Do not disappoint my expectations. The dragon token had long been a legend among dragonkind, a treasure that could enhance the purity of their bloodline and elevate their innate talents. However, it had vanished after the ancestral dragon's passing, never to be seen again. Now, holding this legendary relic felt surreal, like a dream. Although he had never seen it and had no idea of its true appearance, the white dragon was certain it was the token in his grasp, the pulsating energy unmistakable. as was the fervent desire embedded within his veins. This is far too precious. The white dragon felt choked with emotion, unable to articulate his gratitude. Observing the white dragon's touched expression, Tang Sen patted his shoulder, jesting, "Hurry and use it. I might regret this decision later." Understanding his master was merely joking, the white dragon nodded earnestly. Cradling the dragon token in his palm, he bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the relic. It glowed with a radiant light, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. Pressing his still bloodied finger against the token, it transformed into a beam of light, slowly merging into the white dragon's being. At that moment, a powerful dragon aura erupted around him, only to gradually subside into tranquility. However, the little white dragon sensed that he was slowly evolving. Though the pace was gradual, it was persistent, and his innate bloodline was undergoing a transformation, gradually perfecting itself. Given time, he might very well become another ancestral dragon. The events unfolded between two figures. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were ahead, scouting the path, unaware of the happenings, yet they did not delay their journey. Meanwhile, Lingji Bodhisattva, riding on clouds towards Huangfeng Ridge, felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Looking down, he found it empty. He could not help but fall into a deep state of doubt, questioning his existence. "Where's my staff? My large staff?" At that moment, Tang Sen and his disciples were obstructed by a mighty river, with turbulent waters surging violently. The river's surface bore not even a small boat. "Master, there's a monument over here," called out Sun Wukong from a distance, beckoning everyone to come closer. As they brushed aside the weeds, Tang Sen read the inscription on the monument aloud. 800 streams of flowing sand, 3,000 depths of weak water. Goose feathers cannot float, and reed flowers sink to the bottom. The river of flowing sand, we have arrived. Tang Sen's face lit up with joy as he realized that his last disciple and a great cultivation opportunity were right here. Just as he spoke, a surge of waves erupted from the surface of the river of flowing sand, and a creature with a head full of red hair and a blue indigo face emerged. Conjuring a whirlwind as it charged straight towards Tang Senator Sun Wukong met it with his staff, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Seeing Zhu Beiji and the little white dragon approaching, the monster hastily retreated, diving into the water and disappearing from sight. "It's your fault. I was just about to capture that monster, and now you've scared it away," Sun Wukong complained to the two who had caught up. "Brother, do not be angry. We only wish to assist you in capturing the creature. Who knew it would be such a coward?" Zhu Beiji said with a smile, repeatedly apologizing. "Now someone needs to go into the water to lure it out." Tang Sen joined the conversation. "I excel in land and air combat, but I am not adept in water battles. In the water, I can barely utilize 1/10 of my abilities," Sun Wukong said, his expression somewhat troubled. "Though I am of the dragon clan and naturally close to water, this weak water is too formidable and heavy for me to remain in for long." The little white dragon added awkwardly. It was indeed embarrassing for a dragon to fear water, yet it was unavoidable. Weak water was notorious as a forbidden place in the three realms, and dragons could not easily approach it. "Master, allow me to go. Back when I was the marshal of the Heavenly River, I commanded the Celestial Water Army, and I am quite familiar with weak water. In those days, I crossed 3,000 miles of it, earning the admiration of all the celestial beings in the Heavenly Court. Which is why I was appointed to lead the 10,000 celestial water troops," Zhu Beiji recounted. "All right, Master understands. Beiji, off you go." Seeing Zhu Beiji digressing into tales of his past exploits, Tang Sen interrupted him. "All right then, I shall go." With that, he hoisted his 9-toothed rake and leaped into the weak water with a splash. On the shore, the little white dragon stayed close to protect Tang Sen, while Sun Wukong cast an invisibility spell and flew above, waiting to strike as soon as the monster revealed itself. After a while, bubbles began to rise from the water's surface, as if it were boiling. Sensing the monster's imminent emergence, Sun Wukong focused intently, gripping his golden staff tightly, ready to strike a decisive blow. With a crash, two figures burst forth from the water, soaring high into the sky to engage in battle, their movements echoing with the sounds of combat, a true match of equals. Suddenly, Sun Wukong dispelled his invisibility and swung his staff in a sweeping motion. Chapter 30. A ferocious beating of Sha Monk. The early spring air was still tinged with the lingering chill of winter. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing Tang Sen to tighten his thin white monk's robe. Though he had attained the realm of immortality, He insisted on experiencing the seasons through the eyes of a mortal, observing the cycles of the sun and moon and the transitions between cold and warmth. While he wouldn't actually catch a cold, he did feel a slight chill. As he watched the three combatants before him, he stood aside, lost in thought. A few days prior, Luya had caused a stir, nearly shattering his composure, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil, questioning himself, and almost leading to a collapse of his Tao heart. For a cultivator, the collapse of the Tao heart is no trivial matter. It can lead to madness at best, or death and the extinguishment of one's path at worst. Reflecting on it now, Tang Sen felt a pang of fear. Fortunately, he had since regained his balance. No one is born sacred. Some truths can only be understood through personal experience. No amount of advice from others can compare. Caution is undoubtedly wise, but excessive caution breeds hesitation and indecision. Courage is admirable, yet recklessness can lead to folly. One learns wisdom through experience, but one cannot let a single misstep instill a lasting fear. Coming back to reality, he noticed the little white dragon watching him with concern, prompting him to smile gently. "Master, are you all right?" The little white dragon asked cautiously. Throughout their journey, he had sensed something was off with Tang Sen, who had changed significantly from his usual demeanor, often lost in thought. He had asked several times, but Tang Sen had not responded. "Little Bai, I apologize for worrying you. I have been somewhat distracted these past few days, but I am fine now." He smiled while playfully pinching the little white dragon's handsome face, finding it pleasantly smooth to the touch. Seeing his master finally return to normal, the little white dragon smiled in relief. The master had shown him tremendous kindness. He had once been destined to be a mount, but now he was a disciple of the great Tang holy monk. Not long ago, Tang Sen had even given him a token that could alter his fate, and potentially the fate of the entire dragon clan. If sacrificing himself could save Tang Sen's life, he would willingly do so. Moreover, the simple act of a playful pinch on the face, in the little white dragon's eyes, was a sign of his master's affection, treating him as family. Suddenly, a figure came flying from the distance, landing before them with such force that it created a large pit in the ground. "I'm a one, you play dirty." Sneaking an attack. With no sense of martial ethics, a figure awkwardly crawled out of the pit, angrily scolding son Wukong. Had it not been for his quick reflexes at the last moment, using his demon-slaying staff to block the blow, he would likely have been seriously injured. This damned monkey has no sense of decorum, attacking a monster unexpectedly. And this pig, unaffected by the weak water, is quite suspicious. The little white dragon, seeing the monster so close to him and Tang Sen, quickly positioned himself in front of his master. He wanted to engage the monster but reconsidered, realizing that Tang Sen, being an ordinary human, would be at risk, so he dismissed the thought. Protecting his master was of utmost importance. His senior brothers would handle the monster. Tang Sen stared in astonishment at the disheveled figure before him. Dressed in a pale yellow gown with fluffy hair, no, fiery red hair, bearded and adorned with a skull necklace, with a green face and sharp teeth, he appeared quite fearsome. The outrageous style truly left Tang Sen dumbfounded. Could it be that another fellow cultivator has traversed through realms? "Are you perhaps from the Morning Love family?" Tang Sen inquired tentatively. "Morning Love family? Is that famous?" "I, Sha Monk, am not from any such family." Sha Monk finally noticed the two individuals beside him, having been too focused on scolding the monkey and the pig. "What a stroke of luck. To find you here without any effort." Sha Monk grinned maliciously, recalling how he had relished the taste of monks long ago, particularly the 9 he had once consumed. Their tender flesh still lingered in his memory, and he had even kept the skull as a trophy. "Not familiar with the Morning Love family? Perhaps you are not a fellow traveler after all." Tang Sen breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the Sha Monk engage the little white dragon in combat, each strike was fierce, as he sought an opening to bypass the little white dragon and capture Tang Senator with each of Sha Monk's attacks. The little white dragon had no choice but to take them head-on. If he attempted to dodge, he risked Sha Monk reaching Tang Senator after enduring several blows. The little white dragon silently lamented. "The strength of this fellow is truly remarkable. Xiao Bai, pay no mind to me. Unleash your full power and strike him." At that moment, Tang Sen, who had already retreated to a safe distance behind a stone, called out loudly. Seeing Tang Sen now nestled in a secure location, the white dragon exhaled in relief, executing the dragon's dance as he engaged in combat with the sand monk. "Monster, do not harm my master." Just then, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, realizing they had been attacking in the wrong direction, hurried back. Upon their return, they witnessed the sand monk assaulting the white dragon and rushed forward to assist. The three united against the sand monk. The sand monk parried several strikes, but soon found himself outmatched, his two fists no match for 6 hands. His eyes darted about, contemplating an escape back to the river of sand. This time, he was determined not to re-emerge. Xiaobai, transform. You shall flank the perimeter. Wukong, you shall lead the assault, while Beiji provides support. From afar, Tang Sen activated his heavenly eye, observing the battlefield. Upon noticing the sand monk's frantic gaze, he realized the creature was plotting another escape and began issuing remote commands. This old rascal intends to flee. Hearing Tang Sen's voice, the three hesitated not. The white dragon instantly transformed into its magnificent form, stretching hundreds of feet long, gliding along the battlefield's edge. His dragon eyes fixated intently on the sand monk, refraining from direct engagement while emanating his dragon might to influence the sand monk's movements. All the while vigilantly watching to prevent any chance of escape. The white dragon was no longer the same, having absorbed the dragon command. Both his bloodline and talents had been significantly enhanced, and even his dragon might now bore a trace of ancestral majesty. Zhu Beiji, positioned at the outer circle, occasionally darted in for surprise attacks on the sand monk. After the white dragon and Zhu Beiji withdrew from the fray, Sun Wukong felt liberated. No longer constrained by the fear of accidentally injuring his junior disciple, and he fought with renewed vigor. Although the sand monk now faced only Sun Wukong, he felt even greater pressure than when contending with 3 adversaries. This monkey fought with a ferocity akin to madness. Several times, the sand monk attempted to burst forth from the battlefield, seeking refuge in the river of sand, only to be thwarted by either Zhu Beiji's rake or the white dragon's claws, forcing him back. With the river of sand heavily guarded by the white dragon and Zhu Beiji lurking menacingly nearby, the relentless barrage from Sun Wukong left the sand monk in considerable distress. No, if this continues, I shall be worn to nothing. A glint of determination flashed in the sand monk's eyes. Returning to the river of sand was impossible, for that dragon would not allow him to plunge back beneath the waves. Since escape was futile, his only option for survival was to take a hostage. The sand monk glanced towards Tang Sen, who was still hidden behind the stones. He had pinpointed the latter's location when Tang Sen had called out earlier. Still hoping to flee? What a laughable weakling. With a fierce roar, the sand monk swung his staff with all his might, sending Zhu Beiji flying. While he offered no resistance to the incoming golden hooped rod, merely conjuring a thick protective barrier before him, slightly adjusting its angle. The golden hooped rod struck true, landing a brutal blow on the sand monk, causing him to spit blood and be propelled backward, hurtling directly towards Tang Sen's hiding place. By the time the white dragon noticed, it was too late to intervene. Sun Wukong was also in hot pursuit. Yet the short distance was crossed in the blink of an eye for the sand monk. As he beheld the hostage so close at hand, he felt he could almost see Tang Sen's face. Once he captured Tang Sen, he would surely escape unscathed. Yet, why was that one still smiling? Indeed, Tang Sen was smiling at the incoming sand monk, wielding a magical staff, the recently acquired flying dragon cloud staff. Pointing the staff at the sand monk, it elongated in the wind, transforming into a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon, soaring through the clouds and delivering a powerful tail whip to the rushing sand monk. The sand monk was sent flying back at an even swifter pace than before. The white dragon, observing the dragon image in the distance, felt a surge of excitement. It had been far too long since he had returned home, and he longed to see his kin. As the sand monk was sent reeling back, the white dragon followed suit with a fierce tail swipe, declaring, "You dare to flee. You dare to plot against my master. You've been given too much face." The sand monk was struck back, leaving him bloodied and battered, a mere plaything for the trio. "Elder, cease this. I surrender, I surrender." Overwhelmed, the sand monk felt as though his divine form was on the verge of shattering under the relentless assault of the 2 dragons and could only plead for mercy. No amount of resistance could withstand such ruthless ferocity. These 2 dragons were excessively brutal. Did they truly believe this was a game of baseball? He was, after all, a distinguished general of the heavenly curtain, albeit once. "What did you say? Speak louder. I didn't hear you." "Master, he claims he surrenders." Sun Wukong genuinely believed Tang Sen hadn't heard, hastily relaying the message. "So you're the only one with good hearing? Watch your tongue." Tang Sen lightly tapped Wukong on the head. Zhu Beiji chuckled from the side, well aware that their master was merely toying with the demon, and refrained from interjecting. Elder, I acknowledge my wrongs. I implore your mercy, spare my powers. The sand monk realized Tang Sen was mocking him, yet under the eaves. He had no choice but to bow his head, especially since the two dragons showed no sign of relenting. He was still airborne. His magical energy was exhausted, and he could no longer even employ his escape light. The pain from the dragon's tails was unbearable, and he was on the verge of collapse. All right, let us cease hostilities. Wukong, bring him over here. Tang Sen recognized that continuing the beating could lead to fatal consequences. After all, the sand monk was sent by the heavenly court and represented their dignity. It was permissible to chastise and scold, as that was the prerogative of a master. But killing him would undoubtedly tarnish the heavenly court's reputation, leaving no room for explanation. He had merely intended to vent the pent-up rage from earlier encounters, which was why he had not revealed his identity immediately. Once his identity was disclosed, how could he engage in such blatant violence? After being mercilessly crushed by Lu Ya, Tang Sen had been harboring a fire within him, which was now unleashed upon the sand monk. Alas, who could blame him for his misfortune? Now, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated, the sky appeared to turn bluer as he retrieved the flying dragon cloud staff from the distance. In the meantime, Sun Wukong escorted the sand monk towards Tang Sen, with the white dragon, now in human form, trailing behind. Chapter 31. The self-defeating sand monk kneel, Sun Wukong commanded, forcing the sand monk down before Tang Sen with a kick to his knee. Oh, dyed hair and tattoos, are you a socialite? Can you sing Where's the Road? Tang Sen chuckled at the absurd appearance of the sand monk, finding amusement in the sight. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing. All right, just a jest. Now tell me, where did you go astray? Noticing the lack of laughter from the others, Tang Sen silently criticized their lack of humor. Let us hear it in detail. As he spoke, Tang Sen casually took a seat on a nearby chair, crossing his legs, leisurely picking at his fingernails with a toothpick, exuding an air of nonchalance. I should not have plotted against the elder. I should not have harmed living beings. Seeing Tang Sen remain unmoved, the sand monk racked his brain for additional faults. I once even consumed a few monks, he said cautiously. Truly, there haven't been many. The river of sand hardly sees a soul for years. I typically survive on the birds in the sky and the fish in the water. I've genuinely not eaten many, apart from those 9 unfortunate monks. The sand monk felt tears welling up. What more could he confess? He had revealed everything, struggling to think of any other misdeeds. Finally, Tang Sen set down the toothpick and spoke slowly. None of these are the crux of the matter. Your gravest error is. As he paused, he subtly gestured to Zhu Beiji, who immediately understood and respectfully handed over the teacup. After savoring a sip, Tang Sen continued. Your greatest flaw lies in your appearance. Sha monk responded. Is my appearance my fault? What can I do about it? Of course. Your looks are not your fault, but frightening others with such a visage is certainly your wrongdoing. Do you know who I am? I don't know, nor do I wish to know. If you don't even know who I am, how dare you attempt to consume me? There are many who desire to feast upon me. Who do you think you are? Who am I? With curiosity piqued, Sha monk inquired. Since you have sincerely asked, I shall generously enlighten you. To prevent the destruction of the world, to safeguard peace, and to embody love and genuine compassion, I am the illustrious Tang Sanzang, journeying to the west to seek the scriptures. Tang Sanzang? That name sounds familiar. Have I heard it from someone? Sha monk pondered, struggling to recall. How could you, mere monsters, harm me when Guanyin Bodhisattva herself personally summoned me from the Tang dynasty? Tang Sen scoffed. Guanyin Bodhisattva? Yes, indeed. Sha monk recollected Guanyin's visit to the Lusha River not long ago. She was a woman buried deep within his tender heart. On that day, he was enduring the excruciating torment of 1,000 arrows, pierced daily by the 5 emperors in the sky, enduring this agony 1,000 times each day. By nightfall, his heart would heal, a routine he had come to accept, having endured this for centuries. Once a general in the heavenly court, tasked with safeguarding the Jade Emperor, his status akin to that of a royal bodyguard, he never anticipated that merely shattering a glass lamp would lead to his banishment to the mortal realm by the merciless Jade Emperor, who condemned him to daily torture at the hands of the 5 emperors. He vividly remembered that day when the compassionate woman approached him, pleading for them to cease the torment. For his sake, she bravely ascended to confront the Jade Emperor. Consequently, The 5 emperors ceased their assaults, sparing him from further agony. Strangely, he had grown accustomed to the pain. Now that they no longer pierced him, he felt a void. Before departing, she tenderly advised him to await a monk from the Tang dynasty, with whom he would journey to the west to obtain scriptures and ultimately attain enlightenment. She had certainly made plans for him, a clear indication of her affections. Alas, she had left, and he vividly remembered her lingering gaze, filled with unspoken emotions. He was determined to rescue her, knowing she was Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea, aware of her elevated status in the West. Since that moment, he dedicated himself to physical training and mastering his magical abilities, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the monk from the West to fulfill her task and reunite with her. Observing the entranced Sha monk, whose mouth even dribbled an unidentified substance, Tang Sen felt exasperated and delivered a sharp slap. With his swollen face in hand, Sha monk lamented, "You must be the Tang Sanzang destined for the journey to the west. I am the disciple Guanyin Bodhisattva, selected for you, master. I have awaited your arrival." In a moment of realization, he understood that the person before him was indeed the one he had long awaited, promptly bowing to acknowledge his master. "Please, do not address me as master. I am unworthy of such reverence. Do you know who those 9 monks you consumed were?" As Tang Sen bent closer, his gaze sharpened, his tone imposing. "No, it couldn't be you, could it?" Sha monk stammered under the intense scrutiny, sensing impending doom. "Congratulations, you are correct." Tang Sen flashed a sinister grin, revealing his teeth. "What are you still standing there for? Disciples, attack. Strike him relentlessly." Tang Sen commanded his followers. The 3 bystanders were infuriated to hear that this creature had devoured their master 9 times. Responding to the command, they rolled up their sleeves with menacing smiles, advancing to unleash a barrage of blows upon Sha monk. "Please, not the face." With his powers sealed, Sha monk could only shield his face as the 4 hulking figures approached, knowing they meant to leave him alive, as Tang Sen desired. His pleas for mercy echoed as he begged them to cease, fearing disfigurement. Eventually, they relented, leaving him battered and bruised, resembling a girl who had been ruthlessly bullied by a gang of men. "Do not grieve. Debts must always be repaid. You have devoured me 9 times. Do you think it would be easy to settle?" Tang Sen mocked, reveling in his triumph. Sha monk remained silent, curled up and trembling. Suddenly, Tang Sen noticed clouds approaching from the south and east, evidently seeking him. "Disciples, we have guests. Clean up and avoid embarrassment." Sun Wukong and the others quickly dusted off their garments and tidied their hair. Tang Sen retrieved a small mirror and lipstick from his space, applying the latter with finesse. Draping himself in a fine robe and wielding a 9-ringed staff, he prepared to present his most charming self. Noticing Sha monk still curled up in despair, Tang Sen frowned and ordered, "We must not let Guanyin see this. Remove him from view before he becomes the subject of ridicule." As Zhu Beiji stepped forward, Sha monk stood up on his own. "Guanyin Bodhisattva has arrived?" He quickly wiped his swollen eyes and arranged his disheveled hair, though he could do little about his tattered clothing. As the white clouds descended, it was indeed Guanyin Bodhisattva and the boy Huanan. Upon Guanyin's arrival, she sensed an odd gaze upon her, which was rather unsettling. Turning to discover it was Sha monk, she thought, "Is he truly a fool?" Despite being her chosen disciple, she bore with his eccentricity and offered him a polite smile and nod. "She smiled at me. She truly likes me." Sha monk's heart soared, tears of joy streaming down his face. All his suffering had been worth it. Guanyin, observing Sha monk's increasingly peculiar behavior, inquired with concern, "Tang Sanzang, what is wrong with him? Is he truly a fool? Should we request the Jade Emperor to replace him? We cannot afford to lose face in the Buddhist realm by choosing a fool for our quest." "Fear not, Guanyin, he is likely just hungry. Let us not pay him any mind and instead discuss the matters of life." Tang Sen elegantly invited, waving his hand to conjure a table and chairs beneath a sunshade, adorned with 2 cups and a decanter of perfectly aerated red wine. Although the weather remains somewhat chilly, the sunshade serves as a symbol of ritual, rather than a necessity for sun protection. Noticing that the young disciple Huiyan was approaching, Tang Sen quickly intervened. "Begone, this is not suitable for children. Young ones should keep watch and not disturb my significant discussions with the Bodhisattva." Observing Huiyan's dejected expression as he turned away to guard the door, Tang Sen smiled with satisfaction. As he passed by Sha monk, he discreetly slipped a piece of leftover steak into his hand, remarking, "Look at how hungry the child is. Do enjoy it." His tone was gentle, his smile warm, and his demeanor graceful, entirely unlike the Tang Sen who had just rolled up his sleeves to strike. Guanyin, could you please have some respect for yourself and for me? You are a monk. Is it truly appropriate to eat meat in my presence? With a furrowed brow, she took her seat as Tang Sen promptly poured her a glass of wine. Bodhisattva, do sample this. It is my unique concoction. Picking up the glass, Guanyin was somewhat bewildered. Despite her vast experience, she could not identify the beverage, though the sparkling cup was quite lovely. Inhaling the fruity aroma, she noticed the liquid resembled blood but reassured herself that it likely wasn't tea. Just as she was about to set the glass down, Tang Sen raised his cup. Bodhisattva, I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. You may partake as you wish. With that, he downed the contents in one gulp. Watching Tang Sen's eager expression, Guanyin felt compelled to take a small sip. To her surprise, the drink was delightful, and before she knew it, she had consumed the entire glass. Chapter 32. The ill-fated Lingji Bodhisattva Tang Sen. Please don't let this happen again, Guanyin began, just as Tang Sen continued pouring more wine into his cup. Sister, please speak, he replied, not pausing until the cup was nearly overflowing. This time, it pertains to the Sha monk. Realizing she could not temper Tang Sen's enthusiasm, Guanyin reluctantly began to address the matter at hand. The Sha monk? She glanced at the fidgeting figure beside her. Indeed, Tang Sen. This Sha monk is associated with the Jade Emperor. As you know, we must tread carefully with the heavenly court. This situation is quite troublesome. The Sha monk has consumed my previous 9 lives. While I can overlook this for your sake, you are well aware of how headstrong Wukong is. One wrong move, and he could wreak havoc in the heavens. Just earlier, this demon attempted to attack me. Thankfully, my disciples were competent, or you would not be seeing me now. At this moment, Wukong and the others were deliberating how to deal with him, making this predicament rather challenging. Tang Sen wore a troubled expression, gently tapping his fingers on the table while his gaze lingered on the full glass of red wine. Troublesome? Challenging. That implies there is a solution. Picking up on Tang Sen's insinuation and observing his determined gaze, Guanyin bit her lip and downed her drink in one go. Sister, you truly are a remarkable woman. Generous and bold. I, Tang, will accept this disciple. Grateful for her assistance in finding disciples along the way, he poured another 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Guanyin while consuming the other entirely. This cup was indispensable. To refuse would be to disregard Tang Sen's honor. Guanyin felt a slight dizziness but still lifted her glass. After finishing, her cheeks flushed with a lovely rosy hue. Is that sufficient? A person who typically abstained from alcohol had just consumed 2 large glasses of red wine and was now feeling a bit tipsy. Sufficient? Not at all. Having only heard of the famous tale of the drunken concubine, Tang Sen was eager to witness Guanyin intoxicated, and this was merely the beginning. Disciples, come forth. Our current bond as master and disciples is all thanks to Sister Guanyin's benevolence. Should we not toast to the Bodhisattva? Tang Sen summoned Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the White Dragon. Even the distant Sha monk slowly approached. Master speaks truly. I shall raise a glass in gratitude for the Bodhisattva's immense grace. Without her, I would still be trapped beneath the Buddha's 5-finger mountain, having caused trouble in my youth. I drink first as a gesture of respect. Before Guanyin could react, Wukong lifted his cup and drank, then silently regarded her. Guanyin chuckled ruefully. It was clear that refusing was not an option. Zhu Beiji and the White Dragon took turns toasting, and Guanyin, unable to refuse just one of them, ended up drinking from all their cups. Although she was a public figure for the Buddhist community, she rarely indulged in alcohol. However, faced with these few, she found it impossible to decline. One was a disciple of the Buddha, a seeker of scriptures in the journey to the West, and a monkey favored by the Buddha, said to become a protector of the Buddhist faith, known as the victorious fighting Buddha. The others were no less significant. One represented the Taoist sect, another the heavenly court, while the White Dragon, despite being the least impressive, was still a representative of the Dragon Clan. The Buddhist community was currently engaging with the Dragon Clan, seeking to bring them under their wing, making it unwise to offend any of them. None of you can be slighted. Thus, I shall drink. After consuming several cups of wine, Guanyin's face was flushed, and she felt a delightful sense of euphoria. Sister, are you all right? Observing the swaying Guanyin, Tang Sen hurriedly moved to support her. Signaling to his disciples, Zhu Beiji understood instantly, pulling the still-dazed trio away to keep watch a distance away. leaving only the two of them behind, with one arm around her delicate waist and the other grasping her soft hand. Tang Sen felt as though he were in the heavens. Tang Sanzang, you truly shouldn't drink anymore. You may take the Sha monk. Consider it a request from your sister. As he inhaled her alluring fragrance, felt her velvety softness, and listened to Guanyin's gentle voice, Tang Sen felt himself ascending, readily agreeing. I shall accept him. Since you have asked, I must comply. Henceforth, this Sha monk shall be my disciple. Anyone who opposes him must first contend with me, Tang Sanzang. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Step aside, I demand to see Tang Sanzang. No, you cannot enter. Soon, sounds of a scuffle reached their ears. Observing Guanyin, who had succumbed to sleep in his arms, Tang Sen gently seated her at the table, resting her head upon it. Gazing at the serene and rosy-faced Guanyin, he smiled tenderly, draping his robe over her before soaring into the distance to discover who dared to disrupt his moment. From afar, a bald figure gleamed brightly, surrounded by Wukong and his companions as they confronted him. Are you a wild monk, daring to cause a ruckus on my territory? His voice preceded his arrival. No sooner had he spoken than he landed on the battlefield, looking down at the monk with an air of authority. Presumptuous. I am Lingji Bodhisattva. And who do you think you are speaking to? The monk, filled with indignation, could hardly believe the audacity of Tang Sanzang, who appeared so brazenly. Was the revered Tang Sanzang, known for his profound Buddhist wisdom and genteel demeanor, merely a fa? Oh, Lingji Bodhisattva, do you have something to discuss? His nonchalant tone was now laced with scorn. Tang Sen recognized the significance of Lingji Bodhisattva, a minor figure in the Western paradise, lacking cultivation, treasures, and status. He was known as the Three No Bodhisattva, holding little prominence even among lesser figures like the 18 Arhats, let alone the 4 great bodhisattvas. With unwavering confidence, Tang Sen stood tall. Compared to his identity as the esteemed disciple of the Buddha, he held a far superior status, feeling no need for decorum. Although Lingji felt humiliated, he restrained himself, fully aware of Tang Sen's current importance to the Buddhist community. In the past, his identity could not compare to that of the disciple of the Buddha, Jin Chanzi. In the present, he falls short of Tang Sen. As for the future, it is rumored that Tang Sen will attain Buddhahood, making him even less significant. Feeling overwhelmed in the presence of those who outshine him in every aspect, Lingji could only suppress his frustration. If he were amidst other practitioners of Buddhism, he could leverage his status as a bodhisattva. However, it is easier to confront those outside the Buddhist realm, as no one dares to offend the Buddha's followers. Yet now, he finds himself utterly powerless against Tang Senator. Having lost his sole powerful artifact, he could only reach a stalemate with Sun Wukong. And the wind-stabilizing pearl is of no use in the face of the predatory gazes of Zhu Beiji and the White Dragon. Unable to fight, unable to compete in background, what could he do but endure? Tang Sen, have you passed through the Yellow Wind Ridge? Realizing that he could not intimidate Tang Sen, Lingji quickly donned a smile and inquired amiably. Observing this drastic change in Lingji's demeanor, Sun Wukong scoffed, while Zhu Beiji looked on in admiration, marveling at the Bodhisattva's audacity. Yes, I did. What of it? That yellow wind demon? It has been dealt with. Dealt with? You actually killed him? Lingji exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed, what of it? He was my pet. How dare you slay him? I shall report this to the Buddha and accuse you of unjustly taking innocent lives. Lingji was consumed by a mix of shock and fury. Didn't we agree there would be no danger? Are you certain he belongs to you? He is a demon, after all. What of it? Are there no good demons? Must all demons perish? But he has devoured countless lives. His sins are profound. Since you claim him as yours, then his misdeeds are your responsibility, are they not? Disciples, seize him. We shall present this matter before the Buddha and discern whether the Bodhisattva's indulgence of his underlings in slaughtering mortals is justified. Tang Sen brandished the flying dragon cloud staff, declaring his intent to seek justice in the West. Upon hearing this, Lingji was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that he had instructed the yellow hair weasel to merely perform a show and had cautioned against causing harm. To his dismay, the creature had reverted to its savage nature and had consumed many lives, dragging him into this predicament. If this were to reach the Buddha's ears, he might lose his bodhisattva status. However, I shall grant you an opportunity. Articulate once more whether that yellow hair weasel has any connection to you. Tang Sen said with a hint of mockery, a smile playing on his lips. No connection whatsoever. I do not know that demon at all. Such a heinous creature deserves its fate, and we owe our gratitude to the holy monk for ridding the world of it. I know not who spread the rumors linking the demon to me. It is pure slander. Ling Ji quickly realized that Tang Sen was willing to let him off the hook, adopting a righteous stance as if he were about to swear an oath. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Observing Ling Ji's discomposed visage, Tang Sen couldn't help but smirk at the grotesque display of hypocrisy, reflecting the ugly truth concealed within the facade of the Buddhist community. In a world teeming with diverse characters, it was inevitable that some charlatans would infiltrate the ranks of the Buddha's followers, ultimately tarnishing the image of the faith. At that moment, Ling Ji inadvertently caught sight of a familiar staff, currently gripped by Tang Senator. I sent that my flying dragon cloud staff that I lost on the road? How did it end up in your hands? Tang Sen, that seems to be my flying dragon cloud staff. With leverage now in Tang Sen's possession, Ling Ji spoke cautiously, wary of provoking him. Yours? By what right do you claim it? Tang Sen retorted with a derisive laugh. It truly belongs to me. It was bestowed upon me by the Tathagata. I lost it on my journey, as everyone knows. Ling Ji was on the verge of tears. There is no inscription of your name on it. How can you be certain it is the same? My staff is a family heirloom I have carried since childhood. Indeed. There are 2 characters inscribed here. Ling Ji, he murmured. Really? Their SA name? Tang Sen hastily examined the staff, confirming that Ling Ji was inscribed at its base. Who would be so foolish as to inscribe their name on a treasure? Tang Sen mused, perplexed. Why did you leave your name on my precious artifact? Ling Ji was left speechless with indignation. This man had no shame. Let it not be said that this monk bullies you. Perhaps the staff originally belonged to 2 individuals, and yours was lost. However, you cannot lay claim to my treasure. We must ascend to the spirit mountain to seek the Buddha's judgment, lest the innocent be wronged. Fearful, truly fearful, Ling Ji thought, dreading the mention of spirit mountain. How could Tang Sen be so shameless? Yet, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and feign a smile. Perhaps I mistook it. This staff should belong to the holy monk. Tang Sen nodded in satisfaction. Ling Ji was quite perceptive, a clever individual. Chapter 33. Misunderstanding Holy Monk. I shall take my leave now, Ling Ji stated, eager to escape this disheartening scene. Having lost his yellow hair weasel and his precious staff, he was in a dire predicament. He had no recourse to voice his grievances, as his own weaknesses had been exploited. What could he do but swallow his pride, feeling worse than if he had consumed excrement? That wretched yellow hair weasel. Had it not created such chaos, could a dignified bodhisattva have been threatened by Tang Sen? Ling Ji was consumed by thoughts of vengeance against the yellow wind demon. Having been impoverished, he was further stripped of his treasure bestowed by the Buddha, leaving him with only the wind-stabilizing pearl, which was rendered useless without the proper winds. The more he pondered, the more sorrowful he became, wishing only to distance himself from Tang Sen. Just as Tang Sen contemplated releasing the unfortunate Ling Ji, this penniless individual would yield no profit. Why keep him around? However, a distant voice interrupted his thoughts. Tang Sen, where are you? Oh no, this is bad. Tang Sen sought to intervene, but it was too late. A figure had already appeared before them. The Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva stood before them, slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed with the remnants of intoxication. What is this? Ling Ji gasped, stupefied. Avalokiteshvara suddenly regained her composure, letting out a shriek as she threw her silken robe at Tang Sen and transformed into a beam of white light, fleeing. Was that Avalokiteshvara? Ling Ji could hardly believe his eyes. How could the usually dignified bodhisattva behave in such a manner? I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Tang Sen, awkwardly holding the silken robe, felt mortified, especially with its lingering fragrance. A misunderstanding? Ling Ji's gaze shifted to one of admiration. To think he could manage Avalokiteshvara, now that is a true powerhouse. Noticing Ling Ji's odd expression, Tang Sen chuckled helplessly. This time, he truly could not explain himself. At that moment, the composed Avalokiteshvara gracefully descended from the clouds, resuming her usual air of sanctity. Ling Ji, it was merely a misunderstanding. I came to deliver this silken robe to Tang Sen, she explained with serene composure, as if she had not just fled in panic. Ling Ji nodded in understanding. Yet his gaze bore an ambiguous expression, as if to say, I comprehend everything. Avalokiteshvara, unable to withstand his scrutiny, blushed, then turned to Tang Sen. Do not forget your instructions. With that, she took to the skies alongside Mujia. Observing Avalokiteshvara's hasty retreat, Tang Sen found it amusing. Nothing had occurred. Yet she acted as if something had transpired. You have seen nothing, understand? He warned Lingji, turning away. He feared that the deity Lingji would spread rumors about him, and that Guanyin might indeed come to deal with him. There is little reason to reason with an angry woman. Rest assured, holy monk, I understand. Lingji still maintained an air of understanding. He would continue to seek the holy monk's guidance in the future. Observing Lingji's obsequious demeanor, Tang Sen felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Enough, begone. Tang Sen truly wished to avoid this fellow, who bore no resemblance to a bodhisattva at all. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Should the holy monk require anything in the future, I shall not hesitate to rush to your aid. At this moment, if not to flatter, when else? Lingji possessed little skill save for his keen eye for flattery, having aligned himself with the Buddha before his rise to prominence. His words were pleasant, and he was eventually conferred the title of bodhisattva, eliciting envy among many other bodhisattvas and arhats at the time. Lingji ascended on his cloud, his initial fury transforming into joy. This Tang Sen was clearly no ordinary individual. He was a disciple of the Buddha, tasked with the great merit of the journey to the West. Upon reaching the Western paradise, he would undoubtedly receive the title of Buddha, achieving greatness in a single bound. Now, he was entangled in an ambiguous relationship with Guanyin. Guanyin, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, held a status above even some lesser-known Buddhas. Recognizing the opportunity while Tang Sen was still mortal, Lingji aspired to gain more in the future, perhaps even to sit upon the Buddha's throne. As for those simpletons on Mount Ling, unable to discern the situation, they would fail to understand that enhancing one's status is far less significant than providing aid in times of need. By the time others attain Buddhahood, it would be too late to curry favor. As for the insignificant flying dragon staff, it was but a minor investment. Surely Tang Sen would remember him. Lingji chuckled heartily as he flew away, envisioning himself seated upon a lotus throne as a Buddha. Watching Lingji disappear into the distance, Tang Sen felt a wave of disbelief. This person must be insane. Having lost subordinates and treasures, how could he still be so joyous? Whatever. His insanity has nothing to do with me. Tang Sen returned with a sense of satisfaction, having witnessed Guanyin's inebriated beauty. He flew back to the Liashu River, where he found his 3 disciples helplessly playing in the water, with Sha Monk among them, thoroughly enjoying himself. What to do about Sha Monk? He had promised Guanyin, and it would be difficult to explain to the heavenly court if he did not comply. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Sen decided to accept him, foolishness notwithstanding. Disciples, cease your play and come here. Sha Monk, you too, join us. Tang Sen called to the distant group. Sha Monk, do you truly wish to take me as your master? Tang Sen asked earnestly. Sha Monk knelt with a thud. Guided by Guanyin, I wish to take refuge in Buddhism. I beseech you, master, to accept me. Though your demonic nature has yet to be purged and your sins are grave, the compassion of the Buddha allows for your redemption. I grant you this opportunity. From now on, you shall be my 3rd disciple, bestowed with the dharma name Wukong. I hope you will reform and dedicate yourself to practice. Tang Sen said solemnly. I shall remember this, the disciple replied, bowing 3 times and presenting a cup of tea to signify his formal acceptance. Wukong, bring me a knife. Tang Sen turned to ask Sun Wukong for a blade. This, you want to kill your disciple right after accepting him? Sun Wukong was taken aback. What nonsense. A small knife. Tang Sen retorted, knowing Wukong had misinterpreted his words. Wukong quickly pulled a hair from his body, transforming it into a small knife and handing it over. Wukong, since you have taken me as your master, I must impart a few words. As a monk, you must present yourself accordingly. With your red hair, one might mistake you for a demon child. At your young age, abandon such nonconformity. Let me help you with that. He brandished the scissors and tidily trimmed Wukong's red hair and beard. Can you not change your frightening appearance? Tang Sen frowned. Wukong nodded vacantly, then turned and transformed into his former self as the curtain-lifting general. Although not particularly graceful, he appeared dignified and robust. Much better. This is how you shall remain. Tang Sen nodded in satisfaction at the clean-shaven Wukong. Yet, something still irked him. As he scrutinized Wukong, he noticed the 9 skulls hanging around his neck. What are you keeping these for? Do they amuse you, or do you wish to kill me again? Tang Sen questioned disapprovingly. Master, these skulls can float on the water of weakness. Without them, we cannot cross the Liashu River, Wukong replied, looking troubled. Dispose of that trinket. It disgusts me. Even without this necklace, I, Tang Sen, can cross the Liashahu River, Tang Sen declared grandly. Oh, Wu Jing complied, removing the skull necklace and crushing it in his hands. Watching the dazed Wu Jing, Tang Sen found himself speechless. Could he have been rendered foolish by the Jade Emperor? There was little he could do, for he was, after all, his disciple. He would have to devise a plan later. Little White, take this opportunity to formally take refuge as well. I inquired with Guanyin. And there should be no issue with you becoming a disciple. After all, you have a part in this journey to the west. Tang Sen turned to the White Dragon. Me? The White Dragon looked incredulous, pointing at himself as if to confirm. Initially believing he was merely a nominal disciple, he was now being granted full status. The White Dragon suppressed his excitement and knelt respectfully, bowing 3 times. As the White Dragon completed his final bow, the system's notification sounded as expected. Ding. The system has detected the host has accepted the disciple Sha Wujing. The task of accepting disciples has been completed. 33. Rewarding a substantial amount of cultivation. Ding. The system has detected the host has accepted the Western Sea Dragon Prince a.k.a. The task of accepting disciples has been exceeded, rewarding a substantial amount of cultivation. Boom. A familiar sensation surged through him, far more intense this time, as the 2 rewards stacked together, unlike anything he had experienced before. Tang Sen felt as though he were floating in an ocean of spiritual energy, which was now flowing into his body, continuously enhancing his cultivation and physical strength. Delightful. This was truly exhilarating. Tang Sen felt as though he had returned to the womb, enveloped in warmth, as if he were being reborn. The system's enhancement was gentle, lacking the excruciating pain associated with the transformation of essence. His cultivation was rapidly advancing. Mid-stage Earth Immortal, late-stage Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal. After a considerable duration, his cultivation stabilized, and his physique felt as though it had undergone a complete metamorphosis, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. Tang Sen was overjoyed. This enormous reward had propelled his cultivation to true immortal. Nearing the late stage, just 1 step away from golden immortal, his physical strength rivaled that of a spiritual treasure, even if it were merely a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. This was a qualitative leap. The arduous path of cultivation could not compare to this immediate gratification. An ordinary person would take centuries, even with talent, resources, and esteemed teachers, to reach the golden immortal stage. Yet he had only been on this journey for a few months. At this rate, the Tai golden immortal was trivial, and the Deluo golden immortal was not far off. Once he reached that level, with a few powerful innate spiritual treasures, even if Luya were to return, he would not be without the means to resist. If his disciples also reached the Deluo realm and were well prepared, they could potentially encircle and eliminate Luya. The thought of avenging his great grievance lifted Tang Sen's spirits. Ding! The system has detected the host is at the scenic spot of the journey to the west. Liashahu River. Would you like to check in? Yes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 8 Barrett Rule sniper rifle and 3 flame rule bullets. The 8 Barrett sniper rifle, known as the cannon, can compress magical energy to an extreme degree for effective kills and can be paired with specialized rule bullets, capable of slaying gods and Buddha. Such grandeur. Holding the imposing weapon and the 3 fiery crimson bullets, Tang Sen was overwhelmed with joy. System, what is happening? Why such generosity this time? Previously, the rewards were merely trivial items. Unable to quell his curiosity, Tang Sen inquired within. The system explained that due to the host's previous peril, it had considered the situation carefully and would endeavor to provide powerful artifacts and future sign-ins to ensure the host's safety to the greatest extent possible. Who says one cannot have double blessings? Gently caressing the heavy sniper as one would a beloved, Tang Sen reluctantly stowed it away. Ha ha ha, disciples. Let us depart and continue our journey westward. Master, how do we cross the river of sand? Sun Wukong, the absolute powerhouse of the group, expressed his concerns. I tried flying over, but it's impossible. Without the skeleton, old Sha can't descend into this weak water. Only Beiji can enter. But we can't have him carry us all one by one. Fear not. I shall take action, Tang Sen proclaimed, tossing the flying dragon cloud staff, which transformed into a massive golden dragon. Come, disciples, let us soar across. The flying dragon cloud staff, although a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, was still formidable. The influence of this weak water was limited. A Deluo Jinxian could transcend time and space to cross it. and even a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure possessing a hint of indestructible innate light could disregard the weak water. Of course, his 9-tiered demon tower could also traverse the weak water, but that was too ostentatious. The significance of a superior-grade innate spiritual treasure differed entirely. For this crossing, the flying dragon staff sufficed. There was no need for the 9-tiered demon tower. The 5 masters rode the dragon, soaring towards the far bank of the river of sand. Upon crossing, Tang Sen gazed at the vast wilderness, his eyes filled with weariness. So far, after taking a few steps, he halted, not particularly eager to continue. He regretted the earlier notion of walking step by step to the west. This distance was daunting. His frail body could scarcely endure it. As for riding a motorcycle, he was not keen. While it was enjoyable occasionally, it was unsafe at high speeds, and besides, when had he ever seen a leader drive themselves? Gazing at the towering trees on the mountainside, a sudden idea struck him. He could craft a carriage-like seat, comfortable to sit in without having to drive, allowing him to ponder life at leisure. Stealing glances at his disciples, he considered his options. Sun Wukong, the eldest disciple and the team's undeniable strength, was unsuitable as a driver. Zhu Beiji, lazier than himself, would likely lead him into a ditch. Sha Wujing, while honest, often had an off-putting demeanor. However, the handsome Bai Long, clad in white, possessed an elegance befitting of Tang Sen's status. Everyone pause. Bai, come over here. Master requests something of you. He beckoned the group to halt and called Bai Long to his side. You see, the journey to the west is long, and my frail body tires easily. Would you have the heart to let Master traverse this arduous path alone? Tang Sen lamented, grasping Bai Long's hand and sighing as he rubbed his waist, feigning exhaustion. The road to the west is indeed distant, but what if I were to transform into a white steed for Master to ride? Master has treated me with great kindness, and this small favor is nothing. Guanyin Bodhisattva had intended for me to carry you to the west for the scriptures, Bai Long stated earnestly. With that, he transformed into a magnificent white horse. Observing the steed, Tang Sen sighed, thinking how none of his disciples listened to him to the end. Bai, how could I bear to ride you? What I meant was for you to drive and take me along. Bai Long reverted to his human form, confused. Drive? What is that? Tang Sen promptly produced paper and brush, quickly sketching a carriage. See, this is a carriage, but we need not use horses. We have the motorcycle to replace the horse and secure it in place, correct? He retrieved silver coins from his space. Master means we should construct a framework for this carriage? Exactly. But where shall we find the materials? Bai Long inquired, puzzled. Wood, of course. This land is abundant with fine timber. As for tires, Tang Sen looked around and rummaged through his space, but found no rubber. Suddenly, he spotted Sun Wukong, and a spark of inspiration ignited. Wukong, come here. I need your assistance. What is it, Master? Sun Wukong, who had been observing Tang Sen and Bai Long's gestures with curiosity, rushed over, his face brightening at being called. Can you transform into something like this? Tang Sen handed him the sketch. It needs to be round and elastic. That's easy, but my transformation can only last for a moment, Sun Wukong replied sheepishly. Why not use other materials? Other materials? Tang Sen pondered. Round would be simple, we just need elasticity. Master, what if we use gold? Bai Long suggested excitedly. Gold. Indeed. It possesses a suitable balance of softness and hardness. But where would we find such a quantity of gold? Just as he spoke, Bai Long produced a large chest filled with glimmering gold. Feel free to use it. If it's not enough, I have plenty more. I may not have much, but I have an abundance of gold. Rich dragon, let us be friends. Tang Sen couldn't help but recall tales of the extravagant Zhao Gongzi from his past life. All right, let us begin. Wukong, you go to the left mountain for some golden silk nanma trees. Beiji, search the right ravine for agarwood. Bai Long, use the gold and silver, glass, and gemstones to create some adornments, and you'll handle the wheels. Wujing, come here. Master will teach you how to construct this carriage frame. When your brothers bring back the wood, you can assemble it just so. Tang Sen rubbed his hands together in excitement, assigning tasks to his disciples. Then pulled Sha Wujing aside to teach him how to slice wood and connect it with mortise and tenon, explaining the desired outcome. Soon, the carriage was complete, featuring dual seating and crafted from golden silk nanmu, with a central table of agarwood, edged with gold and adorned with silver filigree clouds, and wheels made of gold. The interior boasted a dazzling array of gemstones, including diamonds the size of pigeon eggs, contributed by Bai Long, who claimed, in the depths of the sea, I possess little but an abundance of gold and silver, along with countless gems and pearls. It is worth noting that in this primordial world, the air was rich with spiritual energy, and the trees were robust and towering. The entire carriage frame was carved from a single piece of golden silk enamel, rendering Tang Sen's recently learned mortise and tenon technique unnecessary, much to Wu Jing's regret. With the completed carriage affixed to the silver coins, Tang's son nodded in satisfaction at the understated yet opulent vehicle before him, a harmonious blend of simplicity and grandeur. This truly befits my royal identity. After all, I am the younger brother of the Tang Emperor, the Prince of the West, and walking without a chariot would be a disgrace to both the West and the Tang dynasty. This monk is merely considering the honor of the Buddhist sect. Master, wait a moment. Son Wukong called out to Tang's son, who was just about to experience the chariot. Allow me to reinforce it a bit. With that, 2 beams of light shot towards the carriage, one golden and one azure. I have cast the Vajra technique and wind mastery on this vehicle. Now it is impervious to damage. He chuckled. Is this enchantment? Wukong, why didn't you mention this earlier? Why didn't you say so before? Tang's son retorted, recalling how he had been asking around for suitable materials for the wheels, only to discover that a simple wind mastery sufficed. He slapped his forehead in embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. What need have we for wheels now? However, a vehicle without wheels feels somewhat off. Besides, golden wheels certainly exude grandeur. Well, as long as the outcome is favorable, the process is of little consequence. Heh, I almost forgot. Son Wukong awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling. I wouldn't dare tell you that it was intentional. Just look at our new carriage. Tang's son disregarded the mischievous monkey and stepped into the carriage, eager to inspect the vehicle he had designed. While it appeared modest from the outside, the interior was quite spacious, featuring 2 large seats capable of accommodating 3 persons each. The central agarwood table emitted a soothing fragrance, known for its calming properties. Most high-quality sandalwood is crafted from agarwood. Tang's son nodded in satisfaction. He unfolded a sunshade, perfect for shielding against both sun and rain, an ideal solution. Little White, I shall teach you to operate this motorcycle. You will become my dedicated driver, so do your best. The vehicle is ready. Now we only need a driver. Tang's son encouraged the little white dragon. You see, this is the brake, this is the throttle. And here you channel your spiritual energy to set the vehicle in motion. Tang's son guided the little white dragon step by step. Little White, be steady while riding. The safety of your master rests entirely in your hands. Be mindful of the throttle. Tang's son reiterated, emphasizing safety above all. Master, don't worry. I, Little White Dragon, am renowned for my honesty and reliability, the young lad proudly proclaimed, though his excited demeanor left Tang's son feeling somewhat uneasy. It matters not. He may stumble a few times, but he will eventually find his balance. All novices experience this. Besides, I am now a true immortal with a body of inferior spiritual treasure, dying from a fall. What a jest. At this point, Tang's son could only console himself in this manner. What else could he do? Should he drive himself? Then what was the purpose of the vehicle? Come, everyone, gather around. It has been a tiresome journey. Let us indulge in joyous libations today. Tang's son produced several jars of fine wine for his disciples, primarily out of his own delight. As he bid farewell to the hardships of his past as a wandering monk, he was now part of the chariot class. Little White, you must not drink. One must not drink and drive, nor drive while drinking. That is the rule. As he noticed the little white dragon squeezing onto the vehicle, ready to raise a cup, Tang's son hurriedly interjected. Yet it was futile. By the time he spoke, the little white dragon had already downed a cup of wine. Huh, master, what did you say? The little white dragon's face flushed crimson, having previously demonstrated that he was easily incapacitated by a single cup. Why would you drink without knowing your limits? Tang's son lamented, smacking his forehead in annoyance, having completely forgotten this detail. What did I say? I said you have dishes and enjoy playing. Tang's son shot an exasperated glance at the little white dragon. The little dragon, feeling embarrassed under the gaze, awkwardly smiled and exited the carriage. With the novice gone, the atmosphere among the 4 disciples brightened significantly, just as they were about to take a few rounds. Suddenly, the vehicle lurched into motion. Everyone inside the carriage lost their balance and fell backward, spilling wine from their cups and drenching themselves. Master, hold on tight. We are off. A voice full of excitement rang from the front as the vehicle sped forward at an alarming rate. Hey, Little White, you little dragon cub, was that intentional? Oh dear. Brother White, what are you doing? Slow down, little White, slow down. The vehicle swerved sharply, nearly flipping over at times, and sped too close to the cliff, causing the occupants to cry out in despair. Yet the little white dragon's face radiated excitement. He pressed the throttle to the maximum, determined to go full throttle. Thus, this vehicle, carrying a cacophony of screams, sped westward. Chapter 35. The Four Saints Test the Zen Heart? No need for testing. I shall lay my cards on the table. The ride was a tumultuous one. However, the little white dragon's driving skills improved significantly. At least he hadn't crashed into a mountain yet. Master, there seems to be a house ahead, and it looks rather large. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and the little white dragon's voice rang out. The four of them hurriedly exited the carriage and rushed to the roadside to vomit. The journey had nearly made them faint, and they swore never to ride in a vehicle driven by the little white dragon again. Master, what is wrong with you? At that moment, the little white dragon curiously approached. Stay away, you little scamp. The little white dragon halted abruptly, standing still with a look of innocence in his eyes. After retching for a while, Tang Sen finally felt some relief in his stomach, straightening up to survey his surroundings. What place is this? White walls, black tiles, flowing streams, and willow trees welcoming guests. Before him lay a picturesque scene of early spring, with peach blossoms blooming all around, creating a romantic pink hue. What is this? A wealthy family? Creak. The grand door before them swung open from within. A graceful elderly woman emerged, prepared to step out, but upon seeing the group outside, she paused in surprise. Esteemed elders, where do you hail from? Tang Sen scrutinized the woman before him. She wore a golden-threaded green silk coat, draped with a light red overgarment, and a beautifully embroidered skirt of goose yellow, the hem revealing delicate 3-inch golden lotuses, complemented by a pair of high-soled floral shoes. As for her physique, he dared not gaze too closely, but it was likely commendable. Such beauty could hardly be that of a demon. Nonetheless, to be safe, Tang Sen activated his celestial eye and scrutinized the woman before him. Now a true immortal, Tang Sen felt a surge of confidence. He was certain that no monster would evade his discerning gaze on this journey to the west. Golden light emanated from his eyes as he studied the woman, who retained her appearance, yet the surrounding aura of celestial energy indicated she was no ordinary mortal. Not a demon? Then she must be divine. In the wake of the flowing sand river, Tang Sen suddenly realized, this is the mother of the Li Mountain. This must be the trial of the four saints to test the Zen heart. With newfound clarity, he straightened his attire, donned his brocade kasaya, and, with hands clasped together, stepped forward to respond. This humble monk hails from the eastern Tang, traveling westward to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon the hostess' abode. Amitba. Flawless, in both speech and action, Tang Sen silently praised himself, observing the young monk before her. Refined and courteous, the mother of Li Mountain inwardly commended him for being a graceful and well-mannered monk. She also noticed the golden light that had flickered in Tang Sen's eyes, but did not intervene. Rather, she felt confident that the Buddha's celestial vision could not penetrate her disguise. She did not intend to belittle the celestial vision. The same power could yield different results based on the wielder, and she was unsure whether she could escape the Buddha's gaze. However, this little monk still had some way to go. Seeing Tang Sen treat her with such respect and decorum, the mother of Li Mountain developed a favorable impression of him. Yet, the performance must continue. With a smile gracing her face, she stepped forward to greet him. Ah, a holy monk from the east. Please, rest inside. I assure you, I have been a lifelong devotee of the Buddha. As the evening draws near, why not stay the night? At dawn, you may resume your journey, and I would be delighted to extend my hospitality. The woman warmly invited. Then, it would be my honor to accept your gracious offer. Thank you, benevolent host. Disciples, let us enter the house. Little White, park the carriage properly. With that, he was the first to step inside, followed closely by son Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing. Master, wait for me. The little white dragon hurriedly parked the vehicle and rushed in after them. The carriage? What carriage? The lady of Mount Li found herself somewhat bewildered as she turned to glance at the small white dragon's vehicle parked beneath the tree. Shaking her head at the peculiar sight, she stepped inside the house and closed the door behind her. Within the dwelling, a horizontal scroll painting depicting the longevity of Shoshan and the blessings of Fuhai hung prominently in the hall. Flanking it were crimson pillars adorned with golden couplets, Silken strands sway like delicate willows at twilight. Snowflakes touch the fragrant plum blossoms in the courtyard. In the center of the hall stood a polished black lacquer tea table, atop which rested an ancient bronze incense burner, from which wisps of fragrant smoke ascended. "Elders, please take a seat," invited the matron, seated regally in her position. Tang Sen promptly occupied the first seat on the left. "To be candid with you, esteemed elders, I have devoted my life to Buddhism, yet I have no sons, only 3 daughters. My late husband passed away prematurely, and our vast wealth has attracted the envy of many. I have observed you, Tang Sen, and you remain unfazed. I have contemplated a solution. My 3 daughters have reached the age of marriage, and I propose that we invite 4 suitors to share our household. A home without a man is ultimately fraught with inconvenience. Don't you agree, elder? Indeed, it is prudent to find a suitable man, for women ultimately require support. However, one must be cautious, as there are many scoundrels outside who prey upon young women's affections." Tang Sen replied earnestly. "You speak truthfully, elder. A young lady should find a reliable partner. However, I notice that you, elder, appear to have 4, or rather 5, individuals. Why not consider joining me and my 3 daughters in a harmonious household? What need is there to journey to the west, enduring hardship when one could enjoy the comforts of this splendid villa? Master, I must protest. I am already wed, and my beloved Sulan awaits my return." Zhu Beiji interjected, loyal as ever to his sweetheart. "Very well, it seems that with my 4 and your 4, we have an even number. What say you, elder? I have no interest. I am a monk, tasked by the Bodhisattva Guanyin to journey to the west to obtain scriptures. I am a man of integrity, renowned for my reliability, and I would not entertain the allure of beauty at the expense of worldly concerns," Tang Sen declared, his demeanor serious. "Goodness, I almost believed my own words." The elder mused, noting the beauty of my 3 daughters, each as radiant as blossoms. "Jinjin, a.k.a. Lian, come greet our guests." A chorus of melodious laughter echoed, sweet as the song of a lark. Yet, Tang Sen's gaze fixated on the youngest, Lian. "Do not think I am unaware. The 2 before me, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, are simply brutish fellows. The thought of a hulking man attempting to woo me sends shivers down my spine." The mere idea repulsed him. He had no desire for such unconventional entanglements. "None can compare to my Guanyin sister, gentle and graceful, truly the embodiment of tenderness." Under Tang Sen's fervent gaze, Lian felt a rush of shyness. "Why does he gaze at me so intently?" she pondered. Meanwhile, Manjushri and Samantabhadra were equally perplexed, questioning whether their transformations had been unattractive. "Elder, what do you think of my 3 daughters?" The Lady of Mount Li smiled slyly. "They are indeed lovely," Tang Sen replied, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Guanyin. "Why not glance at the others?" The Lady of Mount Li felt a surge of irritation, accompanied by a twinge of envy. "Pray tell, who is more appealing? I or Lian? Dear lady, why the jealousy?" Guanyin, too curious for the answer, summoned her courage to meet Tang Sen's intense gaze, only to feel her heart flutter and retreat shyly. "Clearly, Lian is the more beautiful," Tang Sen asserted without hesitation. The 2 other figures felt utterly invisible, realizing that Tang Sen had dismissed them entirely, leaving them to question their own transformations and whether their appearances differed from his aesthetic. "Elder, are you truly intent on remaining here as a son-in-law? What of the journey to the west?" The Lady of Mount Li revealed her final gambit. "To journey to the west is futile. Perhaps the Buddha should send another, for I am smitten with Lian and shall not waver," Tang Sen declared as he rushed forward, embracing Lian tightly, lifting her chin to gaze deeply into her eyes, witnessing her astonishment. "Lian, I adore you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I have cherished you. No matter how you appear, my heart has always belonged to you." Guanyin was stunned, realizing that Tang Sen had seen through her disguise. Was this a heartfelt confession? She was unprepared for such an admission. As Tang Sen's affectionate gaze deepened, he could not help but squeeze her waist gently. "Oh, your waist feels as if it has no bones." This jolted Guanyin from her reverie. She turned her head and pushed against Tang Sen, escaping his embrace and retreating to the inner chamber, forgetting entirely that she had come to test him. The 7 individuals in the hall were left in awe, as if witnessing a masterful performance. "Master, we did not anticipate this side of you. Fear not, we support you." The expressions of Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Shao Wujing, and the small white dragon were surprisingly unified. The Lady of Mount Li, transformed into a woman, washed with a mix of amusement and irritation. Tang Sen had dared to claim that she was less attractive than Guanyin. What audacity! Yet, the trial had been utterly compromised. Meanwhile, both Manjushri and Samantabhadra seethed with indignation. Tang Sen, what a lecherous individual you are! How could you so brazenly tease the bodhisattva before us? Tang Sen, do you realize the gravity of your actions? Chapter 36. A twist of fate. The four saints entreat me to retrieve the scriptures. The trial had failed, and Manjushri could no longer pretend. With a flash of golden light, he revealed his true form, delivering a stern rebuke. In his mind, he expected Tang Sen to be taken aback, to kneel before him in repentance, seeking forgiveness. This was his chance to reprimand the one who had repeatedly challenged him during his previous life as Jin Chanzi, taking advantage of his status as a disciple of the Buddha. Yet, as Manjushri lowered his head, preparing to witness Tang Sen's contrition, he was met with the latter's calm, composed demeanor, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. Samantabhadra, reveal your true self as well. Tang Sen addressed the figure beside him with tranquility. You recognized me? Samantabhadra, now in his true form, was astonished. Impossible. My transformation should not have been discernible. Samantabhadra pondered, bewildered as to how Tang Sen could have identified him. Could it be Guanyin? The reaction of Avalokiteshvara was indeed rather unusual, leading Samantabhadra to harbor doubts in his heart. Tang Sanzang, do you acknowledge your transgressions? However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Samantabhadra cast aside his concerns, levitating into the air alongside Manjushri, and issued a solemn query. The light of the Buddha radiated widely, accompanied by melodious celestial sounds, as the two bodhisattvas emanated an immeasurable brilliance, exuding an aura of sanctity. Their inquiries, reminiscent of divine retribution, evoked an immediate sense of remorse in those who heard them. In the presence of such overwhelming Buddhist light and thunderous questioning, a different person might have experienced a sudden awakening, humbly confessing their errors. Yet, Tang Sanzang remained utterly unmoved, even suppressing a desire to laugh. What are these two pretending for? Like a pair of fools. I have grown under the Buddha's light since childhood, falling asleep to the sound of his teachings. Is this little act of yours truly worthy of such embarrassment? His calm words shattered the pride of the two bodhisattvas. How dare he? Manjushri and Samantabhadra were genuinely incensed. And the atmosphere outside shifted dramatically, the sky darkening with oppressive clouds that seemed to weigh heavily upon everyone's hearts. Inside the room, a sudden surge of golden light illuminated the space, as echoes of sutras filled the air, manifesting the spectral forms of numerous monks, all seemingly accusing Tang Sanzang of violating the precepts repeatedly. Despite the multitude's condemnation, Tang Sanzang remained steadfast. Observing the genuine anger of the two bodhisattvas, Zhu Beiji cautiously approached. Master, perhaps we should admit a fault? A wise man does not seek to face immediate adversity. It seems the bodhisattvas are truly displeased. Beiji stepped back. This matter is mine to handle. Rest assured, no harm will come to us. Tang Sanzang reassured him. He was, after all, the destined pilgrim, irreplaceable unless the Buddhist order wished to cease its grand endeavors. Furthermore, as a disciple of the Tathagata, these two would not dare to harm him. Lastly, the journey to the west was known throughout the three realms. Should he abandon this mission, it would be a disgrace to the Buddhist faith. This was a unique leverage for Tang Sanzang, filled with confidence that these two foolish bodhisattvas would not dare to act against him, but rather would be compelled to apologize. Seeing Tang Sanzang show no signs of remorse, Manjushri was filled with fury. Grasping his hand, a golden whip appeared, poised to strike Tang Sanzang. Calm down, my friend. There is no need for this. He is a disciple of the Buddha. Remain composed. Samantabhadra urgently intervened, restraining Manjushri's rising anger. Manjushri, momentarily terrified, realized that he had nearly treated Tang Sanzang as he would one of his own disciples. If he proceeded to strike, the consequences could be dire. It was frustrating that Tang Sanzang showed him no respect. Samantabhadra, I am only holding back out of respect for you. Otherwise, I would teach Tang Sanzang a proper lesson. Very well, temper your ire. I am well aware of who you are. If I offer you a way out, take it swiftly, do not persist in your charade. Though his eyes brimmed with disdain, he could not express it openly, only offering a dismissive response. Tang Sanzang, as a disciple of the Buddha, your foremost precept is to refrain from lust. Yet, you have allowed yourself to be swayed by desire. neglecting the great mission of the Buddhist order for the sake of fleeting beauty. This sin is unforgivable. Ah, yes, indeed. I am aware of my grave sins. Unworthy and undeserving to seek the true scriptures in the West, and I am ashamed to continue as a disciple of the Buddha. I have decided to renounce my vows and return to lay life, and I hope for your mercy, Bodhisattvas. Tang Sanzang's tone remained as calm as ever, even adorned with a hint of a smile. What are these two trying to do? They think they can intimidate me? Fine, I shall simply withdraw. Initially, it was expected that Tang Sanzang would be struck with fear and desperately plead for forgiveness. But what was this? He appeared completely unafraid. Upon hearing his words, Manjushri and Samantabhadra felt their hearts race with concern. What is this? He is not following the script. They were taken aback, contemplating if they could permit Tang Sanzang to renounce his vows. Who would undertake the journey to the West if he did not? Would they themselves step in? This was a serious matter. Exchanging glances, they silently urged each other to think of a solution. Quick, think of something. What should we do? I'm at a loss. The two were caught in a dilemma, having been outmaneuvered. Samantabhadra, who had previously appeared disgruntled, found it difficult to soften his stance, leaving it to Samantabhadra to speak. With a renewed warmth in his expression, Samantabhadra gently said, Tang Sanzang, while you acknowledge your mistakes, they are not unforgivable. Such words should not be uttered again. After a brief pause, he continued, Our Lingshan assembly still believes in your abilities. The merit of your journey to the West is yours, provided you amend your licentious ways. Once you reach the Western paradise, you shall attain Buddhahood and wander freely. Samantabhadra played the role of the benevolent figure, combining both kindness and authority, painting a bright future. See, even Manjushri is angered on your behalf. This is for your own good, for we are exasperated by your stubbornness. You must understand our perspective, offer an apology, and trust that Manjushri, in his magnanimity, will forgive you. The position of pilgrimage is still yours. Indeed, as long as you realize your folly, I shall not hold past grievances against you. Manjushri took on the role of the stern figure, his face still bearing an expression of anger. Observing his ally's support, Samantabhadra smiled with satisfaction, confident that Tang Sanzang would soon relent. Thank you for your goodwill, Bodhisattvas. I speak sincerely. I have fallen deeply in love with Lianlian and shall not change my heart. The great endeavor of the journey to the West should be reported to the Buddha, and I hope you may find another to take my place. This child, why is he so impervious to both soft and hard approaches? We have extended a bridge for him. Why does he not take it? Tang Sanzang's words infuriated Manjushri and Samantabhadra while igniting a wave of anxiety within them. If Tang Sanzang truly abandoned his mission, and if the Buddha learned that it was their doing, they might face dire consequences. Tang Sanzang, what exactly do you desire? Manjushri, feeling cornered, could not contain his frustration and shouted in inquiry. Bodhisattva, do you not believe that our Buddhist order exists for the benefit of all beings? Tang Sanzang posed a peculiar question, sidestepping a direct answer. Of course, for the sake of all beings. The beings of the three realms know of our compassion. This journey to the West is also to liberate them from suffering, and contributing to this cause is an unparalleled honor. Ignoring the latter part of Manjushri's indoctrination, Tang Sanzang pressed on. Then is it not also our mission to allow beings to experience joy? Absolutely. The reply was emphatic, a rote answer devoid of nuance, delivered straightforwardly. Then I ask you, Bodhisattva, why should I not renounce my vows and marry? My happiness, and Lianlian's happiness, is not that part of the Buddhist mission? Why must you accuse me of wrongdoing? Am I not one among the beings you speak of? Or are the beings you refer to limited to a select few? Tang Sanzang's relentless questioning left the two bodhisattvas momentarily speechless. This he has a point. I find myself unable to counter. Yet, but you are a monk, a disciple of the Buddha, and should adhere to the precepts. Otherwise, chaos ensues. Samantabhadra quickly countered, his mind racing. The precepts were established to guide individuals in their personal cultivation. So, I ask you, Bodhisattva, which is more important, the well-being of beings or one's own development? What is the purpose of obtaining the Mahayana scriptures? Tang Sanzang pressed, leading the conversation into a trap he had long set. Obviously, personal cultivation is paramount. But such a statement cannot be uttered. The two bodhisattvas were left speechless. Yet, they could not allow Tang Sanzang to renounce his vows. Should the journey to the West cease, the cost to the Buddhist order would be immense, jeopardizing centuries of planning and countless future benefits. This was their bottom line. Indeed, Your words carry a semblance of truth. However, Tang Sen, it is imperative for you to recognize that your foremost duty lies in the journey to the West to obtain the scriptures and to deliver all sentient beings. The matter of marriage is not entirely inflexible. After all, there exists a precedent within our Buddhist teachings of the blissful Buddha. The two bodhisattvas have reached a compromise, and as long as you do not abandon your quest, all these matters can be negotiated. What are rules but constructs set forth by us, the Buddhas and bodhisattvas? Who dares to question them? Nevertheless, marriage must be a matter of mutual consent. Do you not agree? The two bodhisattvas presented their arguments, attempting to persuade Tang Sen. Yet, when Manjushri Bodhisattva had raised his voice at me earlier, I was utterly terrified, my legs turned to jelly, and I was left wondering if I could even continue on this pilgrimage to the West. Tang Sen lamented, his tone filled with grievance. Manjushri's face flushed with anger, and his eyes sparkled with golden light as he gazed at Tang Sen's legs. They appeared perfectly healthy. Not only were they devoid of any ailment, but even if they were, a simple healing spell would have one leaping with vitality. For beings of their caliber, weakness in the legs is hardly an issue, but a deliberate provocation. Do not test my patience, Tang Sen. Your legs are perfectly fine, not a single issue. Manjushri bellowed, his eyes ablaze with righteous indignation. Bodhisattva, how can I be the judge of my own legs? They are my own, and I know not if they are sound. I simply cannot walk. Tang Sen sighed, his demeanor exuding a sense of defiance. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, and despite feeling profoundly wronged, Manjushri found himself lowering his proud head for the first time. I apologize, my voice was perhaps a bit too loud, he muttered, his tone barely above a whisper. What did you say? I cannot hear you. Speak up. Tang Sen exaggeratedly cupped his ear, feigning an exaggerated expression of confusion. I said I am sorry. My voice was indeed too loud. Realizing that he could not escape this humiliation, Manjushri raised his voice. Content. Tang Sen nodded in approval. Chapter 37. The frustrated Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Seeing that Tang Sen was finally satisfied, Manjushri retreated to the side, fearing that Tang Sen would again demand he raise his voice, which would leave him trembling. Samantabhadra, beaming with mirth, approached. Tang Sen, you see, I told you it was a misunderstanding. Manjushri Bodhisattva has also apologized. Shall we continue our journey to the West? Samantabhadra wished to maintain his dignity, but found himself unable to do so. The lady of Mount Li observed from the sidelines, thoroughly entertained, while Guanyin had seemingly vanished. Manjushri was now withdrawn, and it was best not to provoke him further. Who knew what he might do? The trial for this quartet now rested solely on him. He could not afford to let Tang Sen abandon their quest, for he could not bear the consequences. Samantabhadra, I suffer greatly. You must understand that I travel to the West for the sake of all beings, for the Buddhist community. The journey is fraught with treacherous mountains and perilous paths, enduring wind and rain, often without enough sustenance. I have nearly been consumed by demons. Is my struggle not worthy of acknowledgement? Tang Sen lamented, as though he bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Indeed, the journey of countless miles is substantial. But Tang Sen, do not presume us blind to your plight. You have scarcely walked a few steps. Do you think we cannot see the carriages awaiting outside? Have you truly endured hardship? A journey filled with feasts and delicacies, often indulging in lavish banquets that would make even the deities envious. The only danger you faced was during that one encounter with the demon, but the Buddha himself intervened to rescue you. What other threats could you possibly have encountered? Although aware that Tang Sen's grievances were exaggerated, Samantabhadra felt compelled to play along, his heart laden with frustration. Ah, yes, Tang Sen, your struggles are acknowledged. Yet you test my faith with your trials. Do you not trust me? You tempt me with beauty, a challenge no man can withstand. I am a monk, yet I am still a man. Manjushri even attempted to strike me with a whip. My suffering is profound. Perhaps I should forego this journey to the West altogether. Tang Sen continued his lamentations. Upon hearing his name mentioned again, Manjushri remained silent in the corner, his radiance dimming slightly. Samantabhadra felt a surge of frustration, tempted to abandon his efforts. Yet the sight of Manjushri, withdrawn and aloof, compelled him to persist. Tang Sen, your hardships and contributions are well recognized. No one can diminish your efforts. Once our journey is complete, you shall be rewarded justly. Fear not, the community believes in your faith. Dismiss any idle gossip and focus on your task. The organization will not neglect you. Bodhisattva, you do not understand. The demons on this journey are fierce. I fear that one day I may become their prey. My life may seem trivial, but if I delay our quest for the scriptures, even 100 deaths would not atone for my transgressions. In this moment, Samantabhadra realized Tang Sen was attempting to extract benefits from him. It was a blatant form of extortion. However, he had no choice. Rest assured, Tang Sen, our Buddhist order will not stand idly by. You will not face any mortal peril. Whatever I can do, I shall do willingly. I have heard that both bodhisattvas possess noble steeds, celestial beasts of remarkable prowess. If only impossible, absolutely out of the question, Samantabhadra exclaimed, taken aback. Tang Sen dared to speak so boldly, seeking his prized white elephant, the very essence of his strength. Captured with the help of the two bodhisattvas, a being of equal stature to himself. Tang Sen, it is not that I am unwilling, but this steed is required for other purposes. Please consider an alternative, Samantabhadra urged, suppressing the urge to unleash his frustration upon Tang Sen. But Bodhisattva, this is all for the sake of the flourishing of the Buddhist community and the journey to the West. Tang Sen proclaimed with utmost righteousness. Not again. Must you employ the same tactic? This moral coercion is truly distasteful. I cannot grant you that. But here, take this beast command token. It allows you to command my steed 3 times. Consider this my support for your journey to the West. Beyond this, I cannot offer more. Samantabhadra, having steeled himself, realized he had no option but to yield. Tang Sen was not one to relent easily. 3 times? Can I command the white elephant to do anything? Tang Sen inquired, his facade dropping, excitement evident in his voice. Tang Sen had never anticipated extorting a celestial steed from this matter. It was a far-fetched notion. Now, it seemed he had encountered the limits of Samantabhadra's concessions and chose to withdraw while the opportunity still presented itself. Seeing Tang Sen's jubilant expression, Samantabhadra's frustration grew. You scoundrel! I knew you were feigning. Indeed, this is the beast command token. Within it lies a fragment of my steed's essence, allowing you to command it at will. Tang Sen, remember to return it after you have used it 3 times, Samantabhadra cautioned, fearing Tang Sen might forget to return the token, knowing full well his character. Of course. Worry not, Tang Sen responded, gleefully inspecting the token, his tone dismissive. Could he truly forget to return it? Samantabhadra pondered anxiously. However, the pressing situation demanded his attention. Once this hurdle was overcome, Tang Sen would no longer be his concern, and if he failed to return it, he could always report him to the Buddha. With that thought, Samantabhadra felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bodhisattva, look over there. Tang Sen gestured toward Manjushri in the corner. Before he could finish, a beam of golden light shot forth, and he caught yet another identical beast command token. This one belonging to Manjushri's steed, the Azure Lion. Likewise, 3 times, came Manjushri's succinct voice from the side. If it were not for necessity, Manjushri truly wished to avoid conversing with Tang Sen. The grievances suffered today were exceedingly great, a level of humiliation he had never encountered in this lifetime. And the most frustrating part was the inability to retaliate. Manjushri was on the verge of internal injury from holding it in. Rest assured, who does not know that I, Tang Sen, am a paragon of honesty and reliability, Tang Sen assured, a smile he could hardly suppress illuminating his face. 2 beast-controlling tokens equated to 6 opportunities for the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Great Luo Golden Immortal. How could one not dominate the journey to the West with such power? Tang Sen, you have expressed your apologies and received your tokens. It is high time you embark on your journey. The journey to the West is of utmost importance, urged Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, eager for their prompt departure. Tang Sen raised an eyebrow. Just a moment ago, you wished for me to stay the night, and now, with dusk approaching, you wish for me to leave? Truly, feelings are fickle. Bodhisattva, look at the nightfall. You cannot possibly intend for me to sleep in the wilderness, he lamented, feigning difficulty. Observing the waning light, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and night was swiftly descending. Very well, let us agree to rest for a night and depart early tomorrow, Samantabhadra, somewhat intimidated by this cunning individual, acquiesced. Indeed, Bodhisattva, Tang Sen replied with a smile, as securing benefits and maintaining a cheerful demeanor posed no disadvantage. Bodhisattva, I wonder where Lian is now. I cannot seem to forget her, Tang Sen asked, his demeanor bashful. Fear not. Tang Sen knows the gravity of matters. There shall be no further delays regarding the journey to the West. However, this poor monk struggles with lingering affection, For one night, I wish to converse with Lian. He added, as if realizing he had overstepped, hastily adding clarification. Lian, how dare you feign ignorance? I do not believe you are unaware that she is Guanyin. Samantabhadra erupted in exasperation. Did he truly think that the transformation he and Manjushri underwent could escape notice, while Guanyin remained oblivious? You must be jesting. Tang Sen maintained a foolish grin, stroking his bald head. Tang Sen, enough. Please cease this farce. Came Guanyin's voice from behind the curtain, followed shortly by her appearance. Having reverted to her true form, clad in garments as white as snow, with hair cascading over her shoulders, her face flushed with embarrassment. This wretched Tang Sen. Guanyin cursed internally, while simultaneously feeling a stirring of unusual emotions. Sister Guanyin, what brings you here? Tang Sen feigned surprise, but Guanyin, infuriated by his pretense, approached and pinched the tender flesh at his waist, twisting fiercely. Ouch! What are you doing? Tang Sen winced, gasping for breath. Why do you make such jokes? Guanyin inquired, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Sister Guanyin, I assure you, I am not joking. Once the journey to the west is complete and I attain Buddhahood, I wish for you to be my companion, Tang Sen declared earnestly, grasping her shoulders and gazing intently into her phoenix-like eyes. Ah! Guanyin exclaimed, breaking free from his grasp, covering her blushing face as she fled. Manjushri and Samantabhadra exchanged glances, observing the playful banter between the two. These two must have some hidden agenda. To think they would summon me for a trial, only to engage in such antics. What a loss. With a mutual understanding, they activated their halos, humorously assuming the role of oversized lanterns. Ignoring the two oversized lanterns in the corner, Tang Sen turned to bow respectfully to Lady Lishan. Thank you, sister. Lady Lishan, who had just enjoyed a martial arts drama followed by a romantic tale, was startled by Tang Sen's bow. Yet a mysterious smile soon graced her lips. What do you thank me for? For your protection, he replied solemnly, bowing again. Earlier, when Manjushri struggled to contain his anger, Tang Sen distinctly sensed a surge of magical energy from Lady Lishan, ready to intervene on his behalf. Although Manjushri ultimately refrained from striking, Tang Sen felt compelled to express gratitude for her protective spirit. What an intriguing young man. I shall accept you as my brother. Do visit me at Li Mountain when you have the chance. Lady Lishan smiled before vanishing in a flash of white light. Once Lady Lishan departed, Manjushri and Samantabhadra exchanged knowing glances and transformed into two beams of golden light, disappearing from the room. As for Guanyin, she was nowhere to be found, perhaps having left already. Remembering Guanyin's adorably flushed visage, Tang Sen could not help but smile. She would not escape him. Chapter 38. The 6-character mantra the following day, disciples. Rise and prepare for the journey. Tang Sen called out loudly as dawn broke on the horizon. What is the rush? I, old pig, have yet to awaken. Let me sleep a while longer, grumbled Zhu Beiji, while Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing promptly rose at the sound of his voice. Only Zhu Beiji, still half asleep, turned over to continue his slumber. You lazy pig, how dare you disregard your master? Tang Sen remarked with a mischievous smile. Wukong, toss this lazy pig outside to continue his nap. With a command, Sun Wukong sprang into action, effortlessly hoisting the oblivious Zhu Beiji and sending him flying over the wall, landing heavily at the entrance. Hey, who dares disturb my sleep? Do you believe I, the forcibly awakened Zhu Beiji, will let this slide? He bellowed, rising from the ground in a daze. Upon seeing the 4 smiling faces before him, especially Sun Wukong brandishing his golden staff and Tang Sen, whose demeanor was cheerful yet intimidating, Zhu Beiji promptly fell silent. Speak. Do you dare to threaten me, Beiji? I am quite curious about what you intend to do to your master. Tang Sen approached with a friendly inquiry, his pleasant expression nearly convincing Zhu Beiji. Were it not for the 3 companions behind him brandishing weapons. Zhu Beiji chuckled sheepishly. What can I do, master? To be honest, I have this stubborn habit of oversleeping. I've tried countless times to change, and today I must trouble you to help me correct it. I truly appreciate your guidance. Those who recognize the situation are wise. I, old pig, shall not quarrel with these brutes. Oh, is that so? Please, do not force yourself, Tang Sen replied with a grin, causing Zhu Beiji to feel uneasy. I assure you, there is absolutely no pressure, he said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That's good to hear. We must be on our way. By the way, you shall carry the burden today. Tang Sen produced a load from his spatial realm and set it down before Zhu Beiji, passing by him with ease. The load contained daily necessities, such as clothing and bedding. Originally, Tang Sen had stored everything in his spatial realm, but seeing his disciples idly standing by, and to avoid arousing suspicion, he had decided to carry the load visibly. Although the powerful beings of the three realms were aware of this monk's unusual nature and refrained from provoking him, the weaker demons remained oblivious. Carrying a burden and pretending to be a commoner was a rather effective strategy. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they would find themselves at the mercy of Tang Sen's cunning. Arriving at the parking area, Tang Sen took the lead. Disciples, I am assigning you tasks. By Long, you shall be the driver. The little white dragon immediately beamed with excitement, rushing to the driver's seat. Wukong, you shall scout ahead for any potential threats and report back immediately. Son Wukong, somewhat bewildered, nodded. It mattered little to him. He had always been a solitary figure, unable to relate to the others, with his master not having spoken to him in days. The prospect of exploring ahead alone, especially with the ability to fly, was simply delightful. Wujing followed closely behind, seeking to exercise his body. Observing him, one could see that Wujing spent his days as a recluse by the river of quicksand, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, necessitating a vigorous workout. Sha Wujing wore a solemn expression, harboring suspicions that this was Tang Sen's revenge for consuming his previous 9 lives, though he possessed no evidence. The ever-gleeful Zhu Beiji couldn't help but chuckle at his unfortunate junior brother. Beiji, you too, neglecting exercise, your pectorals have sagged down to your belly. You should join Wujing in pulling the cart, Tang Sen remarked, casting a glance at the snickering Beiji, prompting him to cease his laughter, while a smile crept onto Wujing's face. Sometimes, enduring one's own hardships is bearable, especially when witnessing another's plight, which can elevate one's spirits significantly. Although he had to walk alongside the cart, at least he wasn't burdened with a load, unlike that unfortunate pig. The law of conservation of smiles dictates that a smile does not vanish into thin air nor materialize from nothing. It merely shifts from one face to another. Does anyone have objections to my arrangements? Feel free to voice them. I value everyone's opinions. Tang Sen pretended to solicit feedback. However, one must find a willing partner for a trade. You may negotiate privately. If both parties agree, I have no objections. Zhu Beiji's eyes gleamed with hope as he glanced at the excited little dragon, ready to hit the gas, then discreetly shifted his gaze. He turned to son Wukong, his eyes pleading, but Wukong ignored him, soaring ahead to scout the path. Faced with such disregard from the monkey, Beiji could do nothing but mutter a few curses under his breath, ultimately glancing at the sympathetic Sha San. You, carry the load, he commanded, raising an eyebrow and adopting an authoritative demeanor toward Wujing. Wujing's brow furrowed, momentarily amused and infuriated. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Why should I? I am your senior. When the master has tasks, the disciple must bear the burden, as would any elder brother. If the master asked me to do something, I would comply without hesitation, but you? Wujing retorted sharply, casting Beiji a look of disdain. Beiji, feeling belittled, sensed his dignity as a senior brother slipping away and snapped. What are you staring at? Let me tell you. Today, you must carry that load, whether you like it or not. His words resonated with authority, striking a chord. It was rare to see Beiji display such resolve, leaving Tang Sen astonished. What do you want? I truly can't bear this load. Shall we settle it with a duel? Last time at the riverbed, we didn't determine a victor. If it weren't for that monkey, you might not have bested me. Wujing brooded over the previous scuffle, eager to reclaim his honor. You don't genuinely believe you can defeat me, do you? Today, unless I beat you into submission, I, the great Marshal Tianpeng, will not consider my title earned. As he spoke, Beiji brandished his prized 9-toothed rake. Unyieldingly, Wujing drew forth his own treasured weapon, the demon-subduing staff. The two began to bicker and brawl, moving to the side to settle their dispute. Enough. Tang Sen's thunderous voice halted them in their tracks. Do you think my team is a marketplace? Do you wish to brawl? Where are your manners? If you insist on fighting, return to the heavenly court. Thus, it was decided Beiji would carry the load. You both follow me. If you fall behind, I'll make you pay. Tang Sen's anger was palpable, his tone fierce. His wrath left both Beiji and Wujing stunned into silence, obediently becoming docile. Observing their compliance, Tang Sen felt a sense of satisfaction. These unruly individuals required firmness, for gentleness bore little effect. Otherwise, they might presume him easy to intimidate. Turning back to the cart, He retrieved the cultivation of the holy monk and immersed himself in study, realizing it had been a while since he last learned. Continuous learning is essential. Stagnation leads to regression. Knowledge brings me joy. Xiaobai drive. He commanded lightly. All right, master, please hold on tight. Your driver Xiaobai is at your service. The little dragon eagerly replied. With a swift acceleration, the cart sped away. Beiji and Wujing exchanged glances, then simultaneously huffed in unison, turning their heads away and running to keep pace with the cart. Flying was not an option for anyone except the elder brother son Wukong during reconnaissance missions. The rest could only proceed on foot. The master insisted this was to cultivate their bodies and minds, strengthening their resolve. He also mentioned how the heavens impose great responsibilities upon individuals, necessitating trials for the spirit, toil for the muscles, deprivation for the body, and so forth. They believed not a single word of it. Yet, they had no choice. They had to heed the master's words, trudging behind the cart with grim faces. Despite their celestial prowess, even without using their magical abilities, they could keep up, though traversing hundreds of miles daily was undeniably exhausting. Suddenly, Tang Sen frowned as he sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him. The courtyard with white walls and black tiles grew increasingly distant, shrinking and fading into nothingness. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. It truly was becoming more insubstantial until it vanished entirely, leaving only a vast emptiness, as if the courtyard had never existed. The previous spiritual energy disturbance indicated the emergence of a vacuum zone, causing the surrounding energies to flow away. Tang Sen's eyes gleamed with golden light as he gazed at the void. In the air, a figure in white appeared, barefoot and holding a jade bottle. Upon noticing Tang Sen's gaze, the figure vanished in a flash of white light. Disheartened by the fleeting silhouette, Tang Sen sighed, but soon smiled joyfully, realizing that Guanyin cared for him and did not wish to see him exposed to the wilderness. Last night, she had remained, using her powers to maintain the courtyard until they departed, after which she withdrew her magic. Notification: the host has successfully passed the 4 holy trials of Zen and received the Guanyin Bodhisattva's divine ability, the heart mantra of Guanyin. The heart mantra, also known as the 6-syllable mantra, suppresses the golden inscription on Sun Wukong's talisman, Wem, Ma, Ni, Pad, Me, Hum. Each syllable bears profound significance. Om, representing humility and dispelling arrogance. Ma, symbolizing compassion and alleviating jealousy. Ni, denoting desire and quelling greed. Pad, signifying wisdom and countering ignorance. Me, representing sympathy and overcoming stinginess. Hum, embodying intention and dispelling wrath. Contemplating the profound nature of these 6 syllables, Tang Sen fell into deep thought. In the South Sea, amidst the purple bamboo grove, Guanyin's retreating light descended hurriedly. Her face flushed with color. Had he seen her just now? Surely not. Bodhisattva, are you all right? The dragon girl, Shankai, noticed Guanyin's bare feet and blushing face. Standing still in a daze, and curiously inquired. And no, it's nothing, Guanyin stammered, suddenly recalling the events of the previous night. Her face growing even redder as she hurriedly responded and dashed into the depths of the bamboo grove. Observing Guanyin's flustered departure, Shankai scratched her head in confusion, pondering the Bodhisattva's odd behavior. Chapter 39. The allure of the ginseng fruit, the first principle of the holy monk. A holy monk must maintain a facade, both externally and internally. An air of mystery can instill caution in others, ensuring one retains their trump cards, leaving others oblivious to one's true nature, thus deterring them from taking risks. The second principle, life is of utmost importance. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. How could a holy monk risk life and limb? Cherish life, steer clear of danger, and value existence. Today's reading concludes here. These 2 principles serve as guiding beacons, illuminating Tang Sen's path ahead, necessitating deep reflection and comprehension. Master, there is a Taoist temple ahead. The voice of Sun Wukong echoed from afar as he descended from the clouds, standing boldly in the center of the path, addressing the group with a loud proclamation. Tang Sen put away the book he had in hand, tucking it securely. Xiaobai, after such a long journey, I feel weary. Let us rest at the temple ahead, he instructed. In truth, he was not fatigued at all. Engrossed in his reading, he felt as if time had flown by. However, seeing his 2 disciples behind him struggling with exhaustion, he realized they must have traveled quite a distance. Behind them, Zhu Beiji seized the moment to drop his burden, bending over with hands on his knees, gasping for breath. The journey had been swift, and these unfortunate brothers had to sprint to keep up. Sha Wujing fared a bit better, treating it as a marathon, but Zhu Beiji was in a dire situation, burdened as he was. He had to maintain a firm grip on his load, lest he lose it in his haste. This arduous trek had indeed worn him out. However, upon hearing the conversation ahead, he felt a flicker of joy, knowing rest was near. He turned to glance at his fellow disciple, who appeared equally beleaguered. Humph. Sha Wujing noticed Zhu Beiji's glance and snorted disdainfully, turning away in evident irritation. Zhu Beiji took little offense. Ah, these youngsters, he chuckled softly, shaking his head as he resumed his pursuit of the moving cart. The immortal's abode, a place where one lives as long as the heavens. What grandiose claims, Sun Wukong remarked, gazing at the imposing temple before him, sneering at the couplet posted at the entrance. I, Sun Wukong, have never been so boastful. The master of this temple is utterly outrageous. Immortality, living as long as the heavens. Why not ascend to the sky? He considered the proclamations mere bluster. Just as Tang Sen disembarked from the cart, he overheard Sun Wukong's words and instantly understood their location. They had arrived at the 5 on Mount Wanshou, the domain of the earth immortal Xinyuanzi. Recognizing Sun Wukong's arrogant tone, he shook his head gently. Wukong, do not be disrespectful. This is the dwelling of a revered sage, he admonished. He was certainly not one to share the ignorance of this monkey, who thought Xinyuanzi feared him. In truth, Xinyuanzi had merely feigned deference to the 2 saints of Buddhism and the Buddha himself, playing along with their journey to the west. The ginseng fruit, a renowned spiritual fruit among the 3 realms, could grant immortality with just 1 bite. Why do you think no one dared to seize it? Everyone knew it was tantamount to courting death. As for Sun Wukong, merely a plaything, easily subdued with a flick of his sleeve. Xinyuanzi was a figure of immense stature, a peer of the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West, though lacking sufficient fortune to attain sainthood. Even now, he was a character of formidable caliber beneath the saints. If the Buddha and the earth immortal were to clash, who would prevail? Tang Sen mused with great interest. However, pondering such matters was sufficient. Beings of such high caliber rarely engaged in conflict unless it was a matter of life and death, an outcome no one wished to witness. High beings? How high? Are they greater than Guanyin Bodhisattva or the Buddha? Sun Wukong maintained his dismissive tone, believing that the Buddha who had suppressed him was the most formidable of all, followed by his former master, Subhuti, and then Guanyin Bodhisattva. As for himself, he was undoubtedly the 4th strongest in the world. Others? Merely common folk, mere insects beneath his heel, and the Jade Emperor, who had been too terrified to emerge from the heavenly palace after his defeat. Hearing Sun Wukong's defiant retort, Tang Sen chuckled and shook his head. Ultimately, he was just a short-sighted monkey, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. There is no point in arguing with a summer insect about winter, Tang Sen thought. Unwilling to waste breath, he would allow Wukong to learn through experience when the time came. Everyone, step back. I shall personally knock on the door, he instructed, signaling Xiaobai to halt the cart. As he noticed his 2 disciples had caught up, Tang Sen donned his splendid robes, straightened his collar, and adjusted his attire with great solemnity. He spoke to his disciples in a calm, yet dignified manner. The disciples were taken aback. They had never witnessed Tang Sen displaying such gravity, even when meeting Guanyin Bodhisattva. A sense of unease flickered within Sun Wukong. Perhaps he was indeed mistaken? He could not be sure. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Sen approached the steps slowly, his left hand supporting the hem of his robe, while his right hand knocked gently yet firmly on the door, pausing slightly between each knock. After 3 knocks, he lowered his hand, standing silently before the entrance, waiting. A man must present himself well. Tang Sen applied this lesson, believing that courtesy would not lead to offense. Creak. The door slowly opened inward, revealing 2 young acolytes, struggling to push it open. Upon lifting their gaze, they were met with the sight of the impeccably dressed, strikingly handsome Tang Sen standing at the threshold. What a fine gentleman, with rosy lips and white teeth, exuding elegance and charm. Even though the acolytes had seen many celestial beings in their time with Xinyuanzi, they had never encountered someone of such stature. Amit Ba, esteemed patrons, this humble monk greets you, Tang Sen expressed with utmost propriety, not allowing the youth of the acolytes to diminish his courtesy. Limitless celestial venerable, this humble Taoist extends his greetings. From whence do you come, master? The acolytes, startled from their reverie by Tang Sen's beauty, hurriedly returned the greeting. I hail from the Eastern Tang dynasty, dispatched by the Tang Emperor to journey to the Western paradise to seek scriptures. What? You are the Tang Sanzang destined for the West? The two acolytes were taken aback. Their master had just instructed them that a friend of his, the very Tang Sanzang, would soon pass through this way to retrieve the scriptures. Please, master, step inside. My master has instructed us to treat you with utmost respect, they insisted, ushering Tang Sen into the temple. Is your master present? Tang Sen inquired once they were seated. As the acolytes presented fragrant tea, my master has been invited by the primordial celestial venerable to the heavens for a discourse, and is currently away, one acolyte replied respectfully. When is he expected to return? I have long heard of Zhenyuan de Xian's profound virtue and vast Taoist knowledge. Alas, it is a pity that fate has kept us apart. That, I do not know. It may be some time before he returns, the acolyte replied, an expression of difficulty crossing his face. Then I suppose it is my misfortune, Tang Sen lamented. Sensing the disappointment in Tang Sen's voice, the acolytes exchanged glances. Please, master. Rest for now. Our master has instructed us to treat you as a friend. Wait just a moment, and we shall serve you with sincerity, one acolyte said respectfully. Then I shall humbly comply, Tang Sen agreed. The acolyte signaled to his companion, who led Tang Sen and his disciples to a guest room in the back courtyard for rest. After the acolyte returned, he hesitated before speaking. What shall we do? Should we inform our master? This person is a close friend of his, and he wishes to meet him. Our master instructed us not to be negligent. If we fail him, we may face punishment. The other acolyte was also hesitant, tentatively suggesting, perhaps we should inform our master and let him decide whether to return. That way, it will not be our responsibility. Agreed, let us proceed in that manner. The first acolyte took out a communication talisman and detailed the situation. Once he finished speaking, the talisman began to glow softly, then gradually dimmed, until it finally vanished in a brilliant flash. Well then, let our master worry about it. Mingwei, you go fetch a tray, and I will retrieve some golden fruit from the storeroom. We shall gather fruits in the back garden, the first acolyte said cheerfully, clapping his hands. Before leaving, Xinyuanzi had instructed them to prepare a few ginseng fruits to entertain this esteemed monk, and they certainly could not afford to be negligent. Two individuals, bearing a tray adorned with golden fruits, made their way to the back garden. The sight before them was enchanting. Pavilions harmoniously nestled among verdant willows, towering pines standing proudly, and vibrant blossoms of extraordinary beauty in full bloom. Ethereal creatures roamed freely, while colorful butterflies flitted about the floral petals, and graceful deer grazed upon the lush grass. A miraculous spring flowed through the garden, nourishing all living things, and wisps of clouds floated gracefully above, shrouding the scene in a mystical haze. At the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches robust like a dragon's sinewy form, its trunk rising majestically into the heavens, cloaked in a lush green canopy resembling an umbrella. Each leaf was as large as a fan, and nestled among the dense foliage were 30 fist-sized fruits resembling cherubic figures, exuding an essence of life and purity akin to flawless jade. As a gentle breeze swept through, these figures swayed among the leaves, as if the laughter of children echoed in the air. Junior brother, you hold the tray, and I shall strike the fruits down, Qing Feng instructed. With a wave of his hand, a cloud materialized beneath their feet, lifting them to the heights of 1,000 meters, precisely at the crown of the ginseng fruit tree. Be careful not to let them fall, Qing Feng cautioned again, his concern evident. Such caution was warranted, for these ginseng fruits were of immense value, blooming once every 3,000 years and bearing fruit only after another 3,000, requiring yet another 3,000 years to mature. It took nearly 10,000 years to yield these 30 fruits, and they were vulnerable to the 5 elements, falling when met with metal, wilting in the presence of wood, scorching under fire, dissolving with water, and succumbing to earth. The tray designed to hold the fruits was cushioned with silk, and should one slip and fall, it would spell disaster for the two of them. They carefully harvested 2 fruits, covering them with a spirit cloth to retain their vital essence, and proceeded to Tang Sen's chamber. Master, please indulge, Qing Feng said respectfully. Mingyue, standing behind him, placed the tray on the table and unveiled the spirit cloth. Before them lay 2 ginseng fruits, each radiating an aura of vitality and approximately the size of 2 clenched fists. Tang Sen stood in awe, at a loss for words. These fruits seemed like miniature infants, and if one listened closely, they could almost hear the laughter of children. Previously, he had only encountered descriptions of such rare treasures in books, never imagining that such wonders would be laid before him, within arm's reach. This was the fabled ginseng fruit that could bestow a lifespan of 360 years upon a mere whiff. And consuming one could grant a lifespan of 47,000 years. Who could resist such temptation? Chapter 40. The Celestial Treasure. Ginseng Fruit. Observing Tang Sen's astonishment, Qingfeng assumed he had misunderstood and hurriedly clarified. Master, do not misconstrue. These are not unbaptized infants but the unique celestial treasure known as ginseng fruit from our Wuzhuang temple. Is this truly the ginseng fruit? I have only heard of its name, but never tasted it. Son Wukong leaned in with curiosity. Brother, your ignorance is evident. The ginseng fruit, also known as the grass return elixir, blooms every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and matures after yet another 3,000, yielding only a handful of fruits each time. Its rarity is exceptional. It is said to belong solely to the earth immortal, Zhenyuan Daxian. I, Zhu Beiji, only had the fortune to taste it once while accompanying my master, Xuandu, the foremost disciple of the heavenly teacher. The flavor, simply divine, Zhu Beiji boasted, remembering that, as a heavenly marshal, he should not have had the opportunity to savor such a spiritual fruit, but fortune had favored him that day. Such fruits were so scarce that only the Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, the 3 Pure Ones, and the 6 Emperors, along with figures like Sakyamuni and Avalokiteshvara, could indulge in them. The common folk could scarcely dream of them. This elder possesses considerable insight. Every 10,000 years when the fruits ripen, my lord receives 2 from each of the 6 great saints and the 6 emperors, along with 2 from the Western Buddhists. Thus, very few fruits remain, and they rarely fall into the hands of outsiders. While many know the name of the ginseng fruit, few have seen or tasted it. This elder is indeed remarkable, Qingfeng remarked, astonished to learn that Zhu Beiji had partaken of it. You've tasted it? Don't boast. I have only witnessed the Jade Emperor consume it once. Others have never had the chance, Shao Wujing interjected sarcastically. As the former general of the Heavenly Curtain, he had only seen the Jade Emperor relish the ginseng fruit, while even deities of the Thunder Realm had never laid eyes on it. As for this pig, he doubted its claim. Zhu Beiji scoffed dismissively, refusing to engage in debate. Does this old pig need to prove his identity as a disciple of the heavenly teacher to you? As everyone extolled the ginseng fruit as unparalleled, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could it be that this ginseng fruit is more precious than the Queen Mother's peaches? In my days as an official in the heavenly court, I could take as many peaches from the peach garden as I desired, discarding those I could not consume. Do not be so arrogant, brother. Ordinary peaches cannot even begin to compare to the ginseng fruit. The only contender might be the exceedingly rare 9,000-year-old true peaches. Yet even they pale in comparison, Zhu Beiji lamented. Though reluctant to concede to the pig, Shao Wujing found himself agreeing with Zhu Beiji's point. Why do you speak as if I am a simpleton? Sun Wukong retorted, yet his curiosity prompted him to inquire further. What constitutes a true peach? Is there such a distinction? Perhaps you were too occupied with duties to notice such trivial matters. I, having spent long in the heavens, shall enlighten you, Zhu Beiji chuckled, eager to impart knowledge about the peaches. Peaches, you see, are among the 5 elemental spiritual roots of creation, specifically of the water element, and are cultivated in the Queen Mother's peach garden in the heavenly court. You may know of this, but what you do not know is that the garden is divided into inner and outer sections. The outer section is the one you oversee in the heavens, derived from the wood root, and its efficacy is significantly diminished, serving merely to entertain the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother during peach banquets with lesser celestial beings. The 3,000-year and 6,000-year fruits are those born of the subroots, which we know as peaches. However, there are the 9,000-year fruits, which are the true spiritual roots of heaven and earth, typically concealed within a great formation, accessible only to the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Others cannot even see them, let alone partake. The ginseng fruit, on the other hand, belongs to the primordial 5 elemental spiritual roots, specifically the wood element, endowed with even greater vitality and superior effects. Zhu Beiji explained, revealing celestial secrets, though he then sighed in regret. What is it that you lament? Sun Wukong asked impatiently. Zhu Beiji shook his head, his expression one of wistful sorrow. Alas, the group listened intently, eager for Zhu Beiji to continue, as he recounted tales he had overheard from his master, Xuandu, acknowledging that he himself would not typically be privy to such information. However, knowledge is knowledge. The distinction between one's master and oneself is negligible. Only I truly understand these matters. Now is the opportune moment to articulate them, to enlighten these unsophisticated peasants. Pigsy thought to himself with great satisfaction. Qingfeng and Mingyue were momentarily stunned. They recognized the rarity of the ginseng fruit, yet they never imagined it to be so extraordinarily precious, exclusively attainable by the most distinguished figures across the realms. After all, whenever the fruit ripened, Xinyuanzi would always share a taste with them, leading them to underestimate its value over time. Tang Sen turned back to gaze at the ginseng fruit, radiating with spiritual essence, vividly alive. Such a treasure. The hospitality of Xinyuanzi was truly remarkable. At that moment, Sun Wukong also regained his composure. Although he had not anticipated the ginseng fruit's immense worth, he quickly adopted a more balanced perspective. After all, it was merely a fruit. Could it possibly compare to the depth of his arduous cultivation? It was all just external trappings. The white dragon's eyes sparkled as he beheld the ginseng fruit on the table. This was a fruit that even his father and uncles had never tasted. If he could partake in one, wouldn't he that signify his own success? Upon returning, who would dare to claim he was unremarkable? Sha Wujing, on the other hand, remained indifferent. As a person of few words, he did not believe such a precious spirit fruit would ever be his portion, thus it never crossed his mind. Countless individuals in this world have turned against each other over a mere red fruit or precious herbs, let alone this ginseng fruit. Sha Wujing firmly believed that this ginseng fruit could be worth more than his own life. If it were offered as a price for his life, he might not even see the sunrise again. How could he dare to aspire to such a treasure? Master, look, you cannot possibly consume both of these fruits alone. Why not let old Pig assist you with one? Pigsy said, his face radiating eagerness as he approached to grab the ginseng fruit from the plate. With a swift motion, Tang Sen swatted away his outstretched hand. Dear benefactors, this gift is far too precious. A monk dares not accept what he has not earned. I implore you to retract it. Tang Sen firmly resisted his inner longing and spoke his refusal. This was not merely a matter of pride. It was a matter of principle. The ginseng fruit was so valuable, and for Xinyuanzi to present two at once, it was hard to believe there were no ulterior motives. While he cherished treasures, Tang Sen valued his own life even more. Master, this is a kind gesture from others, Pigsy interjected, his tone wavering with anxiety as he attempted to persuade Tang Sen to accept. With a stern glare, Tang Sen silenced Pigsy, who immediately ceased his chatter. Elder, it is said that this fruit must be consumed promptly once picked. It cannot be returned to the tree, Qingfeng remarked half seriously, observing Tang Sen's resolute refusal. It was true that the ginseng fruit needed to be eaten quickly after being plucked, or else its essence would gradually dissipate. Even covering it with a spiritual cloth would only slightly delay the loss, but it could indeed be returned to the tree, albeit not without a minor lie to ease the situation. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen's expression wavered. To refuse it would be a waste. After all, this renowned spirit fruit from the heavens was something he truly wished to savor. Ba, I shall humbly accept it. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Jinyuan Daxian. Setting aside his reservations, Tang Sen accepted the fruit, deciding to deal with future matters later. He doubted Xinyuanzi would seek his life over two fruits. Elder, please enjoy. We shall take our leave now. Qingfeng and Mingyue exchanged glances before slowly exiting the room and closing the door behind them. Once they left, Sun Wukong, Pigsy, and the white dragon immediately gathered around Tang Sen. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the ginseng fruit with gleaming eyes. Only Sha Wujing remained still, quietly observing from the side. Disperse, disperse. Look at you all, acting as if you have never seen anything before. They are just two fruits. Tang Sen teased his eager disciples, his tone laced with disdain. Sun Wukong noticed that Pigsy and the white dragon cast looks of contempt at Tang Sen, and even Sha Wujing shot him a dispassionate glance. Did you think we didn't see your earlier expression? Let us not mock each other, their eyes seemed to convey. Tang Sen felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he shrugged it off, his thick skin allowing him to continue. Wujing, why are you just standing there? Come over. Don't isolate yourself, it makes you seem too unique. I'm telling you, this will only lead to disadvantage, Tang Sen called out to Sha Wujing. Wujing hesitated momentarily, but eventually moved closer. All right, I shall take one of the two fruits, and you 4 brothers can share the other. No objections? Tang Sen declared, a smile creeping into his voice, though it was as sharp as a blade, reminiscent of earlier when he inquired if Pigsy and Wujing had any objections. Remembering the morning's events, Pigsy jolted to attention and quickly responded, no objections, no objections. How could I, old pig, have any objections? Master S. hard work deserves this share. His tone was excessively humble and ingratiating. Objections? Would I dare to have any? What good would that do? Ridiculous. Though internally grumbling, Pigsy felt elated. After countless years, he could once again taste the ginseng fruit. Even if it was just a quarter, such a heavenly rarity was something others could only dream of. So what did he have to complain about? Sun Wukong and the White Dragon naturally had no objections. Only Xiao Wujing was momentarily stunned. Did he actually have a portion? Chapter 41. Frenzied Advancement. He had initially believed that his master held little regard for him, and that he was merely following the Jade Emperor's orders on this journey to the west. Although the unexpected involvement of Guanyin Bodhisattva had stirred feelings within him that should not have arisen, it was ultimately a mere collaboration, with each party seeking their own gain. He would assist the heavenly court in attaining merit from the journey, while acting as Tang Sanzang's nominal disciple. Yet, he never anticipated that Tang Sen would share such a precious spirit fruit with him. How could this be? At this moment, Xiao Wujing was profoundly astonished. He was well aware of the ginseng fruit's rarity. It was a gift from Xinyuanzi to his master, with no connection to them whatsoever. Despite Sun Wukong's reputation as the great sage equal to heaven and his previous disruptions in heaven, everyone understood that it was merely a theatrical performance orchestrated by the Jade Emperor. In the presence of Xinyuanzi, even the great sage was insignificant. If Xinyuanzi were to unleash his wrath, it would not be a mere act. As for Pigsy's identity as Marshal Tianpeng and Wujing's role as the curtain-lifting general, they were equally irrelevant. The White Dragon, in his prime, he might have commanded some respect, but now, all that remained were remnants of a once great race, barely surviving. Eliminating all improbable options, the one remaining possibility, no matter how incredible, was indeed true. The ginseng fruit was a gift from Xinyuanzi to his master, indicating that his master's status was far from ordinary. Sha Laosen, what are you still standing there for? If you're not going to eat it, hand your share to me. Pigsy's impatient voice snapped Sha Wujing from his reverie. Observing Pigsy's eagerness, Sha Wujing smirked disdainfully. Such a glutton, only concerned with food. Yet he approached Tang Sen, eyes fixed on him, silently awaiting an answer. Tang Sen, fully aware of his thoughts, offered a gentle smile and patted his shoulder. Ah, Wujing, do you believe that your master harbors disdain for you, constantly targeting and troubling you? Sha Wujing could not help but nod in agreement. Alas, you truly do not comprehend the burdens I bear. You have been a demon in the river of sand for so many years, filled with resentment. I assign you additional tasks not to burden you, but to temper your disposition. Furthermore, do you think that consuming the essence of my previous 9 lives absolves you of responsibility, even if I choose not to hold it against you? The consequences of such actions are not so easily dismissed. If, in the future, certain individuals from the Buddhist realm seek to trouble you over this matter, I would find myself powerless to assist. However, as we journey together, I will resolve this matter, and in due time, it shall fade into the past. Tang Sen spoke earnestly. We are master and disciple, bound for eternity. Rest assured, your master will not bring you harm, he said kindly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Sha Wujing was momentarily taken aback. He had thought that Tang Sen merely disliked him and was intentionally making things difficult. Little did he know there were such profound considerations at play. Could it be that he had misunderstood his master? Confusion flickered in Sha Wujing's eyes, leaving him uncertain. Do not linger in your thoughts. Go and eat the ginseng fruit. If you delay any longer, Beiji will surely consume your portion, Tang Sen chuckled, nudging him towards the gluttonous Zhu Beiji, who was eyeing the fruit with barely concealed greed. With the knot in his heart unraveled, Sha Wujing found it easier to accept Tang Sen's goodwill. After all, it was ginseng fruit, a delicacy coveted by all. That pig, put down my ginseng fruit, he bellowed, pushing through the 3 others gathered around the table. Observing the playful bickering among the 4, Tang Sen couldn't help but smile warmly. Now this feels like a family. Ultimately, after a spirited dispute, they decided to share the ginseng fruit evenly, each taking a bite of their own portion. After all, slicing such a spiritual fruit would cause its essence to dissipate, and they couldn't bear to waste even the slightest bit of such a heavenly treasure. However, the remaining 3 unanimously agreed that Beiji would eat last. Despite his strong objections, he was ignored and had no choice but to acquiesce. Though I truly wish to devour a hearty bite, this clearly shows a lack of trust. What about the basic trust between people? Am I no longer your beloved disciple? As the ginseng fruit was passed to Sun Wukong, he took a bite before handing it to Sha Wujing, then to the white dragon. Each consumed only their share, and when it was finally passed to Zhu Beiji, the oaf swallowed the pit whole. After finishing, a wave of spiritual essence enveloped the 4, each falling into a state of enlightenment as the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards them. Witnessing their moment of clarity, Tang Sen wasted no time and consumed his ginseng fruit, which melted in his mouth, delightfully exquisite. The laws of the universe had never appeared so clear. If the laws had once resembled ancient inscriptions, they now manifested in plain language, easily comprehensible. The surrounding spiritual energy flooded into him through every pore, quickly becoming overwhelming. Not daring to squander this precious opportunity, Tang Sen immediately sat cross-legged, entering a state of profound comprehension. The room fell into a deep silence, save for the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy, forming 5 swirling vortices, 1 large and 4 small, drawing into their bodies, transforming into their own magical power. The subtle resonance of the Tao became palpable, with the heavenly laws elucidated 100-fold. After some time, the tumultuous energy gradually subsided, and the vortices slowly dissipated, leaving the once ethereal resonance of the Tao to vanish along with the fruit's power, rendering the space indistinguishable from the outside world. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and the white dragon all awakened. Soon after, Tang Sen emerged from his state of enlightenment, still savoring the lingering sensation, his eyes remaining shut. The feeling of clarity was indescribably marvelous. Ordinarily, his cultivation felt akin to walking, but after consuming the ginseng fruit, it was as if he had hopped into a supercar, racing at breakneck speed, exhilaration coursing through him. It was akin to soaring into the heavens. Oh, if only there were an endless supply of ginseng fruit. He sighed, lamenting the fleeting nature of such bliss. Master, I, old pig, have reached the pinnacle of Tai Sanxian, just a step away from Tai Jingxian. It's simply astonishing. Zhu Beiji's exuberant voice broke through Tang Sen's reverie, compelling him to awaken fully. Enough shouting. Control yourself. Tang Sen opened his eyes, a fleeting spark igniting within. Before he spoke with a hint of annoyance. Really, interrupting someone's blissful reminiscences. One should appreciate the rest after reaching the summit. Master, I have attained the peak of Tai Sanxian. I jumped 2 levels. I was merely at the mid-stage of Tai Sanxian. Zhu Beiji's joy was evident in every word. I know. It is to be expected. You consumed the ginseng fruit, after all. If it had no effect, it would hardly deserve its reputation, Tang Sen replied, exasperated by Beiji's exuberance. Wukong, how fare you? Tang Sen turned his attention away from Beiji to inquire about Sun Wukong. Master, I have restored my essence and reached the Tai Jingxian realm. Though Sun Wukong attempted to remain composed, the tremor in his voice betrayed his excitement. Tang Sen recognized his eldest disciple's fierce spirit and shared in his joy with an affectionate pat on the head. Wujing, little white, what of you? Master, we have both reached the late stage of Tai Sanxian. This ginseng fruit is simply incredible. We achieved such growth from just 1 bite. The white dragon exclaimed, while Sha Wujing, though silent, displayed evident astonishment in his trembling gaze. Considering our modest gains from just a single bite, your consumption of an entire fruit must have propelled you to unimaginable heights. The white dragon gasped, and the others began to realize the implications. Tang Sen smiled slightly. While he had not taken flight in an instant, he had indeed made significant strides, elevating from the true immortal realm to that of the golden immortal. Moreover, the enhancement to his physical form was truly astonishing, transforming from a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure to a mid-grade one. This meant he could now withstand attacks from any mid-grade postnatal treasures unscathed. This was the true bounty. Yet, could such matters be openly discussed? Clearly not. As mentioned in the self-cultivation of the holy monk, one must maintain an air of mystery, concealing one's true capabilities to avoid perilous situations. With a knowing smile, he shook his head, signaling them not to pry. The others, respecting his silence, refrained from further inquiries, understanding that their master had his own reasons for withholding information. Soon, they shifted their focus to the delightful discussions of their recent gains. Meanwhile, not far from Wuzhuang Temple, amidst the clouds, Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the communication talisman in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. The Journey to the West team has arrived, as previously arranged, nothing peculiar about that. However, it is intriguing that Tang Sen seems to hold me in high regard, almost refusing the ginseng fruit. He does not resemble an ordinary mortal. How fascinating. A smile crept across Zhen Yuanzi's face. He had initially opposed the Buddhist sect using his Wuzhuang temple as a trial in the journey to the West, even jesting about his prized ginseng fruit tree. However, there was no other option. The Tathgata personally visited to converse with him. Ultimately, through a cordial dialogue, an agreement was reached. Tang Sung and his companions traversed through Wuzhuang Temple, encountering a trial in their journey to the West. The human ginseng fruit tree served as a catalyst for Zhen Yuanzi to instigate a conflict. In the end, the Bodhisattva Guanyin intervened, reviving the human ginseng fruit tree and granting Zhen Yuanzi a share of the merits from their journey. Did Zhen Yuanzi truly lack this merit? He had long cultivated immense merits over countless years through his mastery of the earth's veins and had little regard for such trifles. Nevertheless, the Buddha himself had come to visit, and it would be unwise to disregard the situation. While he may not fear the Tathgata directly, he could not dismiss the entire Buddhist sect that stood behind him, leaving him isolated. Should a confrontation arise, and the Tathgata, accompanied by all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, come to confront him, he would indeed suffer a loss of face. Moreover, it was destined that the Buddhist faith would flourish. There was no reason for him to act against the divine order merely for the sake of pride. He was aware that the Buddhist sect was leveraging his reputation for their own ascent, yet in the grand scheme, it was merely a performance. His treasured ginseng fruit tree, even if left to be destroyed by that monkey, could not be harmed. Did they truly believe he was unprepared for the protection of his treasure? That was indeed his prized possession. No entity below the perfected saint could harm it in the slightest. Should a perfected saint dare to act against it, he would have to consider the relentless vengeance of the progenitor of earth immortals. Zhen Yuanzi was not as mild-mannered as he appeared. He would not let his head be twisted like a ball to be kicked around. Using the title of Earth Immortal Progenitor to promote the might of the Buddhist sect was a minor affair, easily negotiable. In the midst of calamity, Zhen Yuanzi preferred to remain inconspicuous, ideally as an unnoticed bystander. As the arrival of Tang Sung and his disciples drew near, he promptly took his leave. When Sun Wukong followed the script to topple the human ginseng fruit tree, he would make his entrance as per the narrative. His sincerity was already substantial. He was merely playing a role alongside the Buddhist sect while hosting Tang Sen. Should the Buddhist sect provoke him further, he would genuinely test whether the heavenly order was truly irreversible. At that point, the truth would be laid bare, and he would remain aligned with the Taoist lineage, with the three pure ones not standing idly by. However, both he and the Buddhist sect preferred to avoid a destructive confrontation, resulting only in mutual damage. Hence, it was best to maintain amicable relations and resolve issues through dialogue, ensuring that interests were duly addressed. Chapter 42. The task of Zhu Beiji in the world of the journey to the West. The number of top-tier figures is quite limited. Excluding the 6 great heavenly saints and the Grand Master Hongjun, the first tier includes the Emperor Haoyin, the Tathgata Buddha, and the Earth Immortal Progenitor Zhen Yuanzi. Other figures, such as the River Styx and Kuanping, fall further down the hierarchy. Such individuals are rarely encountered in ordinary circumstances. Now, having journeyed to the West and taken refuge in another's Taoist temple, it would indeed be exceedingly rude to depart without notice. Thus, Tang Sen chose to remain temporarily, hoping to express his gratitude to Zhen Yuanzi in person upon his return before bidding farewell. Moreover, Tang Sung held Zhen Yuanzi in high esteem. The title of Earth Immortal Progenitor signifies not merely a level of cultivation, but refers to an ancient era when the 33 heavens were discovered above the mountain of the Heaven Pillar, leading to the establishment of the Demon Court, later known as the Heavenly Court. The primal wilderness below, in relation to the Heavenly Court, is the realm of Earth Immortals, a term denoting the spatial hierarchy. Immortals bestowed titles in the Heavenly Court are known as Heavenly Immortals, while those cultivating in the blessed lands and caves of the earth are termed Earth Immortals. Following the Battle of the Gods, the saint of the Jie sect, Tang Tian, established the Extermination Formation, defeating the four saints and fracturing the primal wilderness into uneven fragments. These were later reorganized by the saints into the four known continents: Dongxing Shinzhou, Nanzhan Buzhou, Beiju Luzhou, and Xinyo Huzhou. The earth in earth immortal progenitor refers to the very ground beneath one's feet. This title is not to be taken lightly. It is by virtue of such a grand title that Xuanyuanzi can bear it. According to Tang Sen's knowledge, Xuanyuanzi possesses a treasure known as the Earth Book, often referred to as the Great Earth Amniotic Membrane, which, alongside the Heavenly Book, the List of Deities, and the Human Book, the Register of Life and Death, forms the trio of vital texts derived from the laws of the primal world. The three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity are thus intertwined, birthing all existence. However, unlike the Heavenly Book and the Human Book, which are renowned, the Earth Book remains obscure, with few aware of its existence. The Earth Book aids in the regulation of earth veins, harmonizing geomancy and gathering qi. Furthermore, it possesses unparalleled defensive capabilities, reputed to be invincible when grounded. Tang Sen speculated that just as the Heavenly Book established the Heavenly Court and the Human Book governed the underworld, the Earth Book likely holds similar functions, bestowing authority upon mountain and river deities. However, Xuanyuanzi had no intention of establishing a force, which resulted in the underworld's deities being wholly controlled by the Heavenly Court, albeit with only limited rights. All of this was mere conjecture on Tang Sen's part, with no evidence to support it. As Tang Sen's thoughts soared into the clouds, his four disciples quietly departed to another room. Beiji, why did you secretly summon us to this room? Sun Wukong said impatiently, shaking off the grip of Zhu Beiji, who had forcefully pulled him along. This pig had gathered everyone here, claiming to have something important to share, a matter of great significance. The others were equally curious about this so-called good news and reluctantly followed. Indeed, second senior brother, do enlighten us about this good fortune. The white dragon eagerly inquired. Having devoured the ginseng fruit today, my cultivation has surged. If there is yet another piece of good news, that would be splendid. Brother, there is indeed a matter at hand, but my abilities are insufficient to handle it. I require your intervention, the great sage equal to heaven, Zhu Beiji bashfully stated, while also flattering Sun Wukong. Oh, the sun must be rising in the west today. Is there anything that the esteemed Marshal Tianpeng cannot accomplish? Pray tell. I am genuinely curious, Sun Wukong responded with interest. This fool, who typically held a lofty view of himself and only revered their master, was now speaking kindly of his own capabilities. It piqued his curiosity about what matter he had to discuss. Yes, I could barely taste the flavor of the ginseng fruit I just consumed. I would trouble my brother to fetch a few more fruits for us to share. Zhu Beiji said, fidgeting shyly. Master, I apologize. I, Zhu Beiji, am also bound by circumstances beyond my control. Please do not hold it against me. Inwardly, Zhu Beiji offered his silent apologies. There was no choice. This task had been assigned to him by the Supreme Ancestor, requiring him to subtly instigate discord between Xuanyuanzi and the Buddhist sect while passing through Wuzhuang Temple, ideally leading to a complete rift between the two parties. After all, Xuanyuanzi typically maintained a neutral stance, avoiding affiliations with either the Taoist or Buddhist traditions, embodying a sense of self-preservation. If he could leverage the opportunity presented by the journey to the West, using Zhu Beiji's identity as a Buddhist disciple to incite Xuanyuanzi's ire, and then have an offer mediation, it could potentially draw Xuanyuanzi into the Taoist camp amidst the conflict. What sort of figure is Xuanyuanzi? The Earth Immortal Progenitor. A guest in the Purple Cloud Palace, a peer of the Three Pure Ones, an unparalleled power. One step away from attaining enlightenment, but that step is as vast as a chasm. However, such figures, the saints, are exceedingly rare, with only 6 existing in the world. Should they succeed in winning over a being as formidable as Xuanyuanzi, the Buddhist sect would lose any advantage it held in the ongoing struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. Zhu Beiji understood that the leaders of the Taoist sect were far from pleased about the burgeoning influence of Buddhism, despite outwardly acquiescing to the divine order. They were likely engaged in numerous covert maneuvers. If they succeeded in suppressing the Buddhist expansion, it would be a mere facade. Should they falter, that facade could swiftly transform into a genuine confrontation, severing the momentum of Buddhism's rise. Xuanyuanzi is the most significant piece on the chessboard in the grand scheme of the journey to the West, a variable that both sides seek to claim for their own advantage. In a contest of prowess, each move is laden with lethal intent, yet none spill blood. The surest way to provoke Zhen Yuanzi is to meddle with his cherished ginseng fruit tree. In the three realms, none are unaware of the deep affection the ancestor of Earth immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, holds for this tree. Should any misfortune befall it, or should the number of fruits dwindle, Zhen Yuanzi would undoubtedly unleash his fury upon us, extending his wrath to the Buddhist sect, thus achieving our aim. As for our safety, Zhu Beiji has secured a promise from our master to ensure our well-being. You foolish one, son Wukong chided, to mere mortals, the mere sight or scent of such divine fruits is a tremendous blessing. Yet, after having tasted its sweetness, you remain unsatisfied, truly insatiable. But, master brother, Zhu Beiji retorted with a tone of disdain, the old Taoist has granted us but a single fruit. It matters not if he looks down upon us. He has dared to disrespect you, the great sage, equal to heaven. Four of us sharing a single fruit. How humiliating. To outsiders, it would seem we cannot afford more. I propose we procure a few more fruits, each to enjoy one, restoring our dignity. Second brother, such actions are ill-advised. Bai Long, hesitating, stammered. It is one thing to be offered fruits. It is another to steal them afterwards. It feels inherently wrong. Wrong? What wrong is there? It's merely a handful of fruits. The host is excessively stingy. Besides, what do you mean by stealing? In Buddhism, we call it almsgiving, a matter of boundless merit. Zhu Beiji immediately countered, taking advantage of the young Bai Long's naivety. I, too, feel this is inappropriate. Taking without permission is indeed something to be ashamed of. Sha Wujing added, though with uncertainty. What shame. Here we are, just the four of us brothers. If we keep silent, who would know? Our master is a man of integrity, ideals, and faith. I have not let him know of this. And have you all forgotten how much we have already improved? We've merely had a taste. Imagine the heights we could reach if each of us had a whole ginseng fruit, or even several. It is unfathomable. If your conscience truly weighs upon you, consider it alone, and we shall return a few fruits later. Upon hearing this, Sha Wujing and Bai Long fell silent, reminiscing about the exhilarating rush of rapid improvement. As for the owner of this temple, they had never heard of him and presumed he to be a minor immortal. Compensation could easily be arranged later. To leave such treasures unused would be a grievous waste. Bai Long, having grown up in the West Sea Dragon Palace, had little exposure to the world and had scarcely ventured outside the palace. Thus, he was oblivious to the ancient sage Zhen Yuanzi. Meanwhile, though Sha Wujing served as a steward in the heavenly court, his role was merely that of a door attendant. He certainly would not have encountered a figure of Zhen Yuanzi's stature. As for Sun Wukong, despite being a celestial monkey, he had only been in existence for a few hundred years, not yet reaching a millennium. His life had been largely dominated by the Buddhist sect, leaving him little opportunity to grasp the true nature of the world. From birth to seeking immortals across the seas, to apprenticing under Su Piety, who taught him only magical arts and never the ways of the world, his existence had been scripted until the tumultuous events in heaven, followed by 500 years of confinement, and now, the journey to retrieve the scriptures. Seeing Sun Wukong still hesitating, Zhu Beiji decided to stoke the flames further. Alas, who would have thought that the great sage, equal to heaven, is merely a cowardly monkey? To think that even a single fruit requires such deliberation, only to invite ridicule. Let it be. I shan't eat it. Zhu Beiji lamented, his tone rife with mockery. Enough. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with fury as he thundered in response. Zhu Beiji's words struck a nerve. Despite his outward bravado, the prideful nature of the great sage, who feared neither heaven nor earth, still resided within him. 500 years of suppression had not quelled his inherent wildness. It had merely taught him to conceal it. Yet, as emotions surged, he finally erupted. In the past, in the peach garden of heaven, I took what I pleased, and the Jade Emperor could not touch a hair on my head. Yet now, I hesitate over a few fruits from an unknown temple. Am I still the great sage who once raged against heaven? The more he pondered, the more stifling his frustration became, and the anger bubbled within him. You all stay here, do not move. I shall return with some fruits for you. With this command, Sun Wukong vanished, heading straight for the back garden. Chapter 43. Wukong enters darkness. Where is this ginseng fruit tree? Sun Wukong wandered within the five, encountering door after door, courtyard after courtyard, yet he remained oblivious to the location of the back garden and the elusive tree. If only I could fly. I could soar above and see everything clearly, he lamented. Frustrated, he scratched his head, knowing he had boasted and would face ridicule if he returned empty-handed. Wait. I possess the eyes of fire and gold. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he exclaimed with excitement. With that, his eyes shimmered with golden light, scanning the walls and doors around him. However, his once omnipotent vision, which could pierce through all illusions, faltered here. The walls remained opaque and impenetrable. How could this be? How could this be? His agitation swelled as he struggled to maintain his composure. In that moment, a majestic golden hue flickered within his fiery eyes, reminiscent of gilded splendor. The eyes of fire and gold, once akin to sand, now shimmered like pure gold, incomparable in their newly enhanced state. Before Sun Wukong, the walls began to shift, becoming increasingly translucent until he could finally see beyond them into a vibrant realm filled with melodious birds and fragrant blooms. In the midst of this enchanting landscape stood a towering tree, its verdant foliage lush and abundant, with over 20 fruits swaying gently, partially obscured by the dense leaves. Sun Wukong recognized these fruits. They were the divine ginseng fruits he had recently tasted. As he reveled in the discovery of the ginseng fruits, he remained blissfully unaware of the dark aura creeping up behind him, drawn by the allure of the fruits. Suddenly, the dark mist invaded his being. Sun Wukong cried out in agony, clutching his head and writhing on the ground in torment. His mind was flooded with visions of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha, their indifferent gazes piercing through him, accompanied by the laughter of countless others. Look, it's the horsewhipping monkey, fit only for tending horses in our celestial court. What great sage! Ridiculous. Merely an ignorant monkey, a small monkey demon, manipulated at will. Great sage? Huh, you dare call yourself that? The deluge of mockery, scorn, and disdain surged around him like a tempest, overwhelming him and suffocating him. The most terrifying part was the realization that much of it was true, undeniably real. A mere monkey. Indeed, Sun Wukong resembles a monkey caught in a whirlwind, believing himself to be immensely powerful. Anger, fury, and overwhelming rage. Even if it were true, he could not bear the incessant mockery, could not accept the foolish version of himself, nor could he tolerate being a mere tool for others' amusement. No, I am not. A painful roar erupted from deep within his throat. At that moment, Sun Wukong knelt on the ground, his hands propping up his body, head bowed. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans dripping onto the earth, his eyes burning red, as if they could bleed, his face contorted in a grotesque expression. Tathagata, Jade Emperor, await your reckoning. I, Sun Wukong, shall take my revenge. I shall. The obsession runs deep, the roots of his rage hard to extinguish. At that moment, the last flicker of clarity vanished from Sun Wukong's eyes. His hands ceased to tremble. He rose, a wild and uncanny smile spreading across his face. Yet his gaze was filled with boundless brutality and bloodlust. He drew forth his golden staff, dragging it along the ground, step by step, entering the garden. Is this the ginseng fruit tree? Thus begins my path of vengeance. None shall have it easy, none. Why should you all sit high above? Why should you roam freely? Why? Sun Wukong gazed at the towering tree before him, his eyes unfocused, murmuring to himself. Then, the golden staff suddenly grew larger, and with all his might, he struck at the great tree before him. Bang! A solid collision reverberated, causing the giant tree to sway violently. Another strike, bang! Branches snapped. Leaves as large as fans fell like rain. Another blow, bang! The 20 or so ginseng fruits hanging from the tree tumbled to the ground, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, a land deity emerged from the earth, witnessing Sun Wukong mercilessly assaulting the ginseng fruit tree, now severely damaged, left utterly astonished. Great sage, cease your attack. Great sage, you cannot do this. The land deity urgently implored, his tone fraught with anxiety. Each of the deities' pleas only served to deepen Sun Wukong's sense of irony, and he swung his staff with even greater ferocity. Alas, what a calamity this will bring. Seeing Sun Wukong heedless of his warnings, the land deity slumped to the ground. Powerless. As the branches of the great tree lay broken, Sun Wukong, still unsatisfied, invoked the powers of heaven and earth. Transforming into a giant towering over 100 feet tall, his hands encircling the trunk of the ginseng fruit tree, his face twisted with rage, veins bulging. Attempting to uproot the tree entirely. Rise! With a thunderous shout, he exerted his strength, causing the ground to tremble as roots were pulled from the earth. The land deity was left dumbfounded by this audacity, staring in disbelief. How reckless. To uproot a tree at Wuzhuang Temple. This monkey truly has no fear. Witnessing the ginseng fruit tree being uprooted, the land deity could only shake his head in regret. Such folly cannot be forgiven. I have warned him, but alas. He refused to listen. I have done all I could. He turned and returned underground, leaving Sun Wukong alone. At last, having uprooted the ginseng fruit tree, Sun Wukong felt a surge of satisfaction, tossing the tree aside when suddenly, he noticed a radiant glow emanating from the deep pit left behind. Within the light glimmered another ginseng fruit tree, though it was not grand in stature, standing merely 2 to 3 meters tall, exquisitely carved like jade, flawless, with ethereal energy flowing within its trunk, as if the essence of the universe lay before him, adorned with 27 fruits resembling white jade. Ginseng fruit. The feelings of deception and manipulation surged once more within him. Enraged, Sun Wukong seized his golden staff and struck the delicate ginseng fruit tree with reckless abandon. Yet, to his astonishment, the radiant glow intensified, enveloping the ginseng fruit tree in a protective aura, causing the golden staff to collide harmlessly against it. The aura merely rippled, remaining unbroken. After striking relentlessly, Sun Wukong found himself powerless against the impenetrable barrier. At that moment, a dark mist emerged from his eyes, rapidly enveloping him until he was shrouded in shadow. Sun Wukong appeared transformed, a sinister smile curling upon his lips, his gaze unsettlingly calm. How fascinating. Truly intriguing. The real ginseng fruit tree resides here. With a casual gesture, he struck, though it did not seem particularly forceful, yet the protective aura trembled violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Just as the aura seemed on the verge of breaking, a flash of yellow light surged through, stabilizing the barrier, rendering Sun Wukong's efforts futile. Witnessing his attack fail to breach the defense, Sun Wukong let out a soft gasp of surprise, his eyes narrowing as he focused on a thin layer of yellow membrane beneath the ginseng fruit tree, realization dawning upon him. So it is, Xinyuanzi, you are quite extravagant. Utilizing the earth's essence to nurture the ginseng fruit tree, what a grand endeavor. Sun Wukong marveled, yet refrained from further assault, understanding that he could not breach this formidable defense. This was said to be the most potent protection, the earth's membrane, unless he could shatter the very foundation of this primordial land. But the strength of this incarnation was evidently insufficient. Although I cannot break through, I can still add something for you, Xinyuanzi. I hope you will appreciate it. He conjured a rich dark mist in his hand, not the chaotic, corrupting kind, but rather an essence of pure darkness, beautiful and mysterious like black crystal. He then hurled the dark mist towards the ginseng fruit tree, where it landed on the protective aura, emitting a hissing sound as if sulfuric acid were splashed upon wood, quickly eroding a hole in the barrier, the dark mist seeping through. This time, the Earth's barrier did not respond. Its defenses had limitations, and this form of resistance was evidently not its strength. The dark essence flowed like water to the roots of the ginseng fruit tree, coursing within, causing the once vibrant greenery to wither in an instant. Simultaneously, the earth trembled. The barrier, connected to the ginseng fruit tree for many years, felt the repercussions, causing the 4 great continents to tremble, a cacophony erupting above and below. Fiend, you seek death. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed from behind. Sun Wukong turned to see Xinyuanzi rushing back, filled with fury, as he approached, wielding a whisk that unleashed a torrent of celestial light directed at Sun Wukong. Moments earlier, upon sensing the activation of his barrier around the ginseng fruit tree, Xinyuanzi smirked. It was time for him to make his entrance, as the grand play at Wuzhuang Temple required its master to take the stage. Indeed, Xinyuanzi had anticipated the ginseng fruit tree's destruction. Rather, it was a deliberate ploy orchestrated with Tathagata to allow Sun Wukong to wreak havoc, only to have Guanyin restore it, thereby showcasing the might of Buddhism. The ginseng fruit tree was not the true one, but a spirit tree Xinyuanzi had procured, disguised through illusion, a trick that none among Tang Sen's group, not even the keen-eyed Sun Wukong, could unravel. Xinyuanzi was unwilling to risk his treasure, despite repeated assurances from Tathagata and Guanyin that no mishap would occur. He insisted on this deception, and Tathagata, not wishing to push too hard, acquiesced. Upon realizing that the barrier he had set around the false tree had been triggered, Xinyuanzi had initially chuckled, but soon, upon detecting the actual ginseng fruit tree being attacked, He understood the upheaval rocking the 4 great continents. It was the protective talisman he used for the ginseng fruit tree that came under attack. His previously calm expression immediately morphed into one of urgency as he hastened back towards Wukong, employing his light speed technique. Impossible, it must be impossible. How could Sun Wukong, with his meager cultivation, possibly discover the concealed ginseng fruit tree? Even if he did, he wouldn't have the capability to cause harm. There must have been an unforeseen complication. With this thought racing through his mind, Zhen Yuanzi felt an overwhelming anxiety and rushed back frantically. Before he could reach Wukong, he spotted a figure enveloped in black mist attacking his ginseng fruit tree. He couldn't help but shout a warning, unleashing an attack of his own. May his precious ginseng fruit tree be unharmed, Zhen Yuanzi silently prayed. Chapter 44. The Extraterrestrial Demons, Confidential Past Events in the Blink of an Eye. As Sun Wukong deflected Zhen Yuanzi's celestial light, Zhen Yuanzi arrived within Wukong, standing before. Sun Wukong? No, you are not Sun Wukong. Who are you? Looking at the figure before him, exuding a dense demonic aura, although resembling Sun Wukong, it was evidently not him. Zhen Yuanzi demanded sternly. Zhen Yuanzi, how forgetful you are. Old friend, have you truly forgotten me? Sun Wukong smirked wickedly. As his face became shrouded in black mist, the demonic energy surged, and his blood-red eyes opened wide, fixating on Zhen Yuanzi while uttering a greeting meant for an old acquaintance. You are a demon. An extraterrestrial demon. How can this be? How did you enter the Honghuang realm? Feeling that familiar essence and the profound darkness, Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned to one of terror and disbelief. He could never forget. It was etched in his deepest memories. Extraterrestrial demons. Indeed, they were the extraterrestrial demons. 100 years ago, the Honghuang world trembled, the heavenly Tao issued a warning, and the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, who had not appeared since the merging of paths, re-emerged at the Zixiao Palace. He sent word to the 6 great saints and a select few pinnacle quasi-saints, gathering them at Zixiao Palace, among whom Zhen Yuanzi was included. When all the saints assembled, Hongjun explained the reason: the invasion of extraterrestrial demons. The heavenly Tao summoned the saints to resist the enemy. Initially, it seemed trivial, but upon hearing such grave news, it became clear that retreat was no longer an option. Zhen Yuanzi had no choice but to follow the others to the cosmic battlefield. 7 demon lords, on par with the Honghuang saints, were said to include a demonic ancestor. However, the battlefield was too advanced for Zhen Yuanzi to intervene, and no one wished to send him to his demise. He faced a demon clan commander whose magic was enigmatic, and whose physical prowess and combat skills were unparalleled, demonstrating a fearlessness of death that made him a formidable opponent. Zhen Yuanzi deployed all his means, but could not overcome the foe, though the demon could not best him either. For a decade, their battle raged on, during which the top-tier powerhouses of Honghuang seemingly vanished without a trace. Ultimately, when neither side could prevail, they parted ways. The Tao ancestor dispatched these quasi-saints back to Honghuang for recuperation, while the saints monitored the demon's every move. Decades passed in the blink of an eye, and as the calamity of the journey to the west loomed, Zhen Yuanzi was astounded to encounter extraterrestrial demons once again within his Wukong. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of astonishment and rage. Astonished that the demon could stealthily infiltrate the Honghuang world, and enraged that this accursed demon had set its sights on his treasured ginseng fruit tree. Unforgivable. To make matters worse, this demon was an old acquaintance, the very commander he had fought 100 years ago. Demon, you have a great deal of audacity. Do you truly believe Zhen Yuanzi cannot handle you? A radiant yellow celestial light enveloped Zhen Yuanzi as he summoned the ginseng fruit tree back to him without hesitation. With his surging magical power, he resembled an ancient divine mountain, pressing down upon the demon. The demon, too, was cloaked in dark light, and the two clashed within Wukong, their confrontation generating a tremendous force that rippled for miles. Thunder roared as the clash of black and yellow light illuminated the sky. At a mountain peak 100 miles from Wukong, Tang Sen and his disciples watched the battle unfold. Besides them were 2 young Taoist boys, Qingfeng and Mingwei. Master, why is my senior brother fighting someone else? The naive Bai Long asked. No, that is not your senior brother, Tang Sen replied gravely. His eyes shimmered with golden light as he activated his heavenly eye to gaze upon the figure engaged in combat with Zhen Yuanzi. The figure, enveloped in black light, bore an aura of demonic energy Tang Sen had only seen on one other person, Luya. He had nearly lost his life during that encounter. Yet this demonic energy felt distinct from Luya's. It was steeped in pure darkness and mystery, lacking the chaotic and violent characteristics. Just 15 minutes prior, Tang Sen was in his room checking in on the Journey to the West Scenic Spot program when he received a notification. Ding. The system has detected the host is at Wuzhuangwan, Mount Wanshou. Would you like to check in? Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained the heavenly cleansing water, which can purify all curses. While Tang Sen was still contemplating the nature of the heavenly cleansing water, Zhu Beiji burst into his room in a panic, dragging him away. Outside, Bai Long and Sha Wujing were ready and waiting, eager to depart as soon as Tang Sen arrived. Initially curious about their intentions, Tang Sen was taken aback when they simply whisked him away, stopping only 100 miles later. Then, the battle erupted at Wuzhuangwan. Tang Sen's expression darkened as he glared at Zhu Beiji, awaiting an explanation. Zhu Beiji could only chuckle ruefully, slowly divulging the story. Naturally, he couldn't reveal that it was the old lord's instigation. Instead, he took full responsibility upon himself. Master, I, old pig, was just craving the taste of that ginseng fruit again. My senior brother suggested we go retrieve a few, but I never expected. Indeed, Zhu Beiji hadn't anticipated that the monkey would be so audacious. He only intended to snatch a few fruits and disrupt Jin Yuanzi's relationship with the Buddhist sect. But who would have thought that the monkey would go so far as to destroy the ginseng fruit tree? Zhu Beiji was left dumbfounded. How could he have dared? Fear gripped him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Zhu Beiji knew well how much Jin Yuanzi treasured the ginseng fruit tree. He had originally planned to dissuade the monkey, but upon seeing the swirling demonic energy around Sun Wukong, he understood the situation had escalated. He hurriedly called for Bai Long and Sha Wujing, and the three of them worked together to restrain Tang Sen, fleeing Wuzhuangwan to assess the situation. No matter what, Tang Sen could not be allowed to come to harm. If anything were to happen to him, the journey to the West would surely end, and the Buddhist sect would not let them off the hook. Moreover, their dreams of reunion with the fairy Haitang, which were pinned on Tang Sen, would be shattered. Who is this ruthless individual? I heard that Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit tree has been uprooted by him. Indeed, I witnessed a monkey wielding a large iron staff shatter the ginseng fruit tree and even uproot its roots. What a ruthless individual. I wager $1 that this monkey will be skinned alive by Jin Yuanzi. Indeed, just look at Jin Yuanzi's furious countenance. Having been in Wuzhuangwan for thousands of years, I have never seen him so incensed. Jin Yuanzi is truly a kind-hearted individual, never looking down upon us lesser demons. Nor does he call for our extermination like other immortals. In fact, when he is in a good mood, he even imparts wisdom to us. There may be no other great being as amiable as him in this world. That monkey deserves to die. At that moment, a group of minor demons passed by Tang Sen and his companions, lamenting and cursing as they went. I tell you, that monkey is the very same who wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago, the one who later was suppressed beneath Five Fingers Mountain by the Tathagata for 500 years. It seems he has not shed his malice and is now running amok, causing chaos for Jin Yuanzi's treasures. I warned him, but he wouldn't listen. I fear this time he cannot escape his doom. Among the migrating demons, an elderly man with a furrowed brow sighed heavily, lamenting his misfortunes to a nearby creature, leaning on a staff and carrying a small bundle on his back. He was none other than the earth god of Wuzhuang Temple. He watched helplessly as the ginseng fruit tree was uprooted, fearing that the wrath of Jin Yuan would lead to accusations of negligence against him. Thus, he had no choice but to flee alongside the small demons, seeking shelter from the storm. Enough talk, let us depart swiftly. This place has become a battlefield, and it seems the spiritual vein of Wuzhuang Temple is doomed. Alas, without the ginseng fruit tree, there is little worth clinging to here. Jin Yuan might misdirect his anger towards us small demons, and that could spell disaster, remarked a handsome demon king with a missing ear. Indeed, we should hurry and find another refuge. The small demons nodded in agreement, quickening their pace. Wait for me. Upon hearing their conversation, Tang Sen furrowed his brow and signaled for the white dragon to capture the earth god for questioning. A tall figure blocked the path of the hurried earth god, causing him to stumble. Ouch! Who is it? Do you not understand the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Do you dare to topple me? The earth god grumbled. looking up to see a striking young man in white staring intently at him, his gaze piercing. "Who are you looking for?" he asked nervously. "I am looking for you," the young man replied. Uncertain of the young man's intentions, the earth god stammered, "If there is anything I can assist you with, please command me. I will go through fire and water, just ow. Can you let me down, you scoundrel?" Annoyed by the earth god's incessant chatter, the white dragon impatiently lifted him up. "Stop babbling, or I shall end you. My master wishes to speak with you about something, so it would be wise for you to comply, or else." The white dragon threatened, his expression fierce, causing the earth god to fall silent, meekly allowing himself to be dragged along. The white dragon brought the earth god before Tang Sen and unceremoniously threw him to the ground. "Now, these people truly do not understand the values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young," the earth god muttered, brushing off the dust from his clothing and standing up nonchalantly. "Old man, I have a few questions for you." Tang Sen approached with a warm smile, politeness evident in his tone. Seeing the monk's courteous demeanor, the earth god felt a surge of confidence. "You think I will simply answer your questions? What of my dignity? Who are you?" Tang Sen's expression darkened, but he refrained from reacting. "I am a monk from the east, journeying to the west to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures. My master is the Tathagata, and my elder brother is the Tang Emperor." "The Tathagata? The Tang Emperor? Who bestowed such unappealing names?" The earth god thought disdainfully. "The Tathagata Buddha," Tang Sen clarified, observing the dazed old man before him. With a clatter, the earth god's staff fell to the ground. "Ah, so you are a holy monk. I did not recognize you, and I am deeply remorseful," the earth god said, his face instantly brightening with a forced smile, neglecting to retrieve his fallen staff. "What does the holy monk require of this old man? If there is anything I can do to assist you, command me, and I shall not flinch at any peril." The white dragon watched in astonishment, recognizing the old man's flair for theatrics. "Actually, I wish to inquire about the events at Wukong Temple. What has my disciple done?" Tang Sen spoke calmly, eager to learn the truth, to formulate a plan and assess if there was any hope for resolution. "Oh, holy monk, you are unaware of the situation." The great sage, the earth god, then recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation that Wukong had escalated. How would he resolve this? "Oh, holy monk, I tried to counsel the great sage, but he would not listen, insisting on destroying the ginseng fruit tree. I was unable to dissuade him, and thus found myself helpless," the earth god lamented, emphasizing his efforts to persuade Sun Wukong to turn back. Tang Sen, however, did not pay him any mind, lost in thought about how to navigate the situation. Xuanyuanzi, a renowned ancient immortal, had become his enemy, which was quite troubling. Did he really need to confront the Tathagata directly? The dilemma was that he could not command the Buddha. Although the Tathagata might assist him in resolving minor troubles, he was still a cherished disciple of the Tathagata. But now, having offended the ancestor of earth immortals, Xuanyuanzi, in a deadly feud, it seemed that even the Tathagata would have to weigh the cost of intervening against the potential fallout. "Master, I sense something amiss," Zhu Beiji interjected, noticing Tang Sen's troubled expression. "Although my elder brother is reckless and quick-tempered, he would not dare to destroy the ginseng fruit tree. We merely wish to pluck a few fruits without the intention of uprooting the tree. Moreover, my elder brother now emanates a dark aura, behaving unusually. I suspect he may be under some form of control." Realization dawned upon Tang Sen, and he turned to look at Sun Wukong, who was engaged in battle with Xuanyuanzi. Indeed, when has Wukong ever been a match for Xuanyuanzi? Earth God, think carefully. Did you notice anything peculiar about Wukong when you encountered him? Tang Sen inquired urgently, seeking more evidence. The great sage was enveloped in a dark aura, resembling a crazed beast, mercilessly attacking the ginseng fruit tree as if he were deaf to my pleas. Later, I observed from the shadows and indeed noticed something, the earth god recalled, hesitating as if he were on the verge of revelation. What did you discover? Speak quickly. Tang Sen pressed. Seeing Tang Sen's urgency, the earth god relented. I saw a flash of seven-colored light beneath the ginseng fruit tree, and the great sage seemed to utter something about the true ginseng fruit tree being there. Soon after, Jinyuan Daxian returned, and fearing retribution, I hastily fled, unaware of what transpired afterward. The true ginseng fruit tree? What does that mean? Are there fakes? Tang Sen pondered, deep in thought. Suddenly, he turned to Zhu Beiji. Beiji, has the heavenly peach tree ever been destroyed? He asked hastily. Master, you jest. How could the peach tree ever be destroyed? The heavenly realm is heavily guarded, and no one can approach the peach tree garden. Besides, the peach tree itself cannot be easily harmed, Zhu Beiji replied with a chuckle. Indeed, the innate spiritual roots are inherently strong, not to mention those classified under the 5 elements. I have never heard of anyone damaging the peach tree in the heavenly realm, nor has anyone been able to harm the sacred trees of the sun or moon, such as the fusang or the laurel on the moon. The ginseng fruit tree is on par with them. How could my elder brother have destroyed it? Uprooting it? That is simply absurd. The ginseng fruit tree towers 1,000 feet high, with roots sprawling deep underground. Moreover, this is the domain of Zhenyuan Daxian, protected by the Earth Scroll, rich in spiritual energy. Not even my elder brother, who has just entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, could uproot the ginseng fruit tree here. No wonder. No wonder. What do you mean by no wonder? It is no wonder that the Supreme Ancestor did not impose any limitations during his instructions. It seems that their capabilities are insufficient to accomplish anything significant, at most resorting to stealthily pilfering a few ginseng fruits. All the doubts that had previously lingered began to coalesce into a singular realization. There were far too many inconsistencies in this matter. There is something amiss. Master, something is not right. There is indeed an issue here. Without hesitation, Zhu Beiji spoke with a grave expression. Sha Wujing and the White Dragon glanced at him disdainfully. Everyone could discern that something was wrong. Was it necessary for him to point it out? Humph. Tang Sen's expression grew solemn as he gazed towards the center of the battlefield, where demonic energy and celestial light clashed violently. The heavens dimmed, and the sound of thunder reverberated intermittently, causing the surrounding space to tremble ominously, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Disciples, we must return, Tang Sen declared, his voice trembling yet resolute. The others stood in stunned silence. Return? Was Hukayu seeking death? Master, that is the battlefield of a top-tier quasi-saint. Our return would be futile. It would be wiser to retreat for now and devise a plan to rescue our senior brother later, Zhu Beiji suggested hesitantly. Sha Wujing and the White Dragon also hesitated. However, Tang Sen disregarded their concerns, donned the brocade robe, and with the 9-section staff in hand, resolutely made his way towards Wuzhuang Temple. Unbeknownst to them, his other hand clutched a talisman adorned with a colossal golden Buddha hand, a protective artifact bestowed upon him by the Buddha himself. As Tang Sen walked away without looking back, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and the White Dragon exchanged hesitant glances before gritting their teeth and following suit. Master, wait for us. The Earth God, witnessing everyone leaving, hurriedly slipped away as well. At Wuzhuang Temple, it was enveloped in a protective layer of earthy yellow, remaining intact. Above, a celestial being and a demonic entity were locked in a fierce battle. As a dark light surged towards him, Zhen Yuanzi swiftly waved his whisk to fend it off, retreating several steps. After a prolonged struggle with no clear victor, Zhen Yuanzi's brow furrowed. Something is amiss. Who exactly are you? That sinister blade cannot possess such strength, he demanded loudly. The confrontation on the cosmic battlefield had resulted in a stalemate, but this was the primordial realm, within his own domain of Wuzhuang Temple, where the heavenly principles favored him. How could that sinister blade possibly match him? If it were indeed that powerful, he would not have returned last time. Zhen Yuanzi discerned clearly that the entity before him was merely a doppelganger, still possessing the essence of Sun Wukong. Ah, you have finally caught on. I am the true evil heaven, one of the 7 kings. That sinister blade is but a subordinate of mine, Sun Wukong proclaimed with a malevolent grin. What? You are an otherworldly demon king? Zhen Yuanzi was instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had been battling a demon king of the same caliber as a sage all along. Fortunately, it was merely a doppelganger. Otherwise, he would have likely been obliterated by now. Anger surged within him. This demon king was utterly lacking in martial ethics, attacking those of lesser rank. Thankfully, he was not without his own talents. Otherwise, do you think Zhen Yuanzi is easy to bully? Today, let me show you my might. Zhen Yuanzi bellowed. Recognizing that the opponent was merely a projection, he believed it lacked significant power. Within the primordial realm, he had the advantage of heavenly principles. And within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple, he was at home turf, prepared for battle. Zhen Yuanzi calculated the strengths of both sides and soon regained his confidence. With sleeves that encompassed the universe, he shouted, as the sleeves of his earthy yellow robe seemed to expand infinitely, enveloping the opposing demon king within. This technique, imbued with the laws of space, was one of Zheng Yuanzi's signature moves, capable of rivaling the Buddha's domain. Do not struggle, you cannot escape. Zheng Yuanzi remarked with a light-hearted smile, observing the writhing sleeves. Is that so? Came a soft, mocking reply, causing Zheng Yuanzi's expression to shift drastically. The sleeves continued to grow larger until, with a resounding bang, they exploded, leaving Zheng Yuanzi covered in dust. Just a mere spatial law? Did you think I would be unable to counter it? How naive. Evil Heaven scoffed. Zheng Yuanzi's expression turned grave as he realized he had underestimated this Demon King's projection. A being of sage caliber was not to be trifled with. The only course of action was to overwhelm it with sheer power. The projection could not carry much strength, and the otherworldly demon could not absorb the primordial world's spiritual energy. He could replenish his strength infinitely, while the Demon King's resources dwindled with each use. As Zheng Yuanzi's thoughts raced, he quickly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Demon, do not be arrogant. Let us begin anew. With a well-formed plan in mind, Zheng Yuanzi steadied himself and spoke calmly. Seeing Zheng Yuanzi regain his composure, Evil Heaven secretly admired him. Noting that the mentality of those from the primordial realm was indeed commendable, unlike his own subordinates who were merely mindless brutes. Oh, the headache. Chapter 46. Zheng Yuanzi's techniques, an infinite amount of earthy vitality began to coalesce, staining the heavens and earth a shade of ochre. With a dragon's head, body, and claws, the manifestation of a dragon emerged, exuding an overwhelming majesty that surpassed even that of a true divine dragon, letting out a resounding dragon roar. The earthy dragon's tail swung as it charged towards the approaching Evil Heaven. Its advance was slow, yet the surrounding space appeared to warp as if mired in sludge. An overwhelming heaviness enveloped the area. Evil Heaven regarded the spectacle with appreciation, nodding to himself, recognizing the potential of such a fine specimen, possessing the qualities of a sage. However, he was aware that this figure was his enemy. With a gentle extension of his right hand, a dark point materialized before his forefinger, unleashing a fiercely domineering demonic energy that voraciously consumed everything in its vicinity: spiritual energy, matter, and even a fragment of the laws themselves. This was holy power, a force only accessible to those of sage status, surpassing ordinary celestial energy by several tiers. As the energies converged, sweeping away everything in their path, the clash of the two formidable forces drained the spiritual energy within a vast expanse surrounding Wukong Temple, creating a massive vacuum, with swirling winds uprooting trees from several mountains. The potent energy condensed and compressed into a colossal black cocoon, mysterious and formidable. As the earthy dragon drew near, the cocoon shattered, revealing a pitch-black demonic dragon that soared upward to meet the advancing earthy dragon. This demonic dragon was adorned with intricate dark golden patterns, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. As the two titanic beings collided, dragon claws tore through the air. Dragon scales flew, and the sound of dragon roars echoed through the realms. The earthy dragon, formed from the convergence of earthy energy, had Zheng Yuanzi's earth scripture as its core, embodying the divine patterns of earth, making it an unparalleled defensive force. Meanwhile, the black demonic dragon, condensed from otherworldly holy power, wielded an exceptionally high level of strength, enhanced further by the laws of devouring, resulting in a fierce contest with neither side yielding. However, as time passed, the earthy dragon, while replenished by external spiritual energy, gradually began to tire. While the demonic dragon grew more emboldened, its domineering demonic energy consuming the earthy spirit force. This disparity in holy power versus celestial energy was significant, although quasi-saints had begun to transmute a portion of their power into holy energy. They were still lacking compared to pure holy power. Yet, in this moment, even the slightest difference could determine the outcome of the battle. Evil Heaven observed with a smile, noting that the previous strike had depleted the power within this projection. He had merely entered the primordial realm to scout the situation and prepare for future actions, never anticipating such a fortuitous opportunity to scheme against Zheng Yuanzi. Though Zheng Yuanzi did not quite reach the level of a sage, he was still immensely powerful, causing them considerable trouble. If the chance arose to subdue him, it would be ideal. If not, eliminating him would still yield substantial gains. The ginseng fruit tree had already cast a spell upon itself. The laws governing the two realms were disparate, and even the mightiest of the ancient saints would find it challenging to unravel its unique enchantments. To seek resolution, Jin Yuanzi had no choice but to ally himself with them. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the ginseng fruit tree fell under their control. Observing the overwhelming advantage of the demon dragon, the Wu-Tu divine dragon, despite its formidable defense, could only endure in a state of constant struggle. Jin Yuanzi's expression turned stern, his gaze resolute, as if a significant decision had been made. He extended his hand and cautiously retrieved the ginseng fruit tree from his bosom. The ginseng fruit tree remained lush and vibrant, exuding an extraordinary vitality, the essence of GMO. Cradling the ginseng fruit tree in his left hand, his right hand moved in intricate gestures, creating flickering illusions in the air. The ginseng fruit tree transformed into a brilliant green light, soaring into the beleaguered Wu-Tu divine dragon's body. As if resuscitated, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The Wu-Tu divine dragon broke free from the clutches of the demon dragon, leaping high with renewed vigor. A hint of green appeared atop its horns, gradually spreading across its entire being, as the essence of Wu-Tu was entirely transformed into the essence of GMO. In that moment, the divine dragon resembled an immaculate jade sculpture, exquisite and majestic. The ascendance continued as the azure dragon soared into the clouds. The Jiamu essence summoned forth the purest essence of heaven, and arcs of electricity manifested around the divine dragon. Jiamu is inherently yang, and with yang in the heavens, the wood energy transformed into the thunderous might of the cosmos. This thunderous power exerted a profound restraining effect on evil entities. A triumphant dragon's roar resonated from the lofty skies, filled with authority and righteousness. Below, the face of the evil celestial was etched with gravity. Astonished that Jin Yuanzi could achieve such a feat, the transformation from earth to wood, and from wood to thunder, was not merely a simple calculation. Jin Yuanzi was truly a prodigious talent. Should such an individual ally with him, he could foresee a future where he would command a formidable demon lord in mere millennia. Yet, as an adversary, his peace would be irrevocably disturbed. However, recalling the traps he had laid within the ginseng fruit tree, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of the battle's outcome, he was ultimately victorious. A faint smile graced his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the heavens, eager to witness the extent of Jin Yuanzi's capabilities. At that moment, storm clouds gathered, dark and heavy as ink, shrouding the sky. The winds howled fiercely, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled incessantly, filling the air with silvery bolts. Below, all was cloaked in darkness, dense demonic energy swallowing everything in sight, rendering visibility futile. A demon dragon coiled within this malevolent mist, fixated on the heavens above. Suddenly, an exceedingly bright bolt of lightning pierced the sky, resembling a silver sword aimed directly at the demon dragon. With an enraged roar, the demon dragon ascended, gaping its maw wide as if to replicate its previous tactic of devouring the lightning. But alas, it could not withstand the onslaught. The thunder contained potent exorcising power, imbued with the unparalleled righteousness of the cosmos, which proved most effective against such malevolent beings. Scales were cleaved away, and tendrils of black mist escaped as the demon dragon faltered, severely wounded yet defiantly glaring upward, gathering malevolent energy for a final stand. At that moment, a pair of silver dragon horns, sharp as the finest blades, tore through the shroud of darkness, parting the dense clouds. A dragon's head emerged, glimmering like jade, though its horns and eyes had transformed into a silvery hue. The immense power of thunder coalesced upon the horns, releasing a powerful jolt that struck the ground like a fierce lightning bolt. In its eyes, an unyielding ferocity shone. Behind it, the azure dragon's vast form flickered in and out of the clouds, its claws turned silver, occasionally extending from the shadows like mighty mountains. With a resounding dragon's roar, the demon dragon unleashed the amassed power it had been gathering, its entire body coalescing into a beam of black light, hurtling toward the azure dragon above. Like a released arrow, this strike encompassed the totality of the demon dragon's strength, a brilliant black streaking through the air. The azure dragon regarded the oncoming dark light with an indifferent gaze, gathering the thunderous power between its horns to meet it with a silver bolt. The collision of black and white produced no sound, yet reverberated like a cataclysmic explosion. The clouds shattered, mountains crumbled, and the earth itself fractured. In that moment, the world was a swirling dance of black and white, reminiscent of an antiquated television flickering between shades. Ultimately, the thunderous power triumphed, vanquishing the demon dragon. The dragon's roar echoed triumphantly as the dissipating demonic energy and the ominous clouds revealed the azure dragon's formidable form. With piercing eyes, the silver orbs of the dragon fixated upon the evil celestial. With a flick of its tail, it charged toward the evil celestial. An overwhelming fusion of thunderous might and Jiamu essence enveloping its body, clad in a magnificent armor of azure and white. Heavenly Tao, you have finally made your move. The evil celestial remained motionless, devoid of joy or sorrow. The previous strike had exhausted all the magical energy and consciousness of this avatar, leaving it on the brink of dissolution. Any further actions would be futile. Indeed, it was the Heavenly Tao. The evil celestial knew this was the Heavenly Tao's intervention, albeit through Jin Yuanzi's hand. Such an immense force of cosmic thunder and exorcising energy could not be wielded by mere mortals. It was the domain of the Heavenly Tao. Turning to the visibly exhausted Jin Yuanzi nearby, a subtle smile creased his lips. Jin Yuanzi, should you wish to keep your ginseng fruit tree safe, you may seek me beyond the realms. Remember, I am Xietian. His words echoed through the air, entering Jin Yuanzi's ears, unbeknownst to outsiders. However, upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's countenance shifted dramatically, anxiety gripping his heart as unease crept into his expression. Observing Jin Yuanzi's disarray, Xietian smiled slyly, slowly closing his dark purple eyes, the sinister aura surrounding him dissipating in an instant. When his eyes reopened, they were filled with a profound bewilderment. With Xietian's disappearance, the Azure Dragon's previously aloof and commanding demeanor faded, and the surrounding thunderous power diminished significantly. Despite his inner turmoil, Jin Yuanzi hesitated upon seeing Sun Wukong standing motionless. Ultimately, with gritted teeth, he formed a decisive gesture. Disperse, he commanded, and the Azure Dragon, which was about to collide with Sun Wukong, gradually began to dissolve. First the head, then the body, claws, and tail, all transformed into the vast essence of Jiamu and the power of thunder, scattering into the sky. The fusion of Jiamu and thunderous energy once again coalesced into thick clouds overhead. Initially, upon seeing the fearsome Azure Dragon, Sun Wukong had braced himself for imminent demise, feeling utterly insignificant beneath its overwhelming presence. Even after the Azure Dragon's dissolution, he remained rooted in place, stunned and unable to comprehend the events. In a fit of rage, Jin Yuanzi had considered slaying the troublemaking monkey outright, but ultimately refrained, mindful of the Buddhist and celestial dignitaries. In the final moments, he chose to disperse the Azure Dragon. Otherwise, with his power, the monkey would have been left with naught but a hair. Although filled with fury, Jin Yuanzi understood the gravity of the situation. The true culprit was the demon lord from beyond the realms, and the monkey had merely been a pawn. Moreover, this monkey was a considerable source of chaos, particularly amidst the trials of the journey to the west. However, while death might be spared, he could not let the monkey escape unscathed. Unable to contain his ire, Jin Yuanzi waved his sleeve with force, a surge of magical energy striking the still-dazed Sun Wukong, sending him plummeting to the ground, crashing into the five. Jin Yuan, please show mercy. An urgent voice called from outside the five, as a group of six approached swiftly. Chapter 47. Accusation. As Tang Sen approached the Wu Zhuangguan, he noticed Jin Yuanzi seemingly preparing to attack Sun Wukong. He called out to intervene, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as Sun Wukong was struck down by a brilliant beam of celestial light. Hastily, he entered Wu Zhuangguan to help the fallen Sun Wukong out of the deep pit. Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and the White Dragon hurriedly followed, while Qing Feng and Ming Wei, upon seeing their master, also rushed inside. Observing Tang Sen's anxious expression, Zhu Beiji could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. The journey had been fraught with dark, ominous energy, and the sky was shrouded in gloom. The group could only see two colossal dragons engaged in a fierce battle above, each claw strike capable of shattering mountains. And every spell could rend the earth asunder. Zhu Beiji and the others had to protect Tang Sen closely, treading carefully and remaining vigilant for any attacks from above, knowing that even a stray strike from a dragon's claw could obliterate them. Throughout the perilous journey, they remained on edge, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to their demise. Zhu Beiji repeatedly considered urging Tang Sen to wait until Jin Yuanzi emerged victorious before returning. But seeing the determination in Tang Sen's eyes, he ultimately refrained, merely sighing in resignation. Fortunately, their luck held, and they traversed the treacherous path unscathed. A blessing from the Grandmaster. They still breathed, their hearts steady, suggesting that all was not lost. Tang Sen exhaled deeply, relieved that Jin Yuanzi had not unleashed his full wrath. He glanced toward Jin Yuanzi, who remained aloft on a cloud. Jin Yuanzi unfurled his right hand, revealing a tome-like treasure that emanated increasing golden light. The previously shattered mountains began to rumble, boulders rolling back into place, and in an instant, the devastated landscape was restored. Though the damaged spiritual veins would require a long time to heal, the surrounding peaks were left barren, their yellow earth exposed. With a furrowed brow, Jin Yuanzi waved his whisk, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, merging with the formidable essence of wood and the power of thunder. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, followed by a torrential downpour. What is this? As the raindrops fell upon him, Tang Sen felt a distinct change. His depleted magical energy was replenished slightly, leaving him momentarily stunned. The rain was imbued with a robust life force and boundless wood essence. This was spiritual rain. Under its nourishing touch, the barren mountains around them blossomed with verdant life once more. Grass sprouted from between the stones, growing rapidly. While seeds hidden deep in the soil shot up into towering trees, flowers bloomed, and butterflies danced in the air. In no time, the surroundings were alive with vitality again. Observing the restoration, Jin Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction. He then took out his prized ginseng fruit tree and recalled the words spoken by the demon lord prior to his departure. He meticulously inspected every inch of the ginseng fruit tree, discovering a deeply concealed trace of demonic energy at its roots. No matter what methods he employed, he was unable to expel this malevolent force from the tree. Frustration welled up within him as he caught sight of Tang Sen and his companions below, igniting a sense of anger at the monkey's audacity and the rudeness of Tang Sen's group. Although Jin Yuanzi recognized that the incident was not entirely Tang Sen's fault, nor was son Wukong innocent, he had suffered significant losses and had nowhere to vent his anger. Thus, these individuals became scapegoats, particularly that irreverent monkey. With these thoughts, Jin Yuanzi descended from the clouds, landing before Tang Sen and his companions. Tang Senzong, you have the audacity to steal my ginseng fruit and damage my tree. This time, I shall not let this matter rest. Upon touching the ground, he bellowed, demanding accountability for his losses. Tang Senzong was certainly unable to shoulder the responsibility, which meant the Buddhist sect behind him would have to pay the price. Master, Qing Feng and Mingwei rushed forward, their faces filled with remorse, as if they believed their failure to monitor Tang Sen's group had led to such a calamity. This is not your fault. Do not blame yourselves. Jin Yuanzi gently reassured the two young disciples, who had been with him since the primordial times, their bond deepened by years of companionship. Given that they were facing a demon lord, he nearly lost control, so it was understandable that they, being mere children, would falter. Master, I did not intend to cause you such trouble. I will accept full responsibility for any consequences, Tang Sen declared resolutely, unwilling to evade accountability. He remembered that Guanyin Bodhisattva's divine water could revive the ginseng fruit tree, but now that circumstances seemed to have changed, he could only pray that the divine water would still work as before. Otherwise, he would be forced to return to Lingshan to become a Buddha, never to leave again, for Jin Yuanzi would not spare him. Master, Master, Master. The worried voices of his three disciples broke through Tang Sen's thoughts. He turned to see their faces etched with guilt. Master, it is our greed that has brought this calamity upon us. Whatever punishment awaits, it should not fall upon you. The white dragon stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion. He regretted his desire for the ginseng fruit and lamented not stopping his senior brother from stealing it, as well as listening to the second brother's coaxing. Jin Yuanzi, this matter does not concern our master. It was a decision made by us brothers, and our master was unaware. Let any consequences be directed at us, he asserted to the stoic Jin Yuanzi. Sha Wujing and Zhu Beiji exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately nodded in agreement, acknowledging this stance. It is not my master's fault. I bear the primary responsibility. It was I who desired another ginseng fruit, which led to my urging of my senior brother to steal, Zhu Beiji stated with unwavering resolve. With the protection of the Grand Master, death may not be their fate, but given the gravity of their transgression, they would surely pay a heavy price. Master, though I may often be gluttonous and shameless, I am still a man of integrity. What I have done, I will own. Do not let my actions implicate you. I too have a part in this, came a weak voice from the ground, drawing the attention of the group to the weakened son Wukong, who had regained consciousness. "You're awake." Tang Sen rushed to support him as he spoke. "Master, I am fine. I am truly sorry for the trouble we have caused you. My brothers and I have brought shame upon you," Sun Wukong said weakly, filled with remorse. "Jin Yuanzi, it was I who failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. I am the one who stole the ginseng fruit and damaged the tree. Please spare my master and my brothers from blame. I will bear the full weight of the consequences. Whether it be death or punishment, I will accept it willingly," Sun Wukong declared to Jin Yuanzi with unwavering determination. His voice, though frail, held no trace of fear or hesitation. In that moment, despite his grievous injuries and exhaustion, he remained the fearless Monkey King who dared to cause chaos in heaven. "Yet, Master, I fear I may disappoint the expectations you have for me." Sun Wukong could not help but glance back at Tang Senator. Though he was under control, he remained conscious, observing the fierce battle as a keen spectator. He deeply understood the formidable power of Xinyuanzi. If Xinyuanzi were a towering, ancient mountain, he was but a humble stone at its base, rendering any comparison meaningless. This time, it seemed that dire consequences awaited him. Sun Wukong realized that Xinyuanzi could crush him with ease, no more difficult than squashing an ant. Now, he only wished to avoid implicating his master. Even in death, he desired to perish with dignity, for he was the great sage equal to heaven. "Enough!" A thunderous voice interrupted the tender sentiments of the crowd. "What do you think this is, a marketplace? Whoever is at fault shall bear the blame. I shall not wrong an innocent, yet I will not let the true culprit go unpunished." Xinyuanzi's expression was impassive, yet his tone was frigid and detached. "Tang Sen, do you understand your crimes?" he began, questioning Tang Senator. "I acknowledge my wrongdoing. The fault lies with the master when the disciple strays. My apprentice has erred, and I must share in that burden." "Amit Ba," Tang Sen replied, hands clasped in prayer, accepting his guilt with a faint smile. "Your acknowledgement is appreciated, lest others claim I, Xinyuanzi, wronged a good person. We were once friends, and I welcomed you warmly, only to find that you and your disciple harbored intentions of theft, despoiling my spiritual fruits and destroying my treasured tree. I have shown you no neglect, yet you repay kindness with enmity. This time, even the Tathagata of the West cannot save you." Although Xinyuanzi admired Tang Sen's willingness to take responsibility and his loyalty to his apprentice, the fact that his ginseng fruit tree was now withering demanded accountability. "As for your 4 disciples, I shall seek recompense from their master. This matter shall not be easily resolved." Xinyuanzi did not hold back, speaking candidly. Why should he bear such a significant loss while they schemed from behind? Though they held high positions, did they think Xinyuanzi was easy to bully? If necessary, he would cause a great upheaval. He was the sole direct victim of this incident, and he could not swallow this grievance. With his power surging, he prepared to strike down upon Tang's senator master. Sun Wukong and the others attempted to rush forward to save Tang Sen, but Xinyuanzi's wave of energy imprisoned them in place, rendering them immobile, and they could only call out in desperation, "Tang Sen, farewell." As the words fell, Xinyuanzi's hand descended, and it seemed Tang Sen was about to meet his end. At that moment, a faint voice interjected, "What if I can revive the ginseng fruit tree?" Xinyuanzi's pupils contracted, and his descending hand swiftly changed direction to strike beside him, creating a large crater in the ground. "What did you say?" he asked, urgency lacing his voice, fearing he had misheard. "I said, I have a method to restore the divine ginseng fruit tree," Tang Sen replied calmly and unhurriedly. "What method? How can you possibly revive my ginseng fruit tree?" "This is a rare, innate spiritual root." Xinyuanzi's expression was skeptical, and his tone was filled with doubt. "There exists a divine water called the 3-light divine water, which you may know." Tang Sen smiled slightly. 3-light divine water? Of course, I know of it, but those 3 substances are all highly toxic. Do not jest with me, or you will suffer a most painful demise. Xinyuanzi's expression darkened, his tone sharp. He was well aware that the 3-light divine water was indeed perilous. The sunlight divine water, extracted from the essence of the supreme celestial sun, could consume blood and flesh. The moonlight divine water, from the essence of the supreme lunar moon, could corrode the soul, and the starlight divine water, from the essence of ancient stars, could devour the true spirit. Each was lethal, and together, they could obliterate one's very essence. What wicked intentions does Tang Sen harbor? Seeing Xinyuanzi's flickering gaze, Tang Sen understood he was being misunderstood. Do not misinterpret, great sage. While these three substances are indeed toxic when combined, they can produce a rare spiritual remedy, capable of reviving the dead and healing the wounded. Surely, it can heal the ginseng fruit tree's injuries, Tang Sen hurriedly explained. Is that true? Zhen Yuanzi pondered, still skeptical. He knew of the principle of opposites, but had never heard of the three-light divine water being a healing elixir, leading him to hesitate. Rest assured, my life and that of my disciples are in your hands. I would not dare speak falsely, Tang Sen assured him confidently. This three-light divine water is indeed a miraculous remedy, possessing universal applicability. It can be used by humans, demons, and even plants, yielding remarkable results. Zhen Yuanzi observed Tang Sen's unwavering confidence. Knowing Tang Sen's reputation for integrity, he reasoned that the matter was not entirely his fault. Thus he likely would not attempt to deceive him. Moreover, a wise man should understand the consequences of deceiving Zhen Yuanzi. If it were false, the repercussions would be dire, and no wise individual would embark on such a path. After all, the truth could be easily verified. Given Zhen Yuanzi's connections, he could procure this water if it existed. Thus, whether it was true or false could be determined, and should it prove false, Tang Sen would bear full responsibility. However, if it were true, the hope of saving his precious ginseng fruit tree would be within reach. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. You may stay in Wukong Temple for the time being. Once I procure the three-light divine water and restore the ginseng fruit tree, I shall allow you to leave for the west. But if it fails to revive, you shall bear the consequences, and perhaps even miss the chance of reincarnation. Zhen Yuanzi's tone shifted, his later words dripping with threat. Zhu Beiji scoffed nearby, expressing his disdain. Zhen Yuanzi noticed and swiftly approached, delivering a resounding slap that left Zhu Beiji with an even larger head. You, pighead, are the root of this mistake. Pray that the three-light divine water proves effective. If my ginseng fruit tree does not come back to life, no one shall save you. Zhu Beiji's heart sank. Zhen Yuanzi knew his connections? Did he dare speak so boldly? Was he ignorant or overconfident? Does he truly think he can defy the old lord? Would the old lord forsake me for my opposition to Zhen Yuanzi? Zhen Yuanzi whispered into Zhu Beiji's ear. Zhu Beiji's heart raced as he realized that Zhen Yuanzi was aware of everything. Rest assured, the three-light divine water will surely be effective. I will return you a perfect ginseng fruit tree, Tang Sen's voice chimed in. Let us hope so. Zhen Yuanzi cast a cold glance at Tang Sen before waving his hand. Finding Tang Sen and his disciples, I shall visit the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and seek out the myriad gods and Buddhas. I shall find that three-light divine water. Zhen Yuanzi proclaimed confidently, preparing to ascend into the clouds. Suddenly, a call brought him back. Great sage, I know where to find the three-light divine water. Tang Sen shouted from behind. The unexpected voice startled Zhen Yuanzi, nearly causing him to lose his balance in the clouds. You know? Why did you not say so earlier? How do you know? The three-light divine water is at the Guanyin of Nanhai, Tang Sen continued loudly, ensuring Zhen Yuanzi heard him. I was already on my way to seek Guanyin in Nanhai. No need for you to elaborate, Zhen Yuanzi replied curtly. And then he soared into the sky, heading directly for the purple bamboo forest on Logia Mountain in Nanhai. Do you think you alone possess this knowledge? Zhen Yuanzi silently ridiculed, finding Tang Sen's lack of discretion amusing. As for the ginseng fruit tree, the dark energy coiled around its roots, with parts already wilting. Still, Zhen Yuanzi left it in place, opting not to carry it with him. Over countless years of transformation, the Wukong Temple has become the most suitable place for the growth of ginseng fruit trees. Carrying them around would not be as beneficial as allowing them to remain at Wukong Temple, where they can absorb the nourishing essence of the earth. While they may not heal wounds completely, they can alleviate pain and prevent further deterioration of the situation. Moreover, keeping them on one's person is not secure. Should any further harm occur, one would find themselves in a lamentable predicament. Therefore, placing them in Wukong Temple and activating the earth formation is prudent. Unless a sage intervenes, no one else would be able to breach this formation, which is connected to the earth's spiritual veins. In the South Sea, at Luojia Mountain in the purple bamboo forest, a streak of yellow light rushed from afar, catching Guanyin's eye. Why has Zhen Yuanzi come in person? Wasn't it supposed to be Sun Wukong seeking assistance? Guanyin was filled with doubt, but immediately rose to greet him, for Zhen Yuanzi is among the most senior of the immortals, possessing formidable powers that Guanyin humbly acknowledged she could not rival. Genuine Daxian, what brings you here personally? If there is something amiss, you need only call upon me. Guanyin warmly greeted as the yellow light descended. What is it? Humph. What could it be? Xuanyuanzi retorted, his temper flaring as he glared at her. His tone laced with anger. Daxian, please take your time to explain. Who has provoked your ire? Guanyin asked cautiously, sensing the tension in his demeanor and fearing that she might be implicated in whatever had transpired. Guanyin, your Buddhist journey in the West. Son Wukong has destroyed my ginseng fruit tree. Xuanyuanzi's gaze was fixed on her, demanding an explanation. Oh, is that all? Just a mere fake ginseng fruit tree, a matter we had previously agreed upon. Guanyin thought, momentarily relieved, but upon seeing Xuanyuanzi's serious expression, she felt a chill run down her spine, realizing the potential gravity of the situation. Surely it isn't the real one that was destroyed? She inquired nervously. What do you think? Xuanyuanzi replied, his face remaining impassive. If it were merely a fake, you wouldn't have come here seeking redress. Guanyin silently scolded herself. Realizing the trouble that Sun Wukong had caused by destroying the genuine ginseng fruit tree. Guanyin, how do you propose to address this issue? I require a satisfactory explanation. Xuanyuanzi pressed. Indeed, I shall provide an explanation. Please remain calm. I will consult the Buddha, Guanyin replied. Her face a mask of forced cheerfulness as she attempted to make her escape. An explanation? What could I offer? Should I not seek my superior? For it was he who orchestrated this? Guanyin's mind raced as she turned to summon a cloud to seek the Buddha. Suddenly, a large hand grasped her sleeve, and she turned to find it was Xuanyuanzi, leaving her puzzled. I have heard that you possess the three lights divine water? Xuanyuanzi inquired. Indeed, I do possess the three lights divine water, but how did you come to know this? I have never mentioned it, Guanyin responded, though unsure of Xuanyuanzi's intentions. The three lights divine water had been bestowed upon her by the primordial saint before she transformed from a demon into a Buddha, preserved within a jade vessel of sheep fat. Master Tang Sen asserted that the three lights divine water could revive my ginseng fruit tree. I hope you might part with it, Xuanyuanzi said eagerly. Upon hearing that Guanyin indeed had the three lights divine water, Xuanyuanzi became animated. If the three lights divine water was with Guanyin, then it was possible that Tang Sen spoke the truth, and the water could indeed revive his ginseng fruit tree. Senzong, how could that be? Guanyin exclaimed in disbelief. It was widely known that each type of three lights divine water was immensely toxic, and she had never heard of it being used for healing. Daxian, let us discuss this calmly. Tang Sen must not be harmed. I will seek the Buddha. This situation can certainly be resolved. Guanyin insisted, her urgency palpable. Seeing her distress, Xuanyuanzi contemplated. There is no need for worry. Tang Sen shall remain unharmed for now. But since he claims the three lights divine water can save my ginseng fruit tree, it is worth a try. Is that true? Guanyin hesitated. Yet the thought of Tang Sen possibly being in danger compelled her to press on. Very well, I shall accompany you. Guanyin grasped the jade vessel and, without further ado, ascended on a cloud, heading towards Wuzhuang Temple alongside Xuanyuanzi. Chapter 49. The Rebirth of the Ginseng Fruit Tree. Senzong, are you unharmed? As soon as they landed, Guanyin rushed toward Tang Sen, a note of urgency in her voice. Guanyin, you have come. I am fine, merely a minor injury. Tang Sen reassured her, feeling warmth in his heart at her concern, a smile gracing his lips. You still dare to smile? Guanyin exclaimed, playfully chastising him with a light slap. A cough interrupted them, revealing Xuanyuanzi, who could no longer contain himself. Tang Sen, Guanyin has brought the three lights divine water. If you cannot revive my ginseng fruit tree, do not blame me for my wrath. Rest assured, Daxian, I am confident in this matter. Tang Sen replied with a smile of assurance. Are you truly confident? If not, you should flee while you can. I will hold Xuanyuanzi at bay, and you can seek the Buddha, Guanyin whispered, her face filled with concern. Do not worry, Tang Sen replied, offering her a bright and confident smile, gently patting her hand in reassurance. How soft, how smooth. At that moment, Tang Sen was too focused on the task at hand to dwell on such thoughts. Sister, may I borrow the three lights divine water? Tang Sen asked gently. Despite her worries, Guanyin chose to trust him, pouring 3 droplets from the jade vessel. One drop radiated a brilliant golden light, reminiscent of a blazing sun, intense and majestic. Another emitted a cold silver glow, like eternal ice, deep and chilling. The final droplet sparkled with vibrant colors, revealing hidden stars, enchanting and mysterious. This is the three lights divine water. Tang Sen marveled at the dazzling droplets before him. Though the three lights divine water appeared destructive, it concealed immense restorative power, embodying the transition between life and death, the profound mysteries of the Tao. Tang Sen carefully combined the three droplets, utilizing his magical energy to merge them. His power, a reward from the system, was devoid of attributes, representing the purest form of magic, in harmony with the essence of non-being. Had Xunyuanzi or Guanyin attempted this, they would have failed due to their attribute-laden powers, whether wood or earth, or even the spiritual energy of Buddhism. Such attributes create biases, preventing a balanced fusion of the three lights divine water, resulting in their inevitable destruction. The reason the three lights divine water had never manifested before was twofold. Few could fathom that these three toxic substances held boundless vitality, and those who dared attempt it had failed due to their attribute-bound magic. In the current realm of cultivation, practitioners of pure, attribute-free magic were nearly non-existent. Attribute-laden magic often proved more potent and versatile. Wood was suited for healing, earth for defense, metal for sharpness, while Buddhist power carried a degree of mental assault. As these chaotic thoughts flitted through his mind, Tang Sen quickly cleared his head. At this critical moment, not a single distraction could be afforded. Between his hands, three distinct droplets of water began to gravitate towards one another, exhibiting an unexpected tendency towards harmony. A glimmer of joy flickered across Tang Sen's face as he hastily steadied his mind, ensuring a consistent flow of his magical energy. Fearful that a momentary lapse could result in catastrophic failure, leaving him in despair. Gradually, golden light swelled, followed by silver and colorful glimmers, with the three hues intertwining in a breathtaking display. Ultimately, a brilliant radiance erupted, compelling everyone to involuntarily shut their eyes, fearing the brilliance might blind them. Upon reopening his eyes, Tang Sen's first action was to gaze at the location of the three-colored divine water. At that moment, the three differently colored droplets had vanished, leaving behind a singular transparent droplet that emitted a pearlescent glow. Under the illumination of this milky light, Tang Sen felt his exhaustion dissipate, and his depleted magical energy was instantaneously replenished. Is this the three-colored divine water? How wondrous! This truly broadens my horizons, he mused. Xunyuanzi approached, marveling at the milky droplet before him, his face alight with joy. The earlier concern melted away as he sensed the immense creative power within this small droplet. Indeed, it was the power of creation, the force of rebirth. This was a power that only the Holy Mother of humanity, the heavenly Tao sage Nuwa, could wield. It was astonishing to witness it here. Avalokiteshvara, standing nearby, was equally taken aback, her small cherry lips parting slightly in surprise. She had possessed the three-colored divine water for countless years and was unaware of its potential. Tilting her head slightly, she regarded Tang Sen with curiosity. How did he come to know this? Observing the innocent expression on Avalokiteshvara's face, Tang Sen offered a mysterious smile. Esteemed immortal, we must not delay. Let us proceed to rescue the ginseng fruit tree, he urged Xunyuanzi, who was still in awe. Ah, yes. Bodhisattva, holy monk, please follow me, Xunyuanzi replied, awakening from his reverie, extending his hand in invitation, and leading the way towards the ginseng fruit tree in the back garden. At this juncture, the restrictions on Sun Wukong and the others had already been lifted. Upon witnessing the three-colored divine water radiating creative power, Xunyuanzi believed Tang Sen's words and freed them from their constraints. As Tang Sen and Avalokiteshvara entered the back garden, the gentle breeze and bright moonlight followed suit. Brother, what shall we do? The white dragon and his companions inquired, gazing at Sun Wukong for guidance. Let us follow, Sun Wukong replied through gritted teeth, joining the group. Though somewhat embarrassed, with their master still inside, they could not abandon Tang Senator. Moreover, they were eager to witness the miraculous effects of the three-colored divine water. The four of them entered the back garden as well. Xunyuanzi, executing a series of hand gestures, dispelled the restrictions beside the ginseng fruit tree, revealing its current state. It remained verdant, resembling a jade sculpture, yet only half of it thrived. The other half had withered, devoid of vitality. Xunyuanzi's expression grew solemn. As he had hoped, the vast earthly spiritual energy within Wuzhuang Temple would alleviate the tree's plight, but the curse proved formidable, and the condition of the ginseng fruit tree was dire. Tang Sen's expression mirrored his gravity. He had not anticipated the ginseng fruit tree's perilous state. The situation was critical, and he wondered if the three-colored divine water could still be effective. However, time was of the essence, and he had to act. Observing the hope reflected in the eyes of those around him, particularly Zhen Yuanzi's eager gaze fixed upon him, he resolutely dripped the milky three-colored divine water onto the tree's trunk. It must be effective. It must be. Tang Sen reassured himself. All eyes were riveted on the ginseng fruit tree, anticipating a miracle. Slowly, the tree began to glow with a pearlescent light of creation, and the once withered half gradually regained its emerald hue, revitalizing with vigor. Joy illuminated the faces of the onlookers, and Tang Sen felt a weight lift from his heart. Zhen Yuanzi, witnessing the tree's restoration, finally exhaled in relief and was about to erupt in laughter when suddenly, a dark light flickered at the tree's roots. Instantly, the half of the tree that appeared on the verge of revival withered once more. Simultaneously, the other side of the tree shone with resplendent green and milky light, jointly resisting the encroaching dark energy. For a prolonged moment, the three forces clashed, neither yielding ground, until eventually they receded, leaving the ginseng fruit tree in its original state, half flourishing, half withered. At the boundary where the dark and white light contended, neither side could advance. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the hope that had just blossomed in their hearts fell back into despair, and the atmosphere grew heavy once more. What is happening? Zhen Yuanzi inquired gravely. If my suspicions are correct, this appears to be a curse, a highly advanced one, so powerful that even the force of rebirth cannot overcome it. Avalokiteshvara analyzed with a serious expression. Then, holy monk, do you see any alternatives? Zhen Yuanzi, feeling helpless, turned to the knowledgeable Tang Sen for guidance. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi recalled the words spoken by the outer realm demon lord upon his demise. If one wished to save the ginseng fruit tree, they must seek him in the outer realm. Could it be that there truly was no other recourse? Zhen Yuanzi's heart grew heavy with concern. The ginseng fruit tree was the foundation of his path to enlightenment. It must not be lost. Tang Sen, too, was deep in thought. The three-colored divine water had proven useful, as he had just witnessed, yet that dark curse obstructed its restorative properties. If the dark curse could be dispelled, the three-colored divine water would naturally fulfill its purpose. Thus, the pressing question returned to how to eliminate this dark curse. A curse? A negative influence? A curse? An idea ignited within Tang Sen's mind as he recalled the reward from the sign-in system earlier that day, the pure water of heaven. Its description stated that it could purify all curses, which was precisely what he needed. With a shout, Tang Sen roused the entranced onlookers. Holy monk, have you found a solution? Zhen Yuanzi inquired eagerly. Esteemed immortal, I have discovered a method. Tang Sen smiled slightly, retrieving a drop of pure water of heaven from his spatial pouch. The crystalline droplet shimmered with pure light, captivating the gazes of the onlookers, who couldn't help but think, it is merely a drop of ordinary water. Albeit cleaner than usual, they had never seen such pristine water before. Under the sunlight, it sparkled with a dreamlike rainbow hue. Noticing the skepticism in their eyes, Tang Sen refrained from further explanation. Justifying it was futile, the results would speak for themselves. He dripped the water onto the ginseng fruit tree once more. The droplet glowed with a bluish-white luminescence, cascading down the tree, causing the dark energy to retreat as if it had encountered an arch-nemesis. Ultimately, the pure water of heaven flowed to the roots of the ginseng fruit tree, the very site of the dark energy's stronghold. A dazzling bluish-white light flashed, and the dark energy dispersed. Have you ever seen snowflakes under the blazing sun? It was akin to that phenomenon. The dark energy transformed into tendrils of smoke, expelled from the ginseng fruit tree, dissipating without a trace. With the black energy banished, the pearlescent light of creation surged once more, replenishing the ginseng fruit tree's depleted essence. Moments later, all ailments vanished, and the ginseng fruit tree regained its lush vitality, appearing even more robust than before. The 27 ginseng fruits swayed gently in the breeze, listening intently. Chapter 50. The Brotherhood between me and Zhen Yuanzi. Seeing his ginseng fruit tree safe and sound, even stronger than before, Zhen Yuanzi could not contain his joy, breaking into hearty laughter. This truly is a blessing in disguise. Tang Sen also breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the best outcome imaginable. He had just been contemplating whether to confront Zhen Yuanzi head-on using the Rulai palm, especially with Guanyin standing by their side. Although victory was unlikely, escape would certainly be possible. Now all was well. He had always held Jin Yuanzi in high regard, and a falling out would indeed be a pity. It was remarkable that someone of Jin Yuanzi's esteemed status as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals would even offer a humble monk a ginseng fruit. From start to finish, the situation had been mishandled, largely due to the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons. However, it was Sun Wukong's anger and the greed of Zhu Beiji and their companions that truly sowed the seeds of chaos. With this in mind, Tang Sen turned once more to cast a stern glance at his disciples. The once jovial Sun Wukong and the others now averted their eyes in shame, fully aware of their complicity in the matter and feeling quite embarrassed. Master, since the ginseng fruit tree is unharmed, this humble monk shall take his leave, Guanyin Bodhisattva remarked, observing that Tang Sen was unscathed and that the troubles had been resolved. After all, as a prominent figure of the Buddhist order, she had many responsibilities. Thank you for your efforts, Bodhisattva, Jin Yuanzi replied, his tone quite courteous. Since the ginseng fruit tree is well, it is indeed a matter of mutual benefit for us all. Tang Sen, the journey to the west is long. Always remain vigilant and do not become complacent. Guanyin cautioned Tang Senator Guanyin, are you really leaving now? Tang Sen asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. Yes, I must depart. Is there no way you could stay? He blurted out, caught off guard by his own words, as he had merely intended to jest. Guanyin. Jin Yuanzi? Something is amiss with you. I meant to say that Jin Yuanzi plans to host a banquet in your honor, Tang Sen quickly clarified, casting a meaningful glance at Jin Yuanzi. Understood. Jin Yuanzi, receiving the signal, nodded with a smile. Indeed, it would be improper for me to trouble the Bodhisattva with a wasted trip. I must extend my hospitality to express my gratitude, being well-versed in such matters. Guanyin recognized Jin Yuanzi's polite pretense, but chose not to expose it. No, thank you, esteemed one. But this humble monk has pressing matters in the South Sea that cannot be delayed. Your kindness is appreciated, but a banquet is unnecessary. With that, she ascended on a cloud and gracefully departed back to the South Sea. Watching Guanyin's graceful figure vanish into the clouds, Tang Sen reluctantly turned back. Esteemed one, having delayed for so long, my disciples and I must take our leave. Thank you for your generous hospitality. My undisciplined disciples have caused you much trouble, and I hope you can forgive us. Tang Sen expressed his farewells to Jin Yuanzi, feeling quite guilty for the inconvenience caused. Ha ha, what are you saying, holy monk? I have always welcomed friendships. Besides, we were friends in a past life, so how can this be a trouble? Thanks to you, holy monk. My ginseng fruit tree has been saved, and I must express my gratitude. Jin Yuanzi insisted, his words sincere. He truly valued Tang Sen for his composure in crises, extensive knowledge, and formidable background, qualities that marked him as a true potential ally. If the holy monk holds me in regard, how about we become sworn brothers today? Jin Yuanzi proposed earnestly. Tang Sen, were you not to become sworn brothers with Wukong? How did this turn into a proposal for myself? Jin Yuanzi felt a swell of pride. He had initially intended to form a brotherhood with Sun Wukong, while Zhu Beiji was aligned with the Old Lord, and Sha Wujing with the Jade Emperor. The White Dragon status was too lowly in his eyes, and Tang Sen was merely a mortal, making Wukong the most suitable choice. He knew that the two pivotal figures in the journey to the west were Wukong and Tang Sen. Others could be interchanged at will. The fortunes of the journey to the west predominantly resided with them. This calamity was destined to usher in a flourishing era for Buddhism, and Jin Yuanzi did not wish to stand in the way of progress. After all, the brotherhood was merely a matter of formality that could bring him numerous benefits. However, he now regarded Tang Sen with renewed respect, not only for saving his ginseng fruit tree, but also for the myriad of admirable traits he displayed: loyalty to his disciples, genuine emotions, calmness in adversity, and a strong moral compass. Furthermore, he was a potential successor of the Buddhist order with an immensely powerful background. Forming a bond with such an individual was indeed a wise choice. Originally, his intention had been a symbolic gesture with Sun Wukong, but now he contemplated this alliance with Tang Sen with careful consideration. He believed Tang Sen was not only qualified but also capable of being his brother. Moreover, unlike the impulsive Monkey King, he was not one to attract unnecessary trouble. Conversely, with the backing of Buddhism and Jin Yuanzi, there was little that could not be resolved in the three realms, unless it involved certain formidable figures. Sun Wukong might stir trouble, but Tang Sen certainly would not. Jin Yuanzi was confident in this regard. In the blink of an eye, Jin Yuanzi had weighed the pros and cons and contemplated the implications. In essence, swearing brotherhood with Tang Sen was an excellent choice for both strategic and personal reasons. Tang Sen remained unaware of Jin Yuanzi's extensive deliberations. He too was contemplating. Soon, however, he realized that forming a brotherhood with Jin Yuanzi was advantageous and entirely without risk, a most profitable endeavor. Brother, you flatter me. I will be relying on your support in the future, Tang Sen quickly replied, eager to prevent Jin Yuanzi from having second thoughts. The term brother caught Jin Yuanzi by surprise, but he soon beamed with delight. This brother is quite perceptive, excellent. Speaking with intelligent individuals was indeed effortless. Ha ha, dear brother. You are too modest. If ever you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We are now family. Jin Yuanzi joyfully draped an arm over Tang Sen's shoulder. Laughing heartily, Tang Sen silently approved of Jin Yuanzi's straightforwardness. Qing Feng, Mingwei, go fetch 10 ginseng fruits. I must treat my esteemed brother well, Jin Yuanzi commanded. Master, are we really going to pick more? Ginseng fruits are incredibly precious. Do we really need to gather 10 for these monks? Qing Feng and Mingwei hesitated, reluctant to comply. What's this? Hurry. I am in high spirits today. What does a few fruits matter? Prepare a banquet as well. Let us drink to our heart's content, Jin Yuanzi urged. Yes. Seeing their master's resolute attitude, Qing Feng and Mingwei dared not delay further and went to gather the ginseng fruits and prepare the feast. As they departed, Jin Yuanzi led Tang Sen into the grand hall. To their surprise, the hall did not display the usual deities such as the three pure ones or Guanyin, but instead featured a remarkable plaque made of an unusual material, neither gold, stone, nor wood. The plaque bore the ancient characters for heaven and earth, exuding a profound aura as if radiating divine light, truly extraordinary. Jin Yuanzi then produced 2 incense sticks, handing one to Tang Sen while holding the other himself. Brother, what is this? Tang Sen inquired, examining the incense in his hand. He was familiar with incense, having burned countless sticks in temples over the years. Yet this particular incense felt entirely different. Holding it, he sensed a closer connection to the Tao. Dear brother, you may be unaware, but this is Tao incense. Jin Yuanzi replied with a self-satisfied smile. What is Tao incense? Tang Sen asked, intrigued. Just watch, Jin Yuanzi instructed, gesturing towards the plaque. This treasure of mine is called the heavenly and earthly treasure mirror, capable of surveying the mountains and rivers of the 3 realms. The 3 pure ones and 4 deities are my peers, while Rulai and Guanyin are my juniors. I only acknowledge heaven and earth. This Tao incense connects directly to the heavenly Tao. Our brotherhood will be etched within the rules of the Tao, linking our fates together, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Jin Yuanzi explained with a gentle smile. Brother, this Tang Sen is indeed astonished. He had initially thought that Jin Yuanzi's oath of brotherhood was merely a formality like that with the original son Wukong, but he never expected such a significant sacrifice. It is important to note that in the eyes of the world, he, Tang Sen, was merely an inconsequential mortal, even with a modicum of cultivation. It was trivial in the presence of Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals. Absolutely not, brother. You are a primordial celestial being, the ancestor of the earth immortals. How could you do such a thing? It is simply out of the question. After his initial shock, Tang Sen hastily waved his hand in refusal. Dear brother, do not be so. Our bond is forged by loyalty and character, unrelated to status, power, or background, Jin Yuanzi reassured him. Then, changing the subject, he inquired. Is it that as a disciple of the Buddha, you look down upon me, the ancestor of the earth immortals? Brother, you mustn't say that. I am entirely at your command, Tang Sen replied, realizing that to refuse any further would imply a lack of respect. With a wry smile, he ultimately acquiesced. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. Upon hearing Tang Sen's affirmative response, Jin Yuanzi's face lit up with joy. By the heavens above, I, Jin Yuanzi, Tang Sanzang, and Tang Sanzang, Jin Yuanzi, shall become sworn brothers henceforth, our fates intertwined, sharing both fortune and misfortune, with heaven and earth as witnesses. The two, with solemn expressions, spoke in unison, bowing thrice in reverence as the ritual concluded. A flash of divine light emanated from the celestial treasure above, and the smoke from the 2 incense sticks encircled them. As the last word was uttered, a brilliant azure light surged, merging the smoke around them into a single entity, indistinguishable from one another. Jin Yuanzi and Tang Sen exchanged glances, each feeling a profound connection, aware that their fates were truly linked, forever sharing joys and sorrows. Brother, dear brother. The joyous voices echoed throughout the grand hall. In the evening, the five was ablaze with lights, with everyone toasting and exchanging pleasantries, laughter filling the air. After the banquet, not only had the misunderstandings among them dissipated, but the White Dragon also became good friends with Qing Feng and Mingwei. They had consumed 10 ginseng fruits. And after Tang Sen and the others had each taken one, Jin Yuanzi prepared the remaining 5 in a superior spiritual jade box for Tang Sen to take on his journey. Tang Sen did not decline, for he considered Jin Yuanzi as his own brother. To refuse would be to act distant. That night, none of them used their powers to dispel the effects of alcohol. They all drank to excess. The next day, as the sun rose high, Tang Sen groggily rose from his bed, calling out to awaken his still sleeping disciples. After a brief tidying up, he prepared to leave quietly. Farewells always brought a sense of melancholy, and Tang Sen particularly disliked the atmosphere of parting. As the 5 were ready to open the doors of the 5 to depart, a voice called out from behind them. Dear brother, why do you leave without saying goodbye? Tang Sen turned to see his newly sworn brother, Jin Yuanzi, hurrying towards him with 2 young attendants, his expression somewhat urgent. Brother, please do not take offense. I have already lingered here for some time, and I still have a mission to attend to. I cannot stay any longer. I hope you will not hold it against me, as I have never been fond of farewell scenes, which is why I left without saying a word, Tang Sen said, bowing sincerely. How could I blame you, dear brother? We are all cultivators, pursuing longevity, and do not need to indulge in the trivialities of the mundane world. I called you back for 2 reasons. First, to bid you farewell, and second, to warn you of the dangers that lie ahead on this journey to the west. There are malevolent demons lurking along the way, and I have nothing substantial to gift you, but please accept these 3 talismans. Jin Yuanzi presented Tang Sen with 3 Taoist talismans inscribed with incomprehensible divine symbols. These 3 summoning talismans contain a trace of my essence and consciousness. Generally, any formidable demon or creature that senses this aura will show me respect and not trouble you. Should there be a particularly obstinate demon, if you crush the talisman, I will sense it and come to your aid, Jin Yuanzi earnestly instructed while holding Tang Sen's hand. Tang Sen carefully accepted the 3 invaluable talismans without further protest. Thank you, brother. I must take my leave now. Take care of yourself. Tang Sen stepped back, bowing solemnly. If you encounter insurmountable obstacles on your journey, remember to return to my 5. The Buddha may not be able to breach this sanctuary, and I assure you, I have plenty of ginseng fruits to spare. Return whenever you wish to collect them. In that moment, Jin Yuanzi truly regarded Tang Sen as family, as though watching a beloved child set off on a journey. Dear brother, I am off. Tang Sen resolutely turned and began his journey westward. The mission was not yet complete, and a true man must not falter in his stride. Beep. The system has detected that the host has successfully passed through the tribulation at the 5, with plans behind it orchestrated by the Buddha. Rewards are being assessed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine palm of Tathagata. This technique, created by the Buddha, possesses formidable powers to subdue demons and vanquish evil. Although the system's notification was delayed, as soon as Tang Sen stepped out of the 5, he received a greeting from the system. This system truly has a knack for disappearing when needed. Tang Sen muttered to himself in irritation. Beep, a reminder to the host. Do not secretly disparage this system. Everything the system does is for the betterment of your growth. If the system resolves every issue for you, you would ultimately remain a helpless being. I hope the host understands this system's intentions. Well, it does make some sense, Tang Sen pondered. Yet, he felt indignant at the notion of a system possessing such agency. Nevertheless, he did not intend to quarrel with an artificial intelligence, and instead, he attempted to wield the newly acquired divine palm of Tathagata. As he focused, his right palm emitted a soft golden glow, radiating a powerful light as he struck towards a nearby mountain. Boom! A small crater formed upon impact. That shouldn't be the case. Tang Sen frowned in contemplation. Why is it so weak? This effect could easily be achieved without the divine palm of Tathagata. What went wrong? He recalled the immense Wuji mountain that suppressed Sun Wukong, where the forces of the 5 elements intertwined, incessantly transforming, balanced by the power of Buddhism, which bestowed such might. It is the power of the 5 elements. More precisely, it is the power of the laws. The effectiveness of the divine palm of Tathagata varies with the individual, determined by the quantity and integration of laws. No wonder it is so weak now. However, this also indicates its high potential. If all laws could be integrated, could one not suppress the heavens with a single strike? Tang Sen's imagination began to soar. Master, am I still carrying this burden? Porky Zhu Beiji's complaint jolted Tang Sen from his reverie. He wiped the glistening liquid from the corner of his mouth, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one had noticed him. Who else would carry it if not you? You caused this huge mess, so you shall bear the brunt of it, Tang Sen replied irritably. That pig had incited the others, leading son Wukong to steal the ginseng fruit. Had son Wukong not acted, this affair would not have concerned them at all. Now, although the outcome was favorable, with Tang Sen reaping all the benefits, consuming and hoarding the ginseng fruits, and even gaining a brother in the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, matters must be addressed fairly. This pig must face consequences, otherwise it would not learn its lesson. Feeling the surge of mana within him, having reached the late stage of Tai Loose Immortal, Tang Sen felt a wave of joy. After consuming a ginseng fruit, even if the first fruit had the most significant effect, the entire fruit had nonetheless elevated his realm to that of the late Tai Loose Immortal. His physical body remained unchanged, still a medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. At this stage, unless he possessed extraordinarily precious body-refining treasures, it would be challenging to make further improvements. This time, each of my 4 disciples received a complete ginseng fruit. Son Wukong's injuries have fully healed, and his original essence has been replenished, even leading to notable advancements. He has now ascended to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, a level that can be deemed as formidable among the few quasi-saint powers traversing the world. The number of beings at the Great Luo level is scarce, and those at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal are indeed remarkable figures. Although he cannot create chaos in the Heavenly Palace, the majority of the heavenly generals are no match for him. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing have also harnessed the power of the ginseng fruit, successfully crossing the barrier to reach the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Only the White Dragon is on the verge of breaking through to Tai Golden Immortal, just a hair's breadth away. However, he has reached that critical point, and with further comprehension of the Great Tao, he will easily surpass it. Recalling the time when he first subdued son Wukong, he was an arrogant monkey, oblivious to the heavens and the earth, with a damaged foundation, nearly falling to the Golden Immortal Realm. Now, he has restored his essence and elevated his realm to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, complemented by his innate fortune and monstrous talent, making his future ascent to quasi-sainthood a foregone conclusion. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing are similarly positioned. Reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm before arriving at the Western Paradise is no longer a dream for them. The White Dragon possesses boundless potential, inheriting the essence of the ancestral dragon. Though his current realm may be low, once he digests the inheritance and harnesses the Dragon Clan's combat abilities within his bloodline. Upon reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he will unleash the full might of his ancestral lineage, propelling him to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. In truth, even the newly birthed ancestral dragon may not have been as weak at this stage, as the bloodline's power has yet to be fully realized. All of this is due to his exceptional teaching. The situation is exceedingly promising, and Tang Sen could not help but let out a triumphant howl towards the sky. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing cast puzzled glances at their inexplicable master. Even the White Dragon, leisurely driving, turned back to see what was amiss with Tang Sen. Wondering about his odd behavior, Tang Sen offered no explanation, leaping onto the vehicle and calling out, "Xiaobai, drive." "All right, master, please make yourself comfortable," replied the White Dragon, inexplicably excited at the mention of driving, gradually increasing the speed of the car. "You too, keep up." Watching the car fade into the distance, and hearing Tang Sen's voice echo from afar, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing exchanged wry smiles. "Well, it seems we are left as the 2 unfortunate brothers again. Let us just endure it." They, too, quickened their pace to catch up. Inside the vehicle, Tang Sen delightedly pulled out the Cultivation of the Holy Monk and began reading. Learning is a never-ending endeavor. Every small accumulation contributes to a vast ocean of knowledge, and one must not be complacent. Renew each day, and every day will witness new growth. If one pursues improvement consistently, then each day will yield fresh gains. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Knowledge gleaned from books can rival the might of 1,000 armies, providing sustenance and security. Time passed in this tranquil study until, at White Tiger Ridge, within the White Bone Cave, a chilling wind swept through, causing shivers. Yet the small demons inside stood upright, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Report, your ladyship. A group of monks has descended from the mountain, 5 in total, carrying burdens. A small demon with purple fangs knelt, respectfully conveying the message, burying his head deeply, not daring to glance at the figure seated above. Above, a graceful silhouette emerged, cascading black hair like a waterfall down to her waist. Turning, one could see delicate cheeks tinged with a faint blush, akin to translucent red jade, her soft skin seemingly covered by a light powder, enticingly pink. Oh, is that Tang Sen arriving? I must prepare a grand reception. With slightly parted lips, a soft, gentle voice resonated. Further probing revealed that the exquisite maiden rose. Her waist as supple as a willow, her steps light and flowing with the wind, captivating and alluring. She approached the small demon and commanded, yes. The small demon, drenched in cold sweat, did not dare to raise his head, retreating slowly as if he were dealing with a life-threatening matter. He recalled an incident when a friend of his in the cave had merely glanced at the lady, leading to unforeseen reactions. The next day, his corpse was found outside the cave entrance. Everyone understood what had transpired, and since then, no male demon within dared to look up. Tang Sen, how intriguing. The elixir of immortality. The enchanting voice echoed within the cave, reverberating. Chapter 52. Sun Wukong's I Ching Methodology Master. There is a pervasive aura of demons ahead on the mountain. There may be monsters. Sun Wukong hurriedly reported back. Oh, do you know which kind of demon it is? Tang Sen slowly closed the book he was holding and spoke leisurely. I have learned something new today. A leader must remain unperturbed when faced with sudden challenges, and must not display anger when provoked. A deer may cross on the left, yet one's gaze must remain unwavering. Even if Mount Tai were to collapse before one's eyes, their expression should not falter. Tang Sen firmly believed in this principle. As a leader, the first response to any situation must be calmness, allowing for thoughtful consideration of solutions. One must first address the immediate problem before pondering whose responsibility it is. Even if the next moment could lead to destruction, survival must be the priority in that instant. This is the essence of leadership. When faced with critical decisions, one must view the problem with clarity, unclouded by emotional turmoil. Anger does not aid in resolving dilemmas. Rather, it can become an impediment to survival. In situations of dire confrontation, courage becomes paramount, and while anger can sometimes serve as a catalyst, it is the last thing a leader needs. Strategy is conceived in the quiet of the mind, while victory is achieved from afar, through wisdom, calmness, and bravery, distinguishing the roles of a commander and a general. Master, I hurried back as soon as I sensed the demons. I hadn't the chance to investigate further. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. When will you learn to temper this impulsive nature? Only then will you be able to stand on your own. Tang Sen chided with a smile. Isn't it fortunate to have a master? I shall simply heed your guidance, Sun Wukong replied, grinning. Tang Sen shook his head, smiling. By the way, Wukong, come here. It seemed Tang Sen had recalled something important, gesturing for Sun Wukong to approach. Sun Wukong, puzzled, complied without hesitation. Tang Sen placed his hand on Sun Wukong's head. A radiant celestial light emanating from his palm, while golden light shone from his eyes, simultaneously probing Sun Wukong's body. Previously, when Sun Wukong had been possessed by an external celestial demon, Tang Sen had intended to check for any lingering dangers, but after observing Sun Wukong's normal behavior, he had set this matter aside. Now, seeing Sun Wukong brought it back to his mind. The examination of his magical essence revealed no abnormalities. Sun Wukong's vitality was robust, his essence powerful, and he posed no threat. However, through his divine sight, Tang Sen detected a faint, unusual dark energy swirling within Sun Wukong's dantian, seemingly in a state of slumber, almost non-existent. Tang Sen's divine sight had been rapidly enhancing alongside his realm an exceptional talent for Buddhist cultivation. And while he may not yet be able to perceive all realms and reincarnations, discerning an individual was not beyond his capability. Had he not noticed a minute and exceedingly weak spiritual fluctuation during his inquiry, he might have entirely overlooked this dark energy. Withdrawing his magical powers and divine insight, Tang Sen's expression turned solemn. Seeing the change in Tang Sen's demeanor, Sun Wukong sensed something was amiss. Master, what is it? Son Wukong asked cautiously. Nothing to worry about. Wukong, I have a drop of divine water. Take it, Tang Sen said, producing the last remaining drop of pure heavenly water and offering it to Son Wukong. Tang Sen's complexion was far from favorable. The malevolent entity from beyond the realm had indeed left a contingency. Upon detecting this wisp of black mist, he initially believed it to be a remnant of demonic energy left behind by the intruder. He intended to expunge it with his own magical powers. But as soon as his energy made contact, it proved as futile as an ant shaking a mountain. It was then that Tang Sen realized the complexity of this black mist, suspecting it to be a deliberate trap left by the malevolent force. He could only hope that this drop of celestial pure water would prove effective, otherwise, he would have to journey to the west with Wukong to seek the wisdom of the Buddha. Wukong, upon hearing Tang Sen's concerns, did not hesitate to take the drop of milky white, divine water and consume it, trusting that his master would never lead him astray. After swallowing the celestial pure water, Wukong felt as if he were immersed in a warm and soothing spring, an unparalleled comfort enveloping him. At that moment, he emanated a radiant milky light. Suddenly, the black mist stirred, sensing the divine light that threatened to obliterate it, and it fought back vigorously. For a time, the milky brilliance clashed with the dark energy, which firmly occupied Wukong's dantian, as solid as a rock. The purifying white power joined the fray from all directions, and the battlefield lay within Wukong's very body. The intensity of the pain became unbearable for Wukong, akin to his body being torn asunder. Ever since gaining his indestructible form, he had forgotten what pain felt like. Yet this time, the agony was excruciating, forcing him to roll on the ground, clutching his stomach. Tang Sen watched anxiously, wishing to assist but fearing that his intervention might exacerbate the situation, leaving him powerless to do anything but observe. Hearing Wukong's anguished cries, Zhu Beiji, Shao Wujing, and the white dragon rushed over, and after inquiring about the situation from Tang Sen, they could only stand by, worry etched on their faces, utterly helpless. In the realm beyond, the dark heavens, a young man with flowing black hair, striking features, and a devilishly charming smile, clad in black garments reminiscent of the deepest abyss, was drinking with a burly man across from him when his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Before the burly man could inquire further, the handsome youth turned pale and spat blood, leaving the other man in shock. Xietian, what has happened? What is going on? The burly man exclaimed, rushing to support the elegant youth, worry lacing his voice. Cough. Emotion, it's nothing serious. I merely underestimated the discovery of a pawn I left in the primordial world. My divine split has been eliminated, causing a minor ripple in my essence. It's nothing to fret about. Cough, cough. As he spoke, Xietian coughed up more blood, yet his countenance improved somewhat. The primordial world? Is that the realm where your divine split ventured recently? What transpired? Emotion inquired, his curiosity piqued. I entered the primordial world to gauge its true nature, only to encounter that Jin Yuanzi. I tested the waters by possessing a monkey demon, realizing that its source was remarkably potent, and its fortune was extraordinarily abundant. I implanted a demonic seed deep within its being, distracting attention with my avatar, believing it would remain undetected until we launched a full-scale assault. I had not anticipated that it would be discovered and eliminated, Xietian explained, his expression grave. Furthermore, Jin Yuanzi is a prodigy, immensely accumulated, with the potential to attain saintly status. He shall undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. Xietian detailed his concerns. The weight of gravity hanging heavily in the air. This primordial world is indeed a source of great power, teeming with formidable figures. The 6 great saints, aside from the relatively weaker Zhuan-Ti, could easily overpower our demon kings. Even the seemingly frail Taishan can contend against 2 foes without faltering. It is truly terrifying. And then there is Hong Jun, the Dao ancestor, reputed to be immensely powerful, even beyond our demon ancestors' capabilities. Fortunately, our world possesses a considerable number of mid-tier strong beings, allowing us to maintain some semblance of advantage. Mo Tian lamented with trepidation. The primordial world is so formidable. We must consult with the other leaders and reconsider our strategies. All previous plans must be entirely rewritten, he added, anxiety etched in his features. Indeed, let us depart. Xietian nodded solemnly, and together with Mo Tian, they soared out of the dark heavens, gathering the 7 demon kings to deliberate on a new strategy. As time passed, the milky light surrounding Wukong grew ever more resplendent, while the black mist retreated, ultimately subdued by the formidable purifying force. Despite its high-level origin, it gradually disintegrated until it was completely eradicated. Watching the dark energy dissipate from within Wukong, Tang Sen and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the miraculous celestial pure water had proven effective. Otherwise, it could have left Wukong with dire consequences. At that moment, Wukong began to regain consciousness, the recent excruciating pain rendering him dazed, feeling as though every muscle in his body had been torn apart and reassembled. However, the intense suffering had subsided. Wukong assessed his body, finding no abnormalities. Wait, my mind feels clearer than ever, as if I have undergone a profound purification, shedding a heavy burden. I feel remarkably light, and my thoughts are more vibrant. Wukong rejoiced, about to speak. Senior brother, could you perhaps take a bath first? Zhu Beiji interjected with a hint of disdain. While Tang Sen, Sha Wujing, and the White Dragon distanced themselves, pinching their noses in disgust. Wukong was taken aback, puzzled, until he suddenly realized the source of the foul odor. He swore he had never encountered such a stench, which was far worse than any mortal latrine. Following the scent, he discovered it emanated from his own body, which resembled that of a creature just emerged from a swamp, caked in dark mud and emitting a powerful stench. Wukong's face flushed crimson. Though he had never seen his own backside, he was certain it could not be redder than his current visage. With a flash of golden light, he soared into the distance, leaving behind a nonchalant remark. Master, I shall take a bath and return shortly. With that, the figure of the monkey vanished. But the lingering odor persisted, spreading through the air. Beiji, Wujing, and White Dragon, let us move ahead and await your senior brother, but remain vigilant. There may be monsters nearby. Tang Sen instructed with a smile. Ah, this monkey still has his pride, he mused, now aware of their location, Baihu Ridge. Beyond it lay the challenge of the white-boned spirit, yet the distance to Baihu Ridge had momentarily escaped his memory. After all, which demon dares to neighbor Jin Yuanzi? Truly fearless. Tang Sen chuckled, stowing away the carriage as the 4 of them strolled leisurely, admiring the scenery while awaiting Wukong's return. Chapter 53. The white-boned spirit with a hint of tea flavor. Wukong soared through the skies for a while until he discovered a tranquil, secluded spot. A natural hot spring enveloped in steam. He veered toward it and dove into the warm waters with a satisfying splash. Nestled deep within the forest, this place was rarely visited, with faint traces of wild animal tracks surrounding it. The natural granite bath was adorned with wild orchids, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance, while the occasional bird call echoed through the woods. As Wukong's head emerged from the water's surface, he surveyed the area, ensuring no one was around before boldly beginning his bath. First, remove the suit bestowed upon him by his master. Although this suit lacks formidable defensive capabilities, its dust and water-resistant features are truly remarkable. Even though Sun Wukong is covered in grime, not a speck of dirt has managed to cling to the suit. Only his neck and palms, devoid of coverage, exhibit the remnants of filth. After so long in the water, not a single droplet has touched the suit, which remains pristine and fresh, devoid of any unpleasant odor. It must be said that branded goods indeed signify superior quality. This system-brand Animus suit guarantees excellence. Casually hanging the suit on a tree, Sun Wukong joyfully indulges in a bath. Once a fastidious little monkey, the Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain bathed daily. And during those times, all the female monkeys adored him, allowing him to choose as he pleased. Yet, those are merely memories now. Sun Wukong shook his head with a sense of detachment. After his arrogance led him to wreak havoc in the Heavenly Palace, he was imprisoned under the 5 Elements Mountain for 500 years, during which he did not take a single bath. Even after being rescued by Tang Sen, he had grown accustomed to neglecting personal hygiene. Thus, this bath marks the first in over 5 centuries, a nostalgic moment indeed. Floating leisurely in the natural hot spring, he scrubbed and played with delight, reveling in the sheer joy of the experience. After a considerable time, he finished bathing and took a moment to soak, acknowledging that the sensation of the hot spring was truly delightful. Next time, he mused, he must bring his master to partake in this experience. Once donned in his suit again, Sun Wukong felt a surge of happiness. A bath had left him rejuvenated, dressed in his suit and sporting sunglasses. He felt like the once great Monkey King again. Master, I am coming. With a swift motion, he soared into the clouds, hastening back along the path he had taken. Before long, he arrived at their parting spot, and noticing no one around, he wasted no time in seeking out Tang Sen and his companions amid the clouds with his keen golden eyes. Indeed, after the transformative effects of the ginseng fruit, the creation pill, and the celestial water from the heavenly purification, his once fiery eyes had faded away, now entirely restored to their original divine form, the golden eye of truth. Sun Wukong was uncertain of the true powers of this new vision, but he sensed it was far superior to the previous fiery gaze. Fiery eyes, do not seek me out again. I fear the golden eye of truth may misinterpret your intentions, he thought with excitement. Not long after, he spotted Tang Sen and his group not far from where they had parted. At that moment, Tang Sen was engaged in conversation with a village maiden, and upon closer inspection, Sun Wukong recognized her as a formidable demon, her aura radiating malice. Instantly filled with urgency, he descended towards Tang Senator. "Oh dear elder, might you assist me? This poor girl can't rise." The maiden feigned a fall, reaching out to Tang Senator. Originally, Tang Sen intended for Zhu Beiji to approach, as it was he who had initiated conversation in the original tale. However, Zhu Beiji vehemently refused, declaring himself a devoted man whose heart belonged solely to Huilan. He warned Tang Sen that if compelled to compromise his integrity, he would inform Cuilan. As if you alone possess unwavering loyalty. I, Tang Sen, am equally devoted to Guanyin, he retorted, yet mindful of maintaining his monkly decorum in front of his disciple's future wife, he refrained from pressuring Beiji further. Turning to Sha Wujing and the White Dragon, he noted their quick gestures of refusal as they kept their distance. With his disciples proving ineffectual, it fell upon the master to intervene personally. Thus, the preceding scene unfolded. This journey had been rather dull. Encountering a demon was an opportunity for Tang Sen to inject some excitement into his otherwise monotonous trek. "Fair maiden, do exercise restraint. I am but a humble monk, not one to be trifled with," he remarked, seemingly unfazed by her beauty. "Elder, aiding the needy is the essence of joy. Does not Buddhism advocate for virtuous deeds? Assisting this frail girl could also be an act of kindness. Is it not cruel to abandon her in the wilderness?" She lamented, her lovely features marred by sorrow, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking sympathy from all present. "Ah, fair maiden, cease your weeping. I shall assist you," Tang Sen conceded with a wry smile. "Really?" Her face brightened with joy, though remnants of tears lingered, creating an image of delicate vulnerability intermingled with surprise. Truly impressive, he mused. This woman possessed the grace of a seasoned actress. He silently admired her talent, recognizing that while her beauty could easily earn her fame, her desire to rely on skill was commendable. "Of course, a monk speaks no falsehoods," he replied gently, extending his hand. His smile is so warm and soothing, she thought, captivated, especially as he stood against the sun, appearing almost angelic. "Master, stand back. That is a demon." A loud voice boomed from above. The shout jolted the entranced demoness back to reality, and upon seeing a massive staff descending, she turned pale, grasping Tang Sen's hand for safety, hiding behind him. Witnessing the attack miss its mark, Sun Wukong descended in a fit of rage, prepared to strike again, but hesitated upon seeing the demon cowering behind his master. "Demon, release my master. I shall not tolerate this," Sun Wukong exclaimed, brandishing his golden staff, eager for a confrontation. Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and the White Dragon, who had been spectating, quickly intervened, pleading with him to calm down. "Elder, who is this? She resembles a monkey, yet is more fearsome, arriving with intentions to harm the elder, unlike us who only wish to protect him," the demoness lamented, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. "Let me go? I will vanquish her. Demon, if you have the courage, face me," Sun Wukong roared, nearly breaking free from his friend's grasp. Yet, she was but a seemingly fragile girl, not a warrior. "Isn't that right, elder?" she sweetly inquired, her fingers trailing delicately over Tang Sen's hand. "Oh Guanyin, it is not my resolve that wavers. This demon possesses an uncanny allure," Tang Sen inwardly lamented, inadvertently grasping her delicate hand. "Oh dear elder, you are insufferable," she teased, playfully withdrawing her hand from his grasp. As Tang Sen feigned ignorance, Sun Wukong grew increasingly anxious. "Master, that is a demon, a mere skeleton. Do not be deceived." Tang Sen exchanged a knowing glance with him, then turned back to the demoness, adopting a demeanor of rapt fascination, engaging her in playful banter. Demon? After all this time, do you think I remain unaware of her true nature? What of her appearance? The Buddha teaches that form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Ultimately, who among us is not merely a collection of bones? In the realm devoid of form, devoid of self, devoid of others, devoid of sentient beings, and devoid of the notion of a lifespan, one perceives that which is not form. Thus, one encounters the Tathagata. What significance do the bones hold? As long as she presently embodies beauty, she is indeed beautiful. This represents the third tier of enlightenment, where one sees the mountain as a mountain and the water as water. Yet, this monkey's understanding still falls short. Caught off guard by Tang Sen's gaze, son Wukong momentarily faltered, sensing something amiss. Brother, do not overthink it. Master has long recognized that she is a demon. His compassion leads him to believe there exists no soul beyond salvation, nor any demon that cannot be redeemed. Thus, he willingly sacrifices himself to tame this demon, a state of being we can only aspire to. The Buddha's act of offering flesh to the eagle pales in comparison, Sha Wujing remarked from behind, his tone imbued with admiration, his eyes filled with longing for Tang Sen's figure. When would he reach such a state of enlightenment? Zhu Beiji observed Sha Wujing, shaking his head with a smile. This fellow truly believes it. Master has certainly played him like a fiddle. He is completely ensnared. Does he not know what sort of person Master is? Surely, he is merely bored and has fortuitously encountered such a lovely demoness for a bit of amusement. Son Wukong, too, was taken aback. Although he harbored skepticism about this reasoning, he discerned that Master must have known she was a demon, thus negating any notion of hidden malice. Recalling Tang Sen's virtuous demeanor beneath the five-finger mountain and how he had reasoned with him through sheer force, he felt no concern. Instead, he cast a sympathetic glance at the white-boned spirit and, alongside Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, began to observe the unfolding drama. At that moment, the white-boned spirit, peeking out to catch another glimpse of son Wukong's impotent fury, unexpectedly met his gaze filled with sympathy and was momentarily taken aback. What does this monkey mean? Has he lost his mind? Or has he resorted to a psychological victory after failing to vanquish me? The white-boned spirit was perplexed, but it mattered little. Tang Sen's flesh was within reach. She had long awaited the rumor that a taste of Tang Sen's flesh would grant immortality. However, she soon sensed something was amiss. Why was the monk so unyielding, his hand firmly clasping hers and persistently pulling upward? Turning her head, she caught sight of Tang Sen's expression, one that mingled desire with soul-binding enchantment, and doubt took root in her mind. Surely, this monk must have fallen prey to her mesmerizing spell. It could not be intentional. Could it? Why did it feel slightly off? As Tang Sen's hands grew bolder, the white-boned spirit could no longer endure it. Even seduction must have its limits, especially for a maiden untouched by such advances. Her cheeks flushed, she attempted to break free from Tang Sen's grip, yet he held fast. My dear lady, you cannot simply come and go as you please. That is not the style of a humble monk, Tang Sen said with a hint of mischievous charm. Upon hearing this, the white-boned spirit realized that Tang Sen had not been ensnared by her spell, igniting a mix of shame and anger within her as she struggled fiercely. Help! Help! A monk is forcibly seizing a maiden. Her voice, frail and helpless, evoked sympathy, yet in this desolate wilderness, who could hear her cries? She cast a pleading glance towards son Wukong and the others in the distance, only to find them whistling and turning away, as if they were oblivious. Ah, dear lady, do not raise your voice. No one will come to your aid, even should you scream your lungs out. Did you not wish to tempt me? Come now. Show your boldness. Do not fear, Tang Sen teased, reveling in the amusement of toying with what he perceived to be an innocent young woman. Ah, elder, you are a monk. You must not indulge in the company of women. The white-boned spirit exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, her demeanor pitiful. My dear lady, to be frank, I have fallen for you at first sight. For you, I would forsake my monastic vows. Please, acquiesce to my humble request, Tang Sen said, his smile wicked as he drew nearer. Elder, you just claimed to be a man of virtue. The white-boned spirit was truly terrified, attempting to wield her powers, only to find them stagnant, like a still pond, devoid of ripples. In that moment, genuine fear gripped her, and she clasped her arms protectively, resembling an innocent girl on the brink of violation. Ah, when I unleash my whims, I am no mere mortal. My temper is quite fiery. It is unreasonable to expect me to extinguish flames without assistance. Tang Sen said, finding the situation increasingly amusing as he approached the white-boned spirit with open arms, resembling a predatory uncle. Feeling the imminent threat of humiliation, the white-boned spirit shrieked, her voice laced with panic and helplessness, startling countless birds from their perches. Seeing her utterly at a loss, Tang Sen could not genuinely harm her. With a swift gesture, he invoked a spell, and a golden light enveloped the white-boned spirit, lifting the binding of her powers. This was the Forbidden God spell, a boon he had acquired upon signing in at White Tiger Ridge, capable of suppressing adversaries of lower realms, rendering them powerless. And now, having reached the late stage of the Tai celestial immortal realm, he found the white-boned spirit, still in her early stage, utterly manageable. The iconic encounter at White Tiger Ridge, famed for the tale of the 3 encounters with the white-boned spirit, had granted him the boon of the great mighty heavenly dragon, a skill synonymous with the legendary Master Fahai. Now, Tang Sen could wield it without needing a trial card from Master Fahai, and its potency rivaled that of the Master himself. Once the Forbidden God spell was lifted, the white-boned spirit regained her powers. Observing Tang Sen so close, she summoned her magic to push him away. Tang Sen's protective golden light flared, absorbing the impact without harm, yet he feigned a retreat, collapsing to the ground. At this juncture, the white-boned spirit finally comprehended that she had been outmaneuvered by this monk, who possessed magical abilities of his own. He had taken advantage of her unguarded moment, finding her powers and gaining an unfair advantage. The lingering sensation of Tang Sen's hands upon hers ignited her fury, and she soared into the sky. Gazing down at Tang Sen, her voice laced with indignation. Tang Sanzang, I shall not let you off lightly. Await your reckoning. With a flash of azure light, she vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of a maiden. This young lady is rather shy. Tang Sen chuckled softly as he watched her retreating figure, before turning to his disciples. Come, it is time for us to continue our journey. As he beckoned the 4 disciples, who were still preoccupied with their game, he turned to find a most disconcerting sight. 30,000. Thud. 40,000. Sun Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he gingerly picked a tile. His expression tense, he revealed the tile, and upon seeing it, his face lit up with joy. Ha ha ha. I've drawn a clean hand of all honors. Come. Pay up. Wukong, your luck is impressive, came a calm voice in his ear. Of course. Just look at this. Sun Wukong boasted, but as he spoke, he noticed his 3 companions had dashed away, prompting him to halt mid-sentence and cautiously glance to the side. To his surprise, he beheld Tang Sen's face, alight with mirth. Yet Sun Wukong could not shake the feeling of impending doom. What's the matter? Why the concern? Tang Sen inquired amiably. Why do you not observe the situation? Sun Wukong retorted, his eyes darting with apprehension. Nor do I ponder who taught you. Tang Sen countered, his tone light. Master, you are the best teacher. Sun Wukong quickly replied, a flattering smile plastered across his face. Indeed, it was during a bout of boredom that Tang Sen had fashioned a set of mahjong tiles from jade, inviting his disciples to play and teaching them the game. You ungrateful disciples, while I confront the most vicious of demons, you indulge in a game of mahjong. Tang Sen chided playfully. At this, Sun Wukong stood in stunned silence. A demon vicious? He had never encountered such audacity. Sun Wukong was momentarily at a loss for words, and even the 3 hiding nearby regarded him with disdain. Master, that is quite enough. Tang Sen, caught under their scrutinizing gaze, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Even one who prided himself on a thick skin found it difficult to bear such judgment. At this moment, his face flushed slightly as he pretended to cough twice, urging them to prepare for their departure. Understood. Sun Wukong quickly responded, snapping back to attention. Tang Sen waved his hand to collect the mahjong tiles, feeling a twinge of annoyance that they had played without him. After a brief tidying up, the group set off, with Tang Sen taking the lead. Wary that Sun Wukong might inadvertently strike down the bone spirit if he ventured ahead, leaving him no chance to intervene. Tang Sen was confident that the bone spirit would inevitably seek them out again. Master, why didn't you kill that monster? Sun Wukong inquired as he followed behind. Even at this point, he struggled to comprehend. His upbringing had taught him that anything not of their kind was evil. When he battled the celestial beings, they were deemed wicked, and now, accompanying his master on the journey to the west, he was led to believe that these monsters were malevolent as well. Yet, he could not fathom why his master had not struck the bone spirit after their prolonged entanglement. especially when he initially sensed her malice. Wukong. Not all monsters are inherently evil, Tang Sen sighed, explaining to son Wukong. It was clear that his disciples' foundational education had been lacking, resulting in a skewed worldview. I perceive little malevolence within this creature. She has not indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Thus, as one who has renounced worldly attachments, it is virtuous to show mercy. Even monsters are living beings, and sparing her life is indeed a deed of immeasurable merit. Oh, son Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding. Aren't you a monster yourself? When has master ever looked down upon you? Tang Sen smiled, gently ruffling the monkey's head. Indeed, son Wukong affirmed resolutely. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji, standing nearby, struggled to voice his thoughts, feeling quite stifled. Oh, my foolish senior brother, master is clearly admiring someone's beauty, and you actually believe him? In the bone cave, a gentle breeze swept in, and in the blink of an eye, a young maiden appeared before the mirror on the high platform. Her cheeks were flushed, a mixture of shyness and anger gracing her features. As she gazed at her bashful reflection, the bone lady felt ripples stir within her heart. How many years had it been since she last experienced the sensation of a heartbeat? Since her transformation into a monster, she had thought she had long abandoned such emotions. In a realm dominated by monsters, kindness was the most futile of qualities, capable of leading to one's demise. Thus, she had gradually hardened herself, becoming ruthless to command the creatures under her rule and avoid being devoured by them. Over time, she had come to believe that she was indeed a cold and unfeeling being. Yet, the mere thought of that extraordinarily handsome, flawless, and slightly mischievous monk caused her cheeks to flush once more. Flower monk. Humph. Just wait until I catch you. Initially, she had intended to disguise herself as a village girl to ambush Tang Sen, seizing him to consume his flesh for eternal life and enhanced powers. However, she had underestimated the monk, who effortlessly subdued her, and had she not managed to break free, she might have found herself at a greater loss. After much contemplation, she was unwilling to concede to the monk's advantage. Although she no longer desired Tang Sen's flesh, she felt compelled to retaliate. Steeling her resolve, she restored her usual icy demeanor. Come here, she commanded. Yes, your majesty, a nearby minor demon immediately knelt in reverence. Go scout and see where Tang Sen is. Her tone remained steady, devoid of any hint of anxiety. At once, the minor demon dashed out of the cave to investigate. Report, your majesty. Tang Sen and his companions are nearing the mountainside to the right. The news was swiftly relayed back. Excellent. There lies a dilapidated temple. Follow me, and we shall capture Tang Sen this time. The bone lady's voice dripped with malice at the mention of Tang Sen's name. Thus, it is as I say. We monks must uphold righteousness and morality. There are too few high monks like myself who can thrive on both looks and profound Buddhist teachings, Tang Sen proclaimed with pride. His disciples appeared utterly desensitized. Throughout their journey, sensing their previous laxity, Tang Sen had incessantly lectured them on moral virtues and compassion, leaving them feeling disheartened. Zhu Beiji, numbly padding along, aimlessly surveyed their surroundings when suddenly, his face brightened. Master, there's a dilapidated temple over there. His excitement was palpable. He didn't seek rest, but rather a reason to interrupt Tang Sen's sermonizing, which had become quite torturous. The other three disciples seemed rejuvenated, their eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope as they fixed their gazes on Tang. Senator Tang Sen paused and turned to look. Indeed, there was an old, crumbling temple ahead. The structure bore the marks of neglect, its door was in tatters, windows hung precariously, and the roof had several leaks. While dust and cobwebs adorned its corners, Tang Sen sensed something amiss. Not solely due to the dismal environment, such a state was typical for a dilapidated temple, but he detected a faint aura of malevolence. Activating his heavenly sight, he discerned the bone spirit within, albeit in a different guise, surrounded by around 30 minor demons, seemingly preparing a trap for an unsuspecting visitor. Surely, they cannot be waiting for me? Tang Sen pondered, a hint of suspicion creeping in. In this desolate wilderness, who else could they be anticipating? Realizing this, a smile crept upon Tang Sen's lips. Little sister, it seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Since you wish to play, this humble monk shall indulge you. Originally, he had no intention of entering, but now, recognizing that the bone spirit, at her current level, was no match for him, he decided to change his course. Even with her minor demons and their formations, they posed no threat. Tang Sen had mastered the Tathagata palm and the great, might heavenly dragon, placing their combat capabilities in entirely different realms. Stay here, my disciples. There are individuals awaiting me in that temple. After I subdue the demons, we shall continue our journey. Ba, he chanted a verse, instructing his disciples to remain in place before striding towards the temple alone. The bone spirit found herself in turmoil. On one hand, she yearned for revenge, yet on the other, she feared the unknown techniques he had previously employed. She preferred to credit the prowess to the great sage equaling heaven rather than admit it was the cunning of the monk himself, which would render her unable to seek vengeance. Now, she clung to a sliver of hope, believing that with her and her throngs of minor demons, they could succeed against Tang Sen, attributing her previous defeat to carelessness or the formidable nature of the great sage. After all, she had heard that Tang Sanzang was a benevolent man of 10 lifetimes cultivation, an unassuming mortal whose flesh could grant eternal life. She was reluctant to accept that a mere mortal could silently subdue her. Watching the infuriating monk step closer to her carefully laid trap, she felt a surge of excitement. Step by step, each stride Tang Sen took felt like a march upon the bone lady's heart. As he approached the temple's entrance, on the brink of falling into her grasp, she clenched her fists, joy radiating from her expression. The assembled minor demons eagerly awaited their cue. Envisioning the moment they captured the monk, the flesh would be devoured by their king, yet perhaps they too might share in a taste of the divine broth. Envisioning the prospect of eternal life, a dream that had never crossed their minds until now. As the demons within the temple anxiously awaited their moment, suddenly, Tang Sen halted in his tracks. The demons displayed expressions of urgency, yearning to rush out and seize the monk. They could not comprehend why their king required such elaborate schemes to deal with a mere mortal monk. This is not something that can be easily captured, is it? Just a step away, outside the dilapidated temple, Tang Sen paused, mere inches from crossing the threshold. He gazed inside, where shafts of sunlight filtered through the crumbling structure, illuminating a statue of the mountain deity, now draped in dust and cobwebs, a testament to its abandonment and the evident relinquishment of its divine essence. Looking up, he noticed a large vermilion plaque hanging above the temple entrance, one side still affixed while the other had long since fallen away. The inscription, weathered and faded, barely revealed the characters from Mountain God Temple. The columns at the entrance, too, bore the marks of time. While the lurking demons within the temple observed Tang Sen as he hesitated at the door, glancing about, their impatience growing. After a prolonged wait, Tang Sen still had not entered. One small demon, unable to contain himself, proclaimed, "My lord, I shall fetch that monk." The skeletal lady, equally vexed, noted the monk's reluctance to step inside, causing her own discomfort. Just then, she overheard the small demon's suggestion. "Wait," she commanded, her expression darkening as her skeletal visage emerged. Seeing their lord's agitation, the small demon dared not insist further, retreating to await further orders, while the others remained in their positions, suppressing their own growing impatience. As time dragged on, the skeletal lady's irritation intensified, and just as she contemplated leading her minions to capture Tang Sen, he finally crossed the temple threshold. Her face lit up with joy. "At last, Tang Sanzang, you have fallen into my trap," she exclaimed, reveling in her triumph as laughter erupted from her lips. Upon entering, Tang Sen watched as she activated a formation, dark energy swirling from the entrance, with numerous small demons materializing around him. The little demons were taken aback. They had never seen their lord display such a lack of composure, for in their eyes, she was always the ruthless skeletal demon. However, Tang Sen showed no sign of fear. He had intentionally stepped into this trap, keeping his celestial eye open to observe the skeletal lady from outside, and only entered when she could no longer contain her eagerness. Fishing, after all, was far more enjoyable than simply diving into the waters. "Oh, and what do you plan to capture me with?" he retorted, glancing disdainfully at the small demons surrounding him. "These mere underlings? Do you truly underestimate me, Tang Sanzang? You can be defiant all you wish. Soon, you will experience my methods firsthand." The skeletal lady hissed, recalling past grievances, her face momentarily betraying a flash of embarrassment and anger. "Oh, I am genuinely curious about how you intend to deal with me," he replied, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the high-cold demeanor of the skeletal lady. "Humph, you dare to humiliate me so? I shall consume you. They say a taste of your flesh grants immortality. Are you frightened?" She spat, her tone menacing. Seeing the monk unperturbed, even sporting a hint of amusement, she commanded, "Minions, seize this monk. Whoever captures him will feast on Tang Sanzang's flesh tonight." A wave of excitement rippled through the small demons at the prospect of dining on Tang Sanzang's flesh, each one rushing forward, eager to be the first to capture him. "Heh, little monk, blame your misfortune. Remember to reincarnate wisely in your next life. Tang Sanzang's flesh is mine." One particularly fierce tiger demon declared as he charged at Tang Sen, his face twisted in a predatory grin. However, he was destined to be disappointed. "Amitba, then do not blame this poor monk for delivering salvation to the masses. Great might heavenly dragon," Tang Sen declared, surveying the surrounding demons, all brimming with bloodlust and tormented souls, none of which could be deemed virtuous. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the golden dragon claw tattooed upon his arm. These demons were indeed fit for his great might heavenly dragon, and he would not hesitate to vanquish them. "Old fiends, I can see at a glance you are not human," Tang Sen exclaimed, his eyes blazing with righteous fury as he struck out at the tiger demon. With a resounding dragon roar, a golden celestial dragon materialized, crashing into the tiger demon. In an instant, the demon transformed into a distant speck in the sky, barely clinging to life. The golden dragon then swept across the small demons, sending them crashing against the temple walls, bloodied and incapacitated. "What now, small demons? Do you still wish to feast upon me?" Tang Sen inquired, a triumphant smile gracing his features as the golden dragon coiled protectively around him. "You monk, do not push your luck," the skeletal lady stammered, her confidence shaken. The monk's extraordinary prowess had decimated her minions in a single blow, leaving her uncertain of her own chances against him. "Oh, and what if I do?" he replied with a chuckle. The skeletal lady, pushed to her limits, decided to retaliate. Activating the formation, a colossal skull began to materialize, exuding a chilling aura. This formation, the Skull Array, was designed to harness the negative energies of the mountains and the resentment of the living, wielding formidable power. Yet, the skull before him, devoid of any genuine malice, lacked the potency it typically possessed. Tang Sen, perceiving the skull's weakness, could only smile at its ineffectiveness. To think such trivial skills would dare challenge me. "Great might heavenly dragon." The golden dragon surged forward, colliding with the skull. The overwhelming light of the Buddha radiated forth, causing the dark energy to dissipate like snow under the sun, leaving not a trace behind. Tang Sen pondered, "Is it truly that weak?" Pathetic. As the skull vanished, he dismissed the dragon, allowing it to return to its tattooed form upon his skin. The skeletal lady stood frozen, a look of astonishment plastered across her face. In her youth, she had relied on this skull formation to fend off many who sought to capture or overpower her, and it had always proven effective. Why then had it crumbled so easily this time? Though she was aware that Buddhist light was particularly effective against her kind, she had never anticipated such a crushing defeat. This was her most powerful technique. Observing the bewildered skeletal lady, Tang Sen felt a mischievous urge to tease her. He recognized that encounters along the journey to the west were few and far between, and this intriguing demon was a rare find. With that, he approached her, feigning a fierce demeanor. Step by step, neither hurried nor slow, Tang Sen discovered that this approach could exert immense psychological pressure on his opponent. As he observed the loathsome monk slowly approaching, the white-bone lady found herself transported back to the scene days prior when he had teased her. Her cheeks flushing with nervousness as she gazed at Tang Senator Little Monster. "Last time I spared your life. Do you dare return this time? Thinking that this poor monk would not kill you?" Tang Sen declared ominously, halting before the white-bone lady. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of magical energy emanated from him. To enhance the illusion, he activated his heavenly eye, his eyes radiating a fierce Buddhist light, resembling two beams illuminating the pristine, jade-like visage of the white-boned spirit. A subtle aura of menace enveloped the surroundings, causing the air within the dilapidated temple to seem to solidify. Despite Tang Sen's fierce demeanor, the white-boned spirit did not yield. She met his gaze defiantly, her expression resolute, though her eyes grew increasingly red and misty. She had not anticipated that such a refined and genteel monk would turn so menacing, intent on her demise, especially when she merely wished to teach him a lesson, never intending to consume him. The first encounter had left a profound impression on her. That handsome, charming monk had awakened feelings in her heart that had lain dormant for centuries. She was reluctant to admit her attachment, concocting excuses that it was for the sake of immortality. Yet, she could not fathom that he genuinely sought her end. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, tears spilling down her cheeks. Over the centuries, she had cultivated her powers in this natural haven, able to transform her form, though her human guise was significantly weaker than her demon form. Sensing the overwhelming magical force emanating from Tang Sen, she realized that even if she reverted to her demon form, it would lead to the same fatal outcome. Furthermore, she was unwilling to reveal her grotesque true form before the man who had stirred her consciousness. In despair, the white-boned spirit closed her eyes, beckoning him to strike. Perhaps dying this way would be a fitting conclusion. She had lived many years beyond the vengeance she had sought. Seeing the sorrowful beauty, her neck exposed for slaughter, Tang Sen instinctively retracted his magical energy and murderous intent, momentarily at a loss. This woman was far too delicate. A mere jest had brought her to tears. As the anticipated approach of death failed to materialize, and the once menacing aura dissipated, the white-boned spirit opened her eyes, filled with confusion. Upon meeting Tang Sen's awkward, embarrassed expression, she couldn't help but smile, her laughter akin to a spring breeze unfurling blossoms, rendering her beauty breathtaking. Tang Sen, witnessing her smile, could not help but join in her laughter. Self-proclaimed as a master of romance, he was, in truth, a novice who had never experienced love. "You will not kill me." Her voice flowed like a crystal stream descending from a snowy mountain, pure yet imbued with a chill. In that moment, she was not the white-boned demon, but merely the pitiful girl from her past. "I never contemplated killing you," Tang Sen replied with a smile, his own emotions stabilizing. He inwardly chastised himself for being so timid. After all, she was just a woman, and he was a disciple of Buddha, a prince of the Tang dynasty. A man unafraid of demons. "Why not? You are human, and I am a demon," the white-boned spirit inquired, tilting her head in confusion. "Then let me ask you, do you wish to kill me?" "I am Tang Sanzang. A bite of my flesh grants immortality," Tang Sen teased, evading a direct answer. "I do," she feigned ferocity, attempting to intimidate him. Observing her comical act, Tang Sen chuckled and shook his head. "There are good demons, just as there are virtuous and malevolent humans. Good demons are rare, yet they exist, like you. I am quite fearsome. I kill without hesitation, consuming countless lives." The white-boned spirit continued to threaten Tang Sr. "If you truly kill without flinching, then that skull you wield would not be so weak. You possess pure Yin energy, yet there are hardly any vengeful souls around you. Have you truly killed but a few dozen people?" Tang Sen explained, turning to pose a question he had long been curious about. The white-boned spirit was accused of indiscriminately slaying the innocent, yet she bore no vengeful souls. It was evident she had not used living souls and blood to refine that skeleton formation. Had the skull been forged with thousands of living souls, it would be uncertain whether his formidable spells could prevail. However, while she might not have committed indiscriminate slaughter, she was certainly surrounded by faint traces of blood energy. In this chaotic world, even a virtuous person could not guarantee they were free of a few names tethered to their fate. After all, if one does not kill, one risks being killed. If Tang Sen were in her position, facing a group intent on his death, he would not hesitate to abandon any moral code. He would eliminate them without a second thought. "Those who kill shall themselves be killed." Upon hearing Tang Sen's query, the white-boned spirit appeared to recall some painful memories, her once smiling face contorting with extreme anger and cold, murderous intent. Her emotions became exceedingly unstable, and the demon energy around her fluctuated ominously. Observing the white-boned spirit's complexion shifting from blue to red, Tang Sen sensed something was amiss. Surely, she would not succumb to madness simply from one question. He hastily supported the faltering white-boned lady, leaning her against the altar. As her condition deteriorated, Tang Sen felt an acute sense of urgency. He was bewildered by how the situation had escalated so dramatically. Yet he could not bear to watch the enchanting figure before him descend into madness and perish. What to do? What to do? In his distress, Tang Sen recalled the Guanyin heart mantra, also known as the six-character true word, which symbolizes the intention to eliminate anger. However, he was unsure how this Buddhist incantation would affect the demon. Yet, witnessing the white-boned lady's worsening pallor, he resolved that he could no longer hesitate. He rapidly formed a hand gesture and shaped his mouth into an unusual form, uttering HM. It resonated like a colossal bell striking his soul, causing him to feel lightheaded. Clouds obscured his vision, rendering the surroundings indistinguishable. As he parted the fog, Tang Sen found himself in an unfamiliar mountain village. Standing still while those around him seemed oblivious to his presence, passing by as if he were invisible. Meanwhile, outside the mountain temple, "Brother, is something amiss?" The white dragon hesitantly inquired, facing son Wukong. What could possibly go wrong? Master entered alone, undoubtedly with absolute confidence. We should heed his command and remain quiet outside. Zhu Beiji replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Master never engages in battles without assurance. The white dragon nodded, his expression easing slightly. Yet, I can't shake this unsettling feeling, he added hesitantly. Suddenly, son Wukong, who had been nonchalantly standing on a large rock, accidentally shattered it beneath his foot. You wait here, I shall investigate, he declared, sensing an ominous premonition. But brother, Master instructed us to wait here, Sha Wujing protested. I care not for that. You stay here. I will take a look, son Wukong insisted, the foreboding feeling intensifying within him. Then we shall go together, Zhu Beiji said, rising to join him. Without time to argue, son Wukong dashed towards the temple. Master, he shouted, and upon hearing his voice, the three felt an instinctive sense of danger, rushing into the temple. Upon entering, one immediately beheld Tang Sen sprawled on the ground, while a woman lay unconscious atop the altar dedicated to the mountain deity. Master, exclaimed Zhu Beiji, who had just entered, upon witnessing Tang Sen's collapsed form. And he instinctively rushed forward to assist him. Do not move. Son Wukong's commanding voice halted him before he could make contact. With keen eyes, he scrutinized the scene. The woman on the table was a demon, surrounded by an aura of malevolence. Strangely, a faint golden thread connected Tang Sen and the demon, linking their heads, a clear indication of a soul-binding technique. Uncertain whether they were engaged in a battle of wills or something else altogether, son Wukong refrained from acting rashly, quickly preventing Zhu Beiji from intervening. A struggle of souls is perilous. Should one be wounded, the consequences could range from mental impairment to utter annihilation, leaving only a lifeless shell behind. As the others looked on in confusion, son Wukong solemnly stated, If I am not mistaken, Master is currently ensnared within the demon's soul. Chapter 57. Good or Evil. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of the three companions shifted in unison, fully aware of the dire implications. Master is usually so cautious. How could he find himself in a conflict of souls with a demon? Murmured the white dragon, disbelief etched across his features. This demon is not particularly formidable, merely a minor celestial being whose power is unstable. Even if Master were to falter, a single shout from any of us could vanquish this creature. How could he find himself in such a perilous predicament? Zhu Beiji pondered, perplexed by the situation. The four friends, torn between the desire to assist and the fear of exacerbating the situation, found themselves immobilized, anxiously awaiting Tang Sen's awakening. Meanwhile, Tang Sen stood in a vast expanse, astonished by the scene before him. The entire village had gathered, with an elder adorned in colorful feathers seated at the center, flanked by a woman and a girl of 17 or 18. The crowd's demeanor was grave and solemn, as if partaking in a significant ritual, while the expressions of the mother and daughter were filled with sheer terror. People of the village, the mountain deity blesses us annually, and we too must offer tributes. This year, it shall be this child, and Ning, who shall serve as the sacrifice to our great mountain deity. No objections, I trust? The elder's piercing gaze swept over the assembly, prompting a collective sigh of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped calamity, their faces now adorned with smiles of survival. None daring to voice dissent. Village chief, please, do not sacrifice my child. She is still so young. The woman implored, collapsing to her knees before the elder, her voice breaking with desperation. Silence. The elder barked. To be offered to the mountain deity is an honor for this child. The matter is settled. Ignoring the mother's pleas, the elder showed no inclination to reconsider. In 3 days, we shall sacrifice to the mountain deity. Tang Sen's gaze fell upon the young girl, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the maiden form of the white-boned spirit. She stood there, utterly despondent, her face ashen and devoid of color. Observing the crowd surrounding her, he noted their cold indifference, some even bearing smiles as they murmured amongst themselves. Eavesdropping, Tang Sen pieced together the grim narrative, his anger igniting. The girl's name was Ning. Beside her stood her mother. Days prior, her father had gone hunting but never returned. It was only later that they learned of his tragic demise at the jaws of a beast. Every year, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month, The village conducted a sacrificial rite to the mountain deity, praying for bountiful hunts and plentiful provisions. Yet, the offerings were human. Typically, the sacrifices were children aged 10 to 18, chosen at random, with the fate of each child left to chance. This year, it was Ning's turn. As she watched her mother plead for her life, despair and sorrow flooded in Ning's eyes. They both understood the grim reality. Initially, Ning was not the chosen one. But once news of her father's death spread, the situation shifted dramatically. One fateful night, she had inadvertently witnessed the boy, Dogon, who was initially selected for sacrifice, enter the village chief's home with her father, laden with gifts. They conversed for an extended period, only for Dogon and her father to emerge later, empty-handed, yet graciously thanking the chief. And Ning observed as they visited one house after another, but her own home remained untouched, prompting a deep sense of unease. Sure enough, days later, the village held another drawing for the sacrificial selection. Historically, once a name was drawn, it remained unchanged, with no precedent for reevaluation. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, and Ning, clinging to a flicker of hope, approached the drawing. Fatefully, she was chosen. The new sacrificial offering was her. A conspiracy, a blatant conspiracy, and Ning yearned to resist, yet she lacked the strength to fight back. She wished to reveal the truth, but it would bear no fruit. The villagers would only rejoice that it was not their child destined for sacrifice, and none would come to her aid. Moreover, they might very well be complicit in this scheme. She had witnessed Dogon's family visiting one affluent household after another, while their own fortune had dwindled to nothing. These villagers had orchestrated this sinister plot. She was but a sacrificial pawn. If blame were to be placed, it fell solely upon her father's misfortune. They had lost their protector and were now left vulnerable. Realizing this, Ning did not wail or plead. She understood that such actions would be futile. She had been forsaken, and this village would not come to her rescue. As the gathering dispersed, the village chief departed, leaving behind only the despondent Ning and her mother, whose forehead was bloodied from repeated bowing. Blood dripped, staining the earth beneath them, yet she remained oblivious, continuing to beseech the crowd to spare her daughter, her forlorn cries echoing far and wide. Not a single soul turned back, nor did anyone extend a helping hand. Only cold, unfeeling gazes. Tang Sen felt compelled to assist them, but found himself passing through them, powerless to intervene. Act 2. Nightfall, child, you must flee at once. While the night conceals you, run as far as you can, and never return. This is the only way you can survive. The woman busied herself, packing the scant provisions they had left, stuffing the last of their dried meat into a bundle as she spoke to Ning. Mother, we should escape together. Ning cried, tears streaming down her face. No, my dear, if we both attempt to flee, neither of us will succeed. I will stay here to distract them. You must go as far away as possible. The woman tenderly cupped Ning's face, gently tucking her loose hair behind her ears, smiling softly. Placing the bundle in Ning's hands, she cautiously opened the door, peering out into the darkened night, ensuring no one was watching before urgently urging her daughter, go now. There is no one around. Remember to hide your footprints and avoid being pursued. Above all, survive. You must live. Her final admonition echoed in the night as she pushed Ning out the door, ignoring her daughter's quiet sobs and gentle knocks on the door. Moments passed, and the sounds gradually faded. With tears streaming down her face, the woman finally staggered to her feet and cautiously opened the door, only to find the night thick with shadows and the familiar figure gone. Child, you must escape. Closing the door, she leaned against it, gradually sliding down to the floor, a faint smile gracing her lips. She understood that, having lost their patriarch, they had lost their worth and support in this mountain village. Days of isolation had depleted their meager food supply, yet she had no intention of surviving. She longed to join her beloved. But her daughter was still so young. She should not perish, especially not as a sacrificial offering. What was this sacrifice? It was nothing less than cannibalism. Bound hand and foot, silenced, and left in the depths of the forest, the sacrifice would inevitably be reduced to a scattered pile of white bones by the following day. They had witnessed this grim spectacle numerous times, yet she could not fathom the thought of her daughter becoming one of those tethered souls. At this moment, Ning must be nearing her escape from the village. The mere thought of it brought forth a sincere smile. She had long grown weary of this cannibalistic village. Death, in truth, would be a form of liberation. Next, she planned to delay those who pursued Ning, buying her precious time for escape. Before she could finish her thoughts, a cacophony of startled cries jolted her awake. The flickering shadows of flames danced outside, accompanied by a raucous clamor. She chose to ignore it, her mind consumed by a singular concern. Everyone must come out. Anning truly intended to flee, and I shall seize her at once. A burly man, brimming with pride, boasted loudly. With a wave of his hand, two men emerged, escorting a frail figure, none other than Anning herself. In her current state, she was utterly disheveled, her face marred with bruises, and her clothing tattered, as if she had been ensnared by the very branches of the forest. Indeed, this young girl had proven to be quite the runner. Despite 5 adults pursuing her through the woods, she slipped away like a fish evading capture. Nevertheless, I ultimately apprehended her. Applause erupted from the onlookers. A sudden cough interrupted the moment. The village chief had arrived. Gasps filled the air as the crowd parted to make way for an elderly man who walked slowly into the scene. You were right, Chief. Anning truly wished to flee. Had you not instructed us to lie in wait outside the village, she might have escaped tonight. Your foresight is remarkable, the burly man flattered, his face a mask of sycophancy. The chief, however, disregarded him, lifting Anning's chin to scrutinize her before expressionlessly letting her go. Confine this girl to a room and ensure she is guarded day and night. The sacrifice will take place in 3 days, he commanded, and with that, the elder turned and faded into the night. Those chosen for sacrifice often sought ways to escape, yet over the years, none had succeeded. This night would be no exception. A group of men, torches in hand, approached the door with an intimidating presence, rousing Anning's mother from her slumber. She cautiously opened the door, only to be met with blinding flames and a multitude of scrutinizing eyes, along with the pitiful figure at the threshold. Could it be? The woman harbored a suspicion but dared not confirm it, nor did she wish to believe. The crowd paid her no heed as they thrust Anning into the room, swiftly shutting the door behind them, leaving 2 large men stationed outside to prevent any further escape. Inside, only the despairing cries of mother and daughter echoed. Tang Sen witnessed the entire ordeal, a mere spectator, consumed by rage yet powerless to intervene. On the second night, after a resigned dinner, Anning sat in the room, lost in thought, when she suddenly heard voices outside. Hurry, hurry, let us buy some wine. All right, make it quick. The conversation was faint, and Anning could only catch fragments. Just as her curiosity piqued, the door creaked open, and a strange man entered while the guards remained oblivious. With a lewd grin, he shut the door behind him. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Anning recoiled in fear. The man rubbed his hands together, a lascivious smile plastered on his face. My little beauty, since those beasts will have you anyway, why not let me have my fun first? Step by step, he approached her, leaving Anning no choice but to cower in a corner, her body trembling with terror. As he reached out, she could only shield her tattered clothes with her arms, closing her eyes and curling up tightly, her fear erupting in a piercing scream. Yet the anticipated violence did not come. Instead, she heard a cry of pain followed by an enraged voice. How dare you strike me? Slowly, Anning lifted her head, peeking through the protective barrier of her arms, her heart racing as she witnessed the unfolding chaos. Through a narrow gap, she saw her mother being kicked against the wall by the man, who now bore a bleeding forehead, crimson rivulets streaming down his face, blurring his vision and leaving a stark trail across his features, an embodiment of fury and menace. How dare you strike me? The man roared, seizing the woman by the arm, her body limp and unresponsive from the earlier assault. A resounding slap echoed through the room, drawing blood from her mouth and leaving vivid red imprints upon her face. With the woman incapacitated, the man lost interest, carelessly tossing her aside. Curse you for interrupting my fun. Once I'm done with your daughter, I'll deal with you, he spat, delivering one last kick before turning his attention back to Anning. She instinctively closed her eyes again, retreating into herself, hoping to find solace in her own darkness. But the next moment shattered her composure. Just as the man lunged toward her, her mother, who had seemed defeated, mustered all her strength to grasp his pant leg, refusing to let go. No, don't hurt my daughter, she pleaded, her voice frail yet unwavering. Let go, the man shouted, struggling to free himself from her grasp. But her grip was unyielding. Desperate, she wrapped her frail arms around his legs, anchoring herself to him. Frustrated, he began to pound on her head, kicking her body in a fit of rage. Witnessing her mother endure such brutality ignited something within Anning. She rose, tears streaming down her face, and rushed to the door, pounding desperately. Her own strength was feeble, and as a mere girl, she could only hope that the guards outside would come to their aid. "Please, open the door. Help us. We're being beaten to death." Her cries were relentless, tears spilling like pearls fallen from a broken string. After what felt like an eternity, just as despair threatened to engulf her, the door creaked open. The guard outside cast a dispassionate glance at Anning, but offered no comfort. Instead, addressing the man still assaulting her mother. "Your time is up. The noise is too loud. You need to leave, or we'll have to answer for it." Fearful of the consequences, the man kicked one last time before cursing as he departed. The door slammed shut once more, with the room now devoid of threats. Anning felt a glimmer of safety return. She rushed to her fallen mother, cradling her head in her lap. Seeing her mother battered and barely breathing, Anning's heart shattered. Anning, her mother's voice emerged weakly. Anning quickly stifled her sobs, leaning closer to hear her mother's words. "Be good, Anning. Don't cry. Mother will go to find your father. You must be strong and take care of yourself." As she spoke, an infinite sorrow flickered in her eyes. How could it be that her own daughter was to be sacrificed the very next day, to be devoured alive by beasts upon the mountain? Cursed be this cannibalistic world. "My poor Anning." The woman laboriously lifted her hand to caress Anning's face, struggling to tuck the fallen strands of hair behind her ear. At last, her hand fell, lifeless and heavy, to the ground. Anning's face turned pale as she realized that her mother had ceased to breathe. "Mother!" Anning cried out, her voice a heart-wrenching wail. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder resonated in the sky, as a brilliant flash of lightning tore through the pitch-black night, only to vanish in an instant, succeeded by the patter of rain. Inside the house, the dim light flickered like a fragile candle, while the wind and rain seeped through the cracks in the window, causing the flame to dance erratically until it finally extinguished. Tang Sen witnessed all of this. Nothing hindered him here. He could pass through walls and even through people. He understood that this place was the very core of the bone spirit, a repository of her most indelible memories. The past was irrevocable, although filled with rage. He felt utterly helpless, reduced to a mere spectator. Act 4. The following day, a throng gathered at Anning's doorstep. She had not slept a wink, remaining in the same position, with vacant eyes fixed upon her deceased mother. Her mother had passed away in that dark night. No torrent of rain could cleanse the sins of this village, nor could the brightest lightning illuminate the darkness of the world. Anning's heart lay in ashes, as she sat motionless on the ground, oblivious to the crowd before her. "What is the matter with this woman?" the village chief inquired nonchalantly. A familiar figure stepped forward. Despite donning a different outfit, Anning recognized him at once. The man who had barged into their home the night before, attempting to defile her and killing her mother. Her eyes brimmed with tears of hatred. "Chief, this woman must have taken her own life in fear of the villagers' judgment," the man declared, feigning righteousness. The chief's gaze shifted to the two men guarding the door. They remained silent, tacitly accepting this assertion. Merely a woman, the chief mused, aware that the situation was more complex. The woman bore the marks of violence and abuse, yet he chose not to delve deeper. After all, she was simply a woman who had lost her man. Was it reasonable to punish 3 strong men for the death of this woman? Clearly, that was implausible. In that case, let this matter rest. Let us bury the woman, the cold, detached voice declared, and everything came to an end. Anning had never harbored expectations of justice. Disillusioned with the crowd, she felt no anger. She no longer wished to plead or argue. After a night of weeping, her tears had run dry, and her voice had become hoarse, leaving her unable to speak. "Bah!" The man approached again, spitting contemptuously, his face alight with smug satisfaction. "Little beauty, I shall return tonight. Wait for me. There will be no one to interfere." Suddenly, Anning raised her eyes, which were as red as if they had bled. Fixing her gaze upon the man before her, her expression devoid of life. In a fit of rage, Anning bit down fiercely on the arm of the man who had once smiled at her. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted, and the onlookers were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The man, caught off guard, attempted to shove Anning away, but she clung on tenaciously. Before long, several men rushed to intervene, using all their strength to separate the two. By then, Anning had already bitten off a small piece of flesh. Gasps of shock filled the air as everyone winced at the sight. Anning, bloodied and fierce, glared at the indifferent guards, the callous village chief, and the others who reveled in her plight, all while sporting a ghastly smile at the man from whom she had taken a bite. Without hesitation, she charged full force into the nearby pillar. The honor that her mother had fought to preserve could not be allowed to be tarnished by these people. Her death was inevitable. The only difference lay in whether she would succumb to humiliation or seek her own end. Finally, she found her release. In her final moments, Anning felt a sense of relief wash over her, accompanied by a faint smile. In a daze, Anning slipped into unconsciousness. The crowd stood frozen, gazing at her bloodied form sprawled on the ground. They had not anticipated that this little girl would possess the courage to take her own life. The man was equally stunned, only to be gripped by a deep chill that rose from within him. The pain from his wound felt distant. Long ergo. A chilling voice emerged from behind. The man cautiously turned to see the village chief staring at him with an inscrutable expression. An overwhelming fear surged within him, causing his legs to weaken, threatening to buckle beneath him. He understood that the girl was a sacrificial offering. As long as she lived, there would be no consequences for him. But now, she was dead. The mountain god's offering had perished, necessitating a new selection. The thought struck him like a bolt, and he felt cold sweat break out across his brow. Since Anning is dead, the offering will be your Dogdan, the village chief proclaimed coldly. Indeed, it was Wang Ergo who had violated Anning the previous night, the father of Dogdan. Around him, no one came to his aid. There had to be a sacrifice, if not his child, then yours. Who will you choose? At that moment, the crowd stood by, watching with detached indifference. Chief, no? I was wrong. Dogdan is innocent. Wang Ergo pleaded, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The chief paid him no heed and turned away. As the crowd dispersed, Wang Ergo remained slumped on the ground. Tang Sen silently observed all that transpired. From Anning's suicide to the man reaping the consequences of his actions, watching with calm detachment. So, this was how she met her end. Chapter 59, Revenge and Hope. Soon, the scene shifted to Act 5. Two men carried Anning and her mother's lifeless bodies to the edge of a cliff and cast them down. The cliff was steep, plunging into an abyss where even the clouds hovered below. Tang Sen followed them to this place, watching as Anning was thrown over the edge. He leapt after her. At the base of the cliff lay a deep valley, perpetually shrouded in darkness, cold and damp, swarming with venomous insects and serpents. In the valley, there was a pond, its water a vivid blue, glowing with an eerie luminescence, steeped in malevolence. At that moment, Anning's body floated upon the surface of the pond. Despite the surrounding scorpions and centipedes, not one dared to venture into the water, only daring to skulk at the edges. Tang Sen discerned that the pond was a gathering place for the chilling energies of the earth, its coldness unbearable for ordinary beings. The poisonous creatures could only harness this energy to cultivate their strength, but dared not enter the abyss. To do so would mean being dissolved, becoming one with the water. Years passed, and Tang Sen watched as Anning's body decayed, her flesh disintegrating until only a skeleton remained in the center of the pond. Curiously, the skeleton did not sink or decay, instead emitting a faint white light. Over the following years, Tang Sen observed as the bones grew increasingly translucent, shimmering with a divine light, resembling the finest jade, now imbued with a hint of sentience. Tang Sen could not discern if it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though the water level in the pond had receded slightly, though the change was imperceptible. Thus, a period of tranquility passed. Suddenly, one day, a fierce wind surged through the valley, gathering spiritual energy from all directions, with the source being Anning's white bones. Tang Sen's heart raced. Indeed, this must be the origin of the bone spirit. The winds stirred the waters of the pool. Dark energies mingling with a trace of spiritual essence surged violently into the serene bones, and after a long while, those bones astonishingly rose to their feet. The skeletal form had acquired a method of cultivating dark energy and a scroll of skeletal formation at the bottom of the pool. Consequently, it remained in the center of the dark pool for its cultivation, causing the water level to steadily diminish until it was completely dried up. Having absorbed an unknown amount of dark energy, benefiting from the dense dark energy in the valley, the skeletal figure advanced rapidly in its practice. At last, it ascended to immortality, and on that very day, Ning regained her consciousness. Recalling the burdens of her past, a flame of fury ignited in her eyes as she exited the valley. Now endowed with power, she sought vengeance. Meanwhile, a decade had passed in the outside world. Concealing her presence, Ning observed familiar and unfamiliar faces within the mountain village. 10 years had elapsed. Some had lived, some had perished, The original enemies gradually dwindled, leaving behind few remnants. But among them were their descendants. Did they deserve to die? And Ning, consumed by rage, had no time to ponder such questions. Her thoughts were dominated by the memory of her mother, who had been beaten to death while trying to protect her. These people had driven both her and her mother to despair. What sins had they committed? Why did they deserve to die? With a wave of her hand, she set up the skeletal formation, ensuring that no one could escape, just as she had been unable to flee all those years ago. Once everything was arranged, she suppressed her invisibility, revealing her skeletal form. Monsters, demons. The sudden appearance of the skeletal figure terrified the onlookers, causing them to scream and flee in panic. And Ning seized one individual, applying pressure until she snapped his neck. Such a death, devoid of suffering, was fortunate for him, as he was not on Ning's list of enemies. From that moment on, Ning advanced, leaving no survivors in her wake. The distinction lay in the fact that those who had participated in her and her mother's demise met with excruciating fates, while the others were dispatched swiftly and decisively. After clearing the path, Ning turned her gaze towards the many tightly shut doors. Gently pushing one open, she entered, only to be met with screams, roars, and cries, culminating in agonizing wails. No, Ning shook her head in disappointment. These were not the enemies etched in her memory, yet she still granted them their due. Such ignorance, ruthlessness, and evil should not exist. Every individual in this village bore guilt. Though these were not her foes, it mattered little now. The entire village had been sealed off, and no one could escape. There was ample time to seek out each one. The sound of footsteps echoed once more. Creaking, Ning pushed open another door. Repeating the same process, hearing the same sounds. They were not her enemies. After searching through several homes, she finally discovered one. This man was one of the gatekeepers from years past, now trembling and kneeling on the ground. Great immortal, spare me, spare me. Gone was his previous arrogance. He now groveled in desperate pleas for mercy. Spare you? The harsh voice emerged from the skeletal mouth. And Ning, now an immortal, could indeed grant such a mercy. Yet it had been long since she had spoken. The words felt foreign, slow to utter. Upon hearing the skeleton speak, the man was gripped by greater fear. Bowing his head incessantly, "You, look up and see who I am," and Ning commanded, manifesting her form from years ago. The man hesitantly lifted his gaze, recoiling in shock upon recognizing a Ning, who had been dead for a decade. Impossible, impossible, and Ning has long since died. It has been 10 years since I personally cast her off the cliff. This can't be, he stammered, disbelief clouding his mind. Why did you not save me back then? I was knocking on the door. You allowed that man to enter and beat my mother to death. Why? Her words, like a chilling breeze from the underworld, sent a shiver through the man, awakening him from his stupor. Ning, that Wang ergo gave me something back then, saying he would only be inside for a moment. I didn't think much of it. Who knew he intended to insult you and ended up killing your mother? It was all his fault. It's not my doing. The man spoke, quaking and stuttering, and Ning's gaze bore into his eyes, yet he could not meet her stare. His gaze averted. She knew he was lying, but it mattered not. He had accepted bribes to let Wang ergo in. He could not have been unaware of the consequences. Later, when Wang ergo assaulted her, and Ning had desperately pounded on the door, calling for help. He must have heard. These two were undoubtedly accomplices, deserving of their fates. Immediately, Ning's eyes turned frigid, her skeletal hand seizing the man's leg. Confused, he glanced up. But soon he was shrieking in agony. The cold energy swiftly froze his foot, climbing upwards, as though he had plunged into an ice pit. His eyes wide with dread yet powerless to resist. Watching as his left leg froze solid from the waist down, Ning raised her hand and struck it lightly. The ice shattered, spilling blood and flesh across the ground. Pain. Excruciating pain. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, his fingers scraping the ground, oblivious to the blood that flowed. Veins bulged on his neck and face, resembling coiling dragons. His terrified gaze fixated on her, as if he beheld a demon. And Ning appeared unperturbed, continuing her grim task, this time targeting his right leg. She repeated this process 4 times, rendering his limbs to ruin. He had ceased his cries. The torturous ordeal had left him in agony, his voice long since silenced. At this point, he had grown numb, merely wishing for a swift death. Seeing the numbness and resignation in his eyes, Ning felt a pang of recognition, as if witnessing her former self. At last, they could empathize with her suffering. This is how you treated me back then, so do not resent me. Her soft voice echoed in the man's ear, and for a fleeting moment, there was a flicker of emotion in his lifeless gaze before it faded into oblivion. The chilling aura soon encased his remaining head and body in ice. There was no pain, no fear, only release. And Ning crushed his entire form beneath her foot. Before long, she repeated this grim process with each household, one by one. Opening the door to death, the cacophony of frantic pleas, screams, roars, and curses filled the air, a vivid tableau of human emotion unfolding. Some begged for mercy, others resisted. While some sought to kill others in hopes of securing their own survival, yet all met the same end. Besides those who haunted her memories, and Ning spared no one else from suffering. This slaughter continued from dawn until dusk, without Ning employing any magic to locate them. She allowed them to hide, extracting them one by one before ending their lives. Such a mundane act instilled profound terror among the onlookers. Killing was as simple as slaughtering chickens. The longer they hid, the deeper their fear grew, and the greater their suffering became. And Ning remained patient, methodically eliminating them. Finally, as dusk approached, and Ning found the last man in the woods of the back mountain, the village head from years past. He did not plead for mercy, knowing it would be futile. The same methods were employed, first freezing, then shattering. Listening to the wails of her enemies from the past, and Ning's heart had grown tranquil. The screams diminished, fading into silence, and Ning calmly completed her grim task, surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, exhaling deeply. The village was now a scene of carnage, blood flowing freely. A once thriving mountain village rendered desolate, devoid of life. Revenge had finally been fulfilled. But what lay ahead? Tang Sen, witnessing it all from nearby, had once contemplated speaking out to save the innocent children, yet ultimately remained silent. Innocent children? Who among them was not? And Ning had once been an innocent child, yet no one had stepped forward to save her. Had even one person chosen to intervene, today as tragedy might have been averted. What qualifications does he possess to advise Ning to relinquish her hatred? Alas, countless words ultimately condense into this deep sigh. Heavenly transgressions can be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamities are inescapable. As the scene fades, Tang Sen's spirit once more jolts, liberating him from the illusion. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with the anxious faces of his 4 disciples, warming his heart. Fortune has not been unkind to him, as the tragic fate has not befallen him. Seeing their master awake and safe, the group heaves a sigh of relief. Son Wukong hastens to his side, assisting him to stand. Still somewhat unsteady, Tang Sen grips Son Wukong's hand and glances aside. At that moment, Lady Bone, No, and Ning gently awakens. Upon meeting Tang Sen's gaze with her bright eyes, joy radiates from her. May I accompany you henceforth? She asks cautiously, her hands nervously wringing her sleeves, her face and eyes filled with apprehension. Fearing a negative response from Tang Senator taken aback for a moment, Tang Sen responds with a warm smile. Of course, you are most welcome, Ning. Welcome back. Chapter 60. The separation of true spirits. Hearing Tang Sen's consent, Ning's face brightens with a faint smile, though she remains characteristically reserved. The trio of Zhu Beiji are not particularly surprised. Having journeyed alongside their master, they have never witnessed him adhere to the so-called Buddhist precepts, indulging in meat and wine, vanquishing foes without a moment's hesitation. The notion of accepting a female into their ranks, while somewhat unexpected, is not entirely objectionable. Only Son Wukong casts a fierce glare at Ning before turning to Tang Sen, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Master, may I have a word? Tang Sen is momentarily taken aback by the monkey's newfound politeness, indeed, a sign of progress. He can surmise what Son Wukong wishes to discuss, and smiles slightly. Leading the way to a secluded area. You 3, take good care of this girl, Son Wukong instructs the others before catching up with Tang Senator Master. Is this girl a demon? Son Wukong's eyes fixate on Tang Sen, skeptical that he could be oblivious to Ning's true identity as the Bone Demon. Yet, he seeks to understand Tang Sen's stance on the matter. Indeed, Tang Sen does not deny it. Denial would be futile. While Ning's true form might elude Zhu Beiji and the others, it cannot escape the discerning gaze of Son Wukong, especially now that his powers have ascended, restoring his keen insight. But why? Son Wukong is somewhat perplexed, recalling their first encounter, when he had wished to strike down the Bone Demon, only to be halted by Tang Sen's instruction to seek amusement. He now grapples with the notion that Tang Sen would welcome a female demon into their quest for scriptures. It is not a matter that can be trivialized, and he does not believe Tang Sen is swayed by her beauty. Although the demoness possesses an alluring appearance, her true form remains that of a skeleton, devoid of any allure. The argument for enlisting a demon to enhance their strength does not hold either. The formidable creature from the Black Wind Cave, despite being unseen for some time, could still engage in fierce battles with him. What could a mere skeleton achieve? Weak and fragile, it would succumb to a single blow. What purpose would it serve? Sighing, Tang Sen realizes that further concealment is futile. Nor has he ever intended to hide the truth. He had refrained from disclosing it earlier to spare Ning from revisiting painful memories. Now, in the privacy of this conversation with son Wukong, he feels secure. His eldest disciple possesses a firm resolve, unlike that fool who divulges everything. Thus, Tang Sen recounts all that he witnessed within the illusion. As son Wukong listens to the tale of the living sacrifices, his brow furrows. Upon hearing of Ning's mother being brutally slain while others remained indifferent, his teeth grind in anger. When he learns of Ning's suicide, his expression twists in fury. Finally, upon hearing of Ning's transformation into the Bone Demon and her bloody vengeance upon the village, a smile of satisfaction emerges on his face. Well done. If I had been there, I would have made them beg for mercy. Son Wukong cannot help but exclaim with glee. This child is also a pitiable soul. Having endured such tragedy, yet retaining her essence without succumbing to madness or indiscriminate slaughter. Such resilience is indeed remarkable. Tang Sen sighs softly. Master, while I understand and empathize. Son Wukong hesitates to voice his concern. Speak plainly. However, if we bring her along, how shall we explain this to the Bodhisattva? How shall we justify it to the Buddha? Moreover, as we are all men on this journey, having a female demon with us poses certain inconveniences. Son Wukong articulates his apprehensions. Bringing a female demon is not inherently problematic, given their close bond with Tang Sen. But the implications of their encounter with the Bodhisattva and Buddha loom large. Are you embarking on a pilgrimage to the West? Or are you simply a wealthy young man enjoying a spring outing with a beautiful woman? What a scandalous affair. While their casual indulgences in meat and drink may have gone unnoticed, harboring a female demon is a different matter altogether. What would the Buddhist community think? What would the heavens say? Should the populace become aware, this journey would devolve into a farce. Tang Sen finds himself in a quandary. The allure of women is indeed a major taboo in Buddhism, especially at such a critical juncture. He recognizes that the pilgrimage is a facade orchestrated by the Buddhist community for the benefit of all realms. They may overlook the occasional indulgence. But once a female demon is introduced, the situation shifts dramatically. Even as a disciple of the Tathagata, he would likely face repercussions. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he steels himself. And Ning has already suffered too greatly. Her sanctuary has been destroyed. Furthermore, the trials and tribulations they face are closely monitored by the Buddhist order. And the Bone Demon was initially destined for death. If he does not devise a means to shelter her, the Buddhist order would inevitably intervene, and her fate would be sealed. Tang Sen fervently seeks a way to carve out a sliver of hope for Ning in this seemingly inevitable demise. Coercion? No. The Buddhist order would never yield on such matters, and he finds himself in the wrong. Thus, a daring plan begins to take shape in Tang Sen's mind. Fear not. There is no need for concern. I have devised a solution. Tang Sen declares with newfound confidence. Seeing Tang Sen's assured demeanor, son Wukong's worries begin to dissipate. Having undergone numerous trials, he is no longer the reckless monkey of old. He now understands what actions are permissible and what boundaries must not be crossed. The two return to their companions, wherein Ning stands quietly to the side, while Zhu Beiji and the others regard her with a mix of caution and curiosity. Upon Tang Sen's return, Ning's face lights up with a smile as she gazes at him. Disciples, allow me to introduce Ning. A girl I rescued from the clutches of demons. Tang Sen presents her to the group. Son Wukong's eyes flicker momentarily, yet he ultimately refrains from voicing any objections. Ning steps forward gracefully to bow. Tang Sen pulls her aside and whispers, Ning, why do you wish to accompany me? I am but a monk. I understand. Elder, in the illusion, I sensed your emotions, your anger, your compassion, your pity. I know you are a good person, Ning replies softly. Initially, I had lost the will to live upon transforming into a monster, sustained solely by the desire for vengeance. Yet, after avenging myself, I encountered the malice of this world and yearned to shield those caught in the rain, to gather the myriad monsters within 100 miles of White Tiger Ridge. to regulate them. Although I could not achieve a state of complete nonviolence, I aimed to curtail their bloodshed, ensuring that if any lives were taken, they would belong to those who truly deserved it. Ironically, my initial intent in seeking you was to consume the flesh of the monk Tang Sen. Yet that notion faded away, and Ning chuckled self-deprecatingly. Spending time with these monsters has instilled in me a fear of becoming that cruel, remorseless killer. The longer one lives, the more one fears death. However, encountering you allowed my humanity to gradually resurface, and I no longer wish to revert to that monstrous form, and Ning declared resolutely. As a monster, even if I were to attain immortality, it is not what I truly desire. Are you certain? This path is fraught with peril and may pose a threat to your life. The Buddhist sect will not sanction it, Tang Sen remarked solemnly. Such significant matters, once decided, cannot be altered lightly, hence they demand careful consideration. Will this not cause you trouble? And Ning inquired anxiously upon hearing Tang Sen's serious tone. I may face minor inconveniences, but they are manageable. However, you could be in grave danger, Tang Sen hesitated to say. It's fine, I am unafraid. And Ning's delicate face radiated determination. As long as I can transform back into a human and remain by your side, it is far preferable to living as an eternal monster. Are you truly not reconsidering? There will be genuine danger, Tang Sen urged with evident reluctance. You need not accompany us. Do not worry about the Buddhist sect. I will find a way. A mere monster would not concern the Buddhist sect overly much. Surely, if I were to speak up, they would show leniency. And as long as Ning alters her appearance, she could survive. There is no need to risk such danger by following me. No. And Ning firmly rejected. Very well. I have a plan, Tang Sen acquiesced, ceasing his attempts to dissuade her. Beiji, you three remain outside and guard the entrance. Do not allow anyone to enter. Tang Sen commanded gravely. Although perplexed, Zhu Beiji and the others obediently took their posts. Tang Sen raised his hand to set up a barrier, obstructing prying eyes from the outside world. Wukong, you will assist me in keeping watch. No unexpected incidents must disturb me. There may be unforeseen occurrences, so you must remain vigilant, he instructed. Understood, Wukong nodded gravely, drawing forth his golden staff in readiness. Once all preparations were complete, Tang Sen turned to the young girl before him, who was now smiling at him. Are you ready? If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. I do not regret, and Ning calmly shook her head. Tang Sen had already informed her that this process was indeed perilous. The Buddhist sect would never permit a female monster to retrieve the scriptures from the West, but if she were not a monster, the issue would be far easier to resolve. The black bear spirit, bound by the tightening circlet, could merely be considered a steed or a servant. The plan was to separate Ning's true spirit, to carve away a substantial portion of her purest essence, leaving a small fragment within the skeletal remains, and then to boldly destroy the skeleton, thus allowing Ning to be reborn, no longer a monster. However, the division of the true spirit is fraught with danger, and exposing the true spirit to the outside world is perilous. Without a place to reside within moments, it may dissipate or be captured by malevolent entities for nefarious purposes. Fortunately, Tang Sen possessed the 9-tiered demon tower, and upon discovering that the 3rd tier could nurture the true spirit, he felt a surge of hope. Otherwise, this method would not have been viable. Now, he feared the emergence of unforeseen complications during the process. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sen forced himself to calm down, as Ning's life hung in the balance, demanding utmost caution. Chapter 61. The performance closing his eyes, he silently recited the calming incantation, gradually leveling his mindset and entering a state of tranquil emptiness. Yet, the fluctuations of his magical power intensified, and his spiritual energy began to rise. At that moment, Tang Sen sat as if he were an inferno, both his magical and spiritual energies ablaze. When this flame reached its zenith, he suddenly opened his eyes, his voice commanding as he pointed 2 fingers at Ning's forehead. A torrent of spiritual energy surged through his fingers into Ning's body, enveloping her in a radiance of golden light. Gradually, Ning's expression contorted in agony, her hands clutching her head as she cried out in torment. Tang Sen remained unfazed, intensifying the flow of spiritual energy from his hands. At this moment, Ning's visage had become grotesque. Dark energy enveloped her once handsome face, intermittently revealing skeletal features, her flesh growing increasingly ethereal, yet she remained ensconced in the fierce light of Buddhism and spiritual energy, unable to break free. As time passed, her screams grew more potent, while a faint, spectral figure slowly rose above the skeleton, appearing just as Ning had before her demise, albeit significantly smaller. Now, only half her head was visible, her eyes closed, her demeanor serene. Upon witnessing Ning's true spirit materialize, Tang Sen felt an intensified sense of urgency. Beads of sweat the size of pearls trickled down as he dared not blink. With the emergence of the true spirit, her corporeal form became increasingly insubstantial, while the skeleton grew ever more pronounced, howling and roaring in a frenzy. Was it a moment? Or an hour? Tang Sen could no longer discern, as the immense consumption of magical and spiritual energy left him utterly exhausted. Yet, they had reached a critical juncture, allowing no room for negligence. Wukong watched in anxious distress, unable to assist, silently guarding the scene, afraid to make any noise for fear of disrupting Tang Senator at this point. He could see clearly what Tang Sen was undertaking. This was clearly an approach for spirit division, a technique demanding high proficiency from both the practitioner and the recipient. A moment's carelessness could lead to damage to their souls, with the severely injured risking immediate annihilation. Such an approach was exceedingly perilous, generally avoided by those unwilling to take monumental risks. Wukong had not anticipated that Tang Sen's proposed solution would be this. Despite his faith in Tang Sen, a sense of unease crept over him. The risks were too great. Meanwhile, Tang Sen was too preoccupied to consider Wukong's concerns, observing Ning's true spirit now fully elevated above the skeleton's head. Only her feet remained connected to the skeletal remains. The outcome hinged on this moment. Tang Sen poured all remaining spiritual energy and magical power into the endeavor, striving for success in a single stroke. With a sound akin to celestial music, Tang Sen beheld the true spirit hovering above the skeleton, its closed eyes now open, glimmering with vitality as it gazed at him. At that moment, the skeletal figure had completely lost control. Its once pristine white hue faded into a deep, obsidian black, dark energy coalescing and erupting, filling the air with swirling dust. Within that darkness, two crimson glimmers flickered like ghostly flames. Wukong, restrain it. Tang Sen called out urgently as he witnessed the now frenzied and mindless skeleton spirit awaken. He was utterly drained of spiritual energy and magical power, leaving him defenseless. Monster, lie down. Wukong rushed forward, placing one hand upon the skeleton's shoulder, summoning his immense strength, combined with his magical power, to force the skeletal figure down, pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile, though it continued to roar ferociously. At this moment, Wukong had reached the realm of Tai, golden immortal, while the skeletal spirit, having succumbed to total darkness, had only reached the mid-stage of Tai, rendering it no match for the inherently formidable Wukong. Seeing the skeletal spirit under Wukong's control, Tang Sen exhaled in relief. He now found himself in an exceedingly vulnerable state, where even a minor monster could threaten his life. I cannot afford to take such risks again, Tang Sen reflected earnestly, recognizing this behavior was uncharacteristic of his usual cautious self. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. Gazing at the tranquil spirit of Ning before him, Tang Sen managed to force a faint smile onto his pale, weakened face. With great effort, he retrieved the 9-tiered demon tower, opening the 3rd tier to send Ning inside. The spirit could not remain exposed to the ethereal energies of heaven and earth for too long, lest it gradually dissipate. With everything finally settled, Tang Sen felt a weight lift from his heart, yet a lingering fear remained. He had underestimated the difficulty of the situation. He had come perilously close to exhausting his soul power. Should he have run out of this vital energy, Ning's spirit would have completely vanished, leaving him with a violent soul tremor and severely diminished vitality. Thankfully, all had gone smoothly. Tang Sen sat cross-legged, slowly recovering his soul power and magical energy. At present, he felt utterly depleted, having nothing left to draw upon. Without magical energy to protect him, a sense of insecurity enveloped him. After a quarter of an hour, he gradually concluded his recovery. Although not entirely restored, he could at least move normally. Master, how should we deal with this monster? Sun Wukong inquired as he approached, dragging the imprisoned skeleton demon along. By this time, the skeleton demon had transformed into a black-bone demon, continuing to roar incessantly. With Sun Wukong's assistance, it slowly rose to its feet. Although still pale, it could move with some degree of freedom. Casting a glance at the ominous figure of the black-bone demon, Tang Sen smiled slightly. Wukong, in a moment, Do this and that, and remember to make a grand spectacle of it. He whispered into son Wukong's ear. Excitement flickered across Wukong's face. Rest assured, master, I will accomplish the task. Good, then I shall take my leave, Tang Sen said, patting Wukong on the shoulder before shakily making his way to the temple entrance. Observing that his master had reached a safe position, son Wukong promptly released the bindings on the skeleton demon. Upon regaining its freedom, the skeleton demon went into a frenzy, its dark aura intensifying as it lunged at son Wukong. Its body, nourished by the dark energy for years, had become as hard as stone. Beiji, Wujing, Xiaobai, come quickly to my aid. Tang Sen called out to his 3 disciples outside the temple, limping away slowly as the battle erupted behind him. The sounds of combat echoed, with dark and demonic energies clashing, as the golden staff struck the skeleton demon's bones, failing to break them, but generating powerful shockwaves. Hearing their master's cries, the trio turned back to see Tang Sen approaching, his face ashen and his body weak, limping painfully. They hurried to meet him. Master, are you all right? Xiaobai the dragon asked anxiously, supporting Tang Sen who was on the verge of collapsing. What in the world happened, master? Sha Wujing and Beiji rushed to his side, observing Tang Sen panting heavily, then glancing back at son Wukong engaged in battle with the monster. Sighing heavily, Tang Sen explained, I intended to relay some matters to Wukong. But unexpectedly, the skeleton demon ambushed me from hiding within the temple. I was caught off guard and sustained grave injuries while Ning was harmed as well. He lowered his voice. In my haste to save her, I could only rescue a fragment of her soul. Wukong is entangled with the demon, allowing me to escape with my life. The trio gasped at the perilous tale, astonishment etched on their faces, though Beiji looked slightly skeptical, unable to voice his doubts. This monster is so audacious. Master, I shall avenge you. Xiaobai, filled with fury, transformed into his true dragon form and charged into the fray. Watching the imposing figure of the 100-foot-long white dragon, Tang Sen felt a surge of pride. The pressure emanating from Xiaobai intensified, and he seemed to be on the verge of sprouting a 5th claw, indicating a significant boost in power. Master, I too shall assist, Beiji exclaimed, picking up his rake and preparing to join the fight against the demon. Tang Sen had shown him great kindness, and he depended on him. Thus, any attack on his master was, in essence, an affront to Beiji himself, igniting his fury. Beiji, hold on a moment. I have something I need to ask of you. Tang Sen grasped Beiji's rake, preventing him from leaving. Master, let second brother stay to look after you while I go to help. Sha Wujing stepped forward, eager to assist. In an instant, the 3 disciples engaged the demon, the clash of their powers shaking the very earth, a dazzling display of divine light illuminating the battlefield. Hey, big brother, what are you doing? As the dragon's claw neared the demon, a golden staff suddenly struck from the side, causing Xiaobai to retract his claws in haste. The golden staff was not something to be trifled with. A blow from it, even against Xiaobai's current dragon form, caused significant pain. My apologies, my apologies. I missed. Son Wukong laughed sheepishly, offering an awkward explanation. Hey, brother Sha, be careful. Let me help you. Turning to see Sha Wujing about to strike the demon's head, Tang Sen felt a surge of urgency. Bang! The golden staff collided with the demon-slaying staff, producing a resounding clash of metal. Big brother, how could you mess that up? Sha Wujing exclaimed, astonished. But there was no time for questions as the demon lunged forward once more. Due to son Wukong's frequent missteps, the trio struggled to subdue the demon. Yet the scene was filled with chaotic excitement. Tang Sen withdrew his gaze, turning to Beiji. Beiji, have I treated you well? He asked kindly. Beiji. Tang Sen rarely spoke so gently to him, leaving Beiji bewildered and uneasy. Master, if you have something to say, just say it, Beiji replied, shivering slightly, his voice tinged with apprehension. Beiji, you see, Ning is a newly recognized disciple of mine, and thus, you may consider her your sister-in-law. Currently, she is left with but a fragment of her soul, and I am greatly troubled, Tang Sen said, a worried expression on his face. Master, just speak your mind. Beiji replied with a bitter smile, realizing Tang Sen's intent. Beiji, I have heard that there exists a 9-turn resurrection pill at Lao Jun's place, capable of reviving one with only a remnant of their soul, without any adverse effects. You were a general in heaven, familiar with its various departments, and held in esteem. Why not request 10 or 8 of them for your sister-in-law? It's better to be prepared, Tang Sen suggested gently, yet his words startled Beiji, causing him to jump. Master, those 9-turn resurrection pills are incredibly precious. Even when I was in heaven, I could hardly acquire one, and you expect me to ask for 10 or 8. Do you think they're candy? Beiji exclaimed in a mix of anger and disbelief. He truly felt alarmed. While the 9-turn resurrection pill may not have the renown of the 9-turn golden pill, it was still a rare treasure formed through 9 transformations. The notion of Tang Sen requesting 10 or 8 of them and sending him to ask the patriarch made him feel like he might end up as roast pig. Chapter 62. Conspiracy. It would be easier to simply kill him. Not to worry. Once you arrive, just mention my name. Saying that the great Tang Saint monk is in dire need of 9-turn resurrection pills, and let Lao Jun seek the Buddha for repayment. I, as a dignified seeker of scriptures from the West, surely have some leverage, Tang Sen jested. Beiji was left speechless, only able to manage a bitter smile. The thought of deceiving his own patriarch was daunting, yet with his master insisting, he found himself in a dilemma. Master, the 9-turn resurrection pills are indeed invaluable. Requesting 10 or 8 is simply impossible. I'll see if I can manage to get one, Beiji conceded, though he felt the weight of the task. 2 at the very least. It's better to be prepared, in case the potency is insufficient. Also, do procure some healing and mana-restoring pills, urging Lao Jun not to be stingy. If he hasn't refined them yet, so be it. Daring to call the patriarch stingy. Not many would have the courage for that. You truly are bold, Beiji mused internally. Yet, dismissing the matter was not an option. So he rose and flew toward the heavenly realm. Hopefully, I want to end up as roast pig. Remember to mention my name. Tang Sen's voice echoed distantly behind him. Observing Beiji's figure ascend higher into the clouds until it vanished, Tang Sen couldn't help but smile faintly. The foolish fellow, still under the illusion of the gravity of the situation, need not worry that the blame would fall upon him. Tang Sen's decision to send Zhu Beiji to the heavens to solicit elixirs from the old lord was driven by his own considerations. Firstly, there was indeed a pressing need for the elixir. While there were methods to address the spiritual wounds of a Ning, they were fraught with complications. In comparison, the 9 transformation soul recovery pill stood as the most optimal choice. He himself required a replenishment of his depleting magical and spiritual energies, as recovery through his own efforts was far too slow. Secondly, it served as a means to gauge the old lord's disposition. If the old lord had no intention of creating difficulties for him, then a few elixirs would be inconsequential, and granting them would earn him a significant favor. Minor inconveniences could be understood, as there existed certain divergences between Buddhism and Taoism. Although Buddhism and Tang Sen were unified, distinctions remained. A handful of elixirs would not disrupt the larger scheme. It was merely a matter of assessing the old lord's attitude towards him. However, should the old lord choose to deliberately obstruct him and withhold the elixirs, he must prepare for the repercussions and contemplate how to confront the greatest authority of the Taoist sect, a daunting prospect indeed. But he decided to set those thoughts aside, believing that solutions would emerge in due time. Ever the optimist, Tang Sen shook his head, dismissing the chaotic musings in his mind, and redirected his focus to the battlefield before him. Indeed, the commotion was sufficiently grand. Both the Buddhist and Taoist factions should have taken notice by now. Tang Sen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he had instructed son Wukong to amplify the chaos deliberately. Everyone was aware that the bone demon had been vanquished, thereby completely exonerating a Ning's identity. Once a Ning's true essence was restored and her physical form reconstituted, she would be a true being. Contemplating this, Tang Sen's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Furthermore, he sought to uncover the puppet master behind the scenes. A fleeting glimmer of cold light danced in Tang Sen's eyes. He had sensed a hint of conspiracy from a Ning's memories. Everything felt excessively coincidental. The untimely death, the sacrificial offering, the fall from the cliff leading to the pool of Yinqi, and Ning, being merely a mortal with limited insight, was blissfully unaware. This incident was likely orchestrated by someone, and observing who ultimately reaped the benefits would reveal the truth. This was also the reason he instructed Wukong to perform a play without resorting to lethal force. Without bait, how could one expect to catch fish? As son Wukong and his companions intensified their assault, the bone demon gradually succumbed, battered and bruised, its legs shattered, left to unleash a furious roar, yet unable to escape its grim fate. The time was ripe. The fisherman was ready to cast his net, and his catch was nearing the hook. He cast his gaze towards the horizon, eager to discern who was approaching. Great sage, I come to lend you my strength. The voice echoed from afar. As a figure swiftly approached, upon closer inspection, Tang Sen recognized him. The extreme true lord, a mid-level figure within the heavenly court, a subordinate of the Jade Emperor. Yet one who had remained inconspicuous, his reputation unremarkable. Had it not been for Zhu Beiji's previous mention, Tang Sen would have been oblivious to such a character in the heavenly court. To his surprise, it was indeed him. As the figure drew near, Tang Sen quickly signaled Sun Wukong with his eyes. It was not the moment to provoke the heavenly court, yet knowing who it was, he understood that this debt would be repaid in due time. Tang Sen mused silently. Receiving Tang Sen's signal, Sun Wukong wasted no time, delivering a powerful blow to the bone demon's forehead. With a resounding crack, the bone demon stood no chance against the full force of Sun Wukong, its defending arm shattering. Brilliant golden light spilling forth from the fissure on its forehead. With a final roar, the bone demon exploded, reduced to dust by the overwhelming magical force, leaving behind only two larger, dim, and coarse bones. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the extreme true lord arrived on the scene, the curtain had already fallen. You, how dare you? Witnessing his schemes crumble, the extreme true lord was consumed by rage, his words escaping him as he pointed at Tang Sen and the others. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with cold light as he brandished his iron staff at the newcomer. Who dares to be so audacious? The moment the extreme true lord revealed a hint of his magical power in his fury, Sun Wukong sensed that the newcomer was a master of the great Luo realm, thus refraining from unleashing his full wrath. Otherwise, with his fiery temper, he would have struck without hesitation. Great sage, calm your anger. I am the extreme true lord, a subordinate of the emperor. Just now, I commanded a ceasefire. Why? The extreme true lord struggled to suppress his rage, yet his tone bore an accusatory edge. You think just because you commanded me to stop, I must obey? Who do you think you are? Furthermore, mind your place. I am the great sage equal to heaven, personally appointed by the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong boasted, holding his golden rod aloft, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. Tang Sen watched with a smile, saying nothing. At this moment, Sun Wukong's words were most fitting. As a subordinate of the Jade Emperor, the extreme true lord was now overshadowed by the great sage. Had Tang Sen intervened, even invoking the Buddha would have been futile. The extreme true lord's face flushed with indignation from Sun Wukong's blatant disrespect, yet he dared not act. As Sun Wukong rightly stated, he was merely a true lord. Striking at the great sage equal to heaven would be an act of insubordination, a profound disrespect. Though everyone knew this great sage was but a jest, he was nonetheless appointed by the Jade Emperor himself. He could disregard Tang Sen and Sun Wukong, but he could not afford to disregard the Jade Emperor. To deny Sun Wukong's identity as the great sage would be to slap the Jade Emperor's face. What good would that bring him upon his return? The extreme true lord was keenly aware of the depths of the three realms supreme ruler. Little deity, I pay my respects to the great sage. The extreme true lord, feeling utterly humiliated, had no choice but to bow deeply. There was no escaping. This was not merely Sun Wukong exerting pressure upon him, but the Jade Emperor himself. He dared not, nor could he refuse to pay his respects. Well, what brings you here? Sun Wukong raised his head high, his nostrils pointed defiantly at the extreme true lord, casually inquiring. Little deity, I have come to assist the great sage in subduing this corpse demon. The extreme true lord, though displeased, could only speak with deference. No need for your assistance. A mere minor demon can be dispatched with ease. The extreme true lord's face wore a forced smile, but inside, he was bleeding from the heart. All his schemes, painstakingly crafted over centuries, had been thwarted by this monkey. Centuries ago, when the extreme true lord descended to the mortal realm, he had stumbled upon a small village where the inhabitants lived in harmony, simple and kind-hearted, surviving through hunting and gathering. Though life was hard, they were united. Initially, the extreme true lord paid little heed, for such villages were common in the mortal realm. Yet, he soon sensed the presence of a Xianin body within the village. He himself was an extreme body, yet he fell short of the favored Xianin body of heaven and earth, consumed by greed. The extreme true lord recalled an ancient tome of demonic arts he had acquired, detailing how to artificially create a postnatal Xianin body. by causing the innate Xian body to perish and allowing the Earth's Yin energy to infiltrate. The original body could be destroyed from within and without. Once cultivated, the Xian body could be transformed into a Xian heart. By replacing his original heart with this Xian heart, his extreme Yin body could gradually evolve into a postnatal Xian body. Although it would still be inferior to an innate Xian body, it would allow him to advance further. Upon acquiring the tome, he was overjoyed, secretly seeking out Xian bodies and compatible cultivation methods. After millennia, he had found the methods, yet the innate Xian body remained elusive. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered the Xian body in this very village. The extreme Yin true lord had no choice but to believe that destiny favored him. He immediately set about orchestrating calamities within the village, masquerading as a mountain deity to demand an annual sacrifice of a youth. However, extracting the Earth's Yin energy proved challenging. In other locations, this could be easily accomplished by forcibly drawing the Earth's Yin energy into a pool. Yet, this village was in close proximity to the 5 Wuzhuang Temple, overseen by the Earth Immortal Zhen Yuanzi, who governed the earthly records, coordinating the energies of the Earth, feng shui, and the balance of Yin and Yang. In this place, one might fear being struck down by the hand of the Lord of Extreme Yin. Ultimately, the Lord of Extreme Yin painstakingly sought out a cliff, where he established a gather Yin formation at its base, and diligently spent years channeling the Earth's veins to extract a modicum of the Earth's dark energy. Over the course of many years, he devoted 18 years to amassing a pool of this dark energy. During this time, he also observed the changes occurring in the mountain village, subtly manipulating the overall situation. For instance, as the game in the forest diminished and food became scarce, conflicts arose among the villagers. He would then, through the mouth of the mountain deity, incite them to offer sacrifices of young boys and girls, ensuring an increase in prey. The dilemma lay in the fact that only one child could be sacrificed, leading to disputes over whose child would perish, as no one wished for their own offspring to suffer. Thus, the village's unity was fractured, fostering an atmosphere of fear and gradually breeding indifference. Once he had gathered enough dark energy, he could implement his plans, first by orchestrating the death of Ning's father, and then manipulating Wang Ergo. It was a simple yet effective scheme. After years of intrigue, the village had already transformed. Now, just as he was poised to reap the rewards of his labor, this monkey shattered his hopes with a single blow. Centuries of toil were rendered futile. How could this not incite fury? Chapter 63. Rebirth as a human. Yet this matter could not be made public. The Lord of Extreme Yin had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Yes, the great sage is indeed powerful. I am but a minor deity with concerns, he conceded. Do you have any business? If not, be on your way. We must continue our journey westward. Sun Wukong replied impatiently. The Lord of Extreme Yin, resigned, stepped aside, realizing he was powerless to act. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Exterminating evil and upholding the righteous path is our duty, Tang Sen remarked with a smile as he witnessed Sun Wukong overpower the Lord of Extreme Yin, even adding salt to his wounds as they passed. It hurts. It hurts too much. The Lord of Extreme Yin managed a forced smile. Indeed, the holy monk speaks true. Tang Sen paid him no further heed, leading his 3 disciples to a picturesque spot where they indulged in a sumptuous feast. Today was a day for celebration and drinking. The Lord of Extreme Yin, watching Tang Sen and his companions depart, felt his rage nearly ignite into flames, his hands clenching and unclenching several times, yet ultimately refraining from striking out. He understood that should he act, both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court would not spare him. His destruction would be an inevitable outcome. However, as he crushed the scattered remains of 2 spirit-infused bones, he silently resolved to make a decision. With no anger, only a somber calmness, the Lord of Extreme Yin departed. This unexpected turn of events caught many by surprise. The fierce battle had drawn numerous onlookers, who had anticipated a furious outburst from the Lord of Extreme Yin, perhaps leading to conflict, given his notoriously volatile temperament. They had prepared to intervene, yet no fight ensued. In the heavenly court, Do Shui Palace. Master, your disciple Ba Jie seeks an audience, Pigsy announced respectfully, bowing deeply before the gate. At that moment, he bore none of his usual frivolity. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed and courteous. The crimson doors of Do Shui Palace creaked open in response. Pigsy entered with reverence. Are you not tasked with aiding Tang Sen in his quest for scriptures from the West? What brings you here? The old lord, seated upon his cloud, eyes closed and holding his whisk, maintained a serene demeanor. Though he did not part his lips, his voice resonated from all directions. Pigsy raised his gaze slightly, noticing the ethereal path surrounding the master, and was momentarily lost in profound contemplation. It felt as though he was adrift among ancient stars, enveloped by the Tao. Just as he became entranced in this mystical state, a commanding voice jolted him awake. Awaken! The sharp command roused him from his reverie. Upon focusing once more, he found himself firmly within Do Shui Palace, drenched in cold sweat, having nearly succumbed to the depths of his meditative state, a phenomenon known as transformative enlightenment. Thank you for saving my life, Master. Pigsy quickly bowed again, nearly having lost his life in that moment. It is nothing. Merely refrain from gazing upon that which you should not, the old lord replied, opening his eyes and speaking softly. Pigsy had inadvertently intruded upon the master's meditative state, nearly costing him his life. In accordance with your command, I have come to inquire after your well-being, Master, Pigsy stammered, hesitating to continue. Speak freely, the old lord encouraged. Secondly, my master, who is none other than Tang Sen, seeks a 9-reversion soul-returning pill, along with a restorative elixir for his power and spirit. What has transpired? The old lord inquired. As we traversed White Tiger Ridge, we were suddenly ambushed by the bone demon. My master was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. There was also a mortal woman whose soul was nearly extinguished. Aware that you possessed the 9-reversion soul-returning pill, my master instructed me to beseech your generosity, for which we would be immensely grateful. Upon hearing this, the old lord furrowed his brow and began to calculate silently. Interesting, intriguing. Moments later, his expression relaxed, revealing a hint of amusement. With a sweep of his whisk, 2 jars of elixirs flew from the nearby shelf to Pigsy's side. One jar contained spirit-gathering pills, while the other held essence restoration pills, each jar containing 30 pills. Moreover, the old lord solemnly produced a purple gold gourd, from which he poured 2 pills the size of longan fruits. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Pigsy inhaled deeply, feeling a surge in his spiritual power. This is the 9-reversion soul-returning pill you seek. I shall provide you with 2. Pigsy was taken aback. When had the master become so generous? The 9-reversion soul-returning pill was typically dispensed in pairs, and even high-ranking celestial officials often struggled to procure even a single one. Yet now, upon hearing it was for Tang Sen, he was granted 2. The other 2 jars of elixirs, while not as precious as the 9-reversion soul-returning pill, were still remarkable. It was a well-accepted notion that anything produced by the old lord was of the highest quality, for anyone below the great Luo golden immortal rank. A single essence restoration pill could fully replenish one's magical energy, underscoring its value. And to give away an entire jar was an act of unparalleled generosity. Was Pigsy's master truly endowed with such prestige? Despite his astonishment, Pigsy cautiously extended his trembling hands to accept the 2 invaluable pills. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Convey to your master not to worry, the old lord concluded, closing his eyes once more and sinking into contemplation. Pigsy, obliged to bow respectfully, retreated slowly until he exited Do Shui Palace, closing the doors before straightening up and departing. Master, that fool has returned, son Wukong exclaimed, suddenly glancing toward the horizon, speaking to Tang Sen while wrestling with a chicken leg. Indeed, before long, Pigsy's figure appeared riding the clouds. Tang Sen set down his wine jug, eager for the good news Pigsy would bring. As Pigsy descended, he not only bore 2 jars of elixirs, but also cradled 6 large peaches. Upon seeing these treasures, Tang Sen's heart swelled with assurance, and he joyfully took a hearty swig from his jug. Master, the old lord truly bestowed these 2 jars of elixirs upon us. And look, I have also gathered 6 of the legendary 6,000-year-old peaches. I, old pig, have only tasted these a handful of times, Pigsy exclaimed, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Just as he exited Do Shui Palace, preparing to descend, the Jade Emperor had dispatched someone to summon him, requesting a few peaches for Tang Sen. Though bewildered, Pigsy adhered to the notion of seizing opportunities. Initially, he intended to pluck 3,000-year-old peaches, but upon learning he could acquire 6,000-year-old ones, he seized the chance without hesitation, contemplating the delightful thought of 1 peach each for his senior and junior disciples, 1 for their master, and 2 for himself. Tang Sen felt quite pleased. He tucked away one of the peaches and tossed one to each of his disciples. The peaches gifted by the Jade Emperor were just perfect for dessert after their meal. With a hearty laugh, Tang Sen indulged in one himself. As he noticed only one peach remained, Zhu Beiji couldn't help but regret not keeping an extra for himself. Why did he even bring it back? He should have simply hidden it away, as they were none the wiser. Alas, there was nothing to be done. He resigned himself to consuming the peach in his hand. After enjoying the fruit, Tang Sen carefully accepted the 2 revitalizing pills from Zhu Beiji and stored them away with great caution. He then picked up the 2 gourds and consumed a pill from each, restoring his spiritual and magical powers. Master, why does Lao Jun give you so much without hesitation? Zhu Beiji inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Tang Sen, with a mysterious smile, leaned in and whispered, "Come closer, and I shall reveal the secret." Zhu Beiji complied, only to hear Tang Sen say with a playful tone, "Perhaps it is because of my striking good looks." The laughter that erupted from Tang Sen only deepened Zhu Beiji's frustration, feeling as though he had been the butt of a joke. Yet, he could do nothing but accept it. "Master, Lao Jun sent word for you," Zhu Beiji said, his mood dampened by the jest. Upon hearing Lao Jun's message, Tang Sen's demeanor shifted to one of serious attentiveness. "Lao Jun said you need not worry." "Worry about what, master? What does that mean?" Zhu Beiji pressed on. "I have no idea," came Tang Sen's radiant response. Lao Jun's assurance seemed to bode well for him, and how could that not bring joy to Tang Sen? "Disciples, prepare yourselves. We must set off once more," Tang Sen commanded, and with that, he vanished, reappearing on the 3rd level of the 9-tiered demon tower. "Elder, you have arrived." And Ning greeted him with delight as soon as he stepped in. Tang Sen affectionately patted her head, but his hand passed through her ethereal form, causing him to pause momentarily. Recovering quickly, he produced the revitalizing pills he had just obtained from Lao Jun. "Here, and Ning, dear, take this elixir." Feeling the immense spiritual energy radiating from the pill, and Ning's ghostly figure seemed to solidify, her eyes widening in astonishment. She delicately accepted it and consumed it. Tang Sen felt a surge of spiritual energy flood the tower, and soon, Ning transformed from an apparition into a tangible being. Overcome with emotion, she covered her mouth and wept, never expecting to experience rebirth. Tang Sen embraced the young girl, stroking her hair to comfort her. "Would you be my sister from now on?" he gently proposed, gazing at her with warmth. "That sounds good," and Ning hesitated before agreeing. Tang Sen beamed with joy. Having once been solitary in his past life, he was now blessed with a sister. In a world so cold, those with shared experiences could find solace in one another. Chapter 64. Arrival in Baoshan Kingdom. On a splendidly sunny day, Tang Sen lounged in a carriage, drowsy. Behind him, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing rode on separate motorcycles, following closely. These were the small contraptions Tang Sen had acquired from signing in at White Tiger Ridge, 4 in total, perfectly suited for his 4 disciples. After all, it would not do for him to ride while watching his 2 disciples race behind. That would seem like a form of mistreatment. Of course, their motorcycles were merely standard models, not much different from those of the past. However, without gasoline available, they were equipped with spiritual energy conversion devices, delivering similar functionality. Having witnessed Tang Sen's possession of one before, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing had envied him, and now that they had their own, they treated them as treasures. Initially, they drove cautiously, fearful of any potential mishaps. Sun Wukong and the White Dragon were engaged in their own tasks. Sun Wukong took on reconnaissance ahead, typically flying through the skies. Rumor had it that he wished to modify the motorcycle to enable flight, which would certainly be exhilarating, racing through the air. A unique experience that would surely evoke envy in others. Tang Sen refrained from commenting. Who could predict the outcome? Let him tinker away. As for the White Dragon, he was eager to break from the group and speed ahead, but Tang Sen firmly restrained him, saying, "Little White, you must not lose your focus. This motorcycle was a gift from your master. Can you abandon your master just for a thrill? Who will drive for me if you leave? Do you expect me to handle it myself? You're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities to play later, but for now, let us prioritize our tasks." Upon reflection, the White Dragon conceded, joyrides could wait. Besides, his master's motorcycle was superior in speed, leaving little room for jealousy. With a quick twist of the throttle, they shot forward. "Hey master, slow down a bit," Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing shouted, noticing their own pace lagging as the front riders sped ahead. "Take your time. I shall wait for you up ahead," Tang Sen called back, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. With Sun Wukong scouting ahead and the white dragon speeding along, the two hapless disciples desperately chased after them, the five of them racing forward amidst clouds of dust, the roar of their engines echoing like thunder. Though the road appeared rugged, the interior of the carriage remained as steady as a flat surface. At that moment, Tang Sen rested within the carriage. Although Lao Jun's pills had replenished his magical and spiritual energies, the mental fatigue was palpable. "Brother Sen, would you care for a cup of tea?" And Ning gently offered. Raising a delicate hand with a fragrant brew, Tang Sen accepted the cup and savored a sip, secretly admiring Ning's tea-making skills. Now that they were siblings, it felt inappropriate to continue addressing her as elder, so he revealed his true name. To foster intimacy, Ning thereafter affectionately referred to him as Brother Senior. Ning had diligently practiced her tea skills in secret, knowing Tang Sen's fondness for both tea and wine. Since Tang Sen often found tea preparation cumbersome, he usually opted for wine instead. Outside of her rigorous training, Ning dedicated time to perfect her craft, and her efforts had finally borne fruit. Tang Sen sighed contentedly and placed the exquisite jade cup on the table, reclining against the thick clouds he had conjured into a makeshift sofa, relishing the comfort. "How has your training progressed, Ning?" "Brother Sen, the Xianin Heart Sutra you gave me is perfectly suited for me. It surpasses my previous methods by leaps and bounds. I have only been practicing for a short while and have already reached the mid-stage of the Tai immortal realm," Ning exclaimed, conjuring a surge of magical energy in her palm as if to prove her claim. Tang Sen sensed the potency of her energy, realizing it was even more formidable than that of a typical mid-stage Tai immortal. His smile widened with joy. Upon Ning's rebirth, he had been thrilled to discover she possessed the rare Xianin body. Comprehending then why she retained her true spirit and could cultivate as a demon in the realm of Yin energy, her innate talent was indeed extraordinary. To his delight, after overcoming the white bone demon, the system had rewarded him with the Xianin Heart Sutra, painstakingly collected by the extreme Yin True Monarch. Tang Sen had promptly handed it to Ning for her cultivation. With her innate Xianin body paired with the sutra, his sister's future was boundless. Perhaps one day, she might even look after him. Keep it up, Ning. Your talent is exceptional. Who knows? I might find myself relying on you in the future, Tang Sen teased with a smile. Ning, upon hearing these words, displayed a glimmer of determination in her eyes, her grip tightening slightly, yet she remained silent. "Brother Sen, allow me to give you a massage," she offered, noticing Tang Sen's weary demeanor amid the clouds. Her heart swelling with concern. Without waiting for his refusal, she placed her delicate hands upon his shoulders, gently kneading them with a touch that was neither too firm nor too soft, her fingers as gentle as a whisper. "Ah, that feels wonderful," Tang Sen sighed softly. The words he intended to voice swallowed down as he reclined upon the clouds. Her gentle caress seemed to waft over him like a refreshing breeze, soothing both his physical and emotional exhaustion, while a faint, fragrant aroma lingered in the air. Enveloped in this serene comfort, Tang Sen succumbed to slumber. Not far from them, upon a towering mountain, stood an imposing pagoda. At that moment, the pagoda's door creaked open, and two small demons emerged. "Wolfmia, what a stroke of bad luck for us. It's our turn to descend the mountain in search of food. The king has instructed us to capture a few humans. Which way shall we go?" One of the demons lamented. "Let us descend first. Perhaps we shall encounter a few travelers on the way, sparing us the need to search far and wide. If not, we shall consider other options," replied Wolfmia, a cunning wolf demon with a touch of wisdom. Thus, they began their descent, yet their journey bore no fruit. Not only were there no passers-by, but even the likes of deer and antelope eluded them. As they arrived at a broad intersection, they hesitated, uncertain of which path to take. Suddenly, a colossal object zipped past them. Was that a carriage? Wolfmia wondered aloud, for the shadow appeared to resemble one, though he had never seen a carriage moving with such swiftness, especially without any horses to pull it. The other demon, robust yet somewhat dim-witted, nodded vacantly in agreement. Just as they were lost in contemplation, a frantic shout echoed through the air. "Clear the way! Clear the way!" The urgency in the voice was palpable. Turning to see two individuals riding peculiar contraptions hurtling towards them, the demons revealed menacing expressions. What a stroke of serendipity! They had initially believed their quest fruitless, destined to invade the heavily guarded realm of humanity for a few captives. Yet fate had delivered 2 unsuspecting souls directly into their path. Without a care for the shouts, they brandished their weapons, ready to confront the oncoming figures. "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. Should you wish to pass, you must pay with your lives," they bellowed. However, before they could finish their threat, they were struck violently, their fierce grins transforming into expressions of agony. What manner of carriage is this, speeding so recklessly? The demons were baffled, pondering why their assailants did not halt. With a thud, they were launched into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, gravely injured and unable to rise. Yet, they murmured the remnants of their unfinished threat. "Should you wish to pass, you must leave your lives behind." Pork 8 and Xiao Wujing, upon realizing they had collided with 2 figures, hastily brought their vehicle to a stop and jumped out to assess the situation. They had been in hot pursuit of Tang Sen and the White Dragon, driving at full speed. Who could have anticipated that in this desolate wilderness, 2 individuals would stand directly in their path? By the time they spotted them, it was too late to decelerate. They could only shout warnings. But the 2 figures seemed oblivious, still shouting something before being unceremoniously bowled over by their vehicle. At that moment, concern flooded their minds. If the 2 they had struck were injured, they prayed their master would never find out. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. "Second brother, it appears these 2 are demons," Xiao Wujing observed keenly, identifying the fallen figures as anything but human. Pork 8, hearing this, hastily glanced over and confirmed, indeed, they were 2 small demons. Relieved, they both exhaled deeply, smiles returning to their faces. "Oh, then there's no issue. Let us be on our way. I told you there wouldn't be any humans in these wild mountains," Pork 8 chuckled. With that, they reignited their motorcycle, the roar of the engine echoing as they sped away. Meanwhile, the 2 demons lay on the ground, tears unshed, having heard every word. All they could think was, "What of demons? Do we not have rights?" Meanwhile, ahead, Sun Wukong called out, "Master, there lies a city ahead, resembling a kingdom." As the carriage door creaked open, and Ning alighted first, followed by Tang Senator, they gazed in the direction Sun Wukong indicated, and indeed, the city buzzed with life, boasting pawn shops, taverns, and opulent palaces, confirming it was a kingdom. Surrounding the city were smaller towns, vast fields of fertile land, and hardworking farmers. "Let us enter the city and head straight to the royal palace. There's no need to linger. We must inquire where we are and complete the necessary documentation for our journey. This marks our first encounter with a kingdom since setting out from Chang'an," Tang Sen declared, pointing out the location of the palace with a smile. The palace was easily identifiable, situated along the central axis of the city, heavily guarded. "Indeed," Sun Wukong replied with enthusiasm, realizing flying above the city would be inappropriate. He was eager to test his motorcycle, enviously watching the White Dragon gallivanting behind him. The 4 awaited the arrival of Pork 8 and Xiao Wujing, and upon their arrival, Tang Sen entered the vehicle. He now represented the dignity of the Tang dynasty. His demeanor required poise and ceremony, and Ning followed suit. Sun Wukong took the lead on his motorcycle, with the White Dragon driving the luxurious carriage closely behind. Pork 8 and Xiao Wujing flanked them, providing vigilant protection. They formed a procession towards the city ahead. Chapter 65. The dignity of the Tang dynasty. Who goes there? Halt at once. The soldiers guarding the city, armed and alert, spotted the approaching vehicles from afar. Sun Wukong accelerated, bringing his motorcycle to a halt before them. "Quickly, inform your king that the emissaries from the Tang dynasty have arrived. Prepare to receive us," he commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Upon hearing that foreign emissaries had arrived, the soldiers relaxed their stances, and one swiftly mounted a steed to gallop into the city to deliver the news. "You may enter," the guards parted, creating a pathway for the visitors. Sun Wukong revved his motorcycle, leading the way, followed closely by the White Dragon in the carriage. As they proceeded, the 4 traveled slowly, with throngs of onlookers lining the streets, eager to witness the arrival of Tang dynasty emissaries. As they traversed the welcoming avenue, akin to victorious generals, Tang Sen stood upon the carriage, saluting the citizens, adorned in his formal attire. Draped in a brocade robe, wielding a 9-ringed staff, and crowned with a celestial diadem, his striking visage drew gasps of admiration from the maidens lining the street. Tang Sen acknowledged each one with a gentle nod. Ahead, soldiers bore banners, while knights flanked them, with troops following closely behind, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Did you hear? These are emissaries from the Tang dynasty. A bystander remarked. Isn't that the most formidable dynasty from the southern continent? Indeed, the Tang dynasty nearly encompassed the entire region, their power unmatched. In comparison, our Baoxiang kingdom feels like mere ants beside them. The Tang dynasty is a mighty elephant, another mused in awe. Who can say otherwise? I wonder what the Tang dynasty seeks in our humble realm. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Tang Sen listened intently, now aware that they were in Baoxiang kingdom. Realizing they were nearing the yellow robe monster, the caravan progressed steadily until it reached the gates of the royal palace. At this moment, Tang Sen observed the king of the kingdom of Baoxiang, accompanied by his civil and military officials, awaiting their arrival at the palace entrance. A scarlet carpet had been laid out, stretching from the palace doors deep into the interior. As the caravan approached, the king hastily commanded the musicians on either side to strike up a tune, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Just as the caravan came to a halt and Tang Sen prepared to disembark, he noticed the king, along with his officials, hastening towards him. The king of Baoxiang bowed slightly, followed by his courtiers, all paying homage to the envoy from the Tang dynasty. We welcome the esteemed envoy of the Tang dynasty. Their voices resonated powerfully, carrying for miles. This spectacle rendered Tang Sen momentarily speechless. Was the name of the Tang dynasty truly so potent? However, he dared not delay. For the king's bow was a gesture of respect towards the Tang dynasty, and prolonging it would be disrespectful. He quickly alighted from his carriage and assisted the king of Baoxiang to his feet. Your Majesty, I am uncertain why the Tang dynasty has sent an envoy, but I assure you I shall comply with your directives, the king expressed with utmost reverence. The Tang dynasty, often referred to as the Celestial Empire, was the suzerain of countless smaller nations, not merely a title of courtesy, but a reality forged by the military conquests of the illustrious Li Shimin. Rumor had it that several smaller kingdoms, emboldened by distance from the Tang, had dared to rebel, only to be swiftly quelled by Li Shimin's forces. Thus, the myriad nations now bowed in deference to the Tang dynasty. The king of Baoxiang, acutely aware of their precarious position, dared not show any negligence. Who could predict the intentions of the Tang? His kingdom, small and weak, could hardly withstand the onslaught of the Tang's formidable cavalry. Your Excellency, it is my duty to offer hospitality. Please, rest in our humble kingdom. Although we are modest in our resources, we possess a few distinctive delicacies. I implore you to stay for a few days, allowing us to extend our hospitality. Upon receiving the king's earnest invitation, Tang Sen felt it inappropriate to refuse. Very well. Given your graciousness, it would be remiss of me to decline. Upon hearing Tang Sen refer to himself as a humble monk, the king understood his acceptance of the invitation and could not help but laugh heartily. Indeed, Master, please accompany me. A banquet has been prepared in your honor to welcome you. With that, the king took Tang Sen by the hand and led him into the palace, followed closely by son Wukong and the other officials. As for Ning, she found the gathering overwhelming and had retreated to the 9-story demon tower to continue her training. Come, allow me to raise a toast to you, esteemed master. Your journey has been arduous, traversing mountains and valleys, truly commendable. The king raised his cup in salute to Tang Sen, who reciprocated by raising his own and drinking deeply. Within the grand hall, the sounds of flutes and pipes filled the air, and the enchanting dance of beautiful maidens captivated all present. The officials, seated around, joined the king in toasting, creating a vibrant atmosphere of merriment. With laughter and cheers echoing through the hall, the gathering was one of mutual joy and celebration. Tang Sen felt compelled to acknowledge this generosity and contemplated how best to reciprocate the king's kindness. Coincidentally, he recalled the tale of the princess of Baoxiang, who had been abducted by a fearsome creature. Perhaps this was an opportunity to assist the king by rescuing his daughter. With this thought, Tang Sen set down his cup. Your Majesty, I have heard troubling news regarding a malevolent creature that has taken your princess. Is this true? He inquired loudly. Upon hearing this, a profound silence fell over the hall. None of the officials dared to speak, fully aware that this was a sore subject for the king. The king's expression transformed from a smile to one of sorrow, and he sighed deeply. I shall not conceal the truth, master. My daughter was taken by that monster several years ago, and we have had no word of her since. It grieves me to say that no one in my kingdom has been able to rescue her. Do not despair, for I possess knowledge of the creature's origins and the current whereabouts of the princess. Tang Sen replied confidently, a knowing look upon his face. The king, taken aback by this revelation, suddenly rose, his demeanor shifting to one of urgency. "Is it true?" he exclaimed, then quickly composed himself. "Forgive my outburst, master. I was merely overwhelmed with emotion. I understand, for a monk speaks only truth. Your princess is currently located at Guanyin Mountain, 40 miles west of your kingdom, held captive by the creature known as the Yellow Robe Monster. But she is not in immediate peril," Tang Sen reassured him calmly. "My poor child." Upon hearing that his daughter was safe, the old king could no longer contain his emotions and wept openly, his tears falling as his officials joined him in mourning. They had searched tirelessly for the princess, only to ultimately surrender hope. After some time, the emotions in the hall settled, and the king regained his composure. "Master, I apologize for my unseemly display of emotion," he said, his eyes still slightly reddened. "Fatherly love is nothing to be ashamed of. You are a man of genuine feeling." Tang Sen replied, "Alas, master, you do not understand. That creature possesses formidable powers, and even if we know its location, I am powerless to act. We are but mere mortals, and should the creature retaliate, I cannot prioritize my own desires over the safety of my people." The king lamented, his head bowed in despair. "Your Majesty, you need not worry. I, as an envoy from the Tang dynasty, have traversed treacherous lands and faced numerous demons along the way. I owe my safety to my 4 disciples, who are dedicated to protecting humanity. I am willing to send them to vanquish the monster and rescue the princess." Tang Sen stated steadily. Tang Sen was aware that the Yellow Robe Monster was sent by the Celestial Court and had initially hesitated to intervene. However, the king's plight, combined with his kindness, compelled him to offer assistance. The Yellow Robe Monster was not a mere foe. It was one of the celestial constellations known as a.k.a. Mulang, a powerful entity under the command of the celestial powers, making it a formidable adversary. The implications of engaging such a creature weighed heavily on Tang Sen's mind. At first, the king was overjoyed by Tang Sen's words, eager to express his gratitude. However, he noticed the monk's hesitation, not daring to prolong the moment. He descended from his dais and bowed deeply before Tang's senator. "Please, holy monk, save my beloved daughter." His voice was filled with desperation. At that moment, the officials joined in, beseeching, "We implore you, holy monk, show us your merciful heart." The hall was filled with the sound of prostrations, leaving